In an archaeological expedition, Chu Xu unexpectedly transports to the late Cretaceous period and becomes a Tyrannosaurus rex hatchling, transforming into the king of dinosaurs and binding himself to a daily evolution system. Chu Xu begins an extraordinary journey of relentless evolution from a young Trex. Stage of youth. Accumulated hunts of creatures like the Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and other medium-sized prey yield 1,000 evolution points, evolving into the Tyrannosaurus rex. Stage of adulthood. Thus begins the reign of Chu Xu, the Tyrant King, sweeping through the prehistoric Cretaceous period, gradually evolving into the ultimate battle, Tyrannosaurus rex. One day, a fragment of an asteroid from outer space crashes down, heralding an unprecedented extinction event for the dinosaurs and opening the door to a bizarre new world. At that moment, a colossal humanoid dragon clad in golden armor emerges from the chaos. Chu Xu, welcome to my Cretaceous dinosaur empire. You look like a dragon. Taste my Move Gaia energy ball. Chapter 1. Transported to the Cretaceous period. Reborn as a Tyrannosaurus rex. Late Cretaceous, Maastrichtian period. North America, the Laramidious subcontinent. A gentle river meanders through the large forests of the North American prairie, winding like a flowing painting, capturing the scene of the last dinosaur kingdom. On the riverbank lies a hidden nest, softly cushioned with vegetation, where 5 massive dinosaur eggs are quietly nestled. Each egg measures over 40 centimeters in length, featuring a smooth, ivory-like shell with a sheen that gleams in the light. After a long incubation period, the time has finally come for them to hatch. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the largest egg begins to tremble, and as cracks widen across its surface, the shell breaks apart. A fluffy baby dinosaur pokes its head out, its wide eyes gazing curiously at the new world around it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Confused, the newly awakened Chu Xu stares at the unfamiliar surroundings, quickly prompting his philosophical inquiries. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, the ground shakes violently beneath him, and as the deafening footsteps come closer, a colossal foot appears in his line of sight. As Chu Xu stiffly lifts his head, he is greeted by an overwhelming sight. Before him stands a massive creature, its enormous lizard-like head revealing rows of jagged banana-shaped teeth, a powerful and muscular body adorned with tightly interlocked dark brown scales, and a tail raised high like a towering mountain. The sheer presence sends a wave of pressure that nearly overwhelms his senses. Well, what kind of creature is this? At that moment, a torrent of information floods into Chu Xu's blank mind, reactivating his dormant brain cells. The cascade of knowledge is swift, flooding his consciousness within mere seconds, allowing him to comprehend his current predicament. Transported and transformed into a newly hatched Tyrannosaurus rex. Chu Xu is stunned. In his previous life as a paleontologist, he traveled across vast distances to North America, participating in an excavation to uncover dinosaur fossils. After days of digging, their team successfully unearthed an extraordinarily rare fossilized dinosaur egg containing a fully developed embryo, which was hypothesized to belong to a Tyrannosaurus rex. A Tyrannosaurus rex. This creature was the most renowned carnivorous dinosaur, one of the largest land predators in history, and Chu Xu's personal favorite dinosaur. Just as he intended to study the fossil further, however, everything went dark and he fainted. When he awoke, he inexplicably found himself reborn as a living Tyrannosaurus hatchling. What a twist of fate. Thus, the time period I currently occupy is the late Cretaceous Maastrichtian, approximately 68 to 65 million years ago. This is the Laramidia subcontinent, which later becomes known as the area around the Rocky Mountains in western North America. Isn't this where we discovered the dinosaur fossils? Chu Xu quickly surmises his location and time frame. As he gazes at the fearsome giant before him, he realizes it is a fully grown female Tyrannosaurus, the very mother of the hatchling he has become. Huff huff. With a snort, Mama Trex releases a cloud of vapor, lowering her large head to focus her cold yellow-brown eyes on Chu Xu. He estimates her length to be at least 12 meters, with a height of 6 meters that rivals a 3-story bus. Meanwhile, the freshly hatched Chu Xu resembles a tiny turkey, measuring around 40 centimeters. With short limbs and fine down all over his body, he appears adorably clumsy, a stark contrast to the majestic image of the fierce dinosaur king. However, Chu Xu is aware that with ample time, he too can grow to become a colossal beast like Mama Trex, rising to the top of the food chain in the late Cretaceous. Just then, Chu Xu's vision blurs momentarily, and a peculiar information panel appears before his eyes. Nin, Fito. Age 1 day. Species, Tyrannosaurus rex male. Growth stage, juvenile. Attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Mentality 2. Evolution points, 0. Skills, none. Achievements, none. Next evolution form, Agumen. Beginner task 1. Ensure daily nourishment for 1 month, increasing constitution by 1 each day. Beginner task 2. Engage in daily exercise for 1 month, increasing strength and agility by 1 each day. Beginner task 3. Maintain a consistent sleep schedule for 1 month, increasing mentality by 1 each day. Is this my golden finger? Chu Xu's spirit lifts upon realizing the truth behind his situation. After all, as the saying goes, Mother Earth offers her children blessings. The information panel resembles game data, and Chu Xu quickly familiarizes himself with it. He realizes he is currently in the most perilous early stages of life. Any creature in this phase is remarkably vulnerable, facing threats from food scarcity, diseases, and predators, rendering survival highly unlikely. Chu Xu's primary task now is to survive through this dangerous infancy. Agumen? To his astonishment, he finds that he has an evolutionary form. Could it be the Agumen from Digimon? It dawns on him that he could potentially evolve into an Agumen, followed by a Tyrannoman, a Mecha Tyrannoman, and even a Battle Tyrannomon. Could all these transformations indeed be attainable? What an astounding opportunity. My stomach is so hungry. At that moment, Chu Xu feels a gnawing hunger pang, instinctively raising his neck and opening his mouth, letting out a desperate gurgle toward his mother for food. Seeing this, Mama Trex takes a few steps back and returns with half of a leftover dinosaur carcass. It's a strange dinosaur, a small bird-foot omnivore, measuring over 3 meters long and weighing around 400 to 500 kilograms. However, the predator looming over it was an adult Tyrannosaurus, weighing more than 8 tons, an entirely different class of hunter. The sight reveals that the strange dinosaur's neck has been brutally severed, bones shattered, with numerous deep bite marks, visible evidence of the hunt's brutality. Mama Trex opens her massive jaws, sinking her teeth into the strange dinosaur's abdomen, tearing off a chunk of bloody raw meat and presenting it to Chu Xu. It smells so good. Perhaps due to the influence of Tyrannosaurus genes, Chu Xu catches an enticing aroma from the raw flesh, and after a brief hesitation, he takes a hearty bite. Delicious, crispy, and meaty. Ding! You have consumed strange dinosaur meat, evolution point 0.1. The notification sound echoes in his ears, enhancing the flavor of the meat even further, making it all the more delectable. Chapter 2. Evolution Points and the Edmonton Dragon. Soon, Chu Xu came to understand that there are primarily 2 avenues for acquiring evolution points. The first is through consumption. By ingesting food, energy is obtained and automatically converted into evolution points. The second is hunting. By slaying other creatures, one can earn evolution points, with the difficulty of the hunt often correlating to the value of the evolution points earned. As for the uses of evolution points, there are 2. One can be converted at a 1:1 ratio into attribute points or healing points, which serve to enhance one's 4-dimensional attributes and facilitate recovery from injuries. The other use is for the purpose of evolution. After having eaten to his heart's content, Chu Xu managed to acquire a mere 0.5 evolution points, realizing that it would require consistent effort over time to accumulate more. Ding! You have completed the beginner task 1. Ensure daily sustenance and nutrition intake. Constitution 1. Fortunately, there were still novice tasks available for him to exploit, and with his belly full, Chu Xu proceeded to engage in the second beginner task, simultaneously familiarizing himself with his new body. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the dragon mother, Chu Xu began to scurry about with small, hurried steps. He dared not venture too far from the dragon mother, for with his current diminutive limbs, encountering even the slightest predatory creature would likely spell doom for him. Ding! You have completed the beginner task 2. Persist in daily exercise and physical activity, strength and agility 1. Not long after, when Chu Xu felt his stamina depleting, the melodious prompt chimed once more. As his attribute points increased, gentle warmth began to flow within him, subtly nourishing his body. Although the changes were not immediately apparent, gradual accumulation would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. Fatigued, exhaustion washed over him, and Chu Xu returned to the nest of the dragon egg he had hatched from, lying down and surrendering to sleep with drooping eyelids. For any creature's offspring, drowsiness is a perfectly normal physiological phenomenon. Growth and development primarily occur during sleep. Ding! You have completed the beginner task 3. Maintain a regular sleep schedule to restore energy. Spirit 1. After Chu Xu fell asleep, the system automatically adjusted to sleep mode, and the prompt sound quietly faded away. Meanwhile, a nearby Tyrannosaurus egg stirred ever so slightly. The next morning, upon awakening, Chu Xu raised his tiny arms and stretched languidly. Suddenly, he noticed that a Tyrannosaurus hatchling, slightly smaller than himself, had appeared beside him. Oh, it's a sister. Do not question how he could discern its gender. It was simply the instinct and perception that comes with being of the same kind. From now on, I shall call you Xianyue. Chu Xu pondered for a moment, recalling the crescent moon he had seen the night before. His sister must have been born at that time, thus inspiring his choice of name. After all, he was the sun, and it was quite fitting for his sister to be the moon. Any future siblings could be stars. Xianyue was still asleep, so Chu Xu did not disturb her. Instead, he left the dragon egg nest and scampered into the nearby thicket to address a pressing matter. What is that foul odor? Before Chu Xu could fully relieve himself, his keen sense of smell detected a pungent stench. Following the scent, he soon discovered a large mound of black feces not far away, forming a half-meter-high pile that was quite impressive in its odoriferous display. It was obvious that this was the fresh excrement of the dragon mother, which explained the lush growth of the surrounding vegetation, a clear indication of abundant fertilizer. In comparison, Chu Xu's own output was dwarfed by that of the dragon mother, a rather demoralizing realization for a young dragon. After addressing his urgent needs, Chu Xu swiftly commenced his exercise for the day. 10 minutes later, utterly exhausted, he returned to the dragon egg nest, collapsing onto the soft, dense vegetation that served as a cushion. Despite his fatigue, he had made a slight improvement today, gaining an additional point in both strength and agility. Although the changes were subtle, Chu Xu was acutely aware that he was steadily growing stronger. Roar after his workout, feeling famished, Chu Xu opened his mouth wide in search of food. His cries roused his sister Xianyue from her slumber, and she joined in the chorus of begging, babbling in a delightful manner. At long last, their mother arrived in response to their persistent calls. However, the dragon mother bore no food in her mouth. Judging by the fresh bloodstains at the edges of her maw, it was apparent that she had recently enjoyed a hearty meal, likely having devoured the remains of the peculiar dragon. Chu Xu understood now why he hadn't seen her during his earlier workout. She had been indulging in a solitary feast. Alas, it seemed they would have to endure hunger for a while longer. Thud! Thud! Just then, a heavy footfall resonated through the ground, drawing Chu Xu's attention. He turned to see a fully grown male Tyrannosaurus approaching, slightly smaller than the dragon mother. In its jaws, it dragged a dinosaur even larger than the peculiar dragon, its bloodied maw and exposed fangs lending a shocking visual impact. Chu Xu felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with this male Tyrannosaurus. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed his dragon father. Roar as expected, upon the arrival of the male, the dragon mother quickly approached, emitting a low, rumbling growl. The dragon father placed the prey he had caught upon the ground for the dragon mother to handle, then strode over to the nest where Chu Xu lay. Upon arriving at the nest, the dragon father sniffed the scents on Chu Xu and Xianyue, seemingly committing them to memory. At that moment, the dragon mother returned, carrying the prey the dragon father had brought, a magnificent Edmonton dragon. Recognizing the iconic duckbill of the dinosaur, Chu Xu immediately identified its species. The Edmonton dragon, a large herbivorous dinosaur of the Hadrosauridae family, could reach a staggering length of 9 meters and weigh approximately 4 tons, comparable to the weight of a modern African elephant. However, its demise was as clean and efficient as that of the peculiar dragon. Having been bitten through the neck without hesitation, the dragon father had presumably feasted prior to returning, leaving the substantial carcass of the Edmonton dragon for the dragon mother, Chu Xu, and Xianyue. This half-sized Edmonton dragon would be sufficient sustenance for their family for several days. The dragon mother, still not satiated, first enjoyed her share of the Edmonton dragon's flesh before feeding Chu Xu and Xianyue. Chu Xu yearned to partake in the process himself, but as a newly hatched Tyrannosaurus cub, his strength was insufficient to tear flesh, so he patiently awaited the dragon mother's offerings. Ding! You have consumed Edmonton dragon meat. Evolution points 0.2. Finally tasting the meat of the Edmonton dragon, Chu Xu found it far more delectable than that of the peculiar dragon, and it granted him a greater number of evolution points. After this meal, he had gained another point, bringing his total to 5 evolution points. Setting a small goal for himself, he resolved to earn a total of 10 evolution points. Chu Xu silently vowed. Chapter 3. Golden Achievements and the Essence of Kingship, Skill Training, after checking on the dragon mother and her young. The dragon father turned and departed. The Tyrannosaurus is a quintessential solitary creature, especially the adult males. They only associate with female tyrannosaurs during the breeding season, spending the rest of their time roaming the peripheries of their mates' territories, maintaining a tenuous connection with their partners and offspring. Male tyrannosaurs do not undertake the responsibilities of nurturing their young, leaving the female to handle incubation, hunting, and rearing tasks. Thus, female tyrannosaurs tend to be larger and more formidable than their male counterparts, particularly during the rearing phase, when they are truly fearsome. However, there are exceptions. Chu Xu's dragon father was a rare example of a devoted mate and caring parent, occasionally bringing back sizable prey to share with his family. Time flew by swiftly, and soon a month had passed in this short span, although Chu Xu's life was rather monotonous, spending each day in the same place, alternating between eating, sleeping, and exercising. He had experienced quite a bit. Following the birth of his sister Xianyue, the third egg successfully hatched, revealing a male Tyrannosaurus. Chu Xu named his little brother Liuxing. However, the subsequent fourth and fifth eggs showed no signs of hatching, likely having succumbed to parasitic or bacterial contamination during the incubation process, or failing to meet the necessary temperature and humidity conditions, resulting in the embryos ceasing to develop and becoming stillborn. Such occurrences are commonplace in the wild, where the hatching rate of dinosaur eggs is typically below 50. The fact that the dragon mother successfully hatched 3 out of 5 eggs was quite fortunate. Of course, even if they hatched successfully, whether the Tyrannosaurus cubs could survive their frail and helpless infancy was another matter entirely. Ultimately, the 2 unhatched eggs were consumed by Chu Xu, Xianyue, and Lu Xing. As night fell, the world fell silent and the slumbering dragon mother emitted thunderous snores. Meanwhile, Chu Xu lay on the ground, routinely opening his attribute panel before sleep to review his accomplishments for the day. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 1 month. Species: Rex Tyrannosaurus, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 33, Agility 33, Constitution 33, Spirit 35, Evolution points: 21 skills. Clocked achievement: Tyrant's qualification, beginner. Next evolution form: Agumen. As of today, Chu Xu has reached the milestone of 1 month and has successfully completed 3 novice tasks, resulting in a commendable enhancement of his attributes. Through the accumulation of evolution points from daily feeding, he has garnered a total of 21 evolution points. Ding! You have successfully completed 3 novice tasks and earned the golden achievement, Tyrant's qualification, beginner. Tyrant's qualification, beginner. A golden achievement, upgradable, capable of unleashing one's own aura to intimidate and deter foes, even causing opponents significantly weaker to faint. A mark of royal potential. At the beginner stage, precise self-control is currently unattainable. The golden achievement, Tyrant's qualification. Chu Xu was overjoyed. The ability to intimidate enemies merely through his aura was indeed a formidable power. Moreover, he had also newly acquired a skill. Claw, 0-100 basic skill, wielding sharp claws to deal tearing physical damage to foes. Through repeated training, the proficiency of this skill can be enhanced, and upon reaching maximum proficiency, it will transform into a more advanced skill. Claw, Frenzied Claw, Fiery Claw, Dragon's Claw. Good heavens, it can be developed further. Chu Xu opened the relevant skill introduction. Frenzied Claw is a beginner skill that allows for 2 to 5 consecutive claw strikes in an instant. Fiery Claw is an intermediate skill, employing claws engulfed in flames to attack adversaries, inflicting both tearing and burning damage. Dragon's Claw is an advanced skill that combines speed and power, resulting in astonishing might. Beyond advanced skills, even more powerful skills exist. How terrifying, however, Chu Xu could not help but feel perplexed. With such impressive skills at his disposal, he was only meant to confront Cretaceous dinosaurs, which seemed like overkill, an extravagant use of resources. Or perhaps the foes he would encounter in the future would not be limited to these ordinary beings. Contemplating this, Chu Xu felt a tinge of unease. The trajectory of this world might be far more complex than he had initially perceived. Thus, without hesitation, he commenced rigorous training, swinging his forelimbs and brandishing his 2 tender claws. Thankfully, his size was still manageable. Although he had inherited the short-arm gene of the Tyrannosaurus, the proportions of his body had not yet become severely imbalanced, allowing him to reach out and strike at enemies before him. It is worth noting that the seemingly inadequate short arms of the Tyrannosaurus have long been a subject of controversy. Even in adult tyrannosaurs, the length of their forelimbs is merely around 80 cm, comparable to that of a human arm. However, in contrast to the exaggerated dimensions of the adult Tyrannosaurus, this forelimb length appears absurdly short, creating a stark contrast. Proportionately speaking, the short arms of an adult Tyrannosaurus cannot even touch their own mouths, let alone perform push-ups, embrace, bend down to pick things up, or squat down. The specific utility of their short arms, based on Chu Xu's past research and current observations, primarily lies in maintaining body balance, securing prey while feeding to assist with their formidable jaws, and possibly stabilizing an opponent's body during inappropriate activities. As for why the Tyrannosaurus evolved to possess such diminutive arms, the main reason can be traced back to the theory of use and disuse in the process of biological evolution. The ancestors of the Tyrannosaurus developed their robust heads for biting prey, their hind limbs for locomotion, and their tails for balance due to frequent use, while their forelimbs, being rarely utilized, gradually atrophied, ultimately leading to their present form. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Xu snapped back to reality and began to vigorously swing his arms and claws, engaging in repetitive skill practice. However, after a prolonged session of striking at the air, he noticed no increase in skill proficiency. Odd, must it be practiced on tangible objects? With this thought, Chu Xu quietly rose and approached a nearby thicket to practice on a tree. With a single strike, the bark only bore a shallow white mark. Yet, he quickly noticed that the skill proficiency had indeed risen from 0 to 1. It truly requires practice on real objects. Energized, Chu Xu regarded the tree as a hypothetical enemy, relentlessly attacking with his claws. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After more than 10 minutes, the proficiency had increased by a total of 5 points, reaching the limit for today's training, while his little claws had become sore and swollen. Even oozing drops of blood from between the flesh. To reach full proficiency would take at least 20 days, using 1 evolution point for treatment. With a mere thought, Chu Xu promptly spent 1 evolution point to heal his claws so he could continue training the following day. A refreshing sensation soon enveloped his paws, and within mere seconds, his claws were restored to their former state, the pain vanishing. Chapter 4. The warmth of family, beginner skills. He retained 5 evolution points for emergencies, transforming the rest into attribute points. Subsequently, after a brief contemplation, Chu Xu decided to keep 5 evolution points for unforeseen circumstances, allowing for timely healing in case of injury. The remaining 15 evolution points were converted into 15 attribute points, adding 3 points to each of his 4 attributes, with the final 3 points allocated once again to Constitution. After all, for the still juvenile Chu Xu, Constitution impacts every aspect of his physical being, including immunity, metabolism, endurance, and recovery. The stronger his constitution, the more beneficial it is for his growth. Soon, the information panel's attribute section refreshed once again. Attributes: Strength 36, Agility 36, Constitution 39, Spirit 38.as. His attribute points were strengthened. Chu Xu felt a tangible transformation within his body, a warm flow surging through his limbs, permeating every corner of his being, inducing waves of exhilarating sensation. Once the warmth subsided, Chu Xu found a puddle of water and gazed at his reflection to observe the changes he had undergone. Compared to the half-grown chick he was just a month ago, Chu Xu's physique had significantly expanded, and his appearance had undergone remarkable transformation. His head-to-tail length had reached 1 meter, his head height exceeding half a meter, and his hind limbs had grown long and robust, even under the constraint of his scaly armor, revealing increasingly defined muscle contours. Fine fur flourished, cascading from the crown of his head along his spine to his half-length, thick and rounded tail. When he parted his lips, his sharp fangs glimmered menacingly, complemented by his increasingly honed yellow-brown vertical pupils, exuding the burgeoning majesty of a king of dinosaurs, in just a month's time. Chu Xu's size had more than doubled, a growth rate that completely defied reason. According to his past research, the juvenile phase of a Tyrannosaurus is protracted, lasting nearly 14 years, during which growth is relatively slow, and weight does not exceed 2 tons. Only after reaching 14 years of age does the Tyrannosaurus enter a rapid growth phase, where weight, length, bone density, and tooth thickness all experience explosive growth until maturity at around 18 to 22 years. Comparing himself to his siblings, who were only a day or 2 younger, he realized they remained nearly indistinguishable from their newborn selves, appearing as diminutive creatures in Chu Xu's eyes. The reason for his rapid growth in such a short time can be attributed to his unwavering self-discipline and the steady increase in his attributes, which has contributed to his continuous expansion and development. After admiring his own appearance and physique changes with satisfaction, Chu Xu returned to the nest of dragon eggs. Roar, to his surprise, the mother dragon, who had been guarding the nest, had awakened. Noticing Chu Xu's absence, she hurriedly searched around. Upon seeing Chu Xu safe and sound, the mother dragon emitted a low growl, seemingly questioning where he had gone. After a month of close companionship, Chu Xu had begun to comprehend the meaning behind the mother dragon's growls, and he responded reassuringly, indicating that she need not worry. Once Chu Xu settled back into the nest, the mother dragon relaxed and resumed her side-lying position. As night fell, the plummeting temperatures and howling winds left the younger dragon shivering. The mother dragon had just been awakened by their cries, so she used the dense fur beneath her belly to provide warmth and comfort for them, allowing the younger dragons to drift into a sweet slumber in her warm and safe embrace. Although Chu Xu was no longer fazed by the chill, he still nestled beneath her belly at her urging, huddling with his siblings for warmth. Indeed, it was quite comforting, observing his siblings sprawled out in slumber and the mother dragon vigilantly watching over them. Chu Xu felt an innate sense of warmth unique to family in just a month. Having acclimatized to this new life, he deeply felt the warmth of a Tyrannosaurus family, with the mother dragon tirelessly foraging and hunting outside, nurturing and caring for her young at home, and the adorable younger dragons accompanying him in playful antics. They were growing up together without a care in the world. Occasionally, Long Ba would return home, bringing with him an extraordinarily sumptuous feast. He frequently patrolled the periphery of their territory, warding off wandering predatory creatures and eliminating any potential threats to Long Ma and Chu Xu's safety. Dinosaurs were not the cold-blooded, enormous lizards that later generations imagined. They too possessed a concept of familial bonds. Parents understood the importance of nurturing and safeguarding their young, ensuring their offspring thrived. This fostered within Chu Xu a profound sense of identity and belonging to his Tyrannosaurus family. While the emotions of animals may not be as intricate as those of humans, they embody a purity that is often beyond human reach, expressing affection for one another in myriad ways without the need for words. After an exhausting day of training, fatigue and drowsiness washed over him. Nestled in Long Ma's embrace, Chu Xu closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Over the course of 2 weeks, a gentle autumn rain washed away the heat, bringing with it a subtle chill, while the verdant foliage of the forest quietly donned a golden hue. Early one morning, Chu Xu was awakened by a cacophony of howls. It was evident that Long Mei Xianyu and Long Di Lu Xing were at it again, engaging in playful scuffles within the nest. As the elder brother, Chu Xu rose, lifted his forelimbs, retracted his claws, and swiftly swatted at them. With a resounding crack, both Xianyu and Lu Xing received a sharp rap on their heads, leaving them momentarily stunned. The force of the blow elicited pained cries from both, reminding them of the consequences of their raucous antics so early in the day. Chu Xu, standing tall, cast a commanding gaze upon the two smaller dinosaurs, his regal stature instilling a sudden silence in them, rendering them cautious. Unfortunately, his siblings possessed the memory span of goldfish, and despite having been reprimanded just yesterday, they had already forgotten. Having developed a conditioned response, Xianyu curled up like a kitten, remaining silent after her encounter with Chu Xu. Lu Xing, though filled with resentment, dared not challenge his elder brother and resorted to gnashing his teeth at the air, attempting to create a rhythmic clatter as if to suffocate Chu Xu with his proximity. Without hesitation, Chu Xu charged forward with overwhelming force, knocking Lu Xing to the ground and delivering a flurry of strikes. Minutes later, Lu Xing bore bruises and a contrite demeanor, exposing his vulnerable belly in a gesture of submission. Satisfied with his established dominance, Chu Xu released Lu Xing and began his daily training regimen. Upon completing the day's training, a system prompt chimed in his mind. Scratch, 100-100, proficiency maxed out. Automatically upgraded to Frenzied Scratch. Frenzied Scratch, 0-1000 basic skill. Unleashes 2 to 5 consecutive claw strikes instantly. Chapter 5, New Skill, Voss's Rodent Beast Frenzied Scratch. Chu Xu was elated. After 20 days of diligent training, he had finally mastered this basic skill. Eager to test it out, he ventured into the thicket, targeting a tree he had previously clawed to the point of shedding its bark with a fierce determination. He unleashed Frenzied Scratch. In a mere instant, he executed 3 rapid claw strikes, leaving behind a series of intersecting gashes on the trunk and a scattering of bark fragments. Not only had his attack speed increased, but his power and lethality had surged as well. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded a basic skill to an intermediate skill, earning 10 attribute points and acquiring a new skill. Bite, 0-100 basic skill. Inflicts physical damage by tearing and gnawing with teeth. Bite, Shatter Bite, Flame Tooth, Dragon S Bite. Charge, 0-100 basic skill. Inflicts physical damage by colliding with enemies. Charge, Mighty Charge, Flashing Charge, Ultimate Impact, Run, 0-100 basic skill. Involves moving the hind limbs to run. Run, Accelerate, High Speed Movement, Instantaneous Movement. With 10 attribute points and 3 new basic skills, each capable of continuous upgrades, Chu Xu felt invigorated and awed by the potential of his newfound abilities. From this day forth, he decided he would no longer be merely a Tyrannosaurus. He would be known as Long Aotion. However, he understood that achieving his ultimate potential would require consistent effort and gradual accumulation of proficiency. Allocating the 10 attribute points, he opted for an even distribution with an emphasis on physique, 2 points each to strength, agility, and spirit, and 4 points to constitution. Thus began his rigorous training once more. He alternated between gnawing on tree branches, charging into trees, and racing around the vicinity of the nest. After several hours, he managed to increase the proficiency of his 3 basic skills by 5 points each. If he continued this pace, he would easily upgrade them within another 20 days. As for the newly upgraded Frenzied Scratch, it too had a maximum proficiency gain of 5 points per day, with an upper limit of 1,000 points, indicating that it would take at least 6 months of relentless practice to reach full proficiency. After a lengthy training session, Chu Xu's stomach began to protest. But with Long Ma out hunting, the pantry was bare, leaving him and his siblings at home. Unfortunately, the 3 young Tyrannosaurs had voracious appetites that only grew with their developing bodies, placing immense pressure on Long Ma during her solitary hunts. Regrettably, given his current size and abilities, he was unable to assist her. Though he longed to alleviate some of Long Ma's hunting burdens, he recognized his limitations. This was not the peaceful world of his past life, but rather a harsh, predatory land where dinosaurs ruled supreme. Here, even the smallest predatory dinosaur posed a more formidable threat than the wolves and leopards of later eras. Hence, for now, survival remained paramount. The area surrounding the nest was Long Ma's core territory, marked periodically by her scent and claw marks, while Long Ma's presence on the outer fringes further deterred any unwelcome intruders. As dusk fell, casting a surreal glow across the landscape, Chu Xu patiently awaited Long Ma's return from her hunt when he suddenly heard a faint rustling from the nearby underbrush. He immediately became alert. Xian Yu and Lu Xing were beside him. The sound was not emanating from them. Was another creature nearby? Rather than acting impulsively, Chu Xu strained to listen closely to the source of the noise. His keen sense of hearing, a gift from his advanced inner ear, allowed him to detect low-frequency sound waves undetectable to humans. The sound seemed to be coming from underground. As the noise grew louder, it became evident that an unknown creature was burrowing its way closer to the surface. Soon, a stout, rat-like creature emerged, roughly the size of a badger. Though it appeared small, its sharp teeth and claws indicated its dangerous nature. It was the Voss's rodent beast. Recognizing the creature immediately, Chu Xu felt a surge of alarm. The Voss's rodent beast, a mammal from the late Cretaceous period, bore a distant relation to modern marsupials such as kangaroos and possums. During the age of dinosaurs, mammals were just beginning to emerge, often occupying the lower tiers of the food chain, preyed upon by their larger counterparts. However, the Voss's rodent beast was an exception, despite its modest size. It was a formidable predator. Its diet included carrion, vegetation, insects, and even juvenile dinosaurs. Its most terrifying weapon was its teeth, resembling those of modern hyenas, capable of delivering a crushing bite. What a stroke of misfortune! With his gaze locked onto the Voss's rodent beast, Chu Xu's heart raced, and sweat broke out on his brow. He hadn't anticipated facing such a life-threatening crisis so soon. Should the Voss's rodent beast manage to sink its teeth into him, his life would be in grave peril. As if sensing the presence of Chu Xu, Xian Yu, and Lu Xing, the Voss's rodent beast's round head turned towards them, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Here were 3 tender morsels, and no adult dinosaurs were in sight to protect them. Today was indeed fortuitous. It could feast to its heart's content. Chapter 6, Frenzied Scratch, a triumphant first battle. On the other side, the slumbering Xianyue and Liuxing remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, with a sharp clap, Chu Xu swiftly intervened, tapping the heads of Xianyue and Liuxing, rousing them from their dreams. Groggy and still half asleep, the duo opened their eyes to behold a menacing black rat creeping ever closer. Its visage twisted in a terrifying grimace, baring its fangs. Instinctively, they turned to flee, driven by primal fear. Chu Xu, however, chose not to retreat. At his current speed, he would surely be outmatched by the voracious rodent. To flee and expose his back to the enemy would spell certain doom. Only by confronting the beast head-on could he hope for a sliver of survival. With a low crouch, Chu Xu unleashed a thunderous roar from deep within his throat, issuing a warning to the voracious rodent. The sheer presence of his formidable nature radiated an invisible pressure, causing the creature to hesitate momentarily. Yet, the insatiable hunger within the voracious rodent prevailed, and it bared its massive, blood-stained maw, lunging ferociously at Chu Xu, targeting his vulnerable neck. At that moment, the benefits of Chu Xu's diligent training became evident. As the beast closed in, he deftly pivoted to the left, evading the attack with agility. The voracious rodent, unable to halt its momentum, missed its target entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xu's forelimb muscles coiled, his sharp claws slicing through the air as they raked towards the creature's body in a flurry of motion. He unleashed 4 consecutive strikes, the sound of tearing flesh echoing as he left 4 intersecting gashes across the voracious rodent's hide, deep enough to reach the flesh beneath. Blood gushed forth, and the creature let out a pained shriek, its anger palpable as it turned back to retaliate against Chu Xu. With a seamless blend of offense and evasion, Chu Xu swiftly withdrew, maintaining his distance and denying the voracious rodent any chance to close in. The creature, bloodied and panting heavily, glared at him with rage in its beady eyes, its formidable fangs bared as it sought any opportunity to strike and sever Chu Xu's throat. Yet, this small dinosaur proved to be an elusive adversary. Refusing to grant the beast any proximity, with a piercing screech, the voracious rodent, having learned from its earlier mistakes, refrained from charging recklessly. Instead, it circled Chu Xu, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Chu Xu understood the game. He remained motionless, mirroring the creature's stance. If the enemy remained still, so would he. But if it moved, he would be the first to accede. As time dragged on, the wounded voracious rodent's patience waned, and it erupted with a series of frantic cries. Charging at Chu Xu with a feral determination to rend him to pieces. Sensing its moment of vulnerability, Chu Xu deftly sidestepped the oncoming assault, maneuvering to the side and stabilizing himself with a swift tail swipe. In retaliation, he sank his teeth into the creature's neck, clamping down on its throat with fierce determination, piercing through flesh to reach its windpipe. Though his bite force was not yet on par with that of an adult Tyrannosaurus, he was adept at the predator's signature throat-locking technique. The voracious rodent struggled violently beneath him, but Chu Xu's razor-sharp fangs held firm. Suddenly, the voracious rodent's head tilted, its mouth agape as it gasped. Its eyes squeezed shut, and its limbs fell limp. The once formidable creature succumbed, its breathing and heartbeat ceasing, a foul odor of decay emanating from its body. Had it perished? Chu Xu remained vigilant. He recalled that possums were masters of feigning death. When faced with a formidable foe, they would succumb to a state of paralysis induced by a special substance in their bodies, mimicking death to deceive predators. As the progenitor of the opossum, the voracious rodent may well possess similar cunning. Thus, Chu Xu maintained his grip on its neck, wary of a potential desperate counterattack. Indeed, it wasn't long before the seemingly lifeless creature jolted back to life, emitting a frenzied scream and thrashing with renewed vigor. "Trying to fool me, are you?" Chu Xu tightened his hold on its throat, and eventually, the creature, deprived of oxygen for too long, could struggle no more. Its legs kicked weakly before it fell silent. Ding! You have hunted a voracious rodent. Evolution points 10. Only upon hearing the system's notification did Chu Xu feel assured that the wily beast had truly met its end. 10 evolution points, a commendable reward. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. This marked his first encounter with an enemy since his birth over a month ago, and a single misstep could have abruptly ended his fledgling life. Grateful for the fortunate outcome, Chu Xu was now ready to relish his spoils, and no longer needing his mother to assist with feeding, he could independently tear into the flesh of his prey. With a swift kick, he flipped the carcass of the voracious rodent onto its back, exposing its soft underbelly. With no hesitation, he tore open its warm abdomen, indulging in the steaming innards within. Animal organs are rich in fats, proteins, and essential vitamins and trace elements. Typically, predators consume these first after a successful hunt. His mother had always feasted on the organs before bringing the remaining flesh and bones home. This behavior mirrored pack hunting dynamics observed in later generations, where the leader consumes the vital organs first, followed by the mid-tier hunters, while the lower tier scavenges the remnants. Although Chu Xu and his companions, Xianyue and Liuxing, were not reduced to gnawing on bones, they had yet to experience the thrill of fresh organ consumption. Ding! You have consumed the innards of the voracious rodent. Evolution points 0.5. Surprised by the notification, Chu Xu realized that consuming animal organs yielded even higher evolution points. Chapter 7. The Hellstream Group. All creatures compete for freedom. Roar. Just as Chu Xu was engrossed in devouring the voracious rodent's innards, He heard his mother's furious roar nearby. The ground trembled beneath him as the scent of blood wafted through the air. His mother, fueled by urgency, rushed home. Upon arrival, she encountered Xianyue and Liuxing, who were still shaken from their earlier fright. With frantic yelps, Xianyue and Liuxing found solace in their mother's presence, their anxiety dissolving as they danced around her. Both children were unharmed, and though their mother's heart was somewhat reassured, she soon realized the absence of her eldest. Without a moment's pause, she dashed towards the scene. The stench of blood grew more pungent, and before her lay the unfamiliar carcass of a large black rat, while Chu Xu savored his meal, his jaws stained with fresh blood. Upon noticing her return, Chu Xu lifted his head, displaying a blood-soaked grin. His mother rushed to his side, lowering her massive head to inspect him for injuries, her heart finally at ease. Xianyue and Liuxing, still trembling, peeked from behind their mother's feet. Only when they saw the fearsome black rat motionless did their curiosity draw them closer. Having eaten his fill, Chu Xu relinquished the voracious rodent's remains, and the famished Xianyue and Liuxing eagerly advanced, momentarily forgetting their fears as they wagged their tails in excitement. In no time, the trio had devoured the entire carcass, leaving only dried blood and scattered bones in their wake. Today, their mother returned with an extraordinary prize, an infant Triceratops. The Triceratops, a large herbivorous dinosaur from the Ceratopsidae family, was a star alongside the Tyrannosaurus. Though this was merely a juvenile, its size surpassed that of Chu Xu, measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing no less than a ton. Faced with such a rare catch, Chu Xu was determined not to waste it. Together with Xianyue and Liuxing, they tore into the Triceratops, feasting until they could eat no more. Their bellies round and full, as night fell, the family of 4 nestled together in their nest of dragon eggs, cuddling for warmth as they drifted into a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke the following day, the sunlight gently illuminated the world, and the morning mist in the woods floated like a delicate veil. Drifting silently in the soft light of dawn, the slumbering Chu Xu, along with Xianyue and Liuxing, nestled in the dragon egg nest, was abruptly awakened by the resounding roar of the dragon mother. She had risen and was issuing an imperative call, beckoning them to follow her as she prepared to depart. During the nurturing period, female Tyrannosaurus rexes are often exceedingly vigilant and sensitive. Following the attack by the washy rodent last night, the dragon mother harbored concerns that other unwelcome intruders might threaten her offspring while she hunted, prompting her decision to relocate swiftly. After residing here for over a month and just beginning to acclimatize, Chu Xu felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of leaving. Yet, despite his hesitation, the paramount concern remained safety. Yesterday, luck had favored Chu Xu, as he had encountered a small predator of little threat. Had he faced a medium or large predator, his chances of witnessing the sunrise today would have been uncertain. The dragon mother's territory was vast, and she had prepared several hidden and secure shelters beforehand. Thus, she led the way, with Chu Xu, Xianyue, and Liuxing closely trailing behind her massive feet, embarking on their journey to their new abode. With each step of the dragon mother, they had to hastily scamper several paces to keep pace and avoid falling behind. This marked Chu Xu's inaugural departure from home, an encounter with the vibrant and living world of the late Cretaceous dinosaur kingdom. In the distance, a sprawling mountain range rose like a dragon's spine. The Rocky Mountains of western North America, formed by the Laramie orogeny at the onset of the late Cretaceous period, enduring millions of years of evolution through the Tertiary and Quaternary eras before taking the form familiar to Chu Xu in future generations. Following the dragon mother along the winding river, they traversed a forest of large trees, where the azure sky was dotted with flocks of pterosaur birds soaring gracefully, while the ground was alive with bushes from which the occasional salamander or lizard would dart and vanish in the blink of an eye. Yet, what captivated Chu Xu's gaze most were the living dinosaurs. Amidst the dense cycads, vast herds of Triceratops and Styracosaurus formed an impenetrable wall, remaining vigilant against potential threats while hastily foraging for sustenance. Their enormous bodies resembled those of modern elephants, dedicating most of their day to grazing to acquire sufficient energy for their high metabolic rates. Beneath the towering conifers and ginkgos, herds of Edmontanosaurs stood upright on their hind limbs. Reaching for tender branches and leaves, the younglings frolicked around their parents, inadvertently attracting the attention of a hungry pack of dromaeosaurs lurking nearby, their eyes gleaming with intent. Just then, the leader of the Edmontanosaurs turned to face the dromaeosaur group, inflating its nasal sacs, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The other Edmontanosaurs followed suit, inflating their sacs and emitting a cacophony of sound, causing the dromaeosaurs to flee in terror. Nearby, small groups of Ankylosaurs and Pachycephalosaurs quenched their thirst by the river, often regarded as formidable adversaries that most predators would hesitate to confront. Meanwhile, solitary Ankylosaurs, resembling modern ostriches, and Therizinosaurus wandered through the woods, indiscriminately foraging on plants, insects, lizards, and small mammals in the shadows. Velociraptors and Dakotaraptors lay in ambush, patiently awaiting their prey. Above, immense shadows occasionally swept across the ground, belonging to Pteranodons, whose wingspans rivaled those of small aircraft. In this autumnal forest, the creatures of the Maastrichtian epoch of the late Cretaceous displayed their unique skills, weaving together a breathtaking tapestry of life before Chu Xu's eyes. The Cretaceous period is divided into two epochs, early and late, with the Maastrichtian being the final stage of the late Cretaceous. The term group refers to geological strata, and the Hell Creek Formation denotes the layer where dinosaur fossils were discovered. This formation is one of the most renowned strata of the late Cretaceous Maastrichtian, primarily composed of sandstone, clay, and mudstone, and was once a tributary of the Missouri River, forming a vast ecosystem of subtropical wetland forests and inland coastal floodplains. Famed for yielding fossils of iconic dinosaurs such as Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, and Ankylosaurus. This was the very paleontological history that Chu Xu had passionately studied in his former life, and now, as the past materialized vividly before him, the awe within his heart was indescribable. Chapter 8. Arrival at the new home. The lazy chewing lizard throughout the morning, Chu Xu, along with Xian Yu and Lu Xing, eagerly followed the dragon mother on their journey. When fatigue set in, Xian Yu and Lu Xing stubbornly refused to move, prompting the dragon mother to unceremoniously open her mouth and swallow them whole. To Chu Xu's astonishment, he quickly realized that the dragon mother had merely kept them in her mouth, leaving a small gap for them to breathe. This arrangement allowed Xian Yu and Lu Xing to enjoy a Tyrannosaurus-sized baby carriage ride. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xu decided it was more prudent to rely on his own legs for the journey, fearing that the dragon mother might inadvertently swallow them. Moreover, he had grown considerably, and adding his weight might render her mouth unable to accommodate all three. By midday, the family finally reached their new home. Nestled upstream along the river in a secluded location, shrouded by lush vegetation, with the ground carpeted in golden larch needles, as a backup residence for the dragon mother, it bore her distinctive markings, ensuring that no other creatures would dare claim it as their own in her absence. Upon arriving at the new home, the dragon mother set down Xian Yu and Lu Xing, instructing Chu Xu to remain still and avoid wandering, while she resumed her scent marking nearby. After her departure, having journeyed for some time, Chu Xu felt utterly exhausted and reclined on the natural mattress of larch needles, scratching his belly with his small claws and relishing a moment of respite. Xian Yu obediently adhered to the dragon mother's instructions, remaining in place without straying. However, Lu Xing disregarded the admonition entirely, darting about the unfamiliar surroundings like a frisky puppy. Where had this silly creature scampered off to? After just a brief moment of rest, when Chu Xu opened his eyes again, Lu Xing had vanished. It seemed he would have to keep a tighter leash on him in the future. With the dragon mother absent, it fell upon Chu Xu, as the elder brother, to ensure the safety of his younger siblings, compelling him to rise and search for Lu Xing following the footprints left behind. He soon discovered Lu Xing by the riverbank, crouched surreptitiously among the bushes, peering intently at something ahead. What was he up to? Chu Xu wondered, following Lu Xing's gaze to see a half-meter-long lizard basking on a rock, lazily soaking up the sun. This was a lazy chewing lizard, its head adorned with orange-red scales and its body and tail cloaked in deep brown, strikingly distinct. Lu Xing, intrigued by this peculiar creature he had never encountered before, crept closer after observing it for a moment. Just as Lu Xing approached, the seemingly statue-like lazy chewing lizard sprang into motion, scurrying towards Lu Xing with its short limbs and flicking its tongue. Startled, Lu Xing turned and fled, stumbling and sprawling on the ground in a comical tumble. Fortunately, the fall was not severe, and after scrambling to his feet, he continued to flee in a panic, lamenting that the dragon mother had not bestowed upon him a few extra legs. Watching this unfold, Chu Xu was left both amused and exasperated. His brother remained as naive and foolish as ever, prone to provoking other animals despite his cowardice. It was truly a disgrace for a mighty Tyrannosaurus rex to be chased off by a mere lizard. Reluctantly, Chu Xu knew he had to intervene. The lazy chewing lizard pursued Lu Xing for a brief distance before relenting, hissing and flicking its tongue mockingly at Lu Xing's retreating figure. Just then, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Before the lizard could react, Chu Xu pounced, delivering a swift and decisive blow, sinking his jaws into its neck. The lazy chewing lizard struggled valiantly, but it was no match for Chu Xu's strength. With its fragile neck clenched, its windpipe severed, it soon succumbed. Ding! You have hunted a lazy chewing lizard. Evolution points 8. A swift and effortless victory. Upon checking his accumulated evolution points, Chu Xu found he had a total of 33 points. He reserved 5 points as a contingency and converted the remaining 28 points into attribute points, evenly distributing 7 points each among his 4 attributes. Once the allocation was complete, his information panel updated with the new attributes. Attributes: Strength 45, Agility 45, Constitution 50, Spirit 49. A warm current flowed through his limbs, nourishing and fortifying every part of Chu Xu's body. Once the effects of the attribute point enhancement faded, Chu Xu tore open the abdomen of the languid chewer lizard, devouring its internal organs. After finishing his meal, he swaggered home with the remnants of the carcass. Meanwhile, Lu Xing fled back home and encountered the dragon mother, who had just returned after marking her territory. Immediately, he whimpered and rushed towards her, resembling a child who, having been bullied, seeks comfort from his mother. Although the dragon mother was unaware of the circumstances, she lowered her massive head and gently licked Lu Xing's body with her tongue. As Lu Xing savored the warmth of her affection, he emitted pitiful gurgles. It was quite an amusing sight to see a dinosaur in such a state. Upon returning home and witnessing Lu Xing's demeanor, Chu Xu couldn't help but silently scoff. He was too indifferent to Lu Xing's antics and presented the languid chewer lizard to the dragon mother, sharing the feast with her. Upon catching sight of the foe that had bullied him, Lu Xing was startled and instinctively hid behind the dragon mother's large foot. It wasn't until he noticed that the languid chewer lizard lay motionless, legs upturned and silent, that Lu Xing realized the situation and hurriedly approached to partake in the meal. However, Chu Xu swiftly turned, delivering a hefty swat with his tail that knocked Lu Xing off balance, nearly sending him sprawling. Lu Xing thought to himself, "Do you have any idea how much psychological damage a large slap can inflict on a young Tyrannosaurus's childhood?" Yet, Chu Xu showed no leniency. Having hunted the prey himself, he naturally claimed the right to distribute it. Frustrated, yet wary of provoking Chu Xu further, Lu Xing could only express his indignation by snapping his jaws at the air, creating a rhythmic clattering to voice his dissatisfaction. Lu Xing attempted to appeal to the dragon mother, but with food before her, she paid him no mind and opened her massive jaws to swallow the remaining languid chewer lizard whole, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. Although such a small creature hardly constituted a substantial meal, it did satiate her somewhat. Exhausted from a morning of toil, the dragon mother lay down on the ground and soon began to snore thunderously. Chu Xu and Xianyue also lay down beside her to rest, leaving Lu Xing alone, disheveled and flustered in the wind. Chapter 9. The flourishing tapestry of life. The hunt continues, as day turns to night and the stars shift in the sky. 6 months have passed since Chu Xu's birth. Autumn is nearing its end, giving way not to the chill of winter, but to the warmth of a rejuvenating spring. The larch forest has shed its withered yellow leaves, donning a fresh green attire, with tender leaf buds fluttering in the breeze, glistening like emeralds. During the late Cretaceous, massive volcanic eruptions occurred globally, averaging 10 times the scale of those in modern times. This led to a 4-fold increase in carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, resulting in a greenhouse effect that warmed the planet, raising average temperatures by 5 degrees Celsius compared to modern times. In the Arctic Circle, lush temperate forests flourished in Alaska and Greenland, while the Antarctic Circle also served as a habitat for dinosaurs. Biodiversity reached its zenith during this period, with dinosaurs indisputably holding the dominant position. After over 100 million years of evolution, they became increasingly diverse, reaching their peak. The azure skies were ruled by pterosaurs, though their supremacy was becoming precarious due to the rapid evolution of birds, which were gradually seizing aerial dominance. In the depths of the oceans, a new generation of apex predators emerged, the Mosasaurs, who, with their unparalleled strength, eradicated the once dominant ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. Meanwhile, small and delicate mammals, though living in the shadows of dinosaurs, quietly proliferated in unnoticed corners. Lastly, various flowering angiosperms rapidly rose to prominence, co-evolving with insects, subtly altering the entire ecological landscape. Amidst this vibrant tapestry of life, the final kingdom of dinosaurs during the Maastrichtian stage of the late Cretaceous was bursting with vitality. Yet, only Chu Xu understood that this prosperity would soon meet its end due to a fragment of an asteroid from outer space. A true apocalypse for all dinosaurs. However, that was a tale for another time. As dawn broke and morning mist enveloped the land, Chu Xu arose from his soft vegetative mattress, stretching his limbs and invigorating his body. He checked his attribute panel. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 6 months. Species: Tyrannosaurus rex, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 105, Agility 105, Constitution 115, Spirit 110. Evolution points: 5 skills: Scratching, Crushing Bite, Charge, Acceleration. Achievements: Tyrant's potential beginner. Next evolution form: Subancient beast. In a mere few months, Chu Xu's attribute values had more than doubled, surpassing the 3-digit mark. With this surge in attributes, his physique also underwent a vigorous growth spurt, now exceeding 2 meters in length, with a head height over 1 meter and a weight of at least 300 pounds. His heavy skull, stout neck, and mouth full of fangs resembling a small banana, edged with dense serrated teeth, and claws akin to hooks, created a robust figure that exuded an aura of dominance. It was hard to imagine that Chu Xu was merely a 6-month-old Tyrannosaurus cub. In contrast, his siblings, Xianyue and Lu Xing, were still less than a meter long, with heights under half a meter and weights around 50 pounds combined. They weighed less than Chu Xu alone. This disparity left Xianyue and Lu Xing perplexed. Being of the same lineage, why was there such a vast difference between them and their elder brother? To this, Chu Xu could only think. The advantages of a gifted dragon require no explanation. Moreover, the skills Chu Xu diligently practiced had all been upgraded, and he now possessed 4 beginner-level skills. Scratching, with increased proficiency, allowed him to strike 5 times in an instant, achieving an attack speed in milliseconds. Crushing Bite enabled him to temporarily double his bite force upon opening his mouth to tear into an enemy. Charge allowed him to muster all his strength for a brief moment, doubling his power. Acceleration provided a temporary boost to his speed while running. It was time to embark on a genuine hunt. Chu Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had attempted hunting before, his targets had been insects and small lizards, offering little challenge and yielding pitiful evolution points. To accumulate more evolution points and prepare for the independent life he would eventually face, Chu Xu yearned to swiftly master more hunting techniques and gain valuable experience. Now that he was half a year old, it was nearly time for young Tyrannosaurs to begin learning the art of hunting. Roar. One day, the dragon mother, returning from a hunting expedition, unleashed a deafening roar, signaling Chu Xu, Xianyue, and Lu Xing to leave home and officially teach them the skills of hunting. Finally, the time had come to learn how to hunt. Chu Xu felt a surge of excitement. For a predatory dinosaur like the Tyrannosaurus, hunting was undoubtedly the most vital skill for survival. How exactly did a Tyrannosaurus hunt its prey? Did it align with the conjectures of paleontologists from future generations? He was eager to follow the dragon mother and uncover the truth. Chu Xu closely followed the dragon mother, observing her every move. As she walked, her massive head was held high, surveying the surroundings. Her back and tail taut and straight, each step exuding a sense of stability and deliberate slowness. Her eyes, nose, and ears were attuned to any rustle in the environment. The dragon mother was not merely searching for living prey, but also for traces left behind by them, such as fur, footprints, urine, and feces. With her wealth of experience, she could discern the identity and path of the creatures that left these signs, determining whether they should be considered targets. An undeniable apex predator in the Hell Creek ecosystem. The Tyrannosaurus's diet encompassed a vast majority of the fauna, with a particular preference for large, meaty herbivorous dinosaurs, especially Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, and Ankylosaurus. Chu Xu meticulously noted these hunting techniques and key points. On the other hand, Xianyue and Lu Xing were oblivious to the dragon mother's purpose in bringing them along to learn the art of hunting. One was still drowsy from lack of sleep, lagging behind significantly. The other, unable to contain his wild instincts, was darting about and startling numerous birds and beasts. The focused dragon mother paid no attention to Xianyue and Lu Xing, leaving it to Chu Xu, the elder brother, to rouse Xianyue before pulling Lu Xing back and giving him a good scolding to restore order. At that moment, the dragon mother halted her stride. Ahead on the ground lay a chaotic array of large 3-toed footprints, seemingly left not long ago, a discovery. The dragon mother let out a low growl and quickened her pace, leading the 3 young Tyrannosaurs toward the direction indicated by the tracks. Before long, the owners of those footprints revealed themselves, a group of Edmontosaurus. Chapter 10. The sensational Tyrannosaurus on the hunt. The Edmontosaurus, named after its fossil discoveries in Edmonton, ranks among the most prominent of the numerous dinosaurs from the Hell Creek Formation. An adult Edmontosaurus can reach a length of up to 9 meters and weigh as much as 4 tons. Its head is flat, with a beak resembling that of a duck, characteristic of the hadrosaurid family. Within its mouth grow hundreds of closely packed cheek teeth, forming a corrugated grinding surface, enabling it to effortlessly crush the vegetation it consumes. Akin to a powerful mill at this moment, a small herd of Edmontosaurus has gathered, feasting on the flora encountered along their path. No tender shoots, just emerging from the ground, are spared as they sweep through the landscape like a tempest, leaving a trail of withered trees in their wake. The forest's visibility is often obscured, prompting the Edmontosaurus to maintain a heightened state of vigilance, their heads raised, eyes scanning the surroundings, ears attuned to every sound. Even while they pause to feed, a designated Edmontosaurus remains on watch. Meanwhile, the mother dinosaur, having detected traces of prey, refrains from hasty action, maintaining a safe distance from the Edmontosaurus herd, ensuring she remains undetected while keeping the quarry in her sights, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Despite the impressive size of the adult Edmontosaurus, it lacks the formidable defensive weaponry seen in ceratopsians, Ankylosaurs, and Pachycephalosaurs, possessing only a nasal sac capable of producing sound to intimidate foes. While smaller predatory creatures may be deterred by the Edmontosaurus's blusterous roars, the adult Tyrannosaurus rex is not easily intimidated. However, the Edmontosaurus is remarkably swift, capable of exceeding speeds of 45 km/h in short bursts, far outpacing the cumbersome adult Tyrannosaurus, which can only manage a maximum sprint speed of 20 km/h. Thus, to ensure a successful hunt, the mother dinosaur must seek the optimal moment, catching her prey off guard. For when she strikes, it must be with lethal precision. The forest, steeped in an atmosphere of impending doom, also instills a sense of tension in Chu Xu, who trails behind the mother dinosaur. As time progresses and the sun ascends higher in the sky, the weary Edmontosaurus herd takes a respite by the riverbank, each one bending down to drink among them. A frail, elderly Edmontosaurus finishes drinking, only to feel an unbearable itch, likely due to an infestation of lice nestled within its course. Wrinkled-skinned in a hurry, it approaches a towering beech tree, its bark worn down over time by countless dinosaurs seeking relief from their own itches, oozing a viscous resin. Some unfortunate insects, inadvertently ensnared by this sticky substance, gradually become trapped and eventually fossilized into amber. The elderly Edmontosaurus leans against the beech tree, rubbing its back vigorously to alleviate the itch. Its massive size causes the entire tree to sway ominously with each movement. In the meantime, the Edmontosaurus herd continues onward without noticing the elderly member lagging behind. Nature is merciless. The principle of survival of the fittest endures throughout the ages. The elderly Edmontosaurus, now a burden to the herd, moves slowly and competes for the limited food supply, making it susceptible to being abandoned at any moment. Realizing it has fallen behind, the elderly creature frantically attempts to catch up, but its aging body falters, and it can only watch helplessly as the others drift further away. An opportunity arises. The predicament of the elderly Edmontosaurus is precisely what the lurking mother dinosaur has been waiting for. She deliberately lowers her body, slows her pace, and, utilizing the cover of the towering vegetation, stealthily approaches the elderly Edmontosaurus from behind. Oblivious to the encroaching danger, the elderly dinosaur remains unaware. With a thunderous crash, the mother dinosaur finally reveals herself, lunging forward with tremendous force, her powerful hind limbs thundering against the ground like a clap of thunder. The elderly Edmontosaurus, startled by the commotion, instinctively inflates its nasal sac, emitting a tremendous roar in a futile attempt to intimidate the predator. Yet the mother dinosaur remains unfazed, surging forward at full speed toward the elderly Edmontosaurus, her fearsome maw gaping wide, revealing an array of terrifyingly long teeth, some measuring up to 20 cm, firmly anchored in her gums, capable of shredding flesh and piercing bone with ease. The elderly Edmontosaurus, realizing the dire situation, hastily attempts to flee, calling out desperately toward the herd, hoping for rescue. However, its cries only serve to alert the Edmontosaurus herd to the mother's presence, prompting them to quicken their pace, leaving the straggler behind. The harsh reality unfolds. While these herbivorous dinosaurs may generally be social creatures, their gatherings primarily serve to enhance individual survival odds. After all, it is preferable to band together against common foes than to be picked off one by one. The underlying rule of such gatherings is a stark reminder of self-preservation. As long as the enemy's focus is not on oneself, it becomes irrelevant who is hunted. The elderly Edmontosaurus, its strength waning, struggles to maintain its pace, gradually succumbing to exhaustion as the mother dinosaur closes in. With a swift snap, Her jaws clamp down on the elderly creature's tail, producing a sharp crack as vertebrae break under the pressure. The excruciating pain sends the elderly Edmontonosaurus into an anguished wail, causing its massive form to lose balance and crash to the ground, utterly resigned to its fate as prey. With the elderly Edmontonosaurus incapacitated, the mother dinosaur pivots and opens her bloodied maw wide, her jaws curving dramatically as she swiftly bites into the creature's neck. The bite force of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex is staggering, typically ranging from 90,000 to 120,000 newtons, with peak forces reaching up to 200,000 newtons, sufficient to crush even the hardest bones in an instant. The elderly Edmontonosaurus offers no resistance. Its cervical vertebrae are brutally severed, blood gushing forth, and within moments, life ebbs away, leaving its once vibrant eyes dull and lifeless like flickering candles in the wind. Chapter 11. The Pterosaur of the Winds. Golden Achievements, Spiritual Perception. It is dead. Less than a minute has passed from the initial strike to the successful hunt. Witnessing the mother dinosaur's methodical takedown of the elderly Edmontonosaurus fills Chu Xu with astonishment, validating his previous conjectures about the hunting strategies of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Undoubtedly, they excel in ambush hunting, utilizing their acute senses of sight, smell, and hearing to locate targets, then patiently waiting in concealment for the opportune moment to strike. Once within close range, their formidable bite force and lethal weaponry render them nearly unstoppable in their pursuit of prey. With the hunt successful, the mother dinosaur's taut muscles finally relax as she turns to call out to her three offspring. The young Tyrannosauruses, having grown increasingly hungry, eagerly approach to partake in the feast. The mother occupies the abdomen of the elderly Edmontonosaurus, using her claws to tear open its belly and consuming its internal organs with great relish. Chu Xu receives a substantial hind limb from the elderly Edmontonosaurus, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, towering over him when upright. Ding. You have consumed Edmontonosaurus meat. Evolution points 0.2. After satisfying his hunger, another point of evolution is added to his total. He wonders how many evolution points could be obtained from the successful hunt of a full-grown Edmontonosaurus. Surely, it would be a substantial reward. However, given his current size, he knows he must start small, consuming smaller prey before progressing. Once the family has feasted, the mother drags the remnants of the elderly Edmontonosaurus back home, adhering to the principle of resource conservation. Just as Chu Xu's family returns triumphantly with their spoils, a series of hoarse cries fills the air above, casting dark shadows over them like looming storm clouds. It is the Pterosaur of the Winds. Chu Xu looks up, spotting several massive pterosaurs soaring overhead, their expansive wingspan eclipsing the sky, exceeding 10 meters in length. The Pterosaur of the Winds, also known as the pterosaur with feathered wings, belongs to the family of Pterosauridae and is the largest of its kind. An adult pterosaur of the winds exceeds 5 meters in length, standing tall like a giraffe and weighing around 500 pounds, its sheer size imposing a heavy sense of pressure upon other creatures. The pterosaurs of the winds circle overhead, emitting piercing and jarring cries, clearly indicating that their presence is far from coincidental. Upon witnessing the approach of these uninvited guests, Daenerys felt her muscles tense instantly. After laying down the corpse of the elderly Edmontosaurus, she hurriedly shielded the 3 young Tyrannosaurus rex beneath her. She was acutely aware of the intentions harbored by the Pteranodon flock. These creatures were not scavengers. Rather, they were quintessential carnivores with a broad diet that included fish, birds, amphibians, and small dinosaurs. Thus, the target of the Pteranodon pack was not the Edmontosaurus carcass, but rather the 3 young Tyrannosaurs behind her. Xianyue and Liuxing trembled in fear, curling into a tight ball beneath Daenerys, terrified that they might unwittingly be snatched away as a snack by the Pteranodons. Chu Xu clung tightly to Daenerys' leg. Not out of cowardice, but for self-preservation. Indeed, upon truly encountering the late Cretaceous kingdom of dinosaurs, Chu Xu felt the multitude of lurking dangers and threats in this realm. The Tyrannosaurus rex was undoubtedly the undisputed terrestrial overlord of the Hell Creek Formation, perched atop the food chain, with no other animals daring to provoke it, save for its own kind. However, this supremacy was contingent upon adulthood. Immature tyrannosaurs were perpetually at risk of becoming prey for other predatory creatures. The standoff between the Pteranodon flock and Daenerys continued. 1 or 2 Pteranodons emitted discordant calls from the sky to distract Daenerys, while others attempted to flank and strike at the 3 young Tyrannosaurs. Yet, Daenerys remained undeterred by the cunning Pteranodons, steadfastly guarding the young ones beneath her, leaving the Pteranodons without any opportunity to strike. This scene could be likened to a Cretaceous version of an eagle capturing chicks. Ultimately, witnessing no chance for success, the Pteranodon flock flapped their immense wings and reluctantly took to the skies, retreating. They ultimately dared not risk a confrontation with such an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, after all. While the Pteranodon was large, its weight was not comparable to that of an adult Tyrannosaurus, which weighed over 8 tons, while the Pteranodon was merely around 500 pounds. In a confrontation, the outcome would be decidedly one-sided. As the terrifying shadow of the Pteranodon flock receded, Daenerys finally exhaled in relief and released the 3 young Tyrannosaurs from her protective embrace. Although Chu Xu still felt a lingering sense of dread, he made a mental note of the Pteranodons for future reference. As saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young Tyrannosaurus. He would remember this grudge for the time being, intending to repay them tenfold in the future. After a journey fraught with suspense, Daenerys and the young ones, Sienua and Liushing, returned home, utterly exhausted and soon fell into slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Xu continued to practice his skill proficiency tasks, determined to not slacken his resolve after today's encounter with Daenerys' hunting and the threat posed by the Pteranodons. Having experienced this harrowing event, he understood the necessity of seizing every moment to grow stronger in this perilous world. Ding! Since birth, you have diligently exercised for a full 200 days, earning the golden achievement, Spirit Perception, Beginner. Spirit Perception, Golden Achievement, Upgradable, enhances the acuity of the 5 senses, allowing the detection of other creatures' presence within a kilometer radius, discerning their physical characteristics, specific locations, and numbers. As Chu Xu finally concluded his skill proficiency practice for the day, an unexpected system notification echoed in his ears. Another achievement unlocked. The beginner-level spirit perception enabled him to sense the presence of other creatures within a kilometer, as well as gauge the surrounding environment's temperature, odors, water pressure, and electrical signals, an all-encompassing array of details. This was indeed an auxiliary skill of remarkable utility. Henceforth, he would be able to effortlessly locate suitable prey during hunts and preemptively detect hidden dangers in his vicinity. As he anticipated upgrades to intermediate and advanced levels, he eagerly looked forward to the enhanced capabilities they would bring. Chapter 12. Hunting Practice, the Hypsilophodon. A grandmother's indifference, an uncle's neglect, in the time that followed. Daenerys would take the 3 young Tyrannosaurs along on every hunting expedition, allowing them to observe and learn from her hunting techniques. After imparting her lessons, practice would naturally ensue. Daenerys exerted considerable effort to capture a live prey for the young Tyrannosaurs to practice their hunting skills. It was a Hypsilophodon. The Hypsilophodon, also known as the hidden horned dinosaur, belonged to a genus of small herbivorous dinosaurs within the Ceratopsidae family, closely related to the Triceratops and Styracosaurus. However, in comparison to the massive Triceratops and Styracosaurus, the Hypsilophodon was rather diminutive, measuring only about 2 meters in length and weighing a mere 300 to 400 pounds, insignificant in the presence of the colossal dinosaurs that roamed the Hell Creek Formation. The Hypsilophodon possessed a beak-like mouth reminiscent of a parrot, with a distinctive neck shield formed by bony plates along its neck, though it had not developed horns atop its head. Instead, it bore a small protrusion at the snout, making it appear as a weakened version of the Triceratops. Typically, adult tyrannosaurs would not regard the Hypsilophodon as a viable food source due to its small size and minimal meat yield. However, it was more than sufficient as a practice tool for the Tyrannosaurus younglings. Mu the Hypsilophodon, having fallen into Daenerys' grasp, initially believed its demise was imminent, only to be unexpectedly released, sparking an instinctual desire to survive that compelled it to flee without hesitation. Roar! The 3 young Tyrannosaurs let out excited roars, eagerly pursuing the escaping creature. Among them, Chu Xu exhibited the fastest speed. With powerful muscles propelling his robust hind limbs, he launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. In contrast to the cumbersome and slow adult Tyrannosaurs, Chu Xu's agility allowed him to reach speeds exceeding 50 km/h, thanks to his agility score surpassing 100. Furthermore, Chu Xu possessed skill enhancements. Acceleration. As he activated the skill, his short-distance explosive speed doubled, propelling him forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, leaving Sienua and Liushing far behind, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the panicked Hypsilophodon. Bang! Following this, Chu Xu delivered a powerful charge, colliding with the Hypsilophodon using the momentum of his high-speed attack and amplified strength. The resounding thud echoed as the Hypsilophodon was sent tumbling like a small car losing control, rolling several times before finally managing to mitigate the impact. Mu the downed Hypsilophodon emitted a mournful wail, feeling as if its very bones were shattering from the force of Chu Xu's assault. Unable to rise, Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xu closed in with swift strides, targeting the Hypsilophodon's short neck, and bit down forcefully. Crack, however. The neck shield of the Hypsilophodon effectively safeguarded its most vulnerable area, being comprised of bony plates extending from the skull. Resembling a composite armor shield, sturdy and hefty, rendering the teeth of ordinary carnivorous dinosaurs nearly ineffective. Chu Xu likewise felt as though his teeth were clashing against stone, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Indeed, with my current dental structure and bite force, breaching the neck shield remains a formidable challenge. Yet, Chu Xu did not relent. Instead, he tightened his jaw muscles vigorously, engaging the entire muscular group in his neck, instantly doubling his bite force. Shatter. With a resounding crack, half of the Hypsilophodon's neck shield shattered under the brutal pressure of Chu Xu's sharp teeth, splintering into fragments that scattered across the ground. With the neck shield compromised, Chu Xu lunged once more, sinking his teeth deep into the Hypsilophodon's neck, piercing its carotid artery and trachea, causing a torrent of blood to flow forth while its breathing grew shallow and labored. Moo! Moo! The Hypsilophodon let out a frenzied howl, its substantial body thrashing in desperation, exerting considerable pressure on Chu Xu, who had to summon all his strength merely to keep it subdued. Simultaneously, the tardy Xianyue and Liuxing emulated Daenerys's actions. Lunging at the Hypsilophodon, the clever Xianyue bit into the Hypsilophodon's abdomen, tearing a gaping wound that exposed its bloody innards to the air, eliciting an even more anguished wail. Meanwhile, the dim-witted Liuxing attempted to bite the Hypsilophodon's hind leg, only to be unceremoniously kicked over by the struggling creature, landing on his back. Fortunately, Liuxing's robust physique mitigated the impact, leaving him relatively unharmed. Rising to his feet, Liuxing was momentarily indignant and retaliated by biting the Hypsilophodon's tail. Smack! In the end, Liuxing unwittingly incurred another hefty blow from the Hypsilophodon's tail, stumbling and falling flat on his face. Observing this spectacle, Chu Xu could only shake his head in disbelief, pondering how his foolish brother would ever manage to survive alone in the wild. The prey he faced this time posed minimal threat. However, should he encounter dinosaurs like the Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, or Pachycephalosaurus in the future, it would be no mere tumble he faced. He might end up suffering a far graver fate. Soon, with the copious loss of blood and severe asphyxiation, the Hypsilophodon's struggles waned, and ultimately, it lay still, its legs twitching before falling lifeless. Ding! You have hunted a Hypsilophodon, earning 15 evolution points. After the system alert sounded, Chu Xu finally relaxed his mouth, unabashedly indulging in his spoils, occupying the most succulent belly of the slender-horned dragon, devouring its steaming internal organs. As for Xianyue and Liuxing, although they watched with insatiable appetites, they could only obediently wait by the side, intimidated by Chu Xu's usual silver dominance, until he had finished eating before they dared to partake. Chu Xu was quite pleased with this arrangement, feeling justified in his daily affection for his dragon siblings. Once he had his fill, he relinquished the remaining carcass of the slender-horned dragon. Xianyue and Liuxing, already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, rushed forward to compete for their share. Do not be deceived by Xianyue's usual reticence. She was, after all, a female Tyrannosaurus rex. While her physical development could not rival the extraordinary Chu Xu, she was nonetheless more robust than the average male Tyrannosaurus, Liuxing. Unable to contend with her elder brother, she felt no shame in overpowering her younger brother, leading to Liuxing being unceremoniously knocked to the ground and receiving a hefty thrashing, ultimately surrendering in plea for mercy, thereby solidifying his position at the bottom of the family hierarchy. Only then did Xianyue strut proudly to the corpse of the slender-horned dragon, relishing the delicacy. Meanwhile, Liuxing, feeling neglected and unloved, sat down despondently, contemplating the melancholy of his dragon existence. Chapter 13. Battling in enemy territory, Mantis Claw Strike. On yet another drizzly spring day, the rain fell in gentle threads from the overcast sky, enveloping the entire larch forest in a veil of mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a mirage. In these past few days, not only was the weather unfavorable, but also dragon motheress luck seemed to have soured, as she had failed to capture any prey, leaving her 3 young tyrannosaurs hungry. The failure of a hunt was, in fact, quite normal. Even for adult tyrannosaurs, apex predators, hunting success rates were often less than 30%. Chu Xu, however, was not one to sit idly by. Having learned numerous hunting techniques from Dragon Mother, it was now time to put them into practice and alleviate some of her hunting burdens. To conserve energy for her next hunt, Dragon Mother had fallen into a deep slumber, as had Xianyue and Liuxing, both too famished to cause any ruckus. Chu Xu, on the other hand, ventured out into the rain alone. Making his way to the riverbank not far from home, fully aware of the perilous environment of Hell S Creek, he chose a hunting area within a safe distance, utilizing his spiritual perception to remain vigilant of any disturbances within a kilometer radius. Ready to take precautionary measures against potential danger, as he expanded his spiritual perception, countless signals flowed into his senses like swallows returning to their nests, ultimately forming a three-dimensional topographical map visible only to him. Every creature lurking within was meticulously accounted for, with layers clearly defined and details meticulously noted. Due to several consecutive days of rain, the river level had risen significantly, and the temperature had dropped, drawing fish to the shallows near the bank in search of food. Chu Xu's objective was to catch fish. Through his spiritual perception, he could distinctly observe ancient fish of various peculiar shapes swimming in the river. There were small round-tailed fish less than 5 centimeters long, long-snout ancient sturgeons, flat-bodied freshwater rays, and even a small shark less than half a meter long known as the bee-toothed shark, named after a game called Little Bee. Chu Xu cautiously approached the riverbank, lowering himself, his keen eyes constantly monitoring the movements of the fish, while extending a forelimb to lightly skim the water's surface, creating tiny ripples that mimicked the sound of insects falling into the water. This method of enticing fish was learned from a creature known as the fishing cat in his previous life, which would lead fish to believe that food had appeared, only to fall into the cat's trap. After a moment of quiet waiting, he soon spotted a ray over half a meter long approaching the riverbank. With a flicker of thought, the invisible deterrent power imbued by his Tyrannosaurus essence surged forth, causing the ray to momentarily succumb to dizziness. In the next instant, Chu Xu struck like lightning, his powerful forelimb plunging toward the ray with astonishing speed. With a splashing sound, the surface of the river erupted as Chu Xu's sharp claws pierced through the ray, effortlessly tossing it onto the riverbank. Success! His first attempt at fishing had yielded results. Chu Xu beamed as he gazed at the flailing ray. The combination of his acute spiritual perception and the overwhelming intimidation of his Tyrannosaurus essence, coupled with his near-instantaneous claw strike speed, made fishing a simple endeavor. As the dazed ray finally regained consciousness, it was already too late, thrashing violently on the bank. Chu Xu, having been famished, seized the opportunity to bite into the ray's tail. With a powerful snap of his jaws severing it in half, swallowing it whole. Ding! You have slain a ray. Evolution points 3. Ding! You have consumed ray meat. Evolution points 0.1. The familiar taste of fresh fish was tender and delightful. After finishing one ray, Chu Xu repositioned himself to continue fishing. Splash, splash. The river erupted with the sounds of his continued success as he utilized his spiritual perception to locate targets, briefly stunning them with his Tyrannosaurus essence, and then swiftly striking with his claws like a harpoon. The entire fishing process flowed seamlessly, yielding a remarkably high success rate. In no time, Chu Xu had captured 7 or 8 large fish, filling his belly before setting aside the remainder to take back to Dragon Mother and his siblings. This location was not only bountiful for feeding, but also a veritable treasure trove for accruing evolution points. Reflecting on his fortunate haul, Chu Xu delighted in the fact that capturing so many fish netted him over 20 additional evolution points. However, the question remained of how to transport so many fish back at once. This posed no challenge for Chu Xu. Nearby, the river was dotted with blooming water lilies, whose broad leaves were perfect for packaging. Quickly, he leapt into the river, his unique hollow bone structure allowing him to float effortlessly, and with powerful hind limbs and tail acting as paddles, he swam with ease. Just as Chu Xu reached the area where the water lilies grew, preparing to harvest their leaves, he suddenly sensed an anomaly and turned to lock onto a particular direction. Not far away, the water churned violently, and 2 dark shapes shot toward him like arrows. They were 2 chain pickerels, each over a meter long. The pickerels, elongated and cylindrical, bore jaws reminiscent of crocodiles, showcasing rows of sharp teeth, and were covered in hard, diamond-shaped scales. Known for their ferocity, they would attack any fish in their vicinity, making them a unique, carnivorous freshwater species native to North America, akin to living fossils still present today. The 2 pickerels clearly regarded Chu Xu as prey, lunging at him with open jaws. Even in the water, Chu Xu remained unfazed, swiftly preparing to confront them head-on, his sharp forelimbs poised for action. With a swift motion, as soon as one pickerel drew near, Chu Xu's claw struck with ferocity. Despite the resistance of the water, the speed of his attack was blinding. generating heat from friction that caused sparks to erupt in the surrounding river. This technique was known as the mantis claw strike. Under the fierce and swift assault of Chu Xu's claws, the pickerel's hardened scales proved no obstacle, easily pierced and torn apart, nearly splitting its body in two. Casting aside the suffering pickerel, Chu Xu's other claw swiftly locked onto the second assailant, once more cleaving through the water at astonishing speed, aiming for the pickerel's head with a swift motion. The second pickerel barely had time to react before its head was brutally torn apart by Chu Xu's claw, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters red as it succumbed. Collapsing into the riverbed, foolish creatures, did they dare to challenge the Dragon Lord? Even in enemy territory, Chu Xu showed no fear, effortlessly dispatching the two overconfident pickerels. Chapter 14. Sunlight on Shoulders, the Limit of Youthful Growth. Ding! You have slain a pickerel, evolution points 5. Ding! You have slain a pickerel, evolution points 5. The two pickerels brought unexpected joy to Chu Xu, providing not only additional food but also a total of 10 evolution points. Continuing to the area where the water lilies thrived, Chu Xu harvested the large leaves, biting the pickerel bodies into several pieces, wrapping them in the lily leaves for transport. Upon returning to the riverbank, he processed the remaining fish corpses similarly, finally filling the leaves to the brim, carrying them in his mouth as he triumphantly made his way home. As Chu Xu embarked on his return journey, the gentle spring rain had finally ceased. With the rain's departure, the sun shone once more upon the earth, rejuvenating everything in its wake. Dewy droplets clung to the tender branches and green leaves, sparkling like jewels, while the air was filled with fresh fragrances. The activity of animals post-rain became more pronounced, and Dragon Mother, having awakened from her slumber, slowly raised her massive frame, preparing to venture out for another hunting expedition. Hoping for better fortune, upon rising, Daenerys casually glanced at her three little Tyrannosaurs, only to find the still slumbering Xianyue and Liuxing. Where had the eldest gone? Just as a sense of confusion and tension began to creep in, a familiar roar echoed through the air. Following the sound, Daenerys was greeted by the sight of Chu Xu hastily returning, seemingly clutching some sort of plant in his mouth. Goodness, the eldest had begun to graze out of hunger. However, when Chu Xu dropped the object onto the ground, it revealed a bounty of fresh, succulent fish, causing Daenerys' eyes to widen in astonishment. So, the eldest had gone hunting and managed to catch such an impressive haul. Daenerys, with her limited intellect, could scarcely comprehend how Chu Xu had accomplished this, but that was of little consequence. She simply knew that with food before her, there was no reason not to indulge with excitement. Daenerys opened her maw wide and devoured the fish hungrily, relishing in the first truly satisfying fish feast of her life. In the warm and humid late Cretaceous period, the plentiful rivers and wetlands teemed with fish. Yet fish were rarely found in the diet of a Tyrannosaurus, primarily because they were not adept at fishing. Moreover, typical fish offered little sustenance, making the effort to catch one hardly worthwhile for a fully grown Tyrannosaurus. Thus fishing was seldom considered a viable option. Meanwhile, Xianyue and Liuxing were roused from their slumber by the commotion of Daenerys feasting on fish. Finally, food was at hand, and their eyes gleamed with delight as they rushed forward like ravenous souls reborn, devouring the fish with expressions of sheer bliss. Under the sun, a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky, as Daenerys, Xianyue, and Liuxing gathered together, partaking of the bounty brought back by Chu Xu, creating a picturesque tableau. Meanwhile, a somewhat fatigued Chu Xu leaned against a large tree, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he quietly observed this beautiful scene, bathed in sunlight, free and romantic, as night fell. After their routine training, Chu Xu meticulously reviewed their gains, allocating the 30-plus evolution points acquired from the day's fishing, reserving a portion for later, while converting the remainder into attribute points for enhancement. He examined his attribute panel. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 6 months. Species: Rex Tyrannosaurus, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 120, Agility 120, Constitution 130, Spirit 125, Evolution points: 5 skills: Scratching, Crushing Bite, Charge, Acceleration. Achievements: Tyrant's Talent, Beginner, Spiritual Perception, Beginner, Next Evolution Form, Agumen. Ding! The current 4-dimensional attribute values of the host have reached the juvenile stage limit and cannot be further increased. Spending 100 evolution points will allow for the initial evolution. With the completion of the attribute allocation, an unexpected system notification chimed in. At last, the evolution criteria had been met, allowing for transformation into Agumen. Chu Xu's spirit soared with delight. Since further allocation was not an option, the next goal was clear: to quickly amass 100 evolution points for the initial evolution. The following morning, Daenerys once again set out with her 3 little Tyrannosaurs for a hunt. The recent streak of misfortune was merely a fleeting moment, as today, Chu Xu's family soon discovered the tracks of a peculiar group of odd ones within their territory. Under the ecological conditions of Hell's Creek, the population of odd ones ranked 4th, following Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus, with a wide distribution. As a quintessential bird-footed dinosaur, the odd ones moved about on their robust hind limbs. However, they lacked the formidable defenses or counterattack mechanisms of Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, or Pachycephalosaurus, nor did they possess the massive size of Edmontosaurus. Their elongated femurs, far surpassing their tibias, indicated that they were not adept runners. The only semblance of protection lay in the bony plates growing beneath their skin, providing a meager defense against predator attacks, but this was only effective against lesser threats in the face of an adult Tyrannosaurus. The odd ones' defenses were virtually non-existent. Thus, for Tyrannosaurs, odd ones were indeed the most promising prey. This particular group of odd ones comprised several small families, totaling more than 10 individuals, including both subadults and juveniles. As they ambled about, they foraged for food with their forelimbs, consuming everything from seeds, fruits, and roots to tender leaves, insects, and small lizards. Their slate-gray skin blended seamlessly with the surrounding foliage, rendering them nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Not far away, Daenerys, having locked onto her target, stealthily approached the odd one group with her 3 little Tyrannosaurs, finding an optimal position to conceal themselves and observe the odd ones' every move as predators. Mastering the art of concealment and gauging the wind direction were essential steps. Most dinosaurs possessed keen senses of smell. Should a predator fail to heed the wind, their scent would betray them. With her experience, Daenerys could determine the wind direction by observing the movement of her own fur, enabling her to adjust her position as needed. These nuances, though unspoken by Daenerys, were indelibly etched in Chu Xu's mind. Suddenly, the leading adult odd one seemed to sense something amiss, turning its head to glance in the direction where Chu Xu's family lay hidden. Chapter 15. The Hunt for Odd Ones. Uninvited guests. Chu Xu's family remained utterly still, akin to statues. After a moment, the adult odd one resumed its quest for food, allowing Daenerys to confirm the odd one group's movement pattern. She led her 3 little Tyrannosaurs to lie in ambush along their path. Waiting patiently for an opportunity, they remained in position for over an hour, enduring the agony of stillness. Xianyue and Liuxing were beginning to struggle, particularly the fidgety Liuxing, who was eager to bolt at any moment. Fortunately, Chu Xu managed to keep him grounded, preventing any premature movements that might alert the odd ones and jeopardize their hard-earned efforts. The odd ones were highly vigilant, with acute hearing that detected even the slightest rustle in their surroundings. Although Chu Xu felt a pang of anxiety, he maintained his composure, patiently awaiting the odd ones to unwittingly approach their trap. At last, the odd ones drew near, within a mere 10 meters of Chu Xu's family. The humid air following the rain, combined with the favorable wind direction, effectively masked their scent, allowing the advancing odd ones to remain blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. Finally, a deep rumble emanated from Daenerys' throat, akin to a battle cry from ancient ambushes. In the next moment, her colossal form surged forth, her powerful hind limbs shaking the very ground beneath her as she charged toward the unsuspecting odd ones with astonishing ferocity. Boom! The thunderous sound of her footsteps, combined with her terrifyingly massive size, 4 to 5 times larger than an adult odd one, instantly sent the odd ones into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Yet, it was too late. Daenerys swiftly closed in on the last adult odd one, delivering a mighty blow with her massive head that collided with the creature's small frame. Bang! This odd one, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, was sent careening through the air like a tennis ball struck with force, rolling across the rough terrain and carving a deep trench before crashing into a tree, which splintered upon impact. Finally halting the creature's trajectory, the odd one lay sprawled on the ground, gravely injured, as if its very bones had shattered. Meanwhile, Chu Xu, having waited patiently, seized the opportunity, selecting a target of his own and swiftly pursuing it with his long, powerful legs. Chu Xu's chosen prey was a subadult odd one, measuring just over 2 meters in length, comparable to his own size, making the hunting challenge less daunting than that posed by an adult odd one. Yow! Yow! The subadult odd one emitted frantic cries as it fled desperately, yet Chu Xu's superior speed allowed him to close the distance rapidly. The sound of Chu Xu's advancing footsteps resonated like a death knell. and the subadult odd one felt an invisible pressure emanating from the young Tyrannosaurus, causing its breath to quicken and its muscles to spasm, its body teetering as it ran, bang. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Chu Xu lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the subadult odd one's hind leg. Crush. His razor-sharp teeth pierced deeply into the muscle, reaching the femur, and the warm blood surged into Chu Xu's mouth, eliciting an exhilarating rush. Yow! The injured subadult odd one let out a pained wail. Its forward momentum abruptly halted as it lost all balance and crashed heavily to the ground, as the surrounding peculiar dragons had long since fled. No matter how the subadult peculiar dragon wailed and pleaded for salvation, its cries would not summon any companions to its aid. Chu Xu's movements were devoid of any hesitation, his sharp vertical pupils fixed on the subadult dragon's neck. He opened his jaws once more, his gaping maw resembling a tiger's claw, firmly constricting its trachea, while his razor-sharp teeth pierced through its carotid artery. The subadult peculiar dragon struggled violently, akin to a fish gasping for air. Yet it remained subdued beneath Chu Xu's unwavering grip until it ultimately succumbed to its fate, lifeless. Ding. You have hunted a subadult peculiar dragon. Evolution points 15. 15 evolution points, akin to the previous hunt of the slenderhorn dragon. But it was estimated that an adult peculiar dragon would yield even greater evolution points. Only after confirming the demise of the subadult peculiar dragon did Chu Xu slowly release his hold. Although his nerves remained highly alert, this marked what could be considered Chu Xu's first complete hunting experience. The slenderhorn dragon had been a training tool provided by the dragon mother for the trio of young Tyrannosauruses. While the fish caught by the river yesterday had posed little challenge, it was the hunt of these medium-sized dinosaurs that truly ignited the predatory instincts inherent to Chu Xu as a Tyrannosaurus. After slaying the subadult peculiar dragon, Chu Xu glanced around and realized that he had ventured far from the dragon mother and the others in pursuit of his prey. He needed to return to the dragon mother swiftly. Otherwise, encountering any foes would spell trouble. Without lingering to feast, Chu Xu seized the subadult peculiar dragon by the tail and began dragging its hefty body, which weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Back in the direction from whence he came, however, as fate would have it, trouble was indeed lurking. Before Chu Xu could make significant progress with his spoils, his telepathic senses, extending a radius of 1 kilometer, detected the arrival of several uninvited guests, a pack of 5 phantasmagoric river thieves. Chu Xu released his grip, set the heavy subadult peculiar dragon down, and turned to face the approaching group of the evidently hostile phantasmagoric river thieves. The phantasmagoric river thief, a small carnivorous dinosaur from the velociraptor family, measured approximately 2 meters in length and stood less than 1 meter tall, its body adorned with lush feathers. Its forelimbs had evolved into a pair of robust wings, giving it the appearance of an oversized turkey. However, as a member of the velociraptor family, the phantasmagoric river thief was far more ferocious and dangerous than a mere turkey, weighing only 40 to 50 pounds. They were agile, equipped with long and slender hind limbs adept at rapid movement and leaping, and their strong, stiff tails provided balance. Their most lethal weapons were not their sharp teeth, but rather the formidable claws on their fore and hind limbs, particularly the sickle-shaped claws on the second toe of their hind feet, measuring about 10 centimeters long, radiating a chilling glint akin to a spring-loaded knife. These claws were connected to ligaments, allowing for versatile maneuvers during attacks. Striking targets at maximum angles, they could also retract to prevent wear during movement. Faced with this group of phantasmagoric river thieves, Chu Xu felt a considerable amount of pressure. It was evident they were eyeing the spoils of his hard-won hunt. In a one-on-one confrontation, Chu Xu would naturally not fear them. Yet, with 5 phantasmagoric river thieves, and their evident intelligence suggesting coordinated tactics, the threat level multiplied. Thus, should he choose to avoid immediate danger and relinquish his hard-earned prey, or stand firm and defend his quarry, battling against overwhelming odds? Chapter 16. Phantasmagoric River Thieves, the Burden of the Throw, Roar. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xu responded with a furious roar, a declaration of his intent to protect his spoils, and a warning to the restless phantasmagoric river thieves. The dignity of the king of dinosaurs was not something that mere beasts could dare to challenge. Accompanied by Chu Xu's fierce roar, an invisible pressure emanated from him, surging forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the 5 encroaching phantasmagoric river thieves. Hiss! The 5 phantasmagoric river thieves simultaneously felt a shiver run down their spines, a fear seemingly rooted deep within their very genes. The thieves exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitating in their advance, even retreating in trepidation. A perfect opportunity. The principle of striking first came into play. Upon sensing the retreat of the phantasmagoric river thieves, Chu Xu's vertical pupils ignited with a predatory gleam, and he charged towards them without hesitation. As he activated his acceleration skill, his speed doubled, and the ground trembled with each step he took, leaving deep impressions in his wake, the scent of blood and aggression wafting towards the phantasmagoric river thieves. Boom! The phantasmagoric river thieves barely had time to react before Chu Xu closed the distance, his powerful form akin to a bowling ball hurtling towards 5 pins. The impact was overwhelming. Only the 3 thieves positioned slightly behind managed to evade in haste, while the 2 in front were violently struck by Chu Xu's force, sent soaring through the air, tracing 2 distinct parabolic arcs before crashing down nearly 10 meters away. Despite their similar length and height to Chu Xu, the phantasmagoric river thieves were slender and frail, weighing only 40 to 50 pounds, a far cry from Chu Xu's bulk of over 300 pounds. The disparity was akin to that between lightweight and heavyweight boxers. With such an advantage in weight, coupled with Chu Xu's doubled strength, the collision was devastating. The internal organs of the 2 phantasmagoric river thieves were violently displaced, blood seeping from their feathers, signaling their imminent demise. Hiss! Witnessing their companions fall so easily, the remaining 3 phantasmagoric river thieves were paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. Had they known this young Tyrannosaurus was so ferocious, not even 100 of their bravado would have dared to provoke him. Now they wished to escape. Too late. Fueled by the thrill of the hunt, Chu Xu had no intention of letting the remaining 3 phantasmagoric river thieves off the hook. He sprinted after them. The effects of his acceleration skill still lingered, allowing him to easily catch up to the slowest of the thieves. Roar! Chu Xu's furious roar reverberated in the ears of this phantasmagoric river thief, causing it to stumble in fear, nearly losing its footing. Swish! In the next moment, Chu Xu's claws descended upon the thief's elevated tail with devastating precision. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as his claws shredded through the feathers and tendons at the base of the tail, penetrating deeply into its vertebrae, nearly severing it entirely. The agonized phantasmagoric river thief lost its balance and fell, only to be met with a crushing blow from Chu Xu's powerful foot on its head, the sheer force causing its large eyes to pop out, rolling away into the distance. After this relentless assault, even if the thief survived, it was left in a state of near death, without a finishing blow. It would surely not last much longer. For the moment, Chu Xu disregarded the injured phantasmagoric river thief and turned to pursue the remaining 2 hiss. This pair, a male and female phantasmagoric river thief, seemingly bonded as mates, chose not to scatter in the face of imminent danger. They recognized the futility of escape and instead turned to confront Chu Xu in a desperate gambit. Cornered beasts often fight the hardest. Yet Chu Xu's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he faced them head-dash on it. That moment, the male and female phantasmagoric river thieves leaped towards him from either side, executing their signature hunting maneuver, jumping onto their prey's back, using their forelimbs to latch on, while their hind limbs delivered devastating kicks to the vulnerable abdomen, intending to eviscerate their target. However, unbeknownst to them, Chu Xu had anticipated their every move and devised a counter-strategy well in advance. Hiss as the pair of phantasmagoric river thieves lunged at Chu Xu's back. Just as they prepared to strike with their hind limbs, Chu Xu swiftly stepped back and leaned forward, using his center of gravity to leverage their weight, lifting their bodies high into the air as they dangled helplessly. Whoosh! In an instant, Chu Xu executed a powerful tail whip, spinning his massive body with great force, sending the pair crashing to the ground with a shrill cry. This maneuver, reminiscent of a judo technique known as the back throw, skillfully destabilized the enemies before tossing them aside, allowing even those with lesser strength to achieve remarkable results. Moreover, given Chu Xu's superior strength, throwing them off his back was effortless. The impact left the phantasmagoric river thieves dazed, their ribs fractured in multiple places, leaving them temporarily incapacitated. Roar! Chu Xu's roar resounded once more as he clamped his jaws around the slender neck of the male phantasmagoric river thief, his powerful jaws snapping shut with a crunch, severing its cervical vertebrae. Compared to the stout neck of the peculiar dragon, the phantasmagoric river thief's neck was frail, akin to a bamboo pole, easily shattered. Having slain the male Mingi thief dragon, the remaining female Mingi thief dragon struggled desperately to rise, yet lacked the strength to do so. Upon witnessing the horrific demise of her mate, she suddenly tilted her head and fainted. Chu Xu, of course, showed no mercy and swiftly severed her neck, ensuring that she would be laid to rest alongside her husband. Thus, the 5 audacious Mingi thief dragons met their fate, some dead, others grievously wounded. Chu Xu turned back to deliver the final blow, ensuring they all embarked on the path to the underworld together. Ding! You have hunted a Mingi thief dragon. Evolution points 20. Ding! You have hunted a Mingi thief dragon. Evolution points 20. The system notifications rang out in succession, granting Chu Xu a total of 100 evolution points. It appeared that hunting carnivorous dinosaurs yielded greater evolution points than herbivorous ones. Chu Xu realized this, having initially thought that a single Mingi thief dragon would offer fewer points than a slender horn dragon or a subadult bizarre dragon. To his surprise, the points exceeded his expectations. With that, he had gathered enough evolution points for his first evolution. Chapter 17, First Evolution, Ancient Beast. Bang bang bang. At that moment, hurried and heavy footsteps approached, and upon turning to the sound, Chu Xu spotted Mother Dragon rushing towards him. After all, with her leader pursuing prey for such an extended period without return, she could not help but feel a measure of concern, prompting her to come over. Xian Yu and Lu Xing followed closely behind her. Upon arriving at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of the corpse of a subadult bizarre dragon, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of 5 Mingi thief dragons. Chu Xu had just piled the 5 Mingi thief dragon corpses together, and the blood that inadvertently stained his body, combined with the 5 gruesome corpses beneath his feet, created a striking visual impact, leaving Mother Dragon, Xian Yu, and Lu Xing wide-eyed in shock. Roar-driven by maternal instinct, Mother Dragon approached Chu Xu, lowering her great head to check for any injuries on him. Although the Mingi thief dragons appeared to her as mere chicks, they were formidable executioners for a young Tyrannosaurus, and there were 5 of them. Mother Dragon could not speak, but Chu Xu sensed her genuine concern and affection. So he nuzzled against her, reassuring her that he was unharmed. Only after confirming that Chu Xu was unscathed did the heavy weight lift from Mother Dragon's heart. Meanwhile, Xian Yu and Lu Xing, unaware of the dangers their elder brother had faced, were simply captivated by the abundance of fresh food on the ground, drooling in anticipation. With such a bounty, Chu Xu was more than willing to share. And together with Mother Dragon, Xian Yu, and Lu Xing, they feasted on the spoils. Chu Xu sampled the flesh of the Mingi thief dragon, only to find that not only was it feathery, but the meat was also scant. Furthermore, the texture was excessively tough, imbued with a sour taste and greasy feel, undoubtedly rich in cholesterol and fatty acids, rendering it nutritionally inferior to the flesh of the bizarre dragon. Not to mention, as a carnivorous dinosaur, the Mingi thief dragon had accumulated excessive toxins within its body due to the bioaccumulation effect in the food chain. Therefore, unless faced with scarcity and desperation, carnivorous dinosaurs typically prioritized herbivorous prey over their own kind. Satiated, Chu Xu's family returned home laden with their bounty. Mother Dragon carried the adult bizarre dragon she had hunted, while Chu Xu bore the subadult bizarre dragon he had captured, and Xian Yu and Lu Xing each dragged back a Mingi thief dragon. After all, no one could guarantee that future hunts would be as fruitful as today's, so it was prudent to stockpile provisions. That night, the luminous moon ascended to the center of the night sky. While the scales of fish occasionally swimming by reflected the moonlight, casting a gentle glow across the river's surface, as night fell, medium to large dinosaurs had largely settled down, leaving only nocturnal small dinosaurs and mammals scurrying through the forest, utilizing their adept night vision to search for insects and lizards. Not far off, Mother Dragon, Xian Yu, and Lu Xing had already succumbed to slumber, while Chu Xu stealthily approached the riverbank to avoid disturbing them. Opening the system's attribute panel, he noted that his evolution points had accumulated to over 120. It was time to evolve. With a thought, Chu Xu spent 100 evolution points, eagerly initiating his first evolution. At this moment, he felt that it was essential to accompany the process with a rendition of Brave Heart, paired with the signature spinning motion. Spending 100 evolution points, evolution officially begins. As the system notification sounded, Chu Xu suddenly felt as if his body had transformed into a volcano on the verge of eruption, molten heat surging through his limbs and organs, bringing immense pain. Gritting his teeth, he emitted a deep, uncontrollable roar from the depths of his throat, his body trembling violently. Cellular tissues proliferated and divided, muscles and bones tore and stretched, and within a brief moment, Chu Xu underwent significant transformation. His colossal form swelled like a waterlogged sponge, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, from neck to shoulders, then to limbs and tail, ultimately settling at a length exceeding 2.5 meters, a height of 1.2 meters, and a weight that more than doubled. soaring to around 7 to 800 pounds. The fine fur covering his body completely shed, revealing a toughened armor and robust muscles that seemed as if forged from bronze and iron, radiating an overwhelming presence. Notably, his once short forelimbs elongated, transitioning from 2 fingers to 3, truly a metamorphosis, exceeding half a meter in length, with their sharp claws becoming even more pronounced, curving like sickles, the outer arc surpassing 10 centimeters. The keratinous layer glistening with a metallic sheen, akin to freshly honed blades. Even the sharp teeth within his blood-red jaws underwent transformation. Their overall banana shape grew larger, with wider roots and denser serrations. Resembling a series of sharp barbs, when these serrations pierced flesh, the barbs could ensnare muscular fibers, trapping them within their jagged grip, terrifyingly reminiscent of a meat grinder. However, what astonished Chu Xu the most were the changes among his internal organs. It felt as though a blazing inferno ignited within him, surging from his lungs straight to his throat, eager to burst forth. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chu Xu suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a basketball-sized fireball from deep within his throat. The flames radiated intense heat, trailing a brilliant crimson tail, ultimately landing in a thicket by the riverbank, igniting it instantaneously. The dazzling flames illuminated the surrounding area brilliantly. Fire! Chu Xu was overjoyed, without a doubt. This was the skill of the ancient beast, Small Flame. The mastery of fire, throughout the lengthy history of biological evolution, stands as a revolutionary milestone, a unique trait of ancient humanity. Fire provided early humans with cooked food, light, and warmth, significantly accelerating their evolutionary journey. Moreover, the ability to create fire marked the moment when ancient humans harnessed the power to alter the material world, leading to a monumental leap in human civilization, empowering them against the colossal and ferocious wild beasts. However, that was a matter of tens of millions of years hence. During the late Cretaceous, mammals had only just begun to emerge, let alone ancient humans, who had yet to even cast a shadow. Chu Xu found it hard to fathom the immense impact that his newfound ability to wield fire would impose on the ancient creatures of the late Cretaceous. Such terror, it was unclear how much time passed before Chu Xu's first evolution approached its conclusion, and as the dust settled, he opened his attribute panel that a series of refreshed data illuminated his vision. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 6 months. Species: ancient beast, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 150, Agility 150, Constitution 170, Spirit 160. Evolution points: 22 skills: Rending Claws, Shatter, Charge, Acceleration, Ultimate Skill, Small Flame. Achievements: Tyrant's Potential. Beginner. Spiritual Perception. Beginner. Fluid Armor. Beginner. Next evolution form: Tyrannosaurus Beast. Chapter 18. Fluid Armor. Like the ostrich dragon, with the completion of his evolution, Chu Xu was no longer an ordinary Tyrannosaurus but had transformed into an ancient beast. Unlike the diminutive and delicate ancient beasts depicted in animated works, Chu Xu retained most of his previous Tyrannosaurus traits, with enhancements localized to his forelimbs, claws, and other parts. Moreover, his growth stage had progressed from infancy to juvenile, finally emerging from the most vulnerable and perilous period. Sufficient to stand on his own. Typically, the juvenile stage for a Tyrannosaurus spans from 0 to 4 years, while the juvenile phase extends from 5 to 14 years. During this time, the growth rate is relatively slow, and a fully mature juvenile typically does not exceed 2 tons. After 14 years, the Tyrannosaurus enters the adolescent phase, heralding a period of rapid growth. The adolescent stage lasts from 14 to 18 years, during which a Tyrannosaurus can gain 4-5 pounds daily, culminating in nearly a ton of weight gain within a year. Thus, by the end of the adolescent phase, the Tyrannosaurus's weight can reach 6-8 tons, peaking, with a few exceptional individuals surpassing 10 tons. At present, although Chu Xu is merely half a year old, his physical development, bolstered by attribute points, is already comparable to that of a 5-year-old juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. Ding! You have successfully completed your initial evolution and obtained the golden achievement, Fluid Armor, Beginner. Fluid Armor, Beginner Golden Achievement, upgradable, allows the special fluid to solidify and envelop the user, providing the option to harden and enhance personal defense like an invisible armor. Alternatively, it can flow outward to augment attack power, increasing lethality and might. Having acquired yet another new achievement, Chu Xu was elated. With his innate royal lineage, spiritual perception, and the newly acquired fluid armor, he was equipped for both offense and defense, perception and intimidation, rendering him truly versatile. He felt invincible. As he carefully contemplated the enhancements and transformations brought about by this evolution, Chu Xu brimmed with ambition, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch the soaring pterosaur and kick the fearsome Dakotaraptor. However, it wasn't long before he regained his composure. He knew he could not afford to be overly arrogant, for he had yet to reach a level of unparalleled might. In the late Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation, there were numerous fearsome predators. On land roamed Tyrannosaurus rex, Nanotyrannus, and Dakotaraptor, while the skies were graced by Pteranodon, and rivers and lakes teemed with crocodiles, with sharks prowling the inner seas and oceans. It was wiser to continue his cautious development, progressing steadily, as Chu Xu believed that the day he would dominate the late Cretaceous was not far off. Upon awakening, when Dragon Mother, Xianyue, and Liuxing beheld the evolved Chu Xu, they noted that he seemed to have undergone some peculiar changes, yet they paid it little mind. After all, he was still Chu Xu, and the familiar scent they recognized had not altered. Their limited intellect forbade them from deeper contemplation. The prey they had hunted the previous day was sufficient for Chu Xu's family to feast for several days. Hence, Dragon Mother had no intention of venturing out for a hunt that day, allowing herself the rare luxury of staying home to lazily sleep. The energetic Xianyue and Liuxing frolicked at home, honing their combat and hunting skills. At this moment, Chu Xu emitted a roar imbued with special significance towards Dragon Mother. His intent was quite simple. He wished to hunt alone. Over time, Chu Xu had fully grasped the hunting techniques and experiences imparted by Dragon Mother. Coupled with his dramatically enhanced combat prowess after evolution, he believed he could independently carry out a hunt with ample self-defense capabilities, even if he encountered an opponent he could not defeat. Escaping would not pose a problem. Constantly trailing behind Dragon Mother and relying on her strength would ultimately hinder his true growth. Perhaps in the near future, Chu Xu would need to part ways with Dragon Mother and embark on an independent life. Thus, he was determined to diligently cultivate his survival skills. Dragon Mother instinctively wished to dissuade him. Yet, upon Chu Xu's insistence, she relented, watching as her increasingly strange and unfamiliar eldest son vanished into the dense foliage of the forest. Upon seeing her elder brother set out to explore, Liuxing eagerly attempted to follow, only to be unceremoniously tripped by Dragon Mother's tail, leaving her to sulk at home, without Dragon Mother to safeguard him. And devoid of the playful antics of Xianyue and Liuxing, Chu Xu strolled alone through the verdant large forest. Within the range of his spiritual perception, he noticed a considerable increase in the animals surrounding him compared to before. Indeed, when Dragon Mother was present, the sight of her imposing form had sent the local fauna scattering in terror. None dared linger nearby. However, Chu Xu's size was far less intimidating than Dragon Mother's. So even if the animals detected his presence, they did not flee in panic. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Chu Xu. He maintained a facade of harmlessness while keenly observing the behaviors of the nearby creatures. High above in the treetops lurked a Pachycephalosaurus, a primitive avian belonging to the clade Aviali, which occupied an ecological niche akin to that of modern raptors, preying upon insects, small amphibians, and mammals. Suddenly, a small mammal resembling a groundhog emerged from its burrow, cautiously surveying for danger. This was a Chu Xu beast, a distant relative of the rodent-like creatures, classified under the order Multituberculata, possessing a pair of specialized incisors akin to those of rodents. However, while the latter were fierce predators capable of hunting small dinosaurs, the Chu Xu beast was herbivorous, perpetually at risk of becoming a meal for other predators. Confirming that no threats were present, the Chu Xu beast cautiously emerged from its burrow, followed by several plump little Chu Xu beasts. As they began foraging for food amid the surrounding underbrush, swish, at that moment, the Pachycephalosaurus, having keenly observed the group of Chu Xu beasts, spread its wings and swooped down with remarkable speed. Eek! The adult Chu Xu beast sensed impending danger and sounded an alarm. Issuing rapid calls, the young Chu Xu beasts heeded their mother's warning and hurriedly retreated to their burrow. However, one gluttonous little Chu Xu beast strayed too far from the safety of its home. While its siblings escaped unscathed, it lagged behind. The Pachycephalosaurus had set its sights on this unfortunate little creature, diving down with precision, its spiny talons ensnaring it. Despite the little Chu Xu beast's frantic struggles, escape proved impossible. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the Pachycephalosaurus prepared to relish its freshly caught delicacy, a sudden commotion arose, as three agile Repenomamus came sprinting towards it, causing the latter to relinquish its grip on the young Chu Xu beast and flee in a panic. What an instance of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chu! Having successfully driven off the Pachycephalosaurus, the Repenomamus trumpeted in triumph. Yet the poor little Chu Xu beast, having narrowly escaped the jaws of one predator, fell victim to the three Ornithomimus, who tore it apart and devoured it. The Ornithomimus, a medium-sized omnivorous dinosaur from the family Ornithomimidae, measured nearly 4 meters in length and weighed around 300 pounds. As their name suggests, they bore a striking resemblance to ostriches. With small, triangular heads, reduced teeth replaced by a bird-like beak, elongated and flexible necks, and feathered bodies, their long and sturdy tails allowed them to maintain balance while running at remarkable speeds, reaching up to 70 km/h, undoubtedly making them the champions of speed among the creatures of the late Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation. A target had emerged, upon spotting the traces of the three Ornithomimus not far away. Chu Xu's eyes lit up, and he stealthily approached their location, treading lightly. Chapter 19. Barbecued dinosaur meat? Wetland grasslands. Chu Xu refrained from launching a reckless attack. The Ornithomimus were highly alert and possessed remarkable speed. Even if he utilized his acceleration skill, he could only catch one at most. To ensnare all three, he needed to employ a touch of human ingenuity. Silently, Chu Xu circled around to the path the Ornithomimus had just traversed and gathered several slender, flexible vines from the surrounding vegetation. Utilizing the vines, he set up a series of tripwires between the trunks of 2 adjacent trees. Since his formerly short forelimbs had grown longer, Chu Xu was now capable of executing more dexterous movements, even tying a simple knot with ease. With these tripwires in place, capturing all three Ornithomimus would be a breeze. Roar! Everything was in readiness, save for the final push. Chu Xu made no effort to conceal himself, purposefully letting out a roar before charging towards the three Ornithomimus, who were currently feasting. The three Ornithomimus reacted swiftly, spotting Chu Xu and immediately bolting in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. Their escape route led directly toward the very spot where Chu Xu had set his traps. Pursuing them relentlessly, Chu Xu roared menacingly, intimidating the panicked Ornithomimus, who were blissfully unaware of the impending danger ahead. Bang! Suddenly, the lead Ornithomimus collided with the first tripwire. The entire vine snapped due to the impact, and the Ornithomimus lost its balance, crashing to the ground in disarray. Bang bang. Following this, 2 more heavy thuds echoed as the other 2 Ornithomimus, sensing something amiss, were unable to halt in time and triggered the subsequent tripwires, tumbling over in a chaotic heap. At that moment, Chu Xu was right behind them. Fluid armor. Chu Xu extended his long forelimbs, enveloping his claws in a surge of fluid energy that granted them enhanced lethality. In the blink of an eye, his claws sliced through the air with electrifying speed, leaving a deep gash across the neck of one Ornithomimus. Splurt! The carotid artery and cervical vertebrae of this Ornithomimus were severed by Chu Xu's strike, its head soaring into the air as blood gushed forth like a fountain, the headless corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Devoid of any lingering vitality, Chu Xu turned his attention to the second Ornithomimus, lunging for its neck with another bite, the fluid energy once again augmenting his razor-sharp teeth. The explosive force of his bite, combined with a powerful twist of its stout neck, shattered its cervical vertebrae, contorting its head into an unnatural curve, the head itself easily torn away like a cotton candy, painting a gruesome scene. What power! Upon his initial encounter with the formidable power of liquid armor, Chu Xu was filled with astonishment. The lethality of his claws and teeth was significantly amplified by the energy bestowed by the liquid armor, allowing him to rend flesh and even bone with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. Invigorating and unrestrained, he ruthlessly dispatched 2 creatures resembling ostrich dragons. A third one was barely managing to rise to its feet. Witnessing the gruesome fate of its companions, the remaining creature dared not linger, lamenting its parents for not having blessed it with 2 more legs, desperately attempting to flee from the terrifying little Tyrannosaurus. Yet, Chu Xu refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he stood his ground, his mouth tightly shut, though wisps of white smoke could still be seen escaping through the crevices of his lips, small flames, with a powerful breath. Chu Xu opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing fire from deep within his throat, which soared through the air and descended upon the fleeing ostrich dragon with unmatched speed. The flames ignited the creature's feathers upon contact, quickly escalating into a raging inferno, consuming it entirely from its hindquarters to its head, transforming it into a fiery dragon. The ostrich dragon shrieked in agony as the intense heat charred its flesh, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. In no time, the creature lay motionless, its cries silenced, leaving only the crackling sound of the flames as they continued to burn. Ding! You have hunted an ostrich dragon. Evolution points 20. Ding. You have hunted an ostrich dragon. Evolution points 20. Ding. You have hunted an ostrich dragon. Evolution points 20. The 3 ostrich dragons had bestowed upon Chu Xu a total of 60 evolution points. A rather satisfactory bounty. Subsequently, he used his feet to scrape away layers of earth, covering the remains of the ostrich dragon to gradually extinguish the fire. Once the flames were doused, it became evident that the creature's feathers had been completely incinerated, its flesh cooked through and emitting steam. Roasted dinosaur meat? The enticing aroma wafted towards Chu Xu's nostrils, prompting his fingers to twitch in anticipation, and he instinctively opened his mouth to sample the delicacy. Ding! You have consumed ostrich dragon meat. Evolution points 0.1. It must be said, the flavor and texture of cooked meat were far superior to that of raw, leaving Chu Xu savoring each bite with lingering delight. However, he was acutely aware that indulging in cooked meat at every meal would prove detrimental to his health. While high-temperature cooking made meat easier to digest and eliminated parasites and pathogens, it also obliterated the vitamins contained within, leading to significant nutritional loss. Over time, this would undoubtedly jeopardize his well-being. Furthermore, a consistent diet of cooked meat could lead to the deterioration of wild animals' natural digestive systems, rendering them incapable of digesting raw meat in the future and more susceptible to disease. Thus, Chu Xu had no intention of exclusively consuming cooked meat. Adhering to the natural habits of wild animals would be far more suitable. Having satiated his hunger, he excavated a sizable pit in the ground and buried the remaining uneaten ostrich dragon carcass, marking the area with a sprinkle of urine to identify it for retrieval later. Ensuring nothing went to waste. Continuing on his journey, Chu Xu's objective was to traverse the large forest and explore the wonders that lay beyond its confines. As he ventured further toward the forest's edge, the vegetation grew sparser, and the air became increasingly humid. After more than an hour, he finally emerged from the large forest, revealing a vast expanse of wetland grassland before him. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the emerald waters stretched infinitely, adorned with fragrant grasses. The river meandered like a silver ribbon, winding gracefully across the prairie, forming several oxbow lakes along its sinuous path. Various flowering plants vied for attention, including water lilies, bulrushes, roses, and witch hazel. Amidst them fluttered bees and butterflies, busily pollinating, seemingly insignificant yet playing a crucial role in the grand tapestry of the Cretaceous terrestrial revolution. The abundance of life in this region was astonishing. In the shallow waters, curious groups of river geese gathered. On the river's surface, river birds and their chicks floated, while turtles crawled along the banks. Crocodiles basked in the sun along the marshy edges. Chapter 20. The mightiest spear and the sturdiest shield. Farewell, Dragon Dad. Chu Xu gazed in awe, feeling as though he had entered an entirely new world. The most abundant dinosaur in this area was none other than the Tyrannosaurus's nemesis, the Triceratops. Both the Triceratops and the Edmontosaurus were large herbivorous dinosaurs of the Hell Creek Formation, typically avoiding competition for food by consciously separating their habitats. The Edmontosaurus herds generally roamed in densely vegetated mountainous forests, while Triceratops herds primarily inhabited the humid grasslands with lower vegetation. Other smaller herbivorous dinosaurs, due to their smaller group sizes, occupied a wider range of habitats. Chu Xu soon discovered a herd of Triceratops. These dinosaurs were quintessentially social creatures, often gathering in groups of 10 to 20, led by the strongest male who commanded the family, enjoying priority access to food and mating rights. This particular family of Triceratops consisted of over 10 adults accompanied by several young ones. Foraging for food, they used their robust brow horns to bend down palm trees and cycad plants, their beak-like mouths snipping leaves and branches, savoring their meals with great care. An adult Triceratops could reach lengths of up to 9 meters, heights of 2.5 meters, and weigh over 5 tons. Truly a colossal being in Chu Xu's eyes. Moreover, the Triceratops boasted an impressive array of natural armor. The iconic horns above its nostrils and the 2 long brow horns above its eyes constituted the mightiest spear. These horns were structurally similar to those of many bovids in later eras, with a bony core surrounded by layers of keratin, extending far beyond the bony base. Additionally, the massive neck shield formed by the fusion of the frontal and parietal bones, covered with a layer of keratin, resembled a bone helmet, offering unparalleled protection. Indeed, the sturdiest shield. Lastly, its rugged, thick scales, composed of numerous polygonal plates, were adorned with thorn-like bristles on its hindquarters and tail, appearing utterly impervious to attack. The Triceratops, combining the mightiest spear with the sturdiest shield, represented the pinnacle of ceratopsian evolution, often engaging in fierce struggles for survival with the apex predator, the Tyrannosaurus, during the late Cretaceous. The Triceratops herd grazed leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the slightest disturbances in their surroundings. Even upon spotting predatory dinosaurs, they remained unfazed. This was a testament to their strength and confidence. Typically, only the Tyrannosaurus dared to challenge them within the Hell Creek Formation. Chu Xu observed from a distance for a while before withdrawing his gaze. The Triceratops were not prey he could pursue at this moment. Adult Triceratops were out of the question, and young ones were often well guarded at the heart of their group, making opportunities scarce. Suddenly, Chu Xu heard a thunderous rumble of heavy footsteps resonating from afar, causing the ground to tremble like a drum. Following the sound, he soon spotted a colossal adult male Tyrannosaurus charging toward the Triceratops herd. "Is that Dragon Dad?" Chu Xu blinked in surprise, recognizing the adult male Tyrannosaurus as his long-lost Dragon Dad. The last time he had seen Dragon Dad was ages ago. He could hardly recall when. Ever since he and his two siblings had matured, Dragon Dad had seldom returned to visit them. This was hardly surprising, as spring had arrived once more, heralding the season of renewal and reproduction. With the air thick with the scent of hormones, the breeding season for adult tyrannosaurs coincided with the vibrant springtime. Dragon Mom, still in her nurturing phase, would not experience estrus, instead focusing on her role as a mother. However, as a male Tyrannosaurus, Dragon Dad had no such constraints. It would be no surprise if he were to mate with any female Tyrannosaurus at any given moment. So this was Dragon Dad's territory. Chu Xu realized, understanding that the large forest belonged to Dragon Mom. While this vast wetland grassland fell under Dragon Dad's domain, of course, their territories were not strictly delineated, as there would naturally be overlaps. This was the nature of territoriality, allowing only one male and one female to coexist. Was Dragon Dad planning to hunt Triceratops? Chu Xu's interest peaked, eager to witness the rare spectacle of a Tyrannosaurus hunting Triceratops. Moo! Simultaneously, upon noticing Dragon Dad's approach, the leader of the Triceratops let out a sharp, resonant bellow. In an instant, the entire herd reacted. Their first instinct was not to flee in panic like Edmontosaurus or Repenomamus. Instead, akin to a herd of African buffalo, they swiftly gathered together, forming a semicircular defensive formation. The juvenile Triceratops was safeguarded within the confines of a defensive formation, while the adult Triceratops faced outward in unison to fend off adversaries, collectively forming an impregnable bastion akin to a wall of bronze and iron. With their heads lowered and formidable horns raised, the capillary-rich neck frills, steeped in blood, transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Their columnar limbs and heavy feet relentlessly trampled the ground, creating a magnificent spectacle that stirred a cloud of dust. This formidable display instilled a sense of trepidation in the Dragon Father, who refrained from launching a rash assault, instead prowling around the perimeter of the Triceratops formation, seeking a chink in their armor. Soon, he spotted a smaller female Triceratops and, with a sudden burst of speed, lunged forward from a position of height, opening his massive jaws to bite down. The neck frill of the female Triceratops bore the brunt of his powerful jaws, and the sheer force of his bite, coupled with his robust banana-like teeth, began to compromise the integrity of the resilient bone frill, leaving it marred with cracks. However, at that moment, the other adult Triceratops arrived to provide support, swinging their enormous heads adorned with 3 gleaming horns. Advancing menacingly toward the Dragon Father, he had no choice but to evade their onslaught, releasing his grip and retreating swiftly. After temporarily repelling the Dragon Father, the Triceratops maintained their defensive stance, standing firm against him. Despite several attempts to attack, the Dragon Father found himself thwarted time and again by the collective efforts of the Triceratops, unable to breach their defensive formation. Continuing the stalemate would only lead to a futile expenditure of energy. Though reluctant, he ultimately withdrew. Moo! At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded, one that neither the Dragon Father nor the adult Triceratops could have anticipated. A juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex, having stealthily emerged from the unguarded rear of the Triceratops formation, launched itself at the unsuspecting juvenile Triceratops with astonishing speed. Bang! One particularly diminutive juvenile Triceratops was violently knocked to the ground by the small Tyrannosaurus, and in an instant, its neck frill was brutally shattered by the creature's jaws. Sharp teeth piercing deep into its arterial trachea, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Chapter 21. Love and Conflict, Coevolution. This small Tyrannosaurus was none other than Chu Xu, who had been observing from the shadows. He had discerned that while the defensive formation of the Triceratops was formidable enough to withstand a frontal assault from an adult Tyrannosaurus, it harbored a fatal vulnerability: its unguarded rear. Originally, Chu Xu had no intention of wading into this fray. However, he found himself positioned precisely at the unprotected rear of the Triceratops formation. With the Dragon Father drawing the attention of all adult Triceratops, several juvenile Triceratops were left entirely exposed before him. Seizing the opportunity to repay the favor of the Dragon Father, who had occasionally provided him with food, Chu Xu resolved to risk his life in a daring gambit. He targeted a juvenile Triceratops measuring less than 1 meter in length. Under the force of his powerful bite, its neck frill shattered effortlessly, and its neck was pierced with little resistance, resulting in immediate death. Moo. It was only upon hearing the dying wail of the juvenile Triceratops that the adult Triceratops, focused on fending off the Dragon Father, finally reacted. They were wholly unprepared for such a cunning maneuver, where the adult Tyrannosaurus had drawn their attention while the juvenile executed a stealthy ambush, an underhanded tactic. Unbeknownst to them, the Dragon Father was equally bewildered by the turn of events. At first glance, he hardly recognized the dramatically transformed Chu Xu, but soon caught a whiff of a familiar scent emanating from him. Leading to his realization, Moo, the female Triceratops, who had once been bitten by the Dragon Father, emitted a furious moo. Upon witnessing her offspring brutally slain by Chu Xu, she cast aside the integrity of their defensive formation and charged toward him. The long, sharp brow horns atop her head gleamed with a deadly glint, and a careless collision with them would spell disaster. Generally, Triceratops do not charge like modern rhinoceroses, as their skulls and horns cannot withstand severe impacts. Often, they would inflict 1,000 casualties upon themselves while attempting to slay an enemy. However, in this moment of grief over her lost child, the female Triceratops had lost all rationality, hurtling toward Chu Xu like an uncontrollable freight vehicle. In response, Chu Xu executed a dazzling display reminiscent of a bullfighting performance from the Cretaceous period. As the female Triceratops charged heedlessly toward him, he deftly sidestepped, causing her to miss entirely. Seizing the opportunity as the cumbersome female Triceratops turned around, Chu Xu struck fiercely, his claws imbued with liquid energy, tearing through her thick leg with multiple gashes. Though the female Triceratops's tough, rough scales rendered the wounds shallow, they bled profusely, staining her entire hind leg a deep crimson. Moo! The injured female Triceratops let out a howl of pain. Yet, this wound was not fatal. She quickly completed her turn and swung her massive horns back, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Xu. Observing this, he nimbly retreated, infuriating the female Triceratops, who snorted in agitation, her neck frill flushed red, a fearsome sight. Roar. At that moment, seizing the opportunity presented by a gap in the defensive formation of the Triceratops, the Dragon Father, who had initially intended to retreat, launched a surprise counterattack, penetrating their ranks. The juvenile Triceratops, frightened by Chu Xu's assault, scattered in panic, while the adult Triceratops, alarmed by the Dragon Father's incursion, fell into disarray. Their formation collapsing in their haste, they prioritized the safety of themselves and their young, striving to distance themselves from the two Tyrannosaurs. The Dragon Father, however, had no interest in the juvenile Triceratops. His icy, slit-like pupils were fixated on the female Triceratops engaged in combat with Chu Xu, exuding a palpable aura of deadly intent, embodying the ferocity of a true king of the dinosaurs. The massive neck frill of the female Triceratops obstructed her rearward vision, marking a critical blind spot. From behind, the Dragon Father lunged at her, sinking his teeth into the already wounded hind leg that Chu Xu had struck. Compared to Chu Xu's claws, the Dragon Father's jaws were undeniably more lethal. With one powerful bite, he penetrated the female Triceratops' thick scales and flesh, tearing away a substantial chunk of meat, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Moo. The agonizing pain elicited a heart-wrenching cry from the female Triceratops, as blood poured from her mangled hind leg, rendering it nearly numb. Crack! Without hesitation, the Dragon Father followed up, his bloody jaws snapping shut like a sudden bear trap, sinking into the already damaged neck frill of the female Triceratops. This time, her neck frill could no longer withstand the Dragon Father's overwhelming bite force, as his formidable teeth pierced through, embedding deeply into the neck muscles. While gnawing at her throat, the Dragon Father exerted all his strength to push her hefty body. as if he were a bulldozer determined to topple the female Triceratops to the ground. With the dragon father as the primary attacker, Chu Xu no longer needed to play the bullfighter. He too lunged forward with all his might, joining forces with the dragon father to push the female Triceratops. Bang! The female Triceratops had already lost stability due to her injured hind leg. And under the combined might of the dragon father and Chu Xu, her massive frame, weighing over 4 tons, was forcefully toppled, crashing to the ground like a felled mountain. This fall effectively sealed her fate, rendering her helpless as she became prey for the dragon father and Chu Xu. Moo. The remaining adult Triceratops finally regained their composure, as the fallen female Triceratops had been tasked with protecting the surviving juveniles. The male Triceratops emitted deep, resonant calls, attempting to rescue the downed female. Roar. Yet the dragon father raised his head and unleashed a thunderous roar that quelled the advancing males, instilling in them a primal fear that compelled them to retreat. This fear was deeply rooted in the genetic memory of the Triceratops, dating back to their ancestors, the ceratopsians, who lived under the shadow of the Tyrannosaur since the early Cretaceous. Not confined to North America's Hell Creek Formation, the rivalry between ceratopsians and tyrannosaurs played out across various corners of the Cretaceous world and throughout different eras, from the Juching ceratopsians and Juching tyrannosaurs in Asia to the stegosaurs and allosaurs of North America, and the Triceratops and Giganotosaurus of the Prince Creek Formation. From their inception, the ceratopsians and tyrannosaurs have been eternal adversaries, evolving in tandem through a cycle of life and death competition, one side enhancing its defenses while the other maintained relentless aggression, thus becoming the two most prosperous dinosaur groups of the prolonged Cretaceous era. Chapter 22. Two dragons cannot coexist on one mountain, unless one is female and one is male. Moo, the bystanding kin of the fallen female Triceratops, echoed her desperate cries. However, faced with the hard-earned prey, the father dragon would not show any mercy. He viciously sank his enormous maw into the neck of the female Triceratops, tearing at her flesh with brutal ferocity, while his claws ripped open her abdomen, causing a continuous flow of blood. Unbeknownst to him, the ground had become a river of crimson. The heavily injured female Triceratops, having lost too much blood, was rendered incapable of further resistance. Lying still as if resigned to her fate, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death, it must be said that the vitality of this female Triceratops was remarkable. It took over half an hour before she finally fell silent, her massive, heavy head tilting to the ground, unable to rise again. As for the other Triceratops, they had already retreated to protect the young ones in their herd, leaving only the father dragon and Chu Xu amidst the blood-soaked scene. Although other carnivorous dinosaurs caught the scent of blood, they dared not approach upon discovering the presence of two Tyrannosaurus rexes, merely hoping to scavenge some leftovers after the two had their fill of the prey. Ding! You have slain a juvenile Triceratops. Evolution points 15. Ding! You participated in the hunt of an adult Triceratops. Evolution points 50. The successive system prompts echoed in Chu Xu's ears. The evolution points from the juvenile Triceratops were relatively meager, but the value of the adult Triceratops was substantial. Chu Xu had merely assisted the father dragon and yet had earned a full 50 points. If he had hunted the adult Triceratops alone, the evolution points would likely have doubled. Roar. After killing the female Triceratops, the father dragon did not immediately indulge in a feast, but instead emitted a rather affectionate inquiry towards Chu Xu, asking why he had come to this place. Chu Xu breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of the father dragon, he had secretly maintained heightened vigilance, as he could not guarantee that the father dragon would recognize him. Even if the father dragon did recognize him, it was quite possible that he would display aggression, necessitating caution. Against an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, Chu Xu might not stand a chance, but escaping would not pose a problem. Fortunately, the father dragon did not show any hostility, confirming that he was indeed a model husband and father among tyrannosaurs, not one to turn his back on his kin. Roar. Chu Xu quickly responded, stating that he was merely out hunting and had passed through this area. The father dragon snorted in acknowledgement, seemingly expressing gratitude, but did not engage in further conversation. He seized the long, thick tail of the female Triceratops and dragged her hefty body away in a certain direction. This struck Chu Xu as somewhat odd. Having expended such effort to hunt the female Triceratops, it seemed strange that the father dragon showed no intention of eating her, instead going to great lengths to transport her. Was he taking her home to store away, or for some other purpose? Curiously, Chu Xu picked up the juvenile Triceratops he had hunted and discreetly followed along. The commotion caused by the father dragon dragging the female Triceratops was anything but subtle. startling countless birds and beasts along the way, yet he paid it no mind, striding proudly through his territory until he reached its edge. Roar! At that moment, a distant roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly erupted, shaking the ground and reverberating through the sky. Chu Xu deduced that it was a female Tyrannosaurus rex. Upon hearing her roar, the father dragon quickened his pace, dragging the corpse of the female Triceratops towards the source of the sound. Good heavens! Chu Xu finally understood. The reason the father dragon had hunted the female Triceratops was to curry favor with another female Tyrannosaurus rex. Was it not the breeding season for tyrannosaurs? The father dragon likely had his eye on the young, robust female Tyrannosaurus rex, and to prove his prowess, he hunted the challenging female Triceratops as a display of his abilities. Chu Xu felt no turmoil in his heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. Although the father dragon was indeed his biological father, their relationship had ended after his mating with the mother dragon. Thus, it was entirely natural for the father dragon to pursue other unbred female tyrannosaurs during the breeding season. Soon, through his telepathic perception, Chu Xu spotted the female Tyrannosaurus rex. She appeared slightly smaller than the mother dragon but was much younger, likely having only recently reached adulthood. The father dragon placed the female Triceratops before her. Emitting a powerful roar, as if boasting of his might in securing the head of the female Triceratops from among countless dragons, Chu Xu silently scoffed. Indeed, the words of a male dragon were deceiving. Had he not snuck around to ambush the Triceratops herd, how would the father dragon have had the opportunity to breach their defenses? The infatuated female Tyrannosaurus rex, swayed by the father dragon's flattery, began to indulge in the blood and flesh of the female Triceratops. Just as the father dragon was basking in his glory, likely on the verge of winning the heart of a beautiful dragon. Roar! Another roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex echoed, shattering the air and resonating for miles. Chu Xu quickly turned towards the sound, noticing a male Tyrannosaurus rex of similar size to the father dragon rapidly approaching their location. He had only one eye left, the other a vacant white, having lost its sight. Judging by age, he was likely a few years older than the father dragon, his scales marred with battle scars and smeared with old blood, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Clearly, this one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex was also drawn to the female Tyrannosaurus rex. Upon hearing the roar, the father dragon's muscles tensed, lowering his body and raising his tail high. Adopting a formidable battle stance, this one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex was not a stranger. Their territories were adjacent, often clashing violently over resources. Now, their conflict was about to escalate over yet another reason: mating rights. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex arrived on the scene, bringing with him his own trophy, a mature Edmontosaurus. Upon spotting the father dragon, his cold and violent right eye glinted with a fierce light, exposing his sharp teeth as he emanated a chilling aura. When dragons see their foes, their enmity is palpable. The two dragons were on the verge of combat, while the female Tyrannosaurus rex, the catalyst of this conflict, seemed rather intrigued, deliberately clearing a space for the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex and the father dragon to duel. Only the ultimate victor would be deemed worthy of her companionship. Roar! Roar! The simultaneous thunderous roars marked the commencement of this duel, as the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex and the father dragon charged at each other, colliding with a force that echoed like thunder in the sky. Chapter 23. The Run Beneath the Dusk Sun, a reflection of lost youth. This was the first time Chu Xu witnessed a battle between two adult tyrannosaurs. His eyes wide open as he observed the clash between the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex and the father dragon. Their sizes were comparable, and the difference in strength was likely negligible. Thus, it would come down to their stamina and combat experience. In the first round of their collision, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex and the father dragon were evenly matched. Soon after, both opened their massive jaws, aiming for each other's necks. The neck was indeed the most vulnerable part of a Tyrannosaurus rex. If struck, it could threaten their very lives. The father dragon first managed to bite into the neck of the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, only to be violently thrown aside by a powerful headbutt. Following which the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex attempted to press his advantage and bite the father dragon's neck, but the father dragon narrowly evaded the attack. The father dragon's approach was somewhat rash, constantly initiating attacks, yet the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex skillfully evaded and countered with his extensive combat experience. After several exchanges, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex maintained a clear upper hand, dominating the father dragon, who bore multiple wounds. Blood flowing profusely, however, Chu Xu could already discern that the older one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex had the advantage in combat experience. While the vigorous father dragon possessed superior stamina, it would not be long before the tide of battle would turn. He refrained from recklessly intervening, recognizing that this was a clash between two adult tyrannosaurs, akin to a pinnacle duel between martial arts masters in a novel. Merely the residual force of their skills could injure bystanders. Sure enough, as time passed, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex began to show signs of fatigue, while the father dragon grew fiercer, forcing the former into a defensive position, continually retreating. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex gasped heavily, reluctantly acknowledging his waning strength. With a begrudging glance at the female Tyrannosaurus rex, he abandoned even the prey he had brought and made his escape. Roar. The father dragon did not pursue the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex. Although the latter had lost, he was not an easy target for the father dragon to kill. Thus, the father dragon merely watched the retreating figure of the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, emitting a commanding roar in his direction. After this battle, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex would likely think twice before behaving arrogantly in front of the father dragon. In future encounters, he would have to tread carefully. Victorious, the father dragon was warmly welcomed by the female Tyrannosaurus rex. Considering that the ensuing scene might be inappropriate for a young dragon to witness, and that spying was not advisable, Chu Xu turned to leave. It was getting late. Should he delay further, the mother dragon would surely worry. Thus, Chu Xu set off on his journey home. Today had been rich in experiences. First, he had successfully hunted 3 juvenile Repenomamus. Next, he had ventured beyond the territory of the mother dragon, encountering the father dragon engaged in the hunt for a Triceratops, assisting him in the successful kill, and finally, he had witnessed the father dragon seeking a new mate, engaging in a climactic battle with another adult Tyrannosaurus rex, a spectacle of visual impact, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chu Xu finally returned home after a long journey. From a distance, he perceived Long Ma gazing up towards the sky at the entrance of their abode, her silhouette cast long by the golden rays of the setting sun. The age-old adage rings true. A child travels 1,000 miles, yet a mother worries. Chu Xu could only wonder how long Long Ma had been waiting for his return. Beside her, Xian Yu and Lu Xing frolicked with carefree abandon, reveling in the absence of their elder brother, no longer burdened by his intimidating presence. They were free to make as much noise as they wished. Witnessing this scene brought an involuntary smile to Chu Xu's lips. In his past life, he had yearned to grow up quickly and carve out his own path in the world, but upon reaching adulthood and experiencing the trials of society, he came to understand that home is the most comforting sanctuary, and family provides the strongest support. This sense of happiness and belonging could only be bestowed by home and loved ones. Now, as a Tyrannosaurus rex, Chu Xu felt this truth resonate within him. The world beyond was indeed fascinating, yet it was fraught with peril, with dangers lurking at every turn that could threaten his very existence. Only upon returning home could Chu Xu truly relax. Playing and frolicking with Xian Yu and Lu Xing, and peacefully falling asleep in his cozy little nest. With a mighty roar, Chu Xu quickened his pace towards home, his calls echoing through the forest. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Long Ma rose to her feet, spotting Chu Xu returning laden with prey, her own roar harmonizing with his, the reverberations lingering in the air. Years later, Chu Xu would often reminisce about that evening's sprint beneath the setting sun, a poignant reminder of his fleeting youth. Time flowed silently like a river, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The landscapes within Long Ma's territory gradually transformed, as temperatures soared and rain became scarce. The scorching sun baked the earth, immersing all of nature in a furnace-like heat. The verdant flora of the forest visibly withered, and the water levels in rivers and lakes dwindled, heralding the arrival of the most dreaded drought of the year in the ancient Laramidia subcontinent. During the early to mid-Cretaceous period, the collision of the Asian and North American plates caused widespread subsidence in central North America, allowing seawater to inundate the land, forming a shallow marine continental shelf that would later be known as the Western Interior Seaway. Thus, North America was cleaved in two. The eastern region became known as the Appalachian subcontinent, while the western region was termed the Laramidia subcontinent. Influenced by monsoons, Laramidia experienced distinct wet and dry seasons. The rainy season brought concentrated precipitation, warm and humid conditions, while the dry season was characterized by scant rainfall and sweltering dryness. This year's drought arrived unusually early, with conditions more severe than ever, and the climate and daily weather grew increasingly erratic and strange. Chu Xu sensed that this might be an omen of significant events on the horizon in the late Cretaceous period, during the Maastrichtian. The monumental event that Chu Xu could envision was none other than the infamous Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, commonly referred to as the dinosaur extinction. This was one of the 5 great mass extinction events in Earth's history, occurring between the Mesozoic Cretaceous and the Cenozoic Paleogene, fundamentally reshaping the planet's ecological structure and ending over 150 million years of dinosaur dominance. As for the specific causes of the extinction, future paleontologists would have differing opinions. The most widely accepted theory posits that a 10-kilometer-wide asteroid collided with Earth, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that propelled vast amounts of dust into the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight for an extended period, plunging the Earth into darkness and cold, causing plants to wither and disrupting the food chain, leading to the extinction of the vast majority of life forms, including dinosaurs. However, the asteroid impact was merely the final straw for the dinosaurs. Prior to this, the late Cretaceous climate and environment had already exhibited numerous issues, with various species showing signs of decline and extinction. Chu Xu could already sense that the era and world in which he resided were on the brink of monumental change. Chapter 24. Intermediate Skill. Underworld Dragon. A new day dawned, with the sun shining brightly and the air oppressively hot, devoid of even the slightest breeze, as if the thick atmosphere had solidified. After completing his daily skill proficiency training that morning, Chu Xu continuously utilized the specialized nasal passages of theropod dinosaurs to dissipate heat and regulate his body temperature. Exhaling warm air through his nostrils, this dreadful weather, Chu Xu silently lamented, reminiscing about the days of air conditioning and chilled beverages from his past life. As a dinosaur without sweat glands, he was incapable of perspiration and could only rely on self-regulation of his body temperature. Otherwise, overheating could easily lead to heatstroke. At that moment, a series of new notifications appeared before Chu Xu's eyes. Claw Swipe, 1000. Proficiency maxed out. Automatically upgraded to Flame Claw. Flame Claw, 5000 Intermediate Skill. Attacks opponents with fiery claws, inflicting slashing and burning damage. Bite Smash, 1000. Proficiency maxed out. Automatically upgraded to Flame Fong. Flame Fong, 5000 Intermediate Skill. Attacks opponents with fiery teeth, inflicting biting and burning damage. Body Slam, 1000. Proficiency maxed out. Automatically upgraded to Flashing Charge. Flashing Charge, 5000 Intermediate Skill. Envelopes oneself in flames and charges at the opponent, inflicting collision and burning damage. Acceleration, 1000. Proficiency maxed out. Automatically upgraded to High Speed Movement. High Speed Movement, 5000 Intermediate Skill. Generates explosive reaction force through rapid footfalls, temporarily doubling one's speed. At last, Chu Xu had upgraded these 4 basic skills to intermediate ones. He nodded in satisfaction. After more than 6 months of relentless proficiency training, he had finally accumulated full values. A notable characteristic of these intermediate skills was their incorporation of fiery burning damage atop the foundational abilities. Flame Claw, Flame Fong, and Flashing Charge all bestowed fiery enhancements to his attacks, significantly amplifying damage compared to their basic counterparts. The final skill, High Speed Movement, could temporarily double his speed, effectively tripling his original velocity. He then checked his attribute panel. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 8 months. Species, Agumen, male. Growth stage, juvenile. Attributes, Strength 300, Agility 300, Constitution 320, Spirit 310, Evolution points, 30. Skills, Flame Claw, Flame Fong. Flashing Charge, High Speed Movement, Ultimate Skill. Mini Flame Achievements, Tyrant's Potential. Beginner, Psychic Perception, Beginner, Fluid Armament, Beginner. Next evolution stage, Tyrannosaurus. In just 2 months, Chu Xu's attributes had doubled since his last evolution, surpassing the 300 mark. The changes in his physique were also quite pronounced, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, standing at 1.5 meters high, and weighing over half a ton. If he continued to grow at this rate, within 6 months, or at most a year, Chu Xu would reach the upper limits of his juvenile stage, paving the way for his second evolution. Feeling hungry, it was time to venture out for a hunt. The daily skill proficiency training served as mere warm-up exercises for Chu Xu, and now he was eager to engage in more active pursuits. With the food reserves at home depleted, Long Ma had already taken Xian Yu and Lu Xing out for hunting. Since Chu Xu had begun hunting independently, Long Ma had adopted a completely free-range approach to him, typically not insisting that he accompany her on her outings. Chu Xu relished this newfound freedom, allowing him to choose his prey and hunt autonomously. Upon leaving home, Chu Xu followed the river, which had significantly receded, as he sought out potential quarry downstream. The river was nearly devoid of fish, and Chu Xu lamented the difficulty of foraging under such circumstances. However, The diminishing water source still attracted numerous herbivorous dinosaurs seeking to quench their thirst in the sweltering heat. Before long, Chu Xu's psychic perception detected a group of underworld dragons collectively drinking at the riverbank. The underworld dragon bore little resemblance to the underworld thief dragon he had encountered before. It was a medium-sized herbivorous dinosaur belonging to the Pachycephalosauridae family, measuring between 2.5 to 3 meters in length, standing nearly 1 meter tall, and weighing around 200 pounds. The name underworld dragon signifies a demon from the underworld, derived from the chilling scene in which its fossils were discovered, reminiscent of unearthing the remains of a hellish creature. The underworld dragon's appearance was strikingly bizarre, resembling neither sheep nor deer, with a head the size of a basketball adorned with a hard, prominent circular dome, almost as if it were wearing a helmet. Unlike other pachycephalosaurs, the circular dome of the underworld dragon was surrounded by several towering bony spikes, which, while not as colossal as the Triceratops' massive horns, emanated a chilling sharpness. Decided. Chu Xu's eyes sparkled. It was the first time he had encountered the peculiar underworld dragon. And without a second thought, he resolved to sample this new delicacy. As he stealthily approached the group of underworld dragons, he carefully observed their every move. Suddenly, he witnessed two robust male underworld dragons clashing heads in a display of dominance, their powerful forms colliding with a resounding thud. The robust and thick skulls of the two male Mingxi dragons collided fiercely, reverberating a crisp sound through the air, with no victor declared after the first clash. They continued to engage again and again. The two males relentlessly retreated and charged, their iron-hard heads crashing into one another with increasing ferocity. Were it any other dinosaur, they would likely have suffered a concussion by now. Yet for the Mingxi dragons and their thick-headed kin, such impacts were merely routine. Not only were their skulls exceptionally hard, but they also possessed 3 distinct layers of structure that effectively transmitted the impact and shock through their nervous systems, thereby minimizing damage to their heads. Nevertheless, upon witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xu inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort in his own head. Alongside the two male Mingxi dragons was a smaller female, who appeared quite anxious, calling out incessantly as if imploring them to cease their fighting. Unbeknownst to her, the two males were vying for her affection, and with the enchanting female nearby, they were even more determined and unwilling to concede. Each intent on utterly defeating the other, at last. After a fierce exchange, one male Mingxi dragon emerged victorious, toppling his opponent to the ground, rendering him unable to rise for quite some time. The triumphant male approached the female with an air of pride, and she, captivated by his gallantry, engaged in a tender nuzzle with him. Yet, in the very next moment, the once proud male was caught off guard as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly appeared behind the female Mingxi dragon, moving with such speed that he had no time to react before she was violently knocked to the ground. Chapter 25. Fated Lovers, the Cruelty of Society. The one who had ambushed the female Mingxi dragon was none other than Chu Xu. Upon nearing the Mingxi dragon group, he activated the intermediate skill he had just mastered, high-speed movement. In an instant, his powerful hind limbs pounded the ground multiple times, generating explosive reactive force that propelled his massive body forward, akin to a racecar's launch, achieving optimal acceleration in the shortest span of time. With his agility stat having reached 300, his speed had escalated to an impressive 70 km/h, enhanced by high-speed movement. His maximum velocity tripled to a staggering 210 km/h, enabling him to cover 58 meters in just 1 second, nearly doubling the speed of the modern-day land speed champion, the cheetah. The surrounding Mingxi dragons merely felt a gust of wind rush past, only to witness the juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex seemingly materialize out of thin air, swiftly subduing the female Mingxi dragon. With a snap, Chu Xu's gaping maw brimmed with sharp fangs that glowed ominously, igniting into fierce flames as he lunged to bite the female Mingxi dragon's neck, firefang, hissing. As Chu Xu's fiery fangs made contact with her skin, thick plumes of smoke erupted, instantly melting her flesh, and the searing pain elicited a desperate wail from her. Coupled with the tremendous force of his jaws, the flames penetrated deeper into her muscles and even into her bones, tearing as they seared the surrounding tissue to a charred black. Even her arteries suffered severe burns, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably, and the excruciating agony rendered the female Mingxi dragon unable to withstand it, leading her to succumb to unconsciousness. After this fainting spell, it was unlikely she would awaken again, with the significant loss of blood and deep burns to her neck ensuring her demise was merely a matter of time. It was a cruel twist of fate that the victorious male Mingxi dragon who had just secured the female's affection, was robbed of the chance to claim her as his own, leaving him with a bewildered, glimmering bald head. The other Mingxi dragons, witnessing Chu Xu's lethal assault on the female, were struck with terror, scattering in all directions. Only the male Mingxi dragon, recovering from the shock, let out an enraged roar, lowering his body into a straight line from head to tail, charging fiercely at Chu Xu. Intent on avenging his beloved female. Excellent. Seeing this, Chu Xu temporarily released his grip on the female Mingxi dragon's neck, lowering his head as well, and an armor of liquid energy enveloped his crown. Enhancing his defenses, he took a bold step forward to collide with the oncoming male Mingxi dragon. With a thunderous crash, the male Mingxi dragon, weighing only around 200 pounds, stood no chance against Chu Xu. Not only was he sent flying by the sheer force, but the bony spikes around his skull shattered, and the thick skull he once prided himself on now throbbed with pain and dizziness. In stark contrast, Chu Xu remained unscathed, bolstered by the liquid energy's defensive enhancement, rendering his head even sturdier than that of the Mingxi dragon. Before the male could regain his footing, Chu Xu swiftly advanced, almost instantaneously appearing before him. With a flash, in the following moment, flames enveloped Chu Xu's claws, raising their temperature to a scorching degree, akin to a red-hot iron, and he slashed across the male Mingxi dragon's neck. Flame claw. The coarse skin of the neck was effortlessly torn apart, exposing bone beneath. Simultaneously, the flames infiltrated the male's body, incinerating his internal organs from within, eliciting agonizing cries of despair until he ultimately fell silent. The two fated lovers, akin to doomed souls, were easily dispatched. In this first trial of his intermediate skill, Chu Xu could not help but acknowledge its formidable and ruthlessly efficient power. The application of fire constituted a dimensional strike against ordinary creatures. Regardless of size or ferocity, even the mightiest of dinosaurs instinctively feared the flames. Ding! You have slain a Mingxi dragon. Evolution points 20. Ding! You have slain a Mingxi dragon. Evolution points 20. Next, Chu Xu proceeded to indulge in his spoils. As his body continued to grow and develop, so too did his appetite, which had become increasingly extravagant. From his observations, an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, like Demon, required at least 300 pounds of meat daily, sometimes even exceeding 1,000 pounds, allowing for several days without sustenance thereafter. Although Chu Xu's size was still far from that of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, he now needed roughly 100 pounds of meat in a single meal to feel satiated, consuming nearly 1 meal per day. The primary reason for this was his immense energy expenditure. Utilizing skills daily significantly heightened his metabolic rate, leading to rapid depletion of his internal energy reserves. Typically, herbivorous dinosaurs had a meat yield of approximately 40 to 50. Thus, Chu Xu needed to hunt a prey weighing around 200 pounds daily to satisfy his hunger. Before long, Chu Xu devoured the entire female Mingxi dragon. Leaving only a heap of bones behind, he proceeded to bury the remaining male Mingxi dragon, marking the area with his scent. A Tyrannosaurus rex's signature aroma was enough to deter most creatures. Once this was accomplished, Chu Xu continued along the river, treating it as a post-meal stroll. Coincidentally, not far from his path, he spotted Demon and Liuxing lying in wait within the underbrush by the riverbank, poised to ambush unsuspecting prey. Chu Xu refrained from interrupting them, intending to take a detour, when he noticed Liuxing, growing impatient, stealthily slip away while Demon was distracted. This rascal, was he attempting to shirk his duties again? Whenever Demon taught the three young Tyrannosaurus rex how to hunt, Liuxing would invariably seek to evade responsibility. When Chu Xu was present, he would occasionally discipline him, but now that he was absent, Liuxing had free rein. Liuxing wandered about, his curiosity piqued by every new sight. This innate curiosity could prove perilous for a young Tyrannosaurus rex lacking self-preservation skills. Chu Xu decided to follow him discreetly. He did not directly intervene, as Liuxing had a tendency to forget his lessons. Even if he was halted today, there was no guarantee he would not repeat the same folly tomorrow. Thus, Chu Xu hoped to allow Liuxing to experience the harsh realities of life. Believing that only through genuine lessons would he learn and grow wiser, at that moment, Liuxing stumbled into a dense patch of horsetail and discovered a deep earthen nest. Within the nest lay a perfect arrangement of oval-shaped dinosaur eggs, set in a semicircular formation, totaling an estimated 30 or more. Chapter 26, Hooked Dragon, a Pecking Order. This was indeed a dinosaur egg nest. Judging by the size of the eggs, they were likely laid by a medium to small-sized dinosaur. At the moment, the nest's owner was absent, presumably out foraging for food. However, The presence of the nest indicated that their territory was nearby, not too far away. Liuxing, oblivious to the looming danger, approached the nest with drool pooling in his mouth. Unhesitatingly moving closer, he had never tasted dinosaur eggs before, but his instincts told him they must be delicious. Snap! Liuxing picked up a dinosaur egg, and with a swift motion, crushed its shell between his jaws. Savoring the delectable contents within, the dinosaur embryo, still in its nascent stage of development, met its fate within Liuxing's belly. Unsatisfied with just one egg, Liuxing seized a second one, devouring it voraciously. Nearby, Chu Xu, who had been stealthily following Liuxing, could only shake his head in disbelief. Did Liuxing truly consider this a buffet? With his master absent, he could have discreetly taken a few eggs to enjoy at home, yet here he was, brazenly indulging in the feast on the spot. After devouring 3 dinosaur eggs, Liuxing's belly was round and full, yet he still smacked his lips in lingering desire. These delightful dinosaur eggs were too tempting. He envisioned sharing them with Mother Dragon and his siblings upon his return. Thus, he clutched one egg in his mouth and cradled another with his short forelimbs. Previously, it had always been his elder brother who hunted and brought back delicious food. Now, it was finally his turn to contribute. Just as Liuxing prepared to depart with his 2 prized eggs, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the air. Chu Xu's heightened senses had detected an adult dinosaur rushing towards the nest of eggs. The rightful owner had returned. It was a Therizinosaurus, a small omnivorous dinosaur belonging to the Therizinosauridae family. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length and standing 1 meter tall, with a weight of around 50 pounds. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of birds, adorned with dense feathers. Its most distinctive features were its short yet powerful forelimbs and the formidable, hooked claws they bore. In contrast, Liuxing, still under a year old, measured only 1 meter in length and half a meter in height, though his weight was comparable to that of the Therizinosaurus. From a distance, the Therizinosaurus noticed the traces of the intruder and hurried back home. Just in time to confront the departing Liuxing. Thief! Return my eggs! The Therizinosaurus bellowed in fury upon witnessing Liuxing making off with its 2 eggs, charging at him with reckless abandon. Startled by the sudden onslaught, Liuxing inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the 2 eggs to fall and crack open, spilling their contents onto the ground. The loss of his offspring sent the Therizinosaurus into a rage, and with a powerful leap, it pounced upon Liuxing, its sharp beak aimed at his head, inflicting painful wounds, while its claws raked violently across Liuxing's body, tearing into his flesh in pain. Liuxing turned to flee, but the Therizinosaurus relentlessly pursued him, determined to exact retribution for its lost young. After enduring a considerable chase, Liuxing's patience wore thin. Even a cornered rabbit would fight back, let alone a Tyrannosaurus, as the Therizinosaurus lunged for another strike. Liuxing, despite the pain, retaliated by snapping his jaws towards the vulnerable neck of his adversary. The most crucial hunting lesson he learned from Mother Dragon was to attack an enemy's weakest point. The Therizinosaurus seemed unprepared for Liuxing's sudden counterattack and found its neck firmly clamped within Liuxing's powerful jaws, sharp teeth piercing deeply into its flesh. The Therizinosaurus struggled violently but eventually broke free, leaving behind a bloody trail of teeth marks and torn skin. With newfound confidence, Liuxing's inherent combat instincts surged forth, and he charged at the Therizinosaurus. The Therizinosaurus, equally enraged, disregarded all caution and collided head-on with Liuxing, sending both tumbling into a thicket, where an intense struggle ensued. They exchanged bites and strikes, each vying for dominance in an escalating battle. Not far off, Chu Xu, who had intended to assist Liuxing, paused to observe the fierce clash between him and the Therizinosaurus. Finding amusement in the spectacle, though his discerning eye, it was evident that the Therizinosaurus held the upper hand, employing its beak, claws, and talons to mount a relentless assault on Liuxing, steadily inflicting more wounds. However, these injuries seemed inconsequential to Liuxing. Each bite he delivered exacted a toll on the Therizinosaurus, causing deep lacerations and profuse bleeding, gradually impairing its mobility. This disparity in weaponry became apparent. While the Therizinosaurus appeared ferocious in its attacks, it posed little threat to Liuxing's sturdy frame, whereas Liuxing's sharp teeth could deliver devastating blows. After an arduous 10 minutes, the Therizinosaurus began to show signs of fatigue, its offensive diminishing in intensity. Seizing the opportunity, Liuxing clamped down once more on the Therizinosaurus's neck, this time with all his might, refusing to relent regardless of how the creature thrashed. Gradually, the Therizinosaurus's struggles weakened, until it ultimately fell still, succumbing to asphyxiation in Liuxing's grasp. Yet, Liuxing remained cautious, waiting several minutes before releasing his hold, confirming the Therizinosaurus's demise. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. With a triumphant roar, Liuxing stood atop the fallen Therizinosaurus, exuding a sense of victorious bravado. If only he could accompany this moment with a few dramatic lines, it would be perfect. However, his moment of glory was short-lived as another piercing cry rang out. Liuxing turned to see yet another Therizinosaurus approaching. The one he had just slain was a female, and this newcomer was her mate. Panic surged within Liuxing. He had expended tremendous effort to defeat the female, only to be confronted by a fully energized male, leaving him utterly drained. With a heavy heart, Liuxing lamented, "Farewell, mother, I shall no longer require your meals tonight." Just as he processed this grim reality, the furious male Therizinosaurus charged at him in a furious frenzy. However, before it could reach Liuxing, it was suddenly struck by a bolt of fire descending from the sky, igniting its feathers and transforming it into a rolling fireball. The dramatic scene unfolded with a thunderous roar and blinding white light engulfing the entire world. Chu Xu had no time to feel any pain, nor to react, before he was engulfed by a blinding light, and the entire world around him evaporated into nothingness. Yet again, he found himself in that dream. Before dawn had broken, Chu Xu awoke with a start from his slumber, his chest heaving violently, heart racing, still somewhat shaken from the experience. It was unclear when this had begun, but he often found himself dreaming of the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. The scenes unfolded before his eyes like a film reel, his consciousness remaining alert, yet unable to awaken fully. The first image that met Chu Xu's gaze was the boundless expanse of space. This was the solar system, the orbit between Mars and Jupiter. Two small asteroids, fated to collide, met with a cataclysmic force, resulting in an astonishing explosion. In the aftermath of the explosion, the asteroids were shattered into countless massive fragments, drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. In the grand scheme of the vast solar system, this asteroid collision was merely a trivial episode in the long passage of time since its inception, utterly insignificant. However, 100 million years later, the butterfly effect triggered by this event would unleash a cataclysmic extinction upon the small planet Earth. Following the cosmic scene, Chu Xu's perspective gradually shifted to the familiar terrain of Earth. 100 million years had elapsed since the collision of those two asteroids. It was now the Maastrichtian stage of the late Cretaceous, in the subcontinent of Laramidia in ancient North America. Chu Xu could even see himself, alongside Daenerys, Xianyue, and Liuxing. At that time, he was already living independently, while Xianyue and Liuxing still resided with Daenerys, all of them having grown up. Including Chu Xu's family, all creatures continued to go about their lives as usual. Carnivorous dinosaurs lurked in the shadows, poised to hunt. Herbivorous dinosaurs foraged for food, ever vigilant for predators. Pterosaurs and birds soared through the sky, while mosasaurs and fish navigated the depths of the ocean. Boom! Suddenly, everything came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. The sky turned a crimson hue, mountains and rivers dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. A fragment of an asteroid, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards the atmosphere at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, almost all animals instinctively raised their heads to witness the meteor that heralded destruction. Ultimately crashing into the southern coastline of Laramidia, the impact of such a colossal meteorite upon the Earth's surface instantaneously released 4.21023 joules of energy, equivalent to the explosive yield of 1 trillion tons of TNT, comparable to the simultaneous detonation of 2 million Tsar Bomba hydrogen bombs. It left in its wake a crater measuring 300 kilometers in diameter and 40 kilometers deep on what would later be known as the Yucatan Peninsula. The renowned Chicxulub crater. In the vicinity of the impact site, countless creatures were obliterated in an instant, with the explosive shockwave radiating throughout North America. The ensuing catastrophic events, a magnitude 12 earthquake, super tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and fierce storms, further dragged a broader range of life into oblivion. What followed was the true meaning of a nuclear winter, as vast quantities of sulfur compounds entered the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight, causing temperatures to plummet and resulting in acid rain that persisted for decades. Surviving plants could no longer photosynthesize, withering away. Herbivorous dinosaurs starved, and carnivorous dinosaurs gradually perished. Not only the dinosaurs, but also pterosaurs, non-avian theropods. Ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and mosasaurs, 70 of the species that dominated the late Cretaceous, vanished forever from the annals of history. Chapter 28. The cycle of extinction over millennia. the dry season had officially arrived. Was this what the future held? Finally awakening from that incredibly vivid dream, Chu Xu murmured to himself, "This must be what is referred to as the curse of knowledge. Once one is aware that an event is imminent, it becomes unfathomable to imagine being oblivious to it in his previous life." Chu Xu had delved deeply into the study of the dinosaur extinction, synthesizing it with other mass extinction events throughout Earth's history, and had discerned a pattern. Mass extinctions occurred on average every 63 million years. The first was the Cambrian Ordovician extinction event, wherein over 80 of species vanished, followed by the Ordovician-Silurian extinction event, brought about by global cooling and a significant drop in sea levels, resulting in approximately 85 of species going extinct. Then the Devonian Carboniferous extinction event, due to further global cooling and continued sea level decline, claimed another 70 of species. Next came the Permian Triassic extinction event, the most severe of all extinction events, where 96 of species, including the dominant trilobites of the Paleozoic era, were eradicated. Following that was the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, which saw 76 of species disappear, allowing dinosaurs to ascend as the rulers of the Mesozoic. Lastly, the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, caused by asteroid impacts and volcanic eruptions, led to the extinction of 70 of species, including dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and mosasaurs, paving the way for flowering plants, mammals, and birds to become the dominant species of the Cenozoic. 6 major mass extinction events, interspersed with numerous smaller-scale extinction events, such as the late Carboniferous rainforest collapse and the late Jurassic extinction event, all occurred roughly every 63 million years, a time span that coincidentally aligns with the basic geological unit of time. The era. Chu Xu just so happened to reside at the tail end of the Cretaceous, coinciding with the conclusion of the 63 million-year cycle, leaving one to ponder whether it was fortune or misfortune. There was no need to overthink it. For now, survival was paramount. Chu Xu dismissed any foreboding thoughts, resolving that if today were indeed the day of the dinosaur's demise, he would witness this historical moment. Unlocking the mystery of the dinosaur extinction, often regarded as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the world. Moreover, with a system at his disposal, as long as he continued to evolve. What was a mere asteroid impact? Perhaps he could transform into a being akin to Saitama, obliterating the asteroid with a single punch, thereby saving the dinosaurs and possibly altering the course of biological history forever. Who knows if dinosaurs would continue to reign over the Earth? Or if humanity would even emerge at all? Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The dry season had officially arrived in the Laramidia subcontinent, with months of scant rainfall causing the forest vegetation to wither away, and lakes and rivers to dry up completely. Furthermore, Chu Xu could observe with his own eyes that the prey within his territory was dwindling. The medium to large herbivorous dinosaurs had begun their collective migration, journeying from north to south and from west to east towards the wetter western inland regions of North America. This area, due to the rivers flowing into the sea, had formed extensive coastal wetlands and delta plains, crisscrossed by rivers and dotted with lakes, an ideal refuge during the dry season. Concurrently, carnivorous dinosaurs would follow the migration of the herbivores. Such a grand spectacle of migration, reminiscent of the migrations that frequently occurred in the East African savanna in later times, was a necessary measure for survival, fraught with peril. Over the past month, both Daenerys and Chu Xu found their hunting increasingly challenging, not due to a lack of skill, but rather because prey had become scarce. Even the most skilled hunters would find it difficult to hunt without prey. Thus, Daenerys had been contemplating migration, frequently patrolling their territory to monitor the movements of animal populations and prepare for the journey ahead. The only concern weighing on her mind was the considerable distance to be traversed, often spanning thousands of kilometers, and whether her 3 young Tyrannosaurus rex could endure the trek. While she had complete confidence in her eldest son, the same could not be said for Xianyue and Liuxing. Their physical condition was one aspect, while the uncertainties of external threats were another, necessitating utmost caution. Meanwhile, Chu Xu was diligently preparing for the impending Great Migration. Over the past month, he had undertaken special smoking treatments for the raw meat he had hunted. First, he tore the raw meat into small chunks with his claws, then dug a pit to build a campfire, covering the flames with hardwood to create thick, black smoke. Finally, he hung the shredded meat strips above the smoke to cure. After several days of smoking, the meat turned completely black, resulting in simple smoked meat that could last for up to 3 months. Of course, even if the meat were to spoil, the Tyrannosaurus rex could still consume it, as they possessed a powerful digestive and immune system capable of breaking down carrion and resisting various pathogens. Additionally, their highly developed olfactory senses led many later paleontologists to consider them scavengers. However, Chu Xu was still struggling to accept the idea of eating spoiled meat, reserving that option for a dire situation where starvation was imminent. After spending most of the day hunting without encountering suitable prey, he finally returned home, taking the opportunity to visit the secret base where he stored his smoked meat. The secret base is, in fact, a vacant plot within the core territory of the Mother of Dragons. Here lies a homemade smoker crafted by Chu Xu, where a roaring bonfire sends forth thick, rich smoke that envelopes the hanging meat, transforming it into a deep, lustrous red, exuding a tantalizing aroma that wafts through the air for miles. However, due to the proximity to the Mother of Dragons domain, marked by the scent of adult Tyrannosaurus rex, ordinary carnivorous creatures would dare not approach, even if they caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance. Additionally, a grand and sturdy sycamore stands tall, its trunk hollowed out by Chu Xu to create a deep cavity, which he has sealed with a stone of similar size. This dry, enclosed hollow serves as his storage for the smoked meat. What a predicament! Yet, today, as Chu Xu surveyed his secret base, he discovered that the smoker he had painstakingly constructed had collapsed. The bonfire extinguished, and the unfinished smoked meat had vanished without a trace. The ground was littered with numerous chaotic three-toed footprints, along with scattered feathers, indicating that this thievery was undoubtedly the work of a gang. Fortunately, the smoked meat stored within the hollow of the tree had not been discovered. From the traces left behind, Chu Xu deduced that the culprits were likely a small species of feathered theropod dinosaurs, possibly numbering over 10, indicating a sizable group. It would be too late to pursue the thieves now. However, Chu Xu was not one to let this matter slide. He was determined to make these vile intruders pay. Using the smoked meat as bait, he knew they would return. The challenge was that he could not remain here indefinitely to ensnare them. Thus, a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to employ the art of trapping, a skill honed by his ancestors in the pursuit of game. Without hesitation, Chu Xu found a prime location nearby and began to dig a pit with nimble hands and feet in no time. He had excavated a 2-meter deep pit. Merely digging a hole was not enough, for even if the thieves accidentally fell in, they might still find a way to escape. Therefore, Chu Xu gathered sturdy, sharp twigs from the surrounding underbrush and inserted them deeply into the bottom of the pit. Should the thieves tumble in, these twigs would pierce them through, ensuring they could not escape, and scathed. 1 pit was insufficient. He ventured further and dug 2 more pits in proximity, fashioning deadly traps with the same method. Once the 3 traps were set, he covered the openings with dried branches and a thin layer of soil, camouflaging them to blend seamlessly with the surrounding terrain. Finally, he placed several pieces of smoked meat from the sycamore's hollow at the entrances of the traps. Completing his ingenious design in this era, long before humanity's ascent, the introduction of artificial traps was unprecedented. One could only wonder which dinosaur would be the first to unwittingly fall victim to such a contrivance. After setting the traps, Chu Xu departed from his secret base, awaiting the morrow to assess the results. Soon, the night descended softly, painting the sky with a pure and vibrant tapestry of stars, deep as ink yet radiant as blossoms. Throughout the lengthy Cretaceous period and the Mesozoic era, small mammals were forced to adapt and evolve towards burrowing and nocturnal behaviors, developing keen senses of smell, hearing, and night vision, living cautiously under the cover of darkness. This was also a time when most reptiles, including dinosaurs, possessed relatively poor night vision, granting mammals a rare opportunity to breathe freely under the cloak of night. Nevertheless, even in the dark, small carnivorous dinosaurs remained active. Becoming a nightmare for these mammals, as night fell, one by one, the dromaeosaurids emerged from their hidden nests, gathering together and exchanging low, raspy calls. With the onset of the dry season and dwindling food supplies, these predators, accustomed to solitary or paired hunting, began to hunt in packs, often forming groups of over 10 to take down larger prey. The dromaeosaurids, small carnivorous dinosaurs known for their triangular, sharp teeth with serrated edges, were characterized by their robust forelimbs and elongated hindlimbs, and bore a resemblance to the larger dromaeosaurids. Measuring about 2 meters in length, standing 1 meter tall, and weighing around 50 kilograms, they were slightly heftier than their lightweight counterparts. In truth, the dromaeosaurids posed a far greater danger than their relatives, largely due to their high brain-to-body ratio, closely mirroring that of modern birds, and their highly developed senses, thus earning them the title of the most intelligent dinosaurs. Some paleontologists even speculated that had dinosaurs not gone extinct, dromaeosaurids might have evolved into a dominant species akin to humanity, perhaps even to become the rulers of Earth. Suddenly, one dromaeosaurid seemed to catch a whiff of a peculiar scent wafting from afar. Stretching its neck high and flaring its nostrils, Once again, this enticing aroma. This dromaeosaurid had detected the same unfamiliar scent the previous night and led its pack to investigate, discovering the remnants of smoked meat. Despite the lingering scent of Tyrannosaurus rex in the vicinity, the famished dromaeosaurids could hardly afford to be cautious, devouring the smoky delicacies in one go. To their astonishment, they found this unexpected feast awaiting them once more. With an eager call, the dromaeosaurid urged its companions to the source of the delightful fragrance. Indeed, they were greeted by an abundance of mouth-watering meat laid out before them, seemingly within arm's reach. However, the dromaeosaurids remained vigilant, refraining from rushing in until they had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of other predators nearby. Assured of their safety, they surged forward in excitement, vying for the bountiful feast. Yet, just as a few dromaeosaurids reached a particular morsel, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them give way. With no time to react as they plummeted into the pit in an instant, their anguished cries echoed from within the trap. As the sharp twigs impaled them, causing torrents of blood to flow freely. Simultaneously, the others approaching the remaining food met a similar fate, falling into the traps and suffering grievous injuries, blood spraying forth as they writhed in agony. Only a handful of slower dromaeosaurids managed to escape, watching in horror as their companions met their grim fate, paralyzed by fear and unable to devise a plan to rescue them. The struggling dromaeosaurids snapped the twigs embedded in their bodies. Yet the portions lodged within only exacerbated the loss of blood, hastening their demise. The night deepened, and those lingering at the edge of the traps were overcome with terror, fleeing into the darkness. While the 7 or 8 dromaeosaurids trapped within succumbed to their injuries, leaving no sign of life. As the story unfolds, a new chapter begins, hinting at the origins of primates. The diminutive, primitive Purgatorius, the ancestor of all primates. Perched atop the towering sycamore, a recently awakened Purgatorius cautiously emerged from its concealed hollow, ready to forage for food. This ancient and rudimentary primate, measuring merely 15 centimeters in length, bore little resemblance to modern monkeys. More akin to a squirrel, with a pointed head, large round eyes, and sharp little teeth. Its furry body was complemented by a long tail and strong limbs equipped with curved claws for agile climbing, a true embodiment of a primitive mammal. They thrived as arboreal foragers, subsisting on insects and fruits. Upon emerging from its burrow, the Purgatorius caught sight of a few frantic dromaeosaurids scurrying past in a panic. The dromaeosaurids were unequivocally the Purgatorius's natural enemy, and the timid creature quickly retreated back into its hollow. It wasn't until the commotion subsided that the Purgatorius cautiously peeked out, only to find the dromaeosaurids had vanished as it emerged fully. A strong scent of blood wafted through the air, tantalizingly close. From its vantage point atop the sycamore, equipped with excellent night vision, the Purgatorius could clearly see 3 enormous pits in the ground, within which lay the lifeless bodies of dromaeosaurids, their demise a grim testament to the night's events. In that moment, the tender heart of the young Purgatorius monkey was profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, in the depths of slumber, Chu Xu remained oblivious to the immense impact his unintentional actions had wrought upon the earliest ancestors of primates. Upon awakening the following morning, Chu Xu set out to inspect the status of the traps and, as anticipated, the band of thieves had indeed been ensnared. It turned out to be a group of Therizinosaurus. Observing the lifeless bodies of the Therizinosaurus, which had been deceased for some time, Chu Xu could not help but shake his head and chuckle. It was unexpected that the most intellectually advanced among the dinosaurs, the Therizinosaurus, became the first unfortunate victim to fall into a trap in history. However, the high intelligence of the Therizinosaurus was still confined within the realm of reptiles. And when compared to the mammals that would emerge in the future, there was a significant disparity, let alone in comparison to humans. Regrettably, the numerous Therizinosaurus that had met their demise in the trap would not yield any evolutionary points for Chu Xu. It seemed that the system only awarded points for prey killed by one's own hands, while those claimed through external means, such as traps, were disregarded. Nevertheless, the corpses of these Therizinosaurus could not go to waste. They would serve as a perfect resource to replenish the smoked meat lost over the past 2 days. First, Chu Xu employed liquid armor to cover parts of his body, enhancing his defenses to prevent accidental injury. He then cautiously descended into the trap pit, hoisting the bodies of the Therizinosaurus one by one, tossing them onto the ground. After recovering all the corpses, Chu Xu leapt with explosive strength, effortlessly clearing the 2-meter-deep pit. Through practical experience, he had confirmed the effectiveness of the traps, which proved to be an insidious weapon against the Cretaceous dinosaurs and other creatures, simple to construct yet yielding remarkable results. These 3 trap pits could be reused, ready to ensnare any thieves attempting to pilfer food. After a morning of labor, Chu Xu processed the Therizinosaurus carcasses and reconstructed the smoking rack, the roaring bonfire billowing thick, aromatic smoke as it cured piece after piece of fresh meat. A week passed, and the smoked meat derived from the Therizinosaurus was finally ready. When Chu Xu returned to share it with Long Ma, Xian Yu, and Lu Xing, their eyes widened in astonishment as they devoured the delicacy with fervor. The rich aroma wafted through the air. The meat was succulent yet not greasy, lean yet tender, leaving a lingering taste that was utterly delightful. Its caloric content exceeded that of the original raw meat, providing ample energy for their metabolic needs and activities. However, even with such a bountiful stockpile of provisions, if no additional prey were captured, it would soon dwindle. Over the past week, Chu Xu had scarcely caught any game. The medium to large herbivorous dinosaurs within Long Ma and Long Ba's territory had vanished. Fish had become extinct in the parched rivers, and only the occasional insects, lizards, and salamanders could be seen, signifying a desolate landscape. Roar. At last, Long Ma made a momentous decision to temporarily abandon their territory of 1 mu and 3 fawn, following the migrating herbivorous dinosaurs southeastward to contest new territory with other carnivorous dinosaurs. Planning to return after the dry season, on that clear morning, the soft glow of the rising sun delicately traced the contours of the land against the backdrop of the night's darkness. Taking advantage of the cool temperatures and gentle breezes, Long Ma woke early, summoned her 3 young Tyrannosaurus rex, and set forth on their migratory journey. Not only Long Ma, as the sovereign of this territory, but numerous carnivorous dinosaurs inhabiting the area could no longer restrain themselves, beginning to migrate in droves. There were the swift and agile hellhound Minosaur packs, the intelligent and cooperative hell coyote Therizinosaurus groups, the medium-sized power-speed hybrid known as the hell raptor Dromaeosaurus, and unexpectedly, a formidable presence emerged. It was a massive Tyrannosaurus, exceeding 7 meters in length, embodying the iconic features of the Tyrannosaurus family, a colossal, menacing head, a robust body, sturdy hind limbs, and a heavy tail. Yet, this was not a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its elongated forelimbs and blade-like teeth revealed significant differences from the Tyrannosaurus' characteristics. If Chu Xu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the dwarf tyrant, a diminutive variant of the Tyrannosaurus. The dwarf tyrant, a large carnivorous dinosaur of the Tyrannosauridae family, also roamed the Hell Creek Formation of North America. Initially, paleontologists mistook its fossil for that of a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, but soon discerned several distinctions, categorizing it as a separate species, aptly named the dwarf tyrant. Roar. After Chu Xu's family departed, this dwarf tyrant boldly intruded into Long Ma's core territory, its flaring nostrils sniffing the lingering scents, eyes glinting with ferocity and wrath. Undoubtedly, there had once been 3 juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex residing here. If left unchecked, they would grow to become formidable competitors, monopolizing resources. It was time to find an opportunity to eliminate these potential threats. Chapter 31. Armored Tank Ankylosaurus, Hellraptor Dromaeosaurus. A week after leaving their territory, Chu Xu's family journeyed along the Missouri River, traversing the vast Rocky Mountains until they arrived at the boundless North American grasslands. Thanks to the existence of the Western Inland Passage, the North American grasslands featured expansive floodplains, traversed by numerous rivers that occasionally overflowed, creating new sediment layers. During the rainy season, when water sources were abundant, this place became a paradise for herbivorous dinosaurs, lush with vegetation and teeming with life. However, with the cyclical arrival of the dry season, the landscape transformed into a desolate expanse of withering grass, a scene of decay, food scarcity, and the silent resting place of countless creatures throughout time, forming numerous fossil beds. Walking alongside Long Ma across the endless barren grasslands, Chu Xu attentively examined his attribute panel. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 10 months. Species: Acanthophilus, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 380, Agility 380, Constitution 400, Spirit 390. Evolution points: 10 skills: Flame Claw, Fire Fang, Flash Charge, High Speed Movement. Ultimate skill: Small Flame. Achievements: Tyrant Potential. Beginner. Spiritual Perception. Beginner. Fluid Armor. Beginner. Next evolution stage: Tyrannosaurus. Over this period, Chu Xu's attributes had steadily increased, his physique rapidly developing. With his body length reaching 3.5 meters, his height matching that of a 1.8-meter tall human male, and his weight approaching a full ton, his size comparable to that of a small car. In lateral comparison, Chu Xu was now nearly as long as Long Ma's tail, his head able to reach her thigh, no longer the diminutive fire turkey he once was at birth. Meanwhile, Xianyu and Lu Xing, at the same age, matched his proportions, their lengths corresponding to his tail and their heights to his thigh. Thus, when Chu Xu's family walked together, from Longma to Chu Xu and then to Xianyu and Lu Xing, they presented a harmonious tableau of varying heights and sizes. However, due to the scarcity of prey and the consequent reduction in evolutionary points, Chu Xu's growth rate had to decelerate. Alas, the reserved food had been consumed. If no new prey were captured, they would soon find themselves at the mercy of starvation. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xu withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel, facing the reality of their situation. The long migration had already drained a significant portion of their energy, and the search for prey, coupled with the challenges of hunting, presented a formidable obstacle. Fortunately, fortune was not always so cruel. At that moment, both Long Ma and Chu Xu caught a whiff of a rich scent lingering in the AI. It was likely that a herd of herbivorous dinosaurs had passed through the area not long ago. Instantly, their eyes brightened, and they quickened their pace toward the source of the aroma. After less than half an hour of travel, Chu Xu finally spotted the herd of herbivorous dinosaurs, a group of Ankylosaurs, known colloquially as armored tanks, numbering around 40 to 50 individuals. The Ankylosaurus, specifically the genus Ankylosaurus, was a medium-sized herbivorous dinosaur with stout limbs and a heavy build, measuring 6 meters in length and weighing up to 4 tons. The defining characteristic of the Ankylosaurus was its fully armored body, composed of hundreds of bony plates embedded in its skin, providing formidable protection with exceptional hardness and resilience. The surface of these plates was covered in spikes, and each side of its body bore rows of dagger-like spines, culminating in a massive, club-like tail that served both offensive and defensive purposes, making it a top-tier piece of equipment. These creatures were akin to gigantic, mobile durians. Upon seeing this herd of ankylosaurs, Chu Xu could not help but jest. The ankylosaurs were rare in the Hell Creek Formation of North America, far outnumbered by Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, which was why Chu Xu had seldom encountered them before. However, the small number does not imply that they are easily bullied. With their top-tier equipment, the difficulty of hunting them is quite high. Medium-sized and small carnivorous dinosaurs tend to keep their distance from the Ankylosaurus, hesitant to provoke them. Adult Tyrannosaurus rex, on the other hand, possesses the capability to hunt Ankylosaurus, but the effort hardly justifies the reward. After all, the Ankylosaurus has evolved its attributes predominantly towards armored defense, and while its weight is considerable, its meat yield is dismally low. Unless utterly famished, one would rather pursue the more plentiful and meaty Triceratops or Edmontosaurus. Yet, Dragon Mother and Chu Xu are not in a position to be choosy. Even the tiniest morsel is sustenance. Having finally located a group of Ankylosaurus, they are determined to devour every last bit, regardless of how bony they may be. Thus, Chu Xu and his family swiftly mobilize, deliberately lowering their bodies and stealthily advancing towards the Ankylosaurus herd. However, as soon as Chu Xu approaches the Ankylosaurus, his spiritual senses detect another group of famished hunters lying in ambush from a different direction. This is a pack of Dakotaraptors, evidently eyeing the same Ankylosaurus herd as their quarry. The Dakotaraptor, a medium-sized carnivorous dinosaur from the Dromaeosauridae family, is known as the Hellraptor. It is significantly larger than its relative, the Reaper Raptor, measuring 5.5 meters in length and weighing up to 450 kilograms. Despite its considerable size, the Dakotaraptor is an undeniable speedster, adorned with dense feathers and possessing elongated tibiae that far exceed its femurs. With its characteristic second toe claw, it excels in agility and maneuverability, combining the speed advantages of smaller carnivorous dinosaurs with the size advantages of larger ones. Additionally, Dakotaraptors hunt in familial units, with several working in tandem. Even large herbivorous dinosaurs can become their prey. With a swift motion, the Dakotaraptor family launches their assault. A pair of subadult Dakotaraptor brothers take the lead, their long legs propelling them to sprint at speeds exceeding 60 km/h. Following closely are an adult pair, one on each side, serving as the primary and secondary attackers, their sickle-like second toe claws poised to strike with lethal precision. Upon sensing the impending attack, the Ankylosaurus herd erupts into chaos, each individual instinctively fleeing. Despite their formidable exterior, these herbivorous dinosaurs harbor a deep-rooted genetic fear of their carnivorous adversaries. However, their stout limbs and heavy bodies make them no match for the speed of the Dakotaraptor. The leading Dakotaraptor brothers easily catch up to a straggler, blocking its escape route. Meanwhile, the adult Dakotaraptor couple closes in from either side, their jaws poised to clamp down on the Ankylosaurus's hind legs. Chapter 32. You will always be your daddy. disaster struck as the Dakotaraptor family intercepted their prey. Realizing that the Ankylosaurus herd was already in panic, Chu Xu knew he had to act swiftly. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, his feet striking the ground in rapid succession, leaving deep impressions in the earth. In an instant, he propelled himself like lightning, tearing through the gusting winds. And within mere seconds, he had caught up to the fleeing Ankylosaurus herd. Dragon Mother and the others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the Dakotaraptor family had begun their coordinated assault on the encircled Ankylosaurus. While the Ankylosaurus's attention was diverted by the brothers in front, the adult pair seized the opportunity to bite into its hind legs, tearing away bloody chunks of flesh. The Ankylosaurus let out a pained roar, swinging its formidable tail club in retaliation, targeting the male Dakotaraptor's legs. The tail club, measuring nearly 40 centimeters in diameter and weighing up to 50 kilograms, combined with the muscular tendons fused to its vertebrae and pelvis, made for a weapon of incredible lethality and surprising agility. Yet, the experienced male Dakotaraptor deftly evaded the blow. Seizing the moment, the female Dakotaraptor launched a powerful kick with her rear leg, striking the exposed abdomen of the Ankylosaurus, her claw piercing its skin and embedding deep within the muscle, causing blood to spurt forth. The Ankylosaurus let out a heart-wrenching wail, attempting to retaliate with its tail club once more, but the female Dakotaraptor easily dodged. The brothers, not to be outdone, also joined the fray, each biting down on the Ankylosaurus's forelimbs. This was no easy feat, as most of the Ankylosaurus's body was encased in hard bony plates, layered with a thick keratinous sheath and sharp spines, making it challenging for the Dakotaraptors to inflict significant damage. They could only target the unprotected limbs and abdomen to be effective. The Dakotaraptor strategy was not one of a quick kill, facing such a formidable opponent. They were forced into a war of attrition, gradually wearing down the Ankylosaurus's stamina through relentless attacks. Eventually, the Ankylosaurus would become nothing more than a slab of meat ready for the taking. However, the Ankylosaurus was not willing to go down without a fight. Realizing escape was futile, it decided to adopt its signature defensive posture, curling up like a hedgehog, its spines standing erect and gleaming ominously. The Dakotaraptor family was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to tackle this formidable stance. They unleashed their full arsenal, biting, clawing, and striking. Yet they could not inflict a single scratch upon the armored beast, left to howl in impotent rage. On the other side, Chu Xu had caught up to a straggling Ankylosaurus. Flames ignited within his gaping maw, fangs ablaze with scorching heat, as he bit down on the Ankylosaurus's hind leg. Fire Fong. The Ankylosaurus shrieked in agony, the pain searing through it, causing it to collapse heavily to the ground, struggling to rise again. Yet, the Ankylosaurus was quick to react. Realizing it could no longer flee, it quickly curled into a defensive ball. Unfortunately for this particular Ankylosaurus, its opponent was not merely a Dakotaraptor but the true tyrant of the dinosaurs, the Tyrannosaurus rex. Chu Xu had completed his task of distraction. The immobilized Ankylosaurus was now at the mercy of Dragon Mother. With a thunderous crash, Dragon Mother approached, towering over the mere 1.5-meter tall Ankylosaurus with her impressive height of over 6 meters, a staggering weight difference of 4 tons between them. Faced with the curled-up Ankylosaurus, Dragon Mother merely pushed with her massive head, effortlessly lifting the creature off the ground and flipping it onto its back, exposing its vulnerable belly devoid of armor. The Ankylosaurus was utterly oblivious to the sheer strength of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex. "You will always be your daddy." Without hesitation, Dragon Mother opened her jaws wide, sinking her teeth into the Ankylosaurus's abdomen. With a swift shake of her head, she tore it open, spilling forth a colorful array of entrails, red, yellow, and white, like a vivid tapestry. Dragon Mother did not linger to finish off the Ankylosaurus. Instead, she eagerly devoured its freshly exposed organs, quenching her thirst with the steaming blood, relishing the feast with unrestrained delight. Chu Xu, along with Xian Yu and Lu Xing, also gorged themselves on the Ankylosaurus meat. Though the quantity was scarce, the texture coarse and flavor mediocre, they had no time to be picky. The unfortunate Ankylosaurus emitted a series of pitiful cries, its resilient life force refusing to extinguish easily. Yet for it, death had become a luxury, forcing it to endure torment while still alive. After what felt like an eternity, the Ankylosaurus finally drew its last breath amidst endless suffering. Its edible portions nearly devoured by Chu Xu and his family, leaving behind only a meager pile of bones. With a meat yield of merely 10 to 15, even with its original weight of 4 tons, it had only yielded about half a ton of meat. barely enough to satiate Dragon Mother, let alone the 3 insatiable young Tyrannosaurus rexes. Ding! You participated in the hunt of an adult Ankylosaurus. Evolution points 40. In the aftermath, all that remained were the challenging bones stacked together, forming a small hill of skeletal remains. Having concluded their feast, Dragon Mother seemed still unsatisfied, casting her gaze towards the Dakotaraptor family, who were still locked in a standoff with another Ankylosaurus not far away. Roar, roar. At this moment, the Dakotaraptors found themselves in a dire predicament, encircled around the immobile Ankylosaurus, their frustration palpable as they paced in agitation. Even when combined, their strength could not rival that of the Dragon Mother, rendering the prospect of upturning the 4-ton Ankylosaurus utterly impossible. However, the Dakotaraptors were unwilling to concede so easily. After all, they had endured many days of hunger and had finally caught a morsel. There was no way they would allow this cooked duck to escape. They also refused to believe that this Ankylosaurus would maintain its position indefinitely. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar from a Tyrannosaurus echoed through the air, causing the Dakotaraptors to turn and behold 4 menacing Tyrannosaurs approaching with fierce expressions and bared teeth. Their body language unmistakably conveyed one message: robbery. Surrender your prey. Chapter 33. Insufferable tyranny, hunger and coercion, robbery. Merely one Ankylosaurus was insufficient to satiate the hunger of Chu Xu's family. In any case, this group of slender raptors was utterly powerless against the Ankylosaurus, rendering its survival a waste. Howl! In a fit of rage, the Dakotaraptors unleashed a cacophony of roars, yet to Chu Xu's ears, their cries were tinged with fear. Although adult Dakotaraptors ranked as the second largest within the Dromaeosauridae family, surpassed only by the Utahraptor, they still appeared as mere children in the presence of fully grown Tyrannosaurs, akin to the disparity between a motorcycle and a massive truck. Moreover, even Chu Xu's size had already surpassed that of the Dakotaraptor couple, let alone the Dragon Mother. Roar! The Dragon Mother did not even deign to glance at these pitiful creatures, instead letting out a powerful roar before charging directly at them. Faced with the approaching Dragon Mother, the Dakotaraptors swiftly surrendered, abandoning the food that was nearly in their grasp, turning tail and fleeing. Roar following closely behind the Dragon Mother, Liuxing also took the opportunity to roar at the Dakotaraptors. Upon witnessing their retreat, he chased after them, only to be met with a cloud of dust as they fled too swiftly. Chu Xu had no inclination to pursue the Dakotaraptors. The challenge of hunting them was formidable, and it was far more prudent to assist the Dragon Mother in dealing with the Ankylosaurus first, which could also yield additional evolution points. Soon, the Dragon Mother employed her usual tactics to flip the unsuspecting Ankylosaurus upside down, and it was only when the creature, dazed and disoriented, opened its eyes that it realized its adversaries had changed to a new set, one comprised of fearsome Tyrannosaurs. Ankylosaurus. Oh no, I must return home. Greetings! Chu Xu flashed a toothy grin and greeted the bewildered Ankylosaurus before sinking his teeth into its already injured hind leg, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The Dragon Mother went further, disemboweling the Ankylosaurus to expedite its return to the cycle of life. Ding! You participated in the hunt of an adult Ankylosaurus. Evolution points 40. In no time, another Ankylosaurus met its demise at the jaws of Chu Xu's family. Its internal organs and flesh devoured until they could eat no more, leaving them utterly satisfied. With 2 adult Ankylosaurs consumed, Chu Xu's family would not need to feed again for at least a week. Shortly after their departure, the Dakotaraptors, who had previously fled, returned. Famished, they sought to scavenge remnants, only to discover that the ground was littered with 2 heaps of bones, barely containing any scraps of meat. This was a clear affront. The Dakotaraptors seethed with indignation but were left with no choice but to pathetically gnaw on the scattered bones, licking the remaining morsels of flesh. Although it did not fill their bellies, it sufficed to quell their cravings. The wind was still, and the relentless heat of the dry season had reached a fervent climax. Half a month had passed since Chu Xu's family last hunted the Ankylosaurus herd. Recently, the ambient temperature had soared above 40 degrees Celsius, and the Missouri River had begun to dwindle, drying up to its very bed. The remaining grasslands of the North American prairie had been thoroughly ravaged by migrating herbivorous dinosaurs. Even the typically docile herbivores clashed fiercely over scant water sources and food, particularly the large herds of Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, which frequently engaged in violent confrontations. As dusk fell, the temperature slightly abated, and a herd of Triceratops finally stumbled upon a patch of grass retaining a hint of greenery. However, word spread quickly, and an increasing number of herbivorous dinosaurs arrived, leading to a fierce competition for resources. Accompanied by a cacophony of trumpeting roars, the Triceratops asserted dominance over the grazing ground with their massive size and numbers, driving away smaller herbivores like the slenderhorn dinosaurs, bizarre dinosaurs, and the riverbank dinosaurs. Roar! Yet, before long, another group of Edmontosaurus, equal in number to the Triceratops, appeared. Refusing to yield, a fierce clash erupted between the two factions. The Triceratops quickly formed a defensive formation, their horns sharp and their neck shields bloodied. Unleashing a chorus of furious roars, stomping their feet as their thunderous cries reverberated through the air, the Edmontosaurus, undeterred, charged at the Triceratops' defensive line, their inflated nasal sacs emitting thunderous bellows as they swung their robust limbs and tails. Launching relentless assaults on the Triceratops, Chu Xu, find great pleasure in watching the skirmishes between women. Oh no, pray. Upon witnessing the majestic clash between the herds of Triceratops and Edmontosaurus from a distance, Chu Xu was filled with delight. The reasoning was straightforward. When clams fight, the fisherman benefits. The more fiercely the Triceratops and Edmontosaurus clashed, the more exhilarated the carnivorous dinosaurs became, their sharp teeth glistening with anticipation, especially when injuries occurred. Akin to pies falling from the sky. Besides Chu Xu's family, several uninvited guests had quietly appeared, waiting to seize the rare opportunity. Within Chu Xu's telepathic perception, he discerned a pack of Dromaeosaurus and the all-too-familiar Dakotaraptors. The Dakotaraptors fully embraced their namesake, relishing the chance to profit from the chaos. Bang! At that moment, Chu Xu distinctly witnessed an adult Edmontosaurus collapse with a resounding thud. One of its hind legs had been pierced by a Triceratops' massive horn, causing its enormous body to buckle under the strain. The fallen Edmontosaurus was soon trampled by its furious companions, its internal organs ruptured under the immense pressure, leading to fatal hemorrhaging. Within a short time, it succumbed to its injuries, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Roar! Roar! Only upon noticing the death of a companion did the Edmontosaurus herd descend into panic, hastily retreating in search of a new grazing ground. Before long, the Triceratops had completely devoured the vegetation of the field and moved on with their migration. The opportunity had arrived. With the departure of the Triceratops herd, the carnivorous dinosaurs, who had patiently observed from a distance, began to stir. Roar! Naturally, the dragon mother would not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Leading her trio of young tyrannosaurs, she was the first to charge forward, issuing authoritative roars towards the approaching Dromaeosaurus and the Dakotaraptors. Under normal circumstances, the presence of a mature tyrannosaur would deter these smaller carnivorous dinosaurs from confronting her, as it would be akin to courting death. However, the situation had shifted. Like the Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, these predators had not feasted in quite some time. If herbivores were clashing over food, how much more ferocious would the already temperamental carnivores become? The deceased adult Edmontosaurus was a veritable mountain of flesh. Even a single leg would suffice for a hearty meal. Under the duress of hunger, the fear once held for the adult Tyrannosaurus had been cast aside, replaced by a frenzied, desperate gleam in their eyes. Chapter 34, Overstepping Boundaries, Chu Xu. I shall take on 10. The Dakotaraptors certainly remembered Chu Xu's family. This time, they did not retreat in disarray but instead approached with predatory intent, particularly fixating on the 3 young tyrannosaurs behind the dragon mother. Following closely were a dozen or so menacing Dromaeosaurus. Though their size was only half that of the Dakotaraptors, they were cunning and agile, with sharp teeth and claws, skilled in teamwork, making them a force to be reckoned with. This did not escape the dragon mother's notice. She felt a tinge of apprehension. If she were alone, there would be no need to fear an assault from these weaklings. However, with her 2 daughters and young son lacking self-defense capabilities, no matter how fierce and powerful she was, it would be challenging to protect them amidst such a multitude of foes. Weighing the risks, the dragon mother concluded that the danger was too great. In fact, a few days prior, they had hunted a bizarre dinosaur and feasted, so they were not particularly hungry at the moment. To risk her children's lives for this Edmontosaurus against a horde of frenzied adversaries would be a foolish endeavor. Thus, after careful consideration, the dragon mother emitted a low growl to the 3 young tyrannosaurs, slowly guiding them in retreat. In her eyes, the safety of Chu Xu's family took precedence. If food was scarce, they could always hunt again later. Upon witnessing the retreat of the mother of dragons, the Dakotaraptors seized the opportunity to encroach upon the pack of dreadnoughts, seemingly convinced that the mother of dragons was easily manipulable. They pressed forward, their gaze fixated on the three juvenile Tyrannosaurus rexes trailing behind her. This was a rare opportunity. If they could slay even one of the still unwinged young Tyrannosaurs, they would eliminate a formidable competitor for the future. The potential strength of a fully grown Tyrannosaurus was well understood, making the young ones prime targets for all carnivorous dinosaurs. A mere band of insignificant creatures dared to overstep their bounds. Just as well, it had been far too long since I had indulged in a bit of carnage. Chu Xu also sensed their murderous intent aimed at him and his companions, Xianyue and Liuxing, and an indignant fire ignited within him. Since they had chosen to seek their own demise, he would reluctantly accept their evolution points. The already stifling air grew increasingly oppressive in this land of chaos. Following the intense skirmish between the Triceratops and Edmontonosaurus herds, now witnessed an inevitable clash between Chu Xu's Tyrannosaurus family and the dreadnoughts and Dakotaraptors. With a fierce cry, the Dakotaraptors launched their assault on the Mother of Dragons, forcing her to focus forward and leaving her vulnerable. Roaring in maternal fury, the Mother of Dragons charged at the Dakotaraptors, eager to end the confrontation swiftly. Any blow from her formidable frame could spell doom for the raptors. Yet, these Dakotaraptors were no fools. They did not presume to confront her head-on. Instead, they exploited their speed and agility, dodging and weaving as they evaded her wrath. Each time she lunged, they scattered, only to regroup and press closer when she turned her back, successfully diverting her attention from the three juvenile Tyrannosaurs. Seizing this opportunity, the dreadnoughts swiftly maneuvered behind her, intent on targeting the unprotected young Tyrannosaurs. A solitary dreadnought stealthily flanked the Mother of Dragons, launching a surprise attack aimed directly at Chu Xu and the three juveniles. However, Chu Xu had already anticipated the dreadnought's movements. With sharp, slit-like pupils gleaming, he unleashed his liquid-armored claws, creating a blur and a sonic boom, whipping up the surrounding air into a vortex as he struck at the dreadnought's neck. The scene resembled a knife slicing through fruit. A fountain of blood erupted as his claws cleaved through the dreadnought's slender neck, decapitating it and leaving a headless corpse on the ground. Now, with all his attributes surpassing 400 and weighing a ton, his explosive strength reached a staggering 4 tons. Enhanced by his skills, his combat prowess could effortlessly crush most mid-sized to smaller dinosaurs. The gruesome spectacle of a comrade's head being severed struck terror into the hearts of the other dreadnoughts, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. The dreadnoughts felt an oppressive aura emanating from Chu Xu, a weight that rendered their limbs stiff and their minds clouded. Being on the defensive was not Chu Xu's style. To him, it was not a multitude of enemies surrounding him, but rather he, a singular dragon, encircled by numerous foes. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward, unleashing a shockwave that sent dust and debris swirling as his massive form appeared before the dreadnoughts in the blink of an eye. To the nearest dreadnought, a gaping maw, widening to a terrifying 60 degrees and exceeding a meter in diameter, loomed ominously, lined with sharp, interlocking fangs that descended like an executioner's blade. With a crushing snap of his jaws, Chu Xu obliterated the dreadnought's narrow head, the skull shattering under the strain, blood and brain matter exploding in his mouth, the metallic scent assaulting his nostrils. Yet, rather than feeling revulsion, he was invigorated, his blood surging with a primal thrill. In a swift motion, he pivoted, his powerful tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip. With a resounding thud, another dreadnought was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Roaring in exhilaration after dispatching 3 dreadnoughts, Chu Xu's eyes blazed with fury, his veins pulsing with adrenaline, as he faced the remaining dreadnoughts, who stood frozen in fear. The once formidable foes now appeared as fragile as paper before him. The remaining dreadnoughts recoiled in terror, retreating in haste, unable to comprehend the ferocity of this adolescent Tyrannosaurus that had effortlessly dispatched 3 of their comrades. Just as they began to retreat, the leader of the dreadnoughts emerged from the rear, issuing a hoarse roar, seemingly commanding the others to rise. As the leader of the dreadnoughts did not necessarily require strength, but rather cunning. The leader recognized Chu Xu's might, but the 2 smaller Tyrannosaurs were different. They were significantly smaller. The strategy was clear. Target the vulnerable young ones first. Receiving the command, the dreadnoughts swiftly shifted their focus, attempting to bypass Chu Xu to charge at Xianyue and Liuxing, seeking their demise. In an instant, a resounding whoosh heralded the arrival of a roaring inferno, engulfing the advancing dreadnoughts in flames, illuminating their terrified faces in a fiery glow. Chapter 35. The Fiery Death. Flashing Charge. fire was no stranger to the dreadnoughts. Wildfires often ravaged the late Cretaceous forests and grasslands, especially during the hot, arid seasons when drought rendered vegetation prone to ignition. For any creature, fire represented a nightmarish specter, a primal fear inherited through generations. And the dreadnoughts were no exception. Yet, no matter how clever they were, they could not fathom why a Tyrannosaurus would breathe fire. As the flames erupted from Chu Xu's maw, they ignited a dreadnought upon contact, triggering a massive explosion that engulfed its feathers in flames. The dreadnought emitted a chilling scream, panic-stricken as it fled in terror. However, the faster it ran, the more the wind fanned the flames, causing the fire to blaze more fiercely. In its frantic escape, it inadvertently set another dreadnought alight, igniting a chain reaction that ensnared its comrades in the inferno. The sight sent shockwaves of fear through the remaining dreadnoughts. Instead of rushing to aid their allies, they fled in a panic, utterly overwhelmed. Even the dreadnought leader, witnessing the chaos, was paralyzed with fear and fled as if pursued by phantoms. But escape was futile. Chu Xu disregarded the fleeing dreadnoughts, his piercing gaze locking onto the leader. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, reaching speeds exceeding 200 km/h. As the leader turned, it was met with the horrifying sight of Chu Xu, once 100 meters away, now mere inches from him. Igniting pure terror in its heart, even more terrifying, Chu Xu's entire form blazed with flames, transforming him into a colossal fireball hurtling toward the dreadnought leader. Flashing charge, with a thunderous impact, Chu Xu's fiery form collided with the dreadnought leader, leaving a charred crater in the ground. The leader was reduced to a grotesque, mangled corpse, its feathers and flesh carbonized, bones pulverized by the sheer force of the impact, utterly devoid of life. What immense power! This was the first time Chu Xu wielded such a technique, a true testament to his might. Yet, while the flashing charge was devastating, it also inflicted a degree of backlash upon him. Using it sparingly was wise, for frequent use could lead to self-harm. Emerging from the scorched crater, Chu Xu surveyed the battlefield, and not a single living dreadnought remained. 7 dreadnoughts had fallen, either by his brute force or the flames. While the few who managed to escape fled as far as they could. Ding! You have slain a dreadnought. Evolution points 25. Ding! You have slain a dreadnought. Evolution points 25. With 7 dreadnoughts vanquished, Chu Xu accrued a total of 175 evolution points, marking his most significant triumph in months during this dry season. However, the battle was far from over. Chu Xu turned around without hesitation, rushing to support the Dragon Mother. Although the Dragon Mother was momentarily occupied by the Dakota raptors, unable to free herself, she remained acutely aware of the situation unfolding between her eldest son and the pack of injured tooth dragons. To her astonishment, her eldest son displayed remarkable prowess, single-handedly vanquishing the horde of injured tooth dragons to protect his younger siblings. The Dakota raptors, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, their fur standing on end in panic. What kind of creature was this half-grown Tyrannosaurus? Not only was its combat power extraordinary, but it also breathed fire. Despite the overwhelming number of injured tooth dragons, none could harm him, and he had even turned the tide against them, decimating their ranks. With no lingering concerns, the Dragon Mother let out a furious roar and, seizing the moment of distraction among the Dakota raptors, charged forward. Hearing the thunderous roar reverberating through the air, the Dakota raptors were jolted from their stupor and hurriedly attempted to evade, but it was too late. Crunch! The nearest female Dakota raptor was seized by the enraged Dragon Mother, her powerful jaws crushing its vertebrae with a force that shattered it like dry twigs. And with a swift shake, its head and neck were violently separated. It was an indisputable instant kill. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their companion, the remaining 3 Dakota raptors lost all courage to confront the Dragon Mother and turned to flee in horror. Let them escape with their lives. That moment, a swifter figure darted past. It was Chu Xu, rushing to the rescue. Whoosh! His target locked onto the last male Dakota raptor, and Chu Xu opened his massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from deep within his throat. Against feathered foes like the injured tooth dragons and Dakota raptors, fire was the perfect weapon. Roar! The male Dakota raptor, still reeling from the loss of his mate, suddenly felt a scorching wave approaching from behind, the air crackling like popcorn. Turning around, he was met with a terrifying sight, a blazing fireball hurtling towards him, with no escape in sight. Boom! The flames struck the male Dakota raptor's broom-like tail with pinpoint accuracy, and after a brief moment of silence, an explosion of fire engulfed him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Roar! The male Dakota raptor, writhing in agony, desperately ran and rolled on the ground, but could not extinguish the inferno raging upon him. His feathers shriveled and curled from the heat, copious amounts of blood oozed from his body, and his flesh charred and cracked. In less than a minute, the male Dakota raptor was consumed by the flames. His charred body contorted and shortened, maintaining a classic fighting stance. Ding! You have hunted a Dakota raptor, 50 evolution points. The battle finally came to an end, with the adult Dakota raptor pair falling victim to the dragon mother and Chu Xu, leaving only the juvenile Dakota raptor brothers to narrowly escape. The ground was a chaotic scene of scattered feathers, spilled blood, and fallen bodies, silently bearing witness to the ferocious life-and-death struggle that had just transpired. This was the greatest crisis faced by Chu Xu's family in a long time, yet thankfully, they emerged unscathed. Chapter 36. The Pursuit of the Dreadful Couple. Roar! The dragon mother, panting heavily, slowly approached her 3 young tyrannosaurs, each step revealing fresh blood trickling from several wounds on her back. These wounds were inflicted by the Dakota raptors, who, like the river Styx raptors, excelled in ambush attacks. The Dakota raptors, being larger and stronger, posed a significant threat, capable of inflicting fatal injuries on large prey like Triceratops and Edmontosaurus. Despite her injuries, the dragon mother paid them little mind, focusing her attention on her offspring, inquiring with concern about their well-being. Xianyue and Liuxing were still very young, not yet 1 year old, and were understandably terrified by the ferocious enemies, trembling and curling up in fear. Sensing their lingering fright, the dragon mother lowered her massive head, gently nudging Xianyue and Liuxing with her snout. Under the dragon mother's tender reassurance, the two gradually ceased their trembling, their attention quickly captured by the scattered food, erupting into excited roars. Exhausted, the dragon mother made her way to the carcass of the Edmontosaurus, the catalyst of this chaos, and began to feast. At this moment, she noticed her eldest son had not joined in the feeding, but instead had come around to her side, extending his tongue to lick her wounds. Chu Xu was using his saliva to tend to the dragon mother's injuries, which contained special lysozymes and nerve growth factors, possessing antibacterial and healing properties. Wild animals often lick their wounds, and tyrannosaurs were no exception. However, due to her body structure, the dragon mother could not reach her own back wounds, hence Chu Xu helped her. Xianyue and Liuxing, observing their brother's actions, did not rush to eat but instead approached, mimicking him as they licked their mother's wounds and savored the blood. Such innocent antics! Chu Xu could not help but chuckle at the sight, yet this simple and heartwarming family moment felt extraordinarily precious to him. In the desolate wilderness, where vegetation withered and silence reigned, flocks of winged creatures soared above while dinosaurs raced upon the ground. As dusk fell, wisps of mist intertwined with the mountains at the horizon, and the half-setting sun bled crimson across the western sky, gradually disappearing from view. After resting for the night, Chu Xu's family resumed their journey at dawn, having feasted almost entirely upon the Edmontosaurus carcass. Adhering to the good habit of taking leftovers, Chu Xu extracted the massive stomach from the Edmontosaurus. With his knowledge of paleobiology from his previous life, he understood that in primitive societies, people utilized animal stomachs as natural containers for storing food and water, being conveniently accessible and durable, with good insulation properties. Thus, Chu Xu filled the Edmontosaurus's stomach with chunks of torn meat, including that of the Dakota raptors and injured tooth dragons, packing it as tightly as possible until no more could fit. He then slung the fully packed stomach over his back. Though heavy, it was nothing for him. The dragon mother and the young ones had grown accustomed to Chu Xu's peculiar practices, as their eldest son often engaged in such odd endeavors. Once everything was prepared, they set off once more. They had been migrating for over 20 days, covering nearly 1,000 kilometers, drawing ever closer to their ultimate destination. With the dawn of hope just within their reach, half a day after their departure, the Dakota raptor brothers stealthily returned to the scene of the battle. The corpses left to rot in the wilderness had been mostly scavenged by Chu Xu's family, with only a few charred bodies remaining relatively intact. However, under the scorching sun, the flesh showed signs of decay, a putrid odor wafting through the air. Even rotting meat was welcome to the starving Dakota raptor brothers, who were willing to eat anything to fill their bellies. Soon, they discovered the charred remains of the male Dakota raptor, covered in a swarm of large, thumb-sized horned flies. Thanks to the higher oxygen content in the Cretaceous atmosphere, these horned flies were much larger than their modern counterparts, possessing a segmented antenna that allowed them to both sip nectar and consume blood and decaying flesh. Roar! The Dakota raptor brothers shouted. sending a flurry of horned flies into the air before claiming a spot and devouring their meal. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from nearby, reverberating in the ears of the Dakota raptor brothers. Hearing the sound strikingly similar to that of a Tyrannosaurus, they trembled in fear, assuming that the terrifying Tyrannosaurus had returned. Leaving their food behind, they turned and fled. Roar. Yet, before they could run far, another thunderous roar resounded ahead, blocking their escape route. The Dakota raptor brothers froze in place, their spirits shaken. What loomed before them was not the Tyrannosaurus family, but a pair of adult Dreadnoughtus. How unfortunate! This was indeed a couple of Dreadnoughtus. Unlike the solitary Tyrannosaurus, Dreadnoughtus often hunted in pairs, and once they formed a family, they would operate as a hunting unit, capable of challenging even adult Tyrannosaurs. Many times, Dreadnoughtus couples proved to be more fearsome hunters than solitary Tyrannosaurs, as they possessed the specialized physical structure evolved for aggression and slaughter. Their bodies armed with lethal weaponry, along with a more balanced physique, enhanced forelimbs, and a lighter frame that granted them greater explosive power and agility. Roar, roar. The synchronized roars of the Dreadnoughtus couple reverberated, encircling the Dakota raptor brothers from both sides. The Dakota raptors found themselves compelled to confront the diminutive yet formidable pair of Dreadnoughtus. Yet, the disparity in size was staggering, over fourfold. The former weighed less than half a ton, while the latter tipped the scales at a staggering 2 tons. The outcome of their clash was all too predictable. The speed and agility advantages the Dakota raptors once held against the dragon mother paled in comparison when faced with the Dreadnoughtus couple. Within mere moments, they fell victim to a lethal bite to the neck, their cervical vertebrae shattering with a resounding crack, leaving them to lie lifeless beside the remains of their parents, the Dreadnoughtus. Without a hint of reverence, devoured the internal organs of the Dakota raptors, discarding their remains as if they were mere refuse. Seemingly uninterested in fresh meat, they raised their heads, flaring their nostrils to catch the lingering scents. Eureka! Upon making this discovery, the Dreadnoughtus exchanged glances and hastened toward the direction in which Chu Xu and his family had departed earlier that day. Chapter 37. The Great Migration of Dinosaurs. Undercurrents stirring beneath the blazing sun, the air was nearly stagnant, thick and viscous, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Chu Xu felt as though the ground beneath him had been roasted, releasing wisps of visible white smoke that rose from the scorched earth, making each step searingly hot. Such high temperatures posed a grave threat to dinosaurs lacking effective thermoregulation, particularly the larger species. The greater the size, the smaller the ratio of surface area to volume, resulting in slower heat dissipation. Should their body temperature rise excessively, overheating could easily lead to heat stroke and unconsciousness. This was especially perilous for the brain, an organ that consumes vast amounts of energy. If excessive heat accumulated in the head, it could lead to protein denaturation or degradation, effectively burning out the brain and, in severe cases, resulting in death. Throughout their lengthy evolutionary journey, various large dinosaurs have developed unique adaptations to prevent overheating. For instance, Triceratops, when their body temperature rises, experience significant engorgement of the vascularized frill, which aids in dissipating internal heat and thereby lowering their temperature. Similarly, the Tyrannosaurus and other large theropods possess a specialized nasal cavity structure rich in blood vessels. When they open their mouths, this structure functions like a bellows, facilitating airflow and cooling the extensive blood network passing through. Thus, as Chu Xu and his family progressed, they found themselves panting heavily, gasping for breath, and despite their efforts, they soon felt parched and fatigued. While the quest for food posed a challenge, the lack of water was a far greater concern. With a sigh of exasperation, Chu Xu reflected on the terrifying reality of the dry season, longing for the bountiful rains of the past, when food and water were abundant. The rivers along their path had long since dried up, yet Chu Xu could still utilize his innate sensing abilities to locate underground water sources. By digging wells in areas with higher water tables, cool, clear water would naturally emerge. However, in recent days, he had scarcely uncovered a few sources, and even those yielded only meager supplies, quickly exhausted by his family. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the ground beneath them. Standing atop an elevation, Chu Xu strained his eyes toward the source of the sound and beheld millions of dinosaurs converging into a colossal wave. Rushing toward his family's location, Triceratops, Styracosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Iguanodon, Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and many others of various sizes surged together, the line of migrating dinosaurs stretching beyond the horizon, kicking up vast clouds of dust, their march resonating like the beating of a drum against the Earth's heart. a magnificent display of nature's grandeur. This was the great migration of herbivorous dinosaurs hailing from northern North America. What a spectacle! Chu Xu was awestruck. This was not merely a visual feast but a profound tribute to the tenacity of life itself. Survival is the eternal theme of animal migration, in the renowned East African migration. Only 30 of animals successfully return to their starting point after the arduous journey. Throughout migration, many lives are lost. Yet new ones are born, epitomizing the cycle of life and death in nature. For all living beings, the journey of life remains consistent. Birth, growth, maturity, reproduction, nurturing, aging, and death. In this vast world, where all things thrive, such is the unchangeable fate of all creatures. However, this is not a mere cyclical repetition. The aging and demise of one generation begets the new life and continuity of the next, illuminating the profound brilliance of existence. Upon witnessing the arrival of the migrating herbivorous dinosaurs, the dragon mother let out a low, resonant roar toward the 3 young tyrannosaurs, her voice imbued with a sense of exhilaration. The appearance of this migration indicated that their chosen path was indeed the correct one. Moreover, the congregation of such a multitude of herbivores represented an inexhaustible source of sustenance for them. Following closely behind, as shadows to the great herd, were various carnivorous dinosaur groups. Soon, after the passage of the herbivorous migration, Chu Xu and his family trailed behind, awaiting the conclusion of this grand migration amidst the dry season. Days later, after over a month of arduous travel, the grand migration of herbivorous dinosaurs traversed half of the North American grasslands. Drawing ever closer to their destination, under the blazing sun, the landscape appeared scorched and barren. From high above, countless small black dots dotted the parched expanse, swaying amidst the oppressive heat. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within the herd. A nearly emaciated Triceratops collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to rise yet utterly drained of strength. Other passing Triceratops paid it no heed, continuing on their way. Each was concerned only with its own survival, with no energy to spare for their fallen companion. Moments later, the downed Triceratops ceased to move, closing its eyes as it awaited the arrival of death. Long after it had succumbed, the carnivorous dinosaurs trailing the migration arrived, eagerly advancing to feast upon its remains. The suffering of these herbivores was merely a banquet for their carnivorous counterparts. Chu Xu's family was no exception. Having followed the great herd, they no longer had to worry about food, as meals had been delivered to them almost daily, ensuring their bellies were full. Suddenly, the herbivorous dinosaurs at the forefront of the migration grew restless, hastening toward a particular direction. Their keen sense of smell had detected the presence of food and water. Soon, in their eager rush, they stumbled upon a vast oasis, a mosaic of marshland with thin layers of water atop the soil, teeming with dense mosses and low shrubs. An oasis. Upon sensing this idyllic haven, Chu Xu felt invigorated. The emergence of this lush oasis was nothing short of a miraculous blessing for the weary, parched herbivorous dinosaurs. The arrival of this oasis sent the entire herd of herbivorous dinosaurs into a frenzy, surging toward the marshlands like a whirlwind. Given their sheer numbers, it seemed that this rare oasis could scarcely withstand their onslaught, destined to vanish in no time. However, the oblivious herbivores had failed to notice that the marshland's inhabitants had been roused by the commotion, their cold, slitted eyes snapping open to survey the intruders encroaching upon their territory. Beneath the seemingly tranquil waters, dark currents stirred. Chapter 38. The Hellish River of Crocodiles. The Great Dinosaur Stampede. Soon, the throngs of herbivorous dinosaurs had invaded the oasis, greedily consuming the abundant vegetation and water. From above, it appeared as though they were a swarm of locusts, sweeping over the landscape with astonishing speed, devouring the greenery with voracious appetites. A group of iguanodons claimed a section of marshland, driven by hunger to venture forth without hesitation, eager to seize the bounty. However, after only a few steps, the iguanodons found themselves unable to advance, their feet sinking deep into the marshy mire, rendering them helpless. Panic-stricken, the iguanodons emitted frantic cries as they struggled against the muck. Yet the more they fought, the deeper they sank, their bodies gradually succumbing to the mire, until their hind limbs were entirely submerged, their strength waning, leaving them to emit pitiful wails. The cries of the iguanodons attracted the attention of the marsh's inhabitants, an ominous gathering of fearsome crocodiles. Crocodiles, like dinosaurs, are ancient reptiles, first appearing in the late Triassic period, only slightly after the dawn of the earliest dinosaurs. They not only survived the reign of the dinosaurs but also endured their extinction, emerging as one of the ancient reptiles that have persisted through time. A number of Montana crocodilians swiftly glided through the waters. These ancient short-snout crocodiles, measuring around 3 meters in length and weighing several hundred pounds, were known for their ferocity, though the iguanodons trapped in the marsh. They were akin to fish on a cutting board. The seemingly cumbersome bodies of the Montana alligators suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, their formidable jaws snapping shut like lightning upon the flesh of their prey. Unleashing the crocodilian's signature maneuver, death roll, the tumultuous waters of the swamp churned violently, and a torrent of blood surged forth as the bizarre dragons, caught in the jaws of the Montana alligators, felt as if a leg, flesh and bone alike, had been gruesomely torn from their bodies, inflicting excruciating agony. The Montana alligators, however, were in no haste to deliver a swift death to these peculiar dragons. Instead, they continued to bite and rend, each savage bite tearing away substantial chunks of flesh, exposing the jagged white bones and internal organs of the dragons, gradually leading them to a torturous demise. Blood stained the swamp, painting a harrowing scene. Similar horrors unfolded across other swampy regions, where a thin veneer of water concealed thick, sticky mud beneath. While lightweight small dinosaurs could navigate these treacherous terrains with relative ease, medium to large herbivorous dinosaurs such as Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, and the bizarre dragons found themselves ensnared in the mire, their substantial weight causing their limbs to sink deep into the sludge, rendering them immobile. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank, transforming the swamp into a hellish river of oblivion, where the alligators lurking beneath the surface resembled harbingers of death, their green faces and sharp fangs grotesque and fearsome. In addition to the Montana alligators, the area was also home to smaller crocodilians such as the Nothosuchus and the Steniosaurus, ranging from 2 to 4 meters in length, which coordinated their assault on the trapped herbivores. Indulging in a rare feast, the sheer number of alligators was astonishing. As Chu Xu and his family trailed behind the migrating herd into the oasis, they were met with the alarming sight of numerous alligators attacking herbivorous dinosaurs. The crocodiles, reigning as kings of freshwater, exploited their home advantage to the fullest, leaving the terrestrial titans, the dinosaurs, virtually defenseless, forcing them into a panicked retreat, chaos erupting in all directions. Moo! Roar! Above the oasis, the cries of the herbivorous dinosaurs echoed, panic spreading like wildfire, as dinosaurs large and small fled in terror, colliding and jostling in a frenzied scramble. Some dinosaurs, losing their footing and tumbling to the ground, were immediately trampled by countless massive feet. Though the herd provided a sense of security to these skittish herbivores, the moment they were disturbed and frightened, they transformed into a force more terrifying than their foes. This was dire, witnessing the scene spiraling out of control. Chu Xu's expression shifted dramatically. The events unfolded too rapidly for him to react, and he suddenly realized that his family had also been swept into the chaotic tide of dinosaurs, surrounded by frantic herbivores completely devoid of reason. A group of river thieves had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, attempting to take advantage of the turmoil, only to be trampled into mush by charging Triceratops. The remaining river thieves, now alarmed, sought to escape, but their small stature found them surrounded by walls of fleeing herbivores, countless hooves kicking up dust and obscuring their view, leaving them with no means of escape. Roar! Even Dragon Mother was facing such a situation for the first time, hurriedly using her massive form to shield the 3 young Tyrannosaurs. Yet, one after another, panicked herbivorous dinosaurs continued to charge towards them, and even upon spotting Dragon Mother ahead, they could not slow down in time. Colliding into her, bang! A rampaging Repenomamus, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into Dragon Mother's thigh, only to be toppled by the tremendous impact, subsequently trampled by its frantically fleeing companions, triggering a chain reaction of calamity. Roar! At this moment, Chu Xu shouted to Dragon Mother, urging her to quickly turn and retreat with Xianyue and Lu Xing in his past life. He had experienced numerous crowded situations, where one must never panic or swim against the current. Instead, one must move in the direction of the crowd's flow, lest they be overwhelmed by the tide. Thus, Chu Xu insisted that Dragon Mother and the others turn around and flee in the direction the herbivores were surging. Continuing to swim against the tide would surely lead to doom. Should the larger herbivores charge, even Dragon Mother would struggle to withstand them. Heeding Chu Xu's words, Dragon Mother opened her mouth wide, accommodating the still small Xianyue and Liu Xing, before swiftly turning to retreat. Chu Xu followed closely behind, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Fortunately, they managed to escape the chaotic tide of dinosaurs, albeit with their hearts still racing from the distressing scenes unfolding around them. It was unclear how long it took, but the cacophony eventually began to subside, revealing numerous dinosaur corpses strewn across the ground, at least 40 or 50 in total. Some had been trampled to death, reduced to a gruesome pulp. Others still clung to life, their fractured bones having pierced vital organs, blood gushing uncontrollably, unlikely to survive much longer. The surviving herbivores regained their composure and reformed into a migrating herd, deliberately circumventing this graveyard of countless bones. In reality, the dinosaurs that fell victim to the swamp's mire and were devoured by the alligators were few and far between. The majority of casualties resulted from the vicious cycle of trampling. Chapter: Daring to show off trivial skills at the doorstep of the master. The path to survival. The migration of the herbivorous dinosaurs had commenced, yet Chu Xu's family chose not to follow suit this time, opting instead to stay behind and tend to the aftermath. Leaving so many dead and injured dinosaurs here was an utter waste. They had to feast before continuing their journey. Other carnivorous dinosaurs shared the same sentiment, having returned to this grim landscape after the chaos had subsided, greedily partaking in the bounty laid out before them. History has an uncanny way of repeating itself. Not long ago, herbivorous dinosaurs had fought over food here. And now it was the carnivorous dinosaurs' turn to clash over the spoils. Chu Xu's family, with Dragon Mother's presence, was enough to deter other nefarious creatures, allowing them to quickly claim the carcass of an adult Triceratops, feasting while remaining on guard against other carnivorous dinosaurs. Chu Xu specifically cautioned Dragon Mother, Xianyue, and Liuxing to stay well clear of the nearby swamp. While Xianyue and Liuxing were fine, Dragon Mother's weight would spell doom should she become ensnared in the mire. As Chu Xu would have no means to rescue her at that moment, within Chu Xu's range of telepathic perception, he detected faint, unusual sounds emanating from a nearby swamp. Several Montana alligators stealthily surfaced, their heads peering above the water, covertly observing Chu Xu's family as they indulged in their feast. What were these creatures plotting? Chu Xu continued to eat nonchalantly. Alligators were known for their peculiar thought processes, and even in later eras, they dared to attack heavyweights like rhinos and elephants. In the Cretaceous, they likely wouldn't hesitate to snap at even the largest dinosaurs, leaving the outcome to fate. Splash, splash, with a thunderous eruption, a Montana alligator leaped from the swamp, propelled by astounding force, swiftly crawling towards the carcass of the Triceratops, its jaws clamping down. The other Montana alligators quickly followed suit, embodying the audacity of uninvited guests dining at someone else's table. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex, furious at the audacity of these alligators, could not help but marvel at their audacity. Did they truly believe themselves to be as colossal as their ancestor, Deinonychus, daring to challenge the king of dinosaurs? Moreover, they had strayed from their domain, brazenly competing for food on land with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, utterly ignorant of their own insignificance. In Dragon Mother's eyes, these Montana alligators, measuring only about 3 meters in length, hardly taller than her shin, were no different from a swarm of ants. How audacious to attempt to flaunt their trivial skills. Bang! In a swift motion, Dragon Mother lunged forward, and as she approached the leading Montana alligator, she delivered a thunderous stomp that crushed its skull underfoot. With her formidable size, the Montana alligator's skull crumbled under the immense weight, resulting in a gruesome demise. Its remains splattered across the ground like a lump of mud. The remaining Montana alligators, witnessing this, realized they had bitten off more than they could chew, hastily relinquishing their stolen prey and scrambling to escape back to the swamp. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rush of wind sounded as Chu Xu sprang forth like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, swiftly closing in on the side of one Montana alligator. Given Chu Xu's current size, he could not replicate Dragon Mother's ability to crush it with a single stomp, yet he had his own methods of hunting. With liquid armor and blazing flames enveloping his teeth, Chu Xu expertly sank his fangs into the alligator's nape, his 1-ton frame bearing down upon it. The nape of the alligator was indeed its Achilles heel, allowing Chu Xu to evade its gaping jaws while simultaneously constricting its windpipe, rendering it unable to breathe. Hiss! Hiss! The caught Montana alligator began to shriek in agony, its stout legs and tail thrashing desperately. Yet how could it escape the grasp of Chu Xu? The thick scales covering its nape were effortlessly pierced, accompanied by flames of searing heat that further scorched its flesh, allowing the teeth to sink deep into the trachea of the Montana arm crocodile, one swift strike to seal its fate. A painful cry escaped. In mere seconds, The once vibrant Montana arm crocodile met its demise. With a resounding splash, the remaining crocodiles hastily retreated back into the swamp, and naturally, Chu Xu had no intention of pursuing them. Within the waters, his formidable flame abilities were hindered, and his movements restricted. Confronting the king of freshwater, the crocodile, would not be an easy task. Ding! You have slain a Montana arm crocodile, earning 30 evolution points. 30 evolution points. Quite satisfactory. Alas, it was regrettable that the era of the terror crocodile had long passed, and preying upon these mid-sized crocodiles brought little sense of accomplishment, Chu Xu mused. Speaking of prehistoric crocodiles, the most renowned included the emperor crocodile, the terror crocodile, and the Prussian crocodile, all of which dwarfed even the largest modern-day saltwater crocodile. The emperor crocodile thrived in early Cretaceous Africa, reaching lengths of up to 11 meters. However, belonging to the family of big-headed crocodiles, it possessed a slender snout, indicating that its primary diet consisted of fish and turtles, posing little threat to large dinosaurs. The terror crocodile, on the other hand, inhabited late Cretaceous North America, measuring up to 10 meters in length, and belonged to the superfamily of alligators, feasting on fish, turtles, and even small to medium-sized dinosaurs. Even the largest dinosaurs could fall prey to it. The era of the terror crocodile coincided closely with that of the Tyrannosaurus rex, yet it had already gone extinct millions of years before the latter's appearance. Coexisting with it were its close relatives from the Tyrannosauridae family, such as the Albertosaurus and the Pachycephalosaurus, which, though smaller than the Tyrannosaurus, still faced a certain threat from the terror crocodile. As for the Prussian crocodile, it lived in South America during the late Miocene. But that is a tale for another time. However, Chu Xu was aware that while the existing crocodiles were considerably smaller than their ancestors, they had adapted remarkably to the late Cretaceous environment, allowing them to endure the cataclysmic extinction of the dinosaurs and continue to thrive in the desolate aftermath. According to Cope's rule, over time, animals generally exhibit a trend towards larger body sizes. Large herbivores can withstand predation from carnivores, while large carnivores can hunt substantial prey, both enhancing their survival prospects. Yet, this very advantage can also become a liability. The larger the animal, the lesser its ability to cope with environmental changes, ultimately leading to extinction. Dinosaurs serve as a prime illustration of this. Therefore, evolutionary success is not solely defined by size. Adaptability for survival is paramount. On a new day, seeking support in Votes Chapter 40, Delta Plains. The Hell Aquarium. Having satiated their hunger, Chu Xu utilized the method he had employed earlier to pack food, filling the stomach of a Triceratops with leftover meat, not sparing even the flesh of the Montana arm crocodile. In his previous life, he had tasted crocodile meat, which is low in fat, low in cholesterol, and high in protein, possessing the delightful flavor of aquatic animals combined with the wild aroma of terrestrial creatures. It was said to contain efficient antibodies and uniquely structured hemoglobin, enhancing one's immune system and oxygen-carrying capacity in the blood, thus benefiting overall health. Continuing their journey, Chu Xu and his family followed the tracks left by the migrating herbivorous dinosaurs. Free from the worry of losing their way, a week later, they spotted numerous Ebon River geese, also migrating from the north, soaring across the sky. The Ebon River goose, colloquially known as the hell duck, features a unique appearance that combines traits of flamingos and ducks belonging to the family of long-lived geese. Its existence spanned from the late Cretaceous to the Miocene, making it one of the few prehistoric birds to survive the dinosaur extinction event. These geese possessed migratory habits, shifting with the seasons, residing by the water and choosing it for rest. Their presence signified that their destination was drawing near. At dusk, a vast and boundless river appeared before Chu Xu's family, its banks adorned with fertile alluvial plains stretching endlessly under the azure sky, a vibrant expanse of green. This grand river was none other than the main channel of the Missouri River, flowing eastward from the newly formed Rocky Mountains towards the western inland sea. Even the harsh droughts had not diminished its wide embrace, as it continued to nourish the greenery and life with its unceasing flow. They had arrived. After more than a month of arduous migration, Chu Xu's family finally reached this vibrant and fertile land. In the humid and warm air, the flora was lush and dripping with vitality, with bodies of water meandering through the landscape. From the low clumps of ferns to the towering clusters of cycads, from solitary cycad trees to the blooming magnolias, from the grand rivers to the gentle streams and tranquil lakes. This rare fertile land during the dry season provided an excellent habitat for various animals. The diverse species and rich communities formed a complete biological chain, enabling mutual dependence and regulation among the creatures. The migrating herd of herbivorous dinosaurs had already arrived before Chu Xu's family, and as he gazed across the vast delta plains, their figures were ubiquitous. Familiar Triceratops, Styracosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Therizinosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, Repenomamus, and Hypsilophodon. For the time being, they need not endure long treks or toil. They could remain here until the arrival of the rainy season the following year, when they would migrate back north. Additionally, there were also dinosaurs that Chu Xu had rarely or never seen before. The last of the sauropods, Alamosaurus, close relatives of the Triceratops, Proceratosaurus, kin of the Edmontosaurus, the small noble dinosaur, relatives of the Ankylosaurus, the Dreadnoughtus, and the close kin of the Ebon River thief dinosaur, the Navajo warrior dinosaur. Among others, these dinosaurs were the indigenous inhabitants of this southern delta plain, revealing many similarities yet notable differences when compared to their northern forest counterparts. Indeed, a region's environment nurtures its unique fauna. Continuing along the main channel of the Missouri River, Chu Xu finally beheld, at the horizon's end, a shallow sea beyond the skyline. This was the Western Interior Seaway, which had divided the North American continent during the Cretaceous period. The Western Interior Seaway was a vast inland sea, reaching its maximum extent from the Rocky Mountains in the west to the Appalachian Mountains in the east, spanning a width of 970 kilometers. It connected the Arctic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, stretching 3,200 kilometers in length, with depths nearing 800 meters, comparable in area to the Mediterranean Sea of later epochs. However, by the late Cretaceous period, the Laramide orogeny caused the North American landmass to uplift, leading to a gradual reduction of the Western Interior Seaway, which ultimately vanished in the Cenozoic era following the extinction of the dinosaurs. The Western Interior Seaway that lay before Chu Xu had diminished considerably in size, yet it remained vast and magnificent, steeped in legend. It was a warm and fertile marine expanse, with river inflows rendering its waters brackish. Rich in plankton and algae. Abundant were crustaceans, gastropods, bivalves, and ammonites, as well as diving birds adept at fishing, such as the dusk bird and fish bird, alongside colossal ancient turtles, comparable to giant squids, and ferocious predatory fish like sharks, swordfish, and various others, including the apex marine predators like plesiosaurs and mosasaurs. This sea, teeming with a plethora of enormous and ferocious prehistoric marine creatures, was unparalleled throughout Earth's history, earning it the ominous title, Heliquarium. At this juncture in North America, the land, sea, and sky were all manifestations of a hellish version. Chu Xu silently lamented, as in this pre-extinction era of dinosaurs, the challenges posed by land, sea, and sky were formidable. On land roamed the Tyrannosaurus rex, in the sea lurked the Mosasaur, and in the sky soared the Pteranodon, while countless other terrestrial dinosaurs, marine fish, and avian species were in constant competition, each vying for dominance. Yet it was precisely this very adversity that would render future existence all the more challenging. As night descended, after a long day of travel, Chu Xu's family found a suitable spot to rest temporarily. Exhausted from their journey, the waning moon and the shimmering star fell into a deep slumber, having lost weight after more than a month of migration. Fortunately, they all persevered, and brighter days awaited them ahead. The weary dragon mother lay down, merely closing her eyes to rejuvenate, not succumbing to sleep. Their family remained in a state of wandering, yet to find a new territory, they were still vulnerable to potential predatory threats. Thus the dragon mother maintained her vigilance. Chu Xu, too, did not rush to sleep. Instead, he gazed at the starry sky, assessing his current situation while contemplating his future plans. Accessing my attribute panel with a simple command, the data panel promptly materialized before him. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 12 months. Species, Agumen, male. Growth stage, juvenile. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 415, agility 415, constitution 435, spirit 425, evolution points 30. Skills, flame claw, fire fong, flash flame charge, high speed movement, ultimate move, small flame. Achievements, Tyrant's gift, beginner. Spiritual perception, beginner. Fluid armor, beginner. Next evolution form, Tyrannosaur. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Chu Xu's birth. Counting the days, he realized that in just a few more days, it would be his first birthday. However, at this juncture, Chu Xu's physical development has already reached a level comparable to that of a 9 to 10-year-old juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. And the onset of his adolescent phase at 14 years old is not far off to be by that time. Chu Xu will also be expected to part ways with his dragon mother and officially embark on an independent life. Chapter 41. Do Diju, claiming territory. Early the next morning, the sky was bright and clear. Chu Xu rose early, having completed his skill proficiency training for the day. Despite the recent long-distance migrations, he had not neglected his daily training, and his skills continued to accumulate and improve steadily. After finishing his training, Chu Xu opened his meat storage pouch and consumed several pieces of dinosaur jerky for breakfast. These pieces of jerky, dried over a fire, were homemade by Chu Xu during their migration. The process was less time-consuming than making smoked meat, and though the flavor was mediocre, it was convenient and saved time, with a shelf life of around a month. Thanks to Chu Xu's habit of packing and storing food, his family managed to sustain themselves during the arduous month-long journey without going hungry. As their food supply was running low, it was time to procure more. With a burgeoning appetite, Chu Xu devoured over 100 pounds of jerky before feeling satiated. Alas, the taste of the jerky left much to be desired. It was bland and unremarkable, but too wasteful to discard. Chu Xu longed for the steaming freshness of raw meat. Roar! Dragon Mother had also awakened. Emitting a low growl to rouse the still-sleeping Xianyu and Lu Xing today, they would not be migrating. But they needed to quickly find a suitable place to settle down as their territory. Without a territory to call their own, Dragon Mother could not rest easy at night, always wary of potential intruders. In seeking a new territory, there were only two options: to find a vacant land or to seize an occupied one. The first option was undoubtedly the safer choice, devoid of conflict. However, such unclaimed lands were often resource-poor, making it difficult to meet the needs of Chu Xu's family. The second option was far more straightforward and aggressive, claiming territory through brute force. As long as one was strong enough, any prime location could be taken. Of course, this came with considerable danger, as Dragon Mother, being an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, could not engage in territorial disputes with smaller carnivorous dinosaurs, but would have to contend with her own kind. When two tigers fight, one must inevitably be injured, and the prospect of clashing with another powerful Tyrannosaurus rex was even more daunting. Should she be injured, Dragon Mother's survival would be jeopardized, even threatening her life. Thus, caution was paramount. Roar! Dragon Mother called out, leading her 3 young Tyrannosaurs into action, traversing this unfamiliar land in search of a new home. During the late Cretaceous Maastrichtian age, Tyrannosaurus rex was widely distributed across various corners of the North American Laramidia subcontinent. With a staggering population, ranking at the top among carnivorous dinosaurs, in a study published in the journal Science, paleontologists estimated that over the 2.5 million years during which tyrannosaurs roamed the Earth, approximately 2.5 billion individuals had existed. Concurrently, there were about 20,000 adult tyrannosaurs living on the Laramidia subcontinent, averaging 1 adult per 100 square kilometers, leading to a distribution range of around 2 million square kilometers. These figures are indeed astonishing, and while their veracity remains uncertain, they certainly illustrate the vast numbers and wide distribution of tyrannosaurs. At this moment, in a coastal forest, towering araucarias grew sunward, resembling a forest of upright swords. Their canopies forming a dark green canopy. A tributary of the Missouri River meandered through, reflecting the sky's brilliance on its surface, nourishing the roots of the trees and sustaining the lifeblood of the forest. The herbivorous dinosaurs in this coastal forest were well aware that this area was the territory of a young Tyrannosaurus rex, who would venture out to hunt promptly at dusk. Roar, roar! Amidst the shadows of the trees, a group of small hadrosaurids was fleeing in panic, closely pursued by a young female Tyrannosaurus, REX, 18 years of age. Nearing adulthood, she measured a formidable 11 meters in length and weighed over 7 tons. Embodying the quintessential Tyrannosaurus physique, boom! Under the relentless pursuit of the young Tyrannosaurus, a startled hadrosaur stumbled and fell. By the time it attempted to rise, the young Tyrannosaurus had already closed in, sinking her massive jaws into the creature's neck and violently crushing its vertebrae. With her prey secured, the famished young Tyrannosaurus began to indulge in her feast. This territory was entirely hers, and she savored her meal without a care in the world. However, her keen sense of smell soon detected an unfamiliar scent nearby, another of her kind. An intruder! Roar! The young Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar, her powerful vocalization sending tremors through the forest, startling countless birds and animals into flight. She could not afford to continue her meal and quickly made her way toward the source of the scent. Upon arrival, she encountered an even larger adult female Tyrannosaurus rex, measuring 12 meters in length and weighing at least 8 tons. Her robust body and powerful limbs were adorned with well-defined muscles, glistening like granite, radiating formidable strength. This adult female was none other than Dragon Mother, her imposing stature making her a force to be reckoned with among adult tyrannosaurs. Roar! Dragon Mother had already positioned the 3 young tyrannosaurs safely. leaving her free to display the might of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex. With a mighty roar that shook the very foundations of the forest, she sent waves of fear through the surrounding wilderness, causing birds and beasts to scatter in terror. Roar. Despite being intimidated by Dragon Mother's eyes, the young Tyrannosaurus showed no signs of retreat. This was a territory she had worked hard to claim, and she would not relinquish it easily. The two stood in a tense standoff, roaring at each other, the atmosphere charged with anticipation of battle. As the aggressor, Dragon Mother took the initiative, charging toward the young Tyrannosaurus, who defiantly met her head-on. Boom! When the two massive tyrannosaurs collided, the air erupted with a violent explosion, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. In this first clash, the young Tyrannosaurus was sent reeling backward. Though at a disadvantage, the young Tyrannosaurus was not easily defeated. Regaining her footing, she unleashed her most lethal weapon, her powerful jaws, filled with banana-shaped teeth, attacking Dragon Mother with ferocity. Dragon Mother retaliated in kind, engaging in a brutal close-quarters battle, their thick necks twisting violently, gnashing teeth bared, each pair of fierce eyes ablaze with determination. Just as the fight between Dragon Mother and the young Tyrannosaurus reached a fever pitch, a half-grown Tyrannosaurus rex silently appeared behind the young one, seizing the opportunity to leap onto her back. Today we continue to seek support and recommendations as the author diligently works on the manuscript. Chapter 42. Bicycles transform into motorcycles. Territory changes hands. This half-grown Tyrannosaurus was none other than Chu Xu. Dragon Mother had initially placed him and Xian Yu and Lu Xing in a safe location, instructing them not to wander. However, concerned for Dragon Mother, he stealthily slipped away to assess the situation. From a distance, Chu Xu could hear the colossal sounds of the battle, which seemed to shake the very earth. It appeared that Dragon Mother was gaining the upper hand. Yet the opponent was fiercely persistent, indicating that the fight would not conclude anytime soon. Chu Xu refrained from rushing in. Instead, he observed the battle using his telepathic abilities to assess the unfolding situation. This was not the first time he had witnessed two adult tyrannosaurs in combat. The last time was during the clash between his father and a one-eyed Tyrannosaurus, when he had been too small and timid to intervene. However, times had changed. Chu Xu was no longer that weakling. His size had more than doubled, and he had acquired intermediate skills, exponentially increasing his combat capabilities. While he was still not capable of facing an adult Tyrannosaurus directly, assisting Dragon Mother in the battle was well within his capacity. Seize the moment, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. With stealth, Chu Xu maneuvered to the rear of the young Tyrannosaurus, taking advantage of her distraction to mount a surprise attack. Leaping onto her back, this back-jumping attack was a signature move of the theropod carnivores and was a technique Chu Xu had learned from the likes of the Mingshui dragon and Dakota dragon. One must not underestimate the effectiveness of this maneuver. The Mingshui dragon and Dakota dragon had used it to hunt many herbivorous dinosaurs far larger than themselves. Even a Tyrannosaurus had limited response options, as their heads could not rotate 180 degrees to bite an enemy on their back. Their short arms and thick tails were likewise ineffective, relying only on their body movements to attempt to shake off the assailant. Roar! The young Tyrannosaurus, entirely focused on battling Dragon Mother, was taken aback by the sudden weight on her back and quickly twisted her body, trying to dislodge the intruder. Puff, however, Chu Xu's pair of limbs, armed with liquid armor, had already sunk deep into the flesh of the young Tyrannosaurus rex like nails, firmly anchoring his body in place, and no matter how fiercely the young Tyrannosaurus struggled, it could not shake Chu Xu off its back, expending considerable energy in vain. Roar? On the other side, the Dragon Mother was equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of Chu Xu. Yet, in that moment, Chu Xu had afforded her a rare opportunity. The Dragon Mother, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, did not hesitate to launch an attack. With swift strides, she closed in, her razor-sharp fangs clamping down on the young Tyrannosaurus's neck, using the strength of her jaws to violently tug its body. Confronted with the terrifying power of the bite, the young Tyrannosaurus felt as if its vertebrae might snap. It struggled with all its might to escape the Dragon Mother's lethal jaws. Visible upon its neck were 2 rows of deep bite marks, with flesh torn away during the struggle, blood streaming profusely, a sight both shocking and gruesome. This assault had undoubtedly inflicted severe damage on the young Tyrannosaurus, leaving it uncertain how long it would take to recuperate. At that moment, it was too frightened to continue entangling with the Dragon Mother. After all, as the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the loss of firewood. Losing territory could be remedied, but losing one's life was irretrievable. The young Tyrannosaurus turned to flee, yet it had forgotten that a small silver coin was still clinging to its back. Thinking to escape, Chu Xu discerned the young Tyrannosaurus's intent to flee. Maintaining his grip with his forelimbs while raising his more robust hind claws high behind him, instantly enveloped in liquid armor and raging flames. This move was aptly named the Demon Wind Kick. Ripping, Chu Xu delivered a powerful kick to the young Tyrannosaurus's hind thigh. The claws, extending over 10 centimeters, pierced its coarse skin like daggers, the accompanying high temperature searing like hot irons against its flesh, producing a hissing sound and emitting wisps of white smoke. Roar. The excruciating pain was unbearable even for the young Tyrannosaurus, which could not help but cry out in agony as its massive body came to an abrupt halt. Crashing to the ground with a thud. Just before the young Tyrannosaurus hit the ground, Chu Xu deftly released his forepaws and leapt off, for a careless misstep could have resulted in being crushed under its 7-ton weight, no trifling matter. With its fall, it was as if a death sentence had been pronounced. The dragon mother had no intention of allowing the young Tyrannosaurus to escape easily. Should it flee, it might return for revenge, potentially endangering her own offspring. However, as fate would have it, Chu Xu provided her with a significant surprise, bringing the young Tyrannosaurus down with a single blow. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon mother once again clamped her jaws around its neck, her upper and lower jaws locking together like a vice, the force of her bite reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level. This time, the young Tyrannosaurus could no longer escape the dragon mother's deadly grip. Its carotid artery was bitten through on the spot, blood gushing forth, and it quickly found itself gasping for breath, succumbing to a gradual loss of life. It was dead. Ding! You have participated in the hunt of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, earning 100 evolution points. A full 100 evolution points. Truly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is remarkable. Merely assisting in the hunt yielded a 3-digit return in evolution points, marking Chu Xu's highest single hunt reward to date. Gazing upon the colossal carcass of the young Tyrannosaurus, Chu Xu felt a surge of exhilaration. Not only was there a thrill in having slain a formidable foe, but also a unique awareness. Even creatures as powerful as the Tyrannosaurus Rex are not invincible, for there exist even greater kin capable of threatening their lives. The sheer number of Tyrannosaurus Rex in the population, coupled with the limited resources of their habitat, suggested frequent conflicts among them. A fact corroborated by fossil records from later periods, indicating instances of intraspecific violence. Roar. After slaying the young Tyrannosaurus, the dragon mother, too, was invigorated. Raising her head high and letting out a resounding roar, her deep, thunderous bellow resonated through the air like a clap of thunder, penetrating and sweeping across several kilometers, echoing long after. This roar carried an unmistakable message, a proclamation to all creatures within her territory. This domain had acquired a new master. Yet, even amidst this resounding victory, the dragon mother bore significant wounds. Her body was marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the young Tyrannosaurus's teeth and claws, blood flowing freely. Her injuries were more severe than when she had faced the Dakotaraptor family. Though not life-threatening, they nonetheless hampered her movements. Chapter 43. The colossal Alamosaurus and the iron-headed swelled-headed dragon. Regarding the dragon mother's injuries, Chu Xu was helpless. The healing points he had exchanged were only applicable to himself for the time being. Unperturbed by her wounds, the dragon mother first sought out the hiding spots of Xian Yu and Lu Xing, bringing them back before hurriedly marking nearby trees and rocks with her scratches and scents, designating the area as her core territory. After completing these tasks, she finally approached the carcass of the young Tyrannosaurus, lying down to relish the fresh meat and blood. Chu Xu also sampled the so-called Tyrannosaurus meat, which bore the unmistakable sour flavor typical of carnivorous dinosaur flesh. Moreover, due to the dense muscle fibers of the Tyrannosaurus, the meat was tough and chewy, requiring considerable effort to tear apart. In short, it was unpalatable. Furthermore, as the apex predator of the terrestrial food chain, the amount of toxins accumulated within a Tyrannosaurus is certainly considerable. Thus, after merely a few bites, Chu Xu ceased his attempts, turning to the system to exchange the evolution points he had just acquired for attribute points to enhance his own attributes. Soon, the data reflected noticeable changes. Attributes: Strength 440, Agility 440, Constitution 460, Spirit 450. The invigorating rush of enhanced attributes coursed through Chu Xu's limbs, leaving him feeling as if he were basking in a spring breeze. Utterly refreshed. Once the enhancements were complete, Chu Xu made his way to a nearby river, using the water's surface to examine the changes in his physique. Standing at 4 meters in length, 2 meters in height at the head, and weighing an estimated 1.3 tons, equivalent to the size of a typical 10-year-old Tyrannosaurus rex. Yet, Chu Xu's actual age was merely 1 year, making this comparison all the more astonishing. Fortunately, this world lacked deranged humans. Otherwise, he would have been captured for dissection long ago. However, Chu Xu was not yet satisfied. The long migration of the previous month had significantly reduced his efficiency in acquiring evolution points. Now, with a stable living environment and a greater abundance of prey, it was time to improve his efficiency in obtaining evolution points. Roar the Dragon Mother, Xianyu, and Lu Xing were still feasting, and after greeting them, Chu Xu intended to thoroughly explore this new territory and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Given the Dragon Mother's injuries, her ability to hunt would likely be compromised for the foreseeable future, and with Xianyu and Lu Xing still young, the burden of securing food now rested squarely on Chu Xu's shoulders, a considerable pressure indeed. Yet, such is life. With gains come losses, with sweetness comes bitterness, with opportunities come challenges, and Chu Xu welcomed this challenge with open arms. Brave and bold, unafraid of difficulties. The coastal forests at the land-sea interface were perpetually verdant, with densely packed trees reaching skyward, their green waves stretching to the horizon, while the distant mountains exhaled wisps of white mist. What was this? As Chu Xu swiftly traversed the coastal forest, he suddenly noticed that the ground ahead had inexplicably sunk. The surrounding terrain was flat. How could there be such a large depression? Continuing forward, he discovered similar depressions appearing at intervals. No, this was not merely a depression. These were unmistakably footprints. Chu Xu suddenly realized this and quickly came to his senses. These were typical footprints of a sauropod dinosaur, resembling those of an elephant, circular in shape, with a circumference of about 1.7 meters, comparable in height to an adult human. What colossal creature could leave such enormous footprints? Moreover, each footprint formed an independent microhabitat, visibly teeming with numerous microorganisms, and even insects and amphibious creatures thrived within. Roar. Just as the footprints faded from sight, Chu Xu suddenly heard a distant, resonant sound, and before him appeared a true giant, the Alamosaurus. The Alamosaurus, a massive herbivorous dinosaur from the Titanosauria clade, could reach lengths exceeding 25 meters and weigh between 30 to 50 tons, undeniably the largest dinosaur of late Cretaceous North America, and one of the last sauropods of the dinosaur era. Characteristic of sauropods, the Alamosaurus boasted a small head, long neck, massive body, and lengthy tail, its exterior adorned with fist-sized bony plates and thick, coarse hair, instilling fear at first glance. How immense! Chu Xu marveled, standing before the Alamosaurus, barely reaching its knee, with his body dwarfed by its tail. Even an adult Tyrannosaurus rex would seem insignificant in comparison to the Alamosaurus. Before him, the fully grown Alamosaurus stood upright, its massive body supported by pillar-like hind limbs and a whip-like tail. Its 10-meter-long neck stretching toward the treetops, feeding on the tender leaves and branches. In this posture, the Alamosaurus's head nearly grazed the 15-meter height of the treetops, equivalent to that of a 5-story building. With its colossal size, the adult Alamosaurus has virtually no natural enemies. Even the fully grown Tyrannosaurus rex dares not challenge such a behemoth, preferring instead to bully the juvenile Alamosaurus. One wonders what level of evolution would be necessary to hunt such a magnificent creature. Mused Chu Xu. Killing an adult Alamosaurus would surely yield a significant number of evolution points. However, contemplating such matters was futile. Since it was beyond his capability, Chu Xu chose not to disturb the Alamosaurus and instead took a detour in another direction. Not long after, Chu Xu stumbled upon the signs of a group of Pachycephalosaurus, following the traces to their location. The Pachycephalosaurus, also known as the thick-headed lizard, is a medium-sized herbivorous dinosaur from the Ornithischian order, closely related to the previously encountered Styxosaurus. However, the Pachycephalosaurus is significantly larger, measuring approximately 4.5 meters in length and weighing around 1.5 tons. Unlike the Styxosaurus, the Pachycephalosaurus lacks the prominent bony spikes on its head, but its cranial dome is impressively thick, measuring up to 25 centimeters, akin to a large bowling ball. A small group of juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, numbering over a dozen, foraged amidst the forest, seeking tender leaves, plant seeds, and even insects for sustenance. Several younger individuals, having had their fill, frolicked playfully behind their parents, engaging in their favorite game of headbutting, practicing the ancestral skill of the iron head from a young age. Come on, let me play with you. At that moment, the young Pachycephalosaurus caught sight of a half-grown Tyrannosaurus rex grinning widely, its teeth bared in a smile. Chu Xu endeavored to adopt a friendly demeanor, But the sight terrified the little Pachycephalosaurus, prompting them to scream and flee. Clearly, their parents had taught them well, instructing them to avoid contact with unfamiliar dinosaurs. "Bring it here." Chu Xu's expression shifted dramatically as he reverted to his former ferocious demeanor. Swiftly sinking his teeth into the neck of a nearby juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, effortlessly severing it, without pausing, he sprinted after a second juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, delivering a lightning-fast claw strike that sent it to the realm of dinosaurs. Ding! You have hunted a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, evolution points 15. Ding! You have hunted a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, evolution points 15. Having dispatched 2 juvenile Pachycephalosaurus was sufficient. Chu Xu was wise enough to understand the principle of not overexploiting resources. He chose to spare the remaining juveniles for the time being, allowing them to grow and perhaps repay his kindness in the future. Chu Xu's true target remained the adult Pachycephalosaurus, roaring in response to the commotion behind them. The adult Pachycephalosaurus turned to witness Chu Xu mercilessly slaughtering 2 of their young. Rage surged within them, and each adult Pachycephalosaurus assumed the classic iron head posture, lowering their bodies and forming a rigid line as they charged towards Chu Xu with fierce determination. The iron head technique of the Pachycephalosaurus is not to be underestimated. They can execute short-range charges at speeds of 3 ms. With their considerable mass, most medium-sized carnivorous dinosaurs would likely be incapacitated by such a collision. Chu Xu, however, had no intention of taking the hit directly. With swift movement, he maneuvered to the side of the Pachycephalosaurus group. After all, the Pachycephalosaurus employing the iron head technique would not be able to turn. They could only attack in a straight line, making it relatively easy to evade. As the Pachycephalosaurus quickly realized their attack had missed, they paused and lifted their heads to locate their adversary. Just then, a massive maw, poised to strike, lunged from the side, accurately biting down on the neck of the nearest female Pachycephalosaurus. The female Pachycephalosaurus let out a startled cry as her over-ton weight was effortlessly lifted from the ground. Her legs dangling, before being hurled away like a hand-tossed ball. With a resounding thud, the female Pachycephalosaurus soared over 10 meters before crashing into a tree as thick as a person's waist, snapping it in half and finally coming to rest on the ground. After such a throw and collision, the female Pachycephalosaurus was left utterly incapacitated, her bones likely fractured in multiple places, and she fell unconscious. Having effortlessly dealt with an adult female Pachycephalosaurus, Chu Xu gained a visceral understanding of his current strength. He could easily handle medium-sized herbivorous dinosaurs. Suddenly, a robust male Pachycephalosaurus, blinded by rage, readied for another charge. Its massive cranial dome brimming with power as it rushed toward Chu Xu with a roar. This time, Chu Xu made no effort to evade. With a resounding impact, the male Pachycephalosaurus collided with Chu Xu. Believing that its iron head technique would shatter the bones of this audacious Tyrannosaurus, avenging the deaths of its mate and offspring. However, upon impact, the male Pachycephalosaurus felt as though it had struck a solid rock. Unable to budge Chu Xu in the slightest, and instead suffered a violent jolt that left its head spinning. The cranial dome of the Pachycephalosaurus consists of 3 structural layers, the first being cartilage, the second vascular, and the third spongy. Together, these layers form a natural protective helmet, significantly reducing the damage sustained during head-on collisions. Nevertheless, the male Pachycephalosaurus found itself disoriented, barely able to maintain its footing. Having allowed the male Pachycephalosaurus a moment to recover, it was now Chu Xu's turn. He transferred the momentum from the previous impact to his own head, mimicking the iron head technique and launching a powerful charge, his muscles tensing as his strength doubled. The roles of offense and defense swiftly reversed. The male Pachycephalosaurus was caught off guard as Chu Xu barreled into its chest, propelling the creature into the air, spinning several times like a diver performing a somersault. But the outcome was not a gentle splash into water, but a harsh landing on solid ground. When the male Pachycephalosaurus struck the earth, it was not merely bones that shattered. Its internal organs ruptured from the violent impact, blood oozing from its body and pooling around it, rendering it mortally wounded. Such horror! The remaining Pachycephalosaurus had initially perceived Chu Xu as merely a young Tyrannosaurus, not to be feared, but they were taken aback by the terrifying display of combat prowess he exhibited. The fiery wrath within him was replaced by the instinctual fear of a carnivorous dinosaur. The Pachycephalosaurus group swiftly turned and fled, their escape directed toward the location of the Alamosaurus. Smaller herbivorous dinosaurs often seek the protection of larger herbivores when faced with formidable foes. For large herbivores generally do not mind their presence, but will retaliate against carnivorous threats. Chu Xu chose not to pursue further, having already secured 2 adult and 2 juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, making his hunting success quite bountiful. Soon enough, he granted the 2 barely breathing Pachycephalosaurus a swift end, ensuring they departed this world together. Ding! You have hunted a Pachycephalosaurus, evolution points 50. Ding! You have hunted a Pachycephalosaurus, evolution points 50. With the evolution points now in hand, Chu Xu eagerly indulged in his feast. After consuming the internal organs of the female Pachycephalosaurus, he suddenly pondered. With such a thick cranial dome, I wonder what the brain would look like and if it would be palatable? In his previous life, Chu Xu had relished grilled brain, prepared with pig brains mixed with chili powder and pepper, resulting in a rich aroma, soft texture, and a flavor that was neither greasy nor overwhelming. The Cretaceous period, however, offered no pig brains, but dinosaur brains were certainly available. After all this time, Chu Xu had yet to try them, primarily due to the difficulty in accessing the skulls. Today, he was resolute in his desire to sample it, thus employing his fluidic armor to enhance his foreclaws. After considerable effort, he finally pried open the thick skull of the female Pachycephalosaurus. Inside the male Pachycephalosaurus's skull, he found a brain no larger than a walnut. Even eliciting a shake of the head from zombies, Chu Xu felt a wave of embarrassment. Very well, it seems I cannot have high hopes for dinosaur brains. The brains of dinosaurs are indeed disproportionate to their massive bodies. Pitifully small. For instance, the brain of a massive sauropod dinosaur weighing dozens of tons is only the size of a tennis ball. Carnivorous dinosaurs have slightly larger brains, but the difference is negligible. The Tyrannosaurus rex, for instance, has a brain weighing merely 330 grams, which is less than that of an infant human at 400 grams, let alone an adult. However, this is the result of natural selection. A larger brain is not necessarily advantageous, as the brain is an energy-intensive organ. Though it constitutes only 2 of the human body, it consumes 20 of the body's energy. If dinosaurs desired larger brains, they would need to consume more food or reduce the energy consumption of other organs. A daunting task for such massive creatures. I wonder if my brain might be a bit larger? Chu Xu could not help but speculate. The mental attribute corresponds to one's mental strength, sensory perception, neural regulation, and even memory, learning, logical thinking, and adaptability. Each time his mental attribute value strengthened, he could distinctly feel a warm current flowing through his brain, subtly transforming it. Unfortunately, there was no way to pry open his own skull to see what his brain looked like. Well, time to head home. After satiating his hunger, Chu Xu stuffed the 2 small Pachycephalosaurus back into the gaping abdomen of the female, whose insides had already been devoured, and secured them along with her and the male's tail in his mouth for the journey home. As he traversed the path, his ever-alert spiritual senses abruptly detected a massive shadow emerging from the nearby thicket. Charging towards him with unbridled ferocity, its target unmistakably fixed upon him. Chapter 45. The Assault of the Dwarf Tyrannosaurus, a Hidden Time Bomb. Enemy attack. Chu Xu reacted instantaneously, releasing his prey and darting sideways with remarkable speed, covering several meters in an instant. The colossal shadow, evidently unprepared for such a swift response, miscalculated its strike. Only then did Chu Xu discern the true identity of his adversary. Roar. Before him stood a fearsome Tyrannosaurus, its length exceeding 7 meters, with a grotesque, lizard-like head raised high, revealing its menacing, exposed fangs glistening with foul saliva. Its neck was adorned with needle-like, deep black bristles that extended from its robust back to its thick tail, while its limbs were notably elongated and powerful, unleashing a roar that stirred a tempestuous wave of air, enhancing its already formidable appearance. Was this a Tyrannosaurus rex? No, the proportions of its limbs were significantly longer than those of a typical T. Rex, and its physique appeared leaner than that of the same-sized counterpart. Could this possibly be a dwarf Tyrannosaurus? It was Chu Xu's first encounter with such a large carnivorous dinosaur. In his previous life, he had even doubted the existence of dwarf tyrannosaurs, yet here it was, vividly alive before him. This creature was clearly intent on him. Initially, Chu Xu presumed the dwarf Tyrannosaurus sought to snatch the food from his mouth, but its gaze remained fixed upon him, completely ignoring the nearby carcass of the Pachycephalosaurus, its cold, vertical pupils radiating an insatiable thirst for blood. The animal kingdom was indeed devoid of reason, even in their first encounter. Without enmity or grievance, they could easily become mortal foes. Like other carnivorous dinosaurs, the dwarf Tyrannosaurus considered juvenile tyrannosaurs as prime targets, harboring intense hatred towards them. they would deliberately hunt down isolated or unprotected young tyrannosaurs, even intruding into the territories of adult tyrannosaurs, seeking every opportunity to eliminate them in their infancy. The dwarf Tyrannosaurus before him was likely not an incidental passerby. It had probably been eyeing Chu Xu and his two juvenile tyrannosaurs for some time. How cunning indeed, roar. Chu Xu's muscles tensed, his own furious and cold vertical pupils locking onto the distant dwarf Tyrannosaurus. The creature was larger than him, measuring over 7 meters in length, with a height of 3 meters and an estimated weight of 2 tons. Against such a larger carnivorous dinosaur, the intimidation effect of his juvenile Tyrannosaurus lineage would have minimal impact. Moreover, after battling a young Tyrannosaurus and hunting Pachycephalosaurus, he had already exhausted much of his stamina. In terms of both size and condition, he was at a disadvantage. To overcome the dwarf Tyrannosaurus, he would need to employ unexpected tactics for a swift resolution. Meanwhile, the dwarf Tyrannosaurus's pupils glinted with malice. It had caught the familiar scent of Chu Xu, reminiscent of the young Tyrannosaurus he had discovered over a month ago in the T.Rex territory. Seizing the rare opportunity of his solitary venture without the protection of an adult Tyrannosaurus, it was determined to kill him before any complications could arise. Roar. The dwarf Tyrannosaurus propelled itself forward with its powerful hind limbs, crouching slightly as if a ferocious tiger leaping across a ravine. Its explosive force astonishing, as it opened its maw to bite at Chu Xu. Roar. Chu Xu's hind limbs, having gathered strength, unleashed like a released spring, launching his massive form with even greater velocity. A violent wave of air surged forth with his charge, enveloping him completely, igniting into a roaring inferno, transforming him into a fireball hurtling through the air. Flashing flame charge. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the dwarf Tyrannosaurus's expression shifted dramatically, its earlier bravado evaporating, instinctively reacting by attempting to flee in panic. Bang! But how could the dwarf Tyrannosaurus possibly escape? The fireball that was Chu Xu descended upon it in an instant, sending the creature flying, dragging a horrific trench through the ground like a plow. This blow, while not fatal, had nonetheless severely wounded the dwarf Tyrannosaurus. Its scales were scorched and cracked from the intense heat, its internal organs and bones sustaining various degrees of damage and fractures. Blackened blood oozing forth, staining the earth. However, Chu Xu too felt the backlash from his own attack. The more formidable the enemy, the greater the recoil. Once he regained his footing, his body trembled slightly, muscles tingling. Vitality surging, indicating his own fatigue. Roar. The dwarf Tyrannosaurus, resilient in its life force, struggled to maintain its stance, still bewildered by what had just transpired, aware only that its opponent was perilously dangerous, but he dared not linger. Dragging its injured body in a desperate attempt to escape, Chu Xu did not pursue further. His own physical condition was a concern, and the dwarf Tyrannosaurus was merely severely injured, not dead, making its elimination no easy feat. Moreover, based on his knowledge of dwarf tyrannosaurs, they typically hunted in family units. This was a male dwarf Tyrannosaurus, and its presence indicated that a larger, more formidable female could very well be nearby. Continuing the pursuit alone would only heighten the danger. Retreat. The best strategy was to withdraw. Chu Xu took a deep breath, dragging the two Pachycephalosaurus corpses away from the scene. This time, the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus was fortunate to escape. But if they crossed paths again, Chu Xu would ensure it paid dearly for its transgressions. Roar. Indeed, shortly after Chu Xu departed, a rough, primal roar echoed through the air as an even larger dwarf Tyrannosaurus appeared. This was a female dwarf Tyrannosaurus, the mate of the injured male. They had been searching separately for the 3 juvenile tyrannosaurs, but the male had encountered Chu Xu first and engaged in battle. The female, alerted by the commotion, arrived to find her mate grievously wounded. Roar. The female dwarf Tyrannosaurus was taken aback by the sight of her husband so severely injured. The only creature capable of inflicting such harm in this territory was an adult Tyrannosaurus. Roar. Yet the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus's revelation astonished the female even further, as he explained that a juvenile Tyrannosaurus was responsible for his injuries. The opponent had utilized an unprecedented attack, even generating searing flames that had instantly inflicted grave wounds upon him. His flesh severely burned and his internal organs and bones significantly damaged. That moment had etched itself into his mind like a nightmare, leaving an indelible mark he could never forget. Chapter 46. Developing a new skill. Miniature explosions. When Chu Xu wearily returned home, dragging his prey, Long Ma and Hongyu Luxing were equally astonished. Their surprise was not due to the quantity of his haul, but rather his visibly poor condition. Collapsing upon arrival, Roar Hongyu and Lu Xing did not rush to indulge in the spoils their elder brother had brought back. Instead, they clustered around Chu Xu, chirping incessantly like chicks, inquiring about his well-being. Long Ma hurried to Chu Xu's side, her voice filled with concern. She could tell he had clearly endured an intense battle. Roar Chu Xu lifted his head, assuring them he was fine. With the healing points at his disposal, a good rest would restore him to full strength. He then relayed the news of the dwarf Tyrannosaurus' appearance to Long Ma and the others. The vocabulary of the Tyrannosaurus was limited, so he could only convey that an enemy was present in their territory. Roar. Upon hearing this, Long Ma immediately rose, disregarding her own lingering injuries, declaring her intent to patrol the new territory and drive the enemy away. Lu Xing, eager to accompany her, was ordered by Long Ma to remain behind, forbidden to wander. Chu Xu also gave Lu Xing a roar, compelling him to stay home and behave. Long Ma quickly departed, while Chu Xu converted some evolution points into healing points, subsequently sinking into a deep slumber nurtured by the warm healing currents. Before long, Hongyu and Lu Xing, settling down and refraining from disturbing their elder brother, were soon met with the sound of Chu Xu's thunderous snoring. As night deepened, Long Ma returned from her patrol of the new territory, and Chu Xu awoke from his slumber. She had thoroughly searched the entire territory and indeed found traces of the dwarf Tyrannosaurus's activities. However, it had already fled from her domain, a missed strike, a retreat of 1,000 miles. Chu Xu nodded, but he did not allow himself to become complacent. The creature could very well return. Now that he had regained peak condition, he was unfazed by the prospect of their return, yet Hongyu and Lu Xing were another matter entirely. He would need to find an opportunity to eliminate them completely. Chu Xu contemplated. The dwarf Tyrannosaurus was intent on eradicating him, a potential threat looming in the future, while Chu Xu sought to eliminate this ticking time bomb that had been lurking nearby, before it could pose a danger to himself and his companions. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly to prevent future repercussions. Chu Xu began devising strategies to confront the dwarf Tyrannosaurus, with the hypothetical enemy being both a male and a female, the latter of which was larger and stronger than her male counterpart. Although the power of the flash flame charge is formidable enough to severely injure a dwarf Tyrannosaurus in a single strike, the drawbacks of this technique are not insignificant, as it entails considerable recoil and expends a significant amount of stamina. The potency of the small flame is still inadequate. After all, the dwarf Tyrannosaurus is not covered in feathers like the Dakotaraptor or the Therizinosaurus, and can only suffer burns to certain parts of its body. The remaining fire-based attacks, such as flame fangs and blazing claws, necessitate close combat, which is not the most prudent approach when outnumbered and at a disadvantage in size. Clearly, there is a need to develop a new ultimate technique. Despite his confidence in defeating the dwarf Tyrannosaurus coupled with his current combat strength and intermediate skills, Chu Xu desires a more reliable method to secure victory, ensuring that he has a winning edge before taking action. After all, the cost of injury is not negligible. This recent treatment alone has drained him of 30 evolution points, which is rather painful. The idea of developing a new ultimate technique had already crossed Chu Xu's mind previously. The signature move of the Agumen is a small flame that it exhales to attack its foes. However, another subspecies of Agumen, Agumen S, possesses a more powerful ultimate technique, by accumulating small flames in its mouth and then exhaling them in one breath, resulting in a small-scale explosion known as the mini-blast. This is precisely the new technique that Chu Xu wishes to develop. At the break of dawn the next day, Chu Xu rose early to practice his new technique. To avoid igniting a forest fire, he chose to practice by the river near his home, close to a water source and away from vegetation. The key to the mini-blast lies in accumulating small flames in his mouth and, upon reaching the explosion threshold, expelling them to trigger an explosion. Chu Xu mused internally. The principle is akin to a combustion explosion, where small flames ignite first, subsequently causing an explosion during the burning process. Soon, small flames began to brew deep within Chu Xu's throat, but this time he refrained from immediately expelling them, instead accumulating them in his mouth. As the flames continued to build, his mouth transformed into a furnace, with the temperature rising steadily and wisps of white smoke emerging from the gaps in his lips. Throughout this process, Chu Xu had to remain entirely focused. Any lapse in control could lead to self-harm if the furnace were to explode. Feeling that the accumulation of flames had reached a critical point, Chu Xu suddenly opened his mouth wide and expelled the flames in one breath. A blazing inferno shot forth, dazzling as it descended toward the surface of the river. Boom! Upon striking the water's surface, the air quivered violently, and the flame erupted explosively. Waves of scorching fire rolled outward in circles, the searing tongues of flame dancing wildly. The glaring red and the swirling heat caused the air to resonate with a deafening roar, while the river was showered with countless splashes of water. Just then, a small and exquisite Hutchinson's turtle happened to be swimming in the river, and it was unexpectedly propelled into the air by the explosion, landing with a thud at Chu Xu's feet. Chu Xu? Did a little turtle just fall from the sky? To think that practicing a skill would yield such a delightful surprise. The Hutchinson's turtle, belonging to the family of soft-shelled turtles, is a small turtle with a flattened, oval-shaped body, measuring about 30 centimeters in length, making it a perfect snack for Chu Xu. This unfortunate little turtle, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was swiftly devoured by Chu Xu, its warm, aquatic flavor flooding his mouth, providing an exhilarating sensation. Moreover, as a turtle, the shell of the Hutchinson's turtle is not as hard as that of a tortoise. A single bite shattered it, revealing tender, juicy meat with a sweet and savory taste that delighted Chu Xu's palate. Delicious. Although this little turtle was worth only 5 evolution points, its flavor ranked among the top 3 in Chu Xu's current diet. There was even a larger snapping turtle nearby. At that moment, Chu Xu's psychic awareness detected a larger turtle not far away. Swimming in the river, it was a nearly 2-meter-long alligator snapping turtle. A large freshwater turtle weighing approximately 300 pounds, significantly larger than the Hutchinson's turtle. What a perfect opportunity to test the power of my new technique. Chapter 47. Those who offend my Tyrannosaurus rex shall be punished. No matter the distance, Chu Xu stealthily approached the riverbank closest to the alligator's snapping turtle, simultaneously brewing a fierce flame in his mouth. After several seconds, Chu Xu opened his mouth wide and unleashed the flames, which exploded upon contact with the river's surface. Mini blast. In that instant, the river was blasted into a massive crater, accompanied by a shower of water splashes soaring into the air. The shockwave generated by the explosion rapidly spread through the water, creating turbulent waves that hurled the alligator's snapping turtle high into the air, where it crashed heavily onto the riverbank. Although it did not directly suffer from the explosion of the mini blast, the subsequent shockwave in the river still inflicted significant damage, leaving the turtle sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Chu Xu felt his mouth and throat burning with a heat that threatened to ignite, indicating that while the mini blast was powerful, it could not be used repeatedly in quick succession due to its high energy consumption. Everything must be approached with moderation, just as game skills have cooldowns. The mini blast could be used a maximum of 3 times in quick succession, beyond which it would endanger the user. Regardless, the new technique was nearly perfected, and Chu Xu was in high spirits as he indulged in a delicious breakfast of alligator snapping turtle. It is said that turtles also possess special properties such as nourishing the body, enhancing vitality, and prolonging life, making them highly valuable medicinally. However, Chu Xu is still far from reaching sexual maturity and must wait until he enters adolescence. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus rex is an indisputable short-lived creature. According to subsequent studies of its skeletal fossils by paleontologists, the average lifespan of a Tyrannosaurus rex is only 16.6 years, with the longest-lived specimen discovered to have reached only 28 years. The vast majority of Tyrannosaurus rex individuals did not survive to the age of 15 to 16, the time of sexual maturity, but perished for various reasons. The remaining few that managed to reach maturity had only a few years left to live. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Conversely, when God opens a door, he inevitably closes a window. The creator has done just that for the Tyrannosaurus rex, crafting a magnificent physique for it as a top terrestrial predator, capable of dominating its domain upon reaching adulthood. Yet, it also limited its lifespan. No matter how powerful or long-lived an individual Tyrannosaurus rex may be, it cannot live beyond 30 years, swiftly falling from its peak like a comet. Meeting its end. Chu Xu estimates that Mother Dragon is just over 20 years old. In human society, she would still be a naive university student. Yet in the Tyrannosaurus rex species, she is considered a seasoned elder. Chu Xu is not concerned about his own lifespan. He is no longer an ordinary Tyrannosaurus rex, and the limits of his lifespan have been transcended. As he continues to evolve, his longevity will only increase. However, Mother Dragon, Xianyu, and Lu Xing remain ordinary Tyrannosaurus rex individuals, and if one day they depart from the dragon world before him, he cannot help but feel sadness and loneliness. Perhaps there will come a time when he can guide them along the extraordinary path of evolution. Just as he has done, in the following days, Chu Xu continued to venture out alone to hunt and meticulously searched for traces of the dwarf Tyrannosaurus within Mother Dragon's new territory. However, he found no sign of it, indicating that it had likely fled entirely. Nevertheless, no matter how far it escapes, Chu Xu will inevitably track it down one day. This is what is meant by, "Those who offend my Tyrannosaurus rex shall be punished." No matter the distance, as the evening rain began to fall in the coastal forest, droplets gathered on the treetops, resembling shimmering pearls hanging from the branches, adding a touch of luxury and beauty to the tranquil rainy world. The fine rain did not deter the activities of various animals. This time of day marked the peak for both herbivorous and carnivorous dinosaurs, with their life and death struggles evident throughout the forest. A group of Dreadnoughtus was relentlessly pursuing a solitary Struthiomimus, which, despite its swift legs, could not shake off its pursuers. This marathon-like tug-of-war could continue indefinitely until one side finally conceded. Meanwhile, a lurking Deinosuchus in the lake had fixed its gaze on a group of Dreadnoughtus that had come to drink. In an instant, the lake erupted as the 3-meter-long Deinosuchus snapped up the nearest Dreadnoughtus, dragging it underwater to drown. The startled Dreadnoughtus flapped their wings in panic, scattering in all directions, only to halt nearby, curiously observing the Deinosuchus devouring their companion. Meanwhile, opportunistic Pteranodon soared low overhead, searching for a chance to seize. Calculating the date, today marks Chu Xu's first birthday. It has been a year since he was reborn as a Tyrannosaurus rex. Over the course of this year, he has experienced a multitude of events: skill training, his first battle against a Rodentia, moving to a new home, learning to hunt, independent hunting, his first evolution, seasonal migration, territorial disputes, the dwarf Tyrannosaurus attack, and the development of a new ultimate technique. This past year has indeed been rich and colorful, allowing Chu Xu, who has always had a passion for dinosaurs, to deeply appreciate the untamed allure of this world. Although dinosaurs do not possess the concept of celebrating birthdays, Chu Xu still wishes to commemorate this special day. Today, a resolute decision was made to hunt a formidable creature as a birthday gift. After careful consideration, Chu Xu sought out a group of Edmonton raptors, with which he was quite familiar, as they, like him, had migrated from the north. He recalled that the first time Dragon Mother guided him in the art of hunting. The chosen target was an adult Edmonton raptor, at that time. The sight of such a colossal beast was beyond his wildest dreams, but now it appeared to be merely a hollow shell, burdened with excess flesh. This group of Edmonton raptors happened to be traversing Dragon Mother's territory, feasting on the local flora. Recently, a new batch of Edmonton raptor hatchlings had been born, and he could see numerous little ones, no larger than the feet of their adult counterparts, frolicking under the protective gaze of their parents. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered as Chu Xu, with no intention of concealing his presence, launched a lightning-fast assault, startling the Edmonton raptor herd. Unlike their previous encounter with Dragon Mother, the raptors did not flee in terror. To them, Chu Xu merely resembled a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, not worthy of fear. A bold Edmonton raptor stepped forward, inflating its throat pouch and issuing a warning hiss, as if to say that any further advance would not be taken lightly. "You shall be my target," Chu Xu declared, his gaze fixating on the most vociferous leader of the Edmonton raptors. With a powerful leap, he descended upon it like a thunderbolt, crashing down with tremendous force. Before the Edmonton raptor leader could react, it felt a sudden weight upon its back, as the youthful Tyrannosaurus had mounted it. Startled, the leader began to thrash and bolt as if it were a frightened steed. Yet, Chu Xu remained steadfast, akin to a rock amid a tempest, securing his grip while fiercely sinking his fiery teeth into the creature's neck. The savory aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the air as the raptor emitted anguished cries, thrashing wildly in response to the excruciating pain. Witnessing their leader's plight, the other Edmonton raptors grew anxious and hurried to shield their young. Unlike the Triceratops, these raptors lacked unity and failed to form a cohesive defense, merely gazing helplessly at Chu Xu and their fallen leader. Seated atop the Edmonton raptor leader, Chu Xu seized the initiative, inflicting wounds with his fiery fangs and claws, causing a steady flow of blood. Exhausted from its frantic struggles, the leader finally succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground. Only then did the onlooking raptors let out startled cries and flee in disarray. With the leader vanquished, the rest was straightforward. Chu Xu dismounted and bit into its neck until it ceased to breathe. Success. Though the process was not as swift and clean as Dragon Mother's hunts, it was still commendable. Ding! You have slain an Edmonton raptor. Evolution points 75. 75 evolution points. Chu Xu rejoiced, realizing that hunting such large herbivorous dinosaurs was indeed lucrative. With the birthday cake prepared, he dragged the Edmonton raptor's carcass, ready to return home to celebrate with Dragon Mother, Xianyu, and Lu Xing. However, He had not ventured far when a few old friends descended from the sky upon catching sight of his birthday feast. The Pteranodons, massive shadows loomed overhead like ominous clouds as Chu Xu looked up, his pupils narrowing with intense murderous intent. The newcomers were none other than several Pteranodons, adorned with mohawk-like crests and equipped with long, conical beaks, their expansive wings casting dark shadows across the ground. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. After Dragon Mother had hunted the Edmonton raptor, she had encountered a small group of Pteranodons on her way home. This scene mirrored that past encounter, with the key difference being that Chu Xu was no longer the feeble juvenile Tyrannosaurus clinging to Dragon Mother's leg. 3 Pteranodons, varying in size, circled ominously above him, their raspy calls echoing like the clanging of a rusty bell, while their enormous wings cast deathly shadows on the ground below. In the late Cretaceous of North America, Pteranodons were divided into two distinct species: the smaller Lawrence Pteranodon, with a wingspan of approximately 5 to 6 meters, primarily dwelling in lakes and inland seas to prey on fish and insects, and the larger No Pteranodon, boasting a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Twice the size of the former, adapted to terrestrial life, hunting small dinosaurs, birds, amphibians, and mammals, showing no aversion to carrion. The Pteranodons before him were indeed the larger No Pteranodons. As Chu Xu inhaled deeply, he sensed their familiar presence, indicating they were likely the same Pteranodons he had encountered over 6 months ago in Dragon Mother's former territory. What a twist of fate, to encounter them again across half the expanse of North America. He still vividly recalled their raucous cries and greedy visages. The heavens had conspired to reunite him with these old acquaintances, and he was determined to express his gratitude for their long journey to celebrate his birthday with his newly acquired skills. Chu Xu remained composed, not allowing anger or hatred to cloud his judgment, as the Pteranodons continued to hover at a distance, their altitude rendering them out of reach. To ensnare them, he would first need to lure them to the ground. The Pteranodons screeched at Chu Xu, attempting to intimidate him into retreating and relinquishing his prize. Given his size, they dared not regard him as a feasible target. Pretending to be enraged, Chu Xu roared at them, then discarded the Edmonton raptor leader's corpse and turned to depart. Once Chu Xu had vacated the area, the Pteranodons folded their massive wings and descended to the ground. Standing upright, they towered over 5 meters in height, comparable to a giraffe. They approached the carcass of the Edmonton raptor leader, feasting voraciously. Their sharp, conical beaks effortlessly pierced the raptor's tough hide, tearing into its flesh. For the Pteranodons, this fresh adult Edmonton raptor was a rare banquet, as they lacked the ability to hunt large herbivores and typically scavenged on decaying remnants. Meanwhile, having feigned retreat, Chu Xu stealthily circled back. "Feast away, my friends, for once you've savored this meal, I shall send you to the afterlife." Chu Xu fixed his gaze on the 3 complacent, unsuspecting Pteranodons, a sly smile creeping across his face. The time had come. With a mighty roar, he sprang into action. As he launched himself forward, tremendous force coalesced in his legs, shattering the ground beneath him. Swift as a coursing river, he leapt upon the nearest Pteranodon, which was still engrossed in its meal. Despite the Pteranodon's towering height, most of it was comprised of a long neck, and its back stood only about 2 meters high, perfectly within Chu Xu's reach. With the weight of over a ton combined with the force of his leap, he crashed down upon the Pteranodon, overwhelming its hollow-boned structure, causing it to collapse with a squawk akin to a slaughtered chicken. In the ensuing chaos, the Pteranodon finally realized that the juvenile Tyrannosaurus had not fled but had instead returned to launch a surprise attack. However, it was too late. Without hesitation, Chu Xu seized the Pteranodon's slender neck, his fury igniting as he unleashed a powerful bite, effortlessly crushing its hollow vertebrae until its jaws met, severing its head from its body. The next moment, the severed neck and its heavy head plummeted from a height of over 5 meters, landing with a resounding thud. Feeling the searing hot blood filling his mouth, Chu Xu let out a thunderous roar, his blood surging with fervor. What a sky tyrant! In reality, it was merely a fragile creature, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. From the moment Chu Xu lunged at the wind god pterosaur to the swift decapitation, less than 10 seconds had passed. Everything unfolded like a flash of lightning, so much so that the other 2 wind god pterosaurs only realized Chu Xu's presence after their companion had met its demise. Caw! Caw! The 2 blood-soaked wind god pterosaurs emitted cries of shock and fury, astonished that this young Tyrannosaurus rex had returned and slain one of their own. One of the wind god pterosaurs boldly stepped forward, extending its 2-meter-long, conical beak and viciously lunged at Chu Xu. The force of this attack was formidable. A typical medium-sized dinosaur struck by it would likely be reduced to mere skewered meat. Chu Xu, however, was not foolish enough to withstand it head-on. With a swift movement, he darted away, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. Caw! The second wind god pterosaur, having missed its strike, gazed down at the diminutive Chu Xu with a mix of rage and humiliation. Unexpectedly, Chu Xu took the initiative, charging forward with such speed that the wind god pterosaur could scarcely track him with its eyes, let alone comprehend his movements. With a tremendous impact, the amplified strength surged through him. His muscles rippling, his skin taut, bones cracking, as the ground fractured beneath his relentless stomps, carving out a profound chasm. With a dull thud, Chu Xu collided with the second wind god pterosaur's hind legs, shattering its tibia and fibula as if they were mere twigs, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Roar! As the second wind god pterosaur fell, Chu Xu was like a shadow, swiftly ascending with his maw gaping wide, filled with jagged, blood-stained fangs. He savagely bit down on its vulnerable neck. Blood sprayed forth, mingling with anguished cries. In that moment, Chu Xu was liberating his primal instincts. Once immensely weak, he had struggled to survive under the protection of his mother. Now, he had grown sufficiently strong to stand on his own, capable of feasting upon the flesh of once seemingly invincible foes. Reveling in the thrill of the hunt, after a final scream, the second wind god pterosaur fell, lifeless, to Chu Xu's voracious appetite, its blood drenching him entirely, transforming him into a true harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Caw! The last remaining wind god pterosaur, terrified and trembling, let out a shriek before unfurling its wings and taking flight in a panic. The wind god pterosaur possessed formidable flying capabilities, its robust, dense forelimb muscles enabling it to leap into the air like a diver springing from a platform. Soaring upward with remarkable agility, it then flapped its massive wing membranes, swiftly adjusting its wing shape to gain substantial lift during the takeoff phase. Although these membranous wings lacked the maneuverability of bird wings or bat wings, they were aerodynamically efficient, especially suited for gliding, allowing for effortless long-distance flights with minimal exertion. Think you can escape? Chu Xu observed the last wind god pterosaur, which had just leapt into the air. Now 2 to 3 meters off the ground, believing it had evaded danger and could finally relax. Little did it know that deep within Chu Xu's throat, a fiery blaze was brewing. Just as the wind god pterosaur was about to flap its wings and fly away, Chu Xu opened his jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of flames. A small explosion, a scorching fireball surged into the sky, tracing a vivid crimson arc, striking the massive membranous wing of the wind god pterosaur directly. Bang! As the fireball made contact, it erupted midair like a splendid firework. Caw! The searing tongues of flame consumed half of the pterosaur's wing, charring it black and leaving it in tatters. The force of the explosion sent its entire body hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing back down to the ground. Upon landing, the wind god pterosaur was undoubtedly a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chu Xu approached the wailing creature, his diminutive form now appearing terrifying in the eyes of the fallen beast. Finally, Chu Xu delivered a decisive bite, crushing its cervical vertebrae and ending the wind god pterosaur's life once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A fierce wind howled past, stirring up dust and debris, leaving the area in utter silence. 3 colossal wind god pterosaur corpses lay sprawled on the ground, each displaying the same fatality, decapitated, blood pooling around them. Ding! You have slain a Norse wind god pterosaur. Evolution points 80. 240 evolution points credited. Chu Xu was invigorated, having amassed over 300 evolution points in a single day. An unprecedented bounty. He was thoroughly satisfied with this birthday feast. After considerable effort, Chu Xu finally transported today's spoils back home. The grand spectacle left his mother, the dragon mom, and the siblings, Xian Yu and Lu Xing, utterly astonished. An adult Edmontosaurus, along with 3 wind god pterosaurs. The pile of corpses could easily form a small mountain. Come, let us divide the cake. The dragon mom will feast on the largest Edmontosaurus, while the 2 of you can choose any wind god pterosaur you like. Chu Xu generously distributed the food to his family, ensuring they would feast to their heart's content. The dragon mom devoured the Edmontosaurus, while Xian Yu and Lu Xing shared a wind god pterosaur. They seemed to remember the terror they had faced from the wind god pterosaurs, biting into their adversaries in a vengeful manner, with Lu Xing particularly relishing the taste of their hindquarters. Chu Xu, curious to sample the wind god pterosaur himself, soon discovered that, much like the Ankylosaurus, it yielded very little meat, merely a large skeletal frame. The expansive membranous wings were little more than a layer of skin attached to the limb bones, akin to a chicken rib, flavorless yet too precious to discard. Chapter 50. Preparing for independent life? Challenging the Hell Aquarium, time flew by, and 2 months had passed since Chu Xu and his family settled into their new territory. The injuries sustained by the dragon mom in her battle with the young Tyrannosaurus Rex had healed, and she continued to lead Xian Yu and Lu Xing, whose skills were still developing, on hunting expeditions. Meanwhile, Chu Xu ventured out on his own, though he found himself returning home less frequently, often staying away for 2 or 3 days, or even longer. For some reason, as he grew older and his body developed, the notion of independence increasingly took hold within him. Independence is a phase that most animals must navigate during their growth, with many relying solely on their own abilities for survival from the moment they are born. Chu Xu was fortunate. As a newly reborn juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was initially powerless and weak, easily susceptible to even the smallest of creatures. Yet, under the care and protection of his mother, he had grown significantly over the past year. Typically, juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rexes are driven away by their mothers around the ages of 4 to 5, embarking on their own independent lives. Although Chu Xu was only a little over a year old, his physical development had long surpassed that of a juvenile. It was likely that the dragon mom remained perplexed by this, unsure whether to continue nurturing and protecting him or to expel him, ultimately choosing to let Chu Xu decide his own fate. All good things must come to an end. Chu Xu understood that he would eventually have to part ways with his family and embrace a life of independence. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance, knowing that many animals sever ties with their parents upon gaining independence, potentially even becoming adversaries upon their next encounter. Perhaps it was best to let nature take its course. The immediate priority was to accumulate 1,000 evolution points to complete his second evolution. Shaking his head, Chu Xu cast aside his chaotic thoughts and focused on his attribute panel. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 1 year and 2 months. Species: subancient beast, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: strength 1,000, agility 1,000, constitution 1,000, spirit 1,000. Evolution points: 100. Skills: fiery claws, flame bite, flash fire charge, high speed movement, ultimate move, small flame, small explosion. Achievements: Tyrant's talent, beginner. Spiritual perception, beginner. Fluid armor, beginner. Next evolution form: Tyrannosaurus Rex. Compared to 2 months ago, Chu Xu's attributes had more than doubled, surpassing the 4-digit threshold, and he had finally reached the upper limit of the juvenile stage, unable to allocate any further points for now. With just 1,000 evolution points, he would be able to complete his second evolution. At this point, Chu Xu's physique had reached that of a 14-year-old juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, measuring 5 meters in length. Standing 2.5 meters tall and weighing over 2 tons, upon entering the youth stage, he would officially enter the golden age of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's rapid growth, heralding a new chapter in his life. For the past few days, Chu Xu had not returned home, focusing instead on hunting and gathering evolution points, eager to accumulate the requisite 1,000 points. Perhaps due to his frenzied activities, the herbivorous dinosaurs in the dragon mom's new territory had fled in terror, leaving him with very few targets. Wandering aimlessly in search of luck proved inefficient. To quickly gather evolution points, it seemed he would have to venture elsewhere. Chu Xu pondered for a moment before arriving at a resolute decision. He would venture towards the shallow seas beyond the horizon, specifically the infamous inland Sea of the West. In terms of quantity, marine life vastly outnumbers terrestrial creatures, and naturally, its perilous nature is far greater as well. Chu Xu had prepared himself mentally for the challenges ahead. With the belief that fortune favors the bold, he trusted in his ability to safeguard himself. As long as he remained cautious and did not delve too deeply, he anticipated no significant issues. Having made up his mind, Chu Xu departed from the new territory of Longma, progressing along the main channel of the Missouri River towards the edge of the horizon. As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the shallow sea surface in a warm, golden-hued. A gentle breeze stirred the waves, while a flock of dusk birds floated amidst the undulating tides. These dusk birds, measuring less than 2 meters in length, bore a striking resemblance to the penguins of a later era, possessing no ability to fly, their wings entirely regressed. However, they were exceptionally diverse and adept at fishing, with their paddle-like hind limbs enabling them to glide swiftly through the waters, and their large eyes capturing the movements of fish beneath the crystalline surface. Splash, 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 accompanied by the sounds of splashing. The dusk birds plunged into the water, scattering the mixed schools of fish, their beaks wide open as they voraciously consumed one small fish after another. That moment, a blinding silver flash flickered in the nearby waters, causing the diving dusk birds to abandon their meals in a frantic attempt to swim towards the shore. Though the dusk birds were swift swimmers, the silver flash moved even faster as it drew closer. It became apparent that it was a fearsome and grotesque swordfish. The swordfish, notorious as the #1 bully of the hellish aquarium and a large carnivorous bony fish of the beggar fish family, resembled a torpedo with its spindle shape, exceeding 5 meters in length and weighing up to 500 kilograms, rivaling the large sharks of later times. Its pectoral fins extended like blades, and its gaping maw was filled with jagged, nail-like teeth protruding menacingly, giving it a brutally ferocious appearance. Splash! Just as one dusk bird had nearly reached the shore, it was overtaken by the lightning-fast swordfish. With a gaping mouth, the swordfish's fearsome fangs pierced through the dusk bird's body, turning the surrounding waters a pale crimson. The dusk bird, unable to escape, was dragged back into the depths, consumed whole by the swordfish. Hiss! Was this the exhilarating welcome that awaited him? Upon arriving at the coastal shallows, Chu Xu witnessed the gruesome scene of the dusk bird being devoured by the swordfish, the latter's terrifying visage unmistakably clear. Indeed, the hellish aquarium lived up to its reputation, as battles of life and death unfolded continuously beneath the seemingly tranquil waters. Standing upon the shore, Chu Xu gazed out at the ocean, bathed in the sunset's glow, which resembled a boiling sea of gold, vast and boundless. The water stretched endlessly, merging with the evening sky. Above the surface, pterosaurs and birds soared, while beneath, ichthyosaurs and fish swam gracefully. This truly was a bizarre paradise, a chaotic mix of creatures, where even the tyrant dinosaurs, accustomed to dominance on land, dared not tread lightly in now. This very paradise was the target of Chu Xu's challenge. Chapter 51. A seafood buffet. The swordfish, high above, the pterosaurs and birds circled gracefully, but Chu Xu chose to disregard them. The pterosaurs were primarily the smaller Laos pterosaur, less than half the size of the larger Norse pterosaur he had previously slain. The birds mainly consisted of fishbirds, similar in size and behavior to modern seagulls. Both species occupied the skies, only diving into the sea when hunting, making them challenging and energy-intensive targets to pursue. Thus, Chu Xu's primary focus remained on the fish within the shallow waters. With determination, Chu Xu stepped forward, gradually wading into the cool sea. The gentle breeze and the refreshing water enveloped him, rising steadily from his feet to his chest. Utilizing his hollow-boned structure, his substantial weight allowed him to float effortlessly on the surface. The principle was straightforward. The density of an animal's body, determined by its skeletal structure, dictates its buoyancy in water. Hollow bones effectively reduce overall density, enabling even a massive creature like Etita Rex to float with ease. Subsequently, Chu Xu activated his heightened perception, extending his awareness over a 1-kilometer radius. A myriad of signals converged into a 3-dimensional topographical map, ensuring that no movement within the vicinity escaped his notice. Within the ocean, life thrived not only among fish but also included turtles, crustaceans like shrimp and crabs, mollusks such as sea snails, bivalves like clams, and ancient cephalopods like ammonites. Among them, the ammonite stood out as a hallmark of the Mesozoic era, thriving in oceans worldwide, hence referred to as the Sea of Ammonites. Resembling the nautilus, ammonites possessed hard external shells, with soft bodies residing within, varying in size from a few centimeters to 2 meters, and exhibiting diverse shapes, triangular, conical, and spiral. They drifted languidly through the water, propelling themselves by expelling water from their bodies, making them easy prey for most marine predators. Chu Xu was no exception. With a shake of his powerful form, the aura of dominance he exuded enveloped a nearby cluster of languid ammonites, as if ensnaring them in an invisible net. These feeble creatures were rendered motionless, as if caught in a spell. With a swift motion, Chu Xu held his breath and plunged beneath the surface, effortlessly consuming one ammonite after another. By crushing their hard shells, he revealed the tender, delectable flesh within. Indeed, the taste of seafood was exquisite and delicate. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! You have hunted an ammonite. Evolution points 1. Ding! You have hunted an ammonite. Evolution points 2. Within the range of his perception alone, there were hundreds of exquisite ammonites. Although the individual value of each was modest, their accumulation represented a significant bounty. Besides ammonites, Chu Xu accepted all manner of fish, shrimp, sea snails, and clams within his sight, employing his dominant presence to stun them. Devouring them mercilessly in a short span, he amassed over 100 evolution points, achieving remarkable efficiency. Relishing the seafood feast while reaping a windfall of evolution points was truly delightful. However, Chu Xu remained vigilant. Having recently witnessed the brutal struggles of life and death in the hellish aquarium, he harbored no illusions about the supposed harmony of this place. Indeed, as he ventured deeper into the waters, he stirred the wrath of the number one bully of the sea, the swordfish. Having just feasted, it was preparing to return to its lair for a nap when it sensed an unwelcome intruder in its territory. As the swordfish approached in a fit of rage, it was astonished to discover that its adversary was a dinosaur from the land. In the eyes of these marine predators, the bulky and cumbersome dinosaur was merely a meal delivered to their doorstep. With its target locked, the swordfish executed a powerful tail whip, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, causing the surrounding waters to tremble violently. The swordfish's speed in the water rivaled that of modern-day mackerel sharks, exceeding 70 km/h, making it nearly impossible for prey to escape its deadly jaws. What incredible speed! The moment the swordfish emerged, Chu Xu's heightened perception detected its presence, and he immediately fortified himself with liquid armor to enhance his defenses. He understood well that being submerged hampered his movements, rendering his high-speed mobility skills ineffective and significantly diminishing his agility and speed, making it challenging to execute fire-based techniques. To confront this fearsome swordfish, he would need to leverage his size and strength. The swordfish swiftly closed in on Chu Xu, its enormous mouth agape, revealing a terrifying array of blood-red teeth and jagged fangs. Without flinching, Chu Xu allowed the swordfish to bite down on his right leg. His entire leg was enveloped in liquid energy, akin to being clad in iron armor, and the swordfish's ferocious bite failed to sever flesh from bone. Instead, its spiky teeth became ensnared. What a perfect opportunity! Chu Xu swiftly extended his forelimbs, firmly gripping the swordfish's jaws. With a display of sheer strength, he wrenched the swordfish's jaws apart. This technique was known as Titan's jaw, crack, crack, as the powerful muscles of his forelimbs bulged with might. He exerted his full strength, and the swordfish's mouth was forcefully torn open, transforming it into a truly gaping fish. Although the injury was not fatal, it rendered its most lethal weapon useless. Splash, splash, in agony. The swordfish thrashed violently, finally breaking free from Chu Xu's grasp. Driven by rage and losing its senses, it lunged again, this time sinking its teeth into Chu Xu's other leg. Yet, just as it was about to bite down, the swordfish realized it could not close its mouth. Splash! Before the swordfish could react, Chu Xu's front claw struck with lightning speed, piercing forcefully into the gaping maw of the swordfish, driving deep into its throat. This maneuver was aptly named the Vajra throat poke. As Chu Xu's claws penetrated the swordfish's throat, they ignited into a blazing inferno, searing with intense heat, tearing through its esophagus from the inside out, and coursing through its body, causing blood to pour forth, rapidly staining the surrounding waters crimson. In excruciating agony, the swordfish's body stiffened, on the verge of meeting its demise, thrashing about like a fish deprived of oxygen, desperately trying to escape while dragging along Chu Xu's massive dragon form. The cornered creature fought ferociously, its ferocity intensified beyond measure. With a swift motion, Chu Xu wasted no further time, clamping down on the swordfish's head with his jaws, his formidable banana-like teeth snapping shut with a chilling finality. The muscles around his jaw bulged, providing immense power, and the force of his bite surged. This time, witness the true terror of the terrestrial overlord's crushing jaws. Ultimately, a sound akin to flesh-tearing echoed through the water, as the majority of the swordfish's head was severed and swallowed whole by Chu Xu. Chapter 52. The Cretaceous Armored Shark, a fiery offering to the beautiful world. With each bite, Chu Xu relentlessly tore chunks of flesh from the swordfish's head and body, consuming them along with the seawater. The swordfish's vitality proved remarkably resilient, enduring such brutal devouring while still possessing the strength to resist desperately. Had it not been for Chu Xu's claws, which had pierced through the swordfish's body, effectively immobilizing it, there might have been a chance for its escape. Yet, even the strongest life force has its limits. When Chu Xu viciously snapped the swordfish's spine, it finally twitched a few times before falling still. Only then did Chu Xu feel assured enough to voraciously feast upon the swordfish's flesh. Weighing a total of over 500 kilograms, its meat firm and delectable, surpassing even the most succulent of terrestrial carnivorous dinosaurs. Ding! You have hunted a swordfish, evolution points 50. In terms of size, the swordfish was comparable to a Dakotaraptor, both yielding the same value in evolution points. However, within the depths of the hellish aquarium, there existed numerous marine predators far larger and more perilous than the swordfish, such as the plus-sized Cretaceous armored shark, the Cretaceous giant squid toaster, the Loch Ness monster Plesiosaur, and the unparalleled Cretaceous sea king, the Plesiosaur. For now, let us conclude here. Having consumed the entire swordfish, Chu Xu's belly was now full. Yet the exertion from swimming and battling in the ocean had left him feeling fatigued. Should he encounter an even more ferocious marine predator next, the outcome could be dire. Thus, Chu Xu decided to return home temporarily, planning to resume his hunting endeavors the following day to gather more evolution points. 3 days later, the moonlight cascaded like water, shimmering upon the mirror-like ocean, illuminating the myriad of brilliant pearls embedded within the darkness. Suddenly, a creature resembling a swordfish, the original Yu, sliced through the waves with remarkable speed, its elongated sword-like snout striking true, impaling an unfortunate small fish completely. The original Yu, renowned within the hellish aquarium as the lightning swordsman, is a medium-sized predatory fish, approximately 3 meters long, capable of reaching explosive speeds exceeding 120 km/h. With its mouth agape, it slowly consumed the small fish, savoring its meal. However, it remained oblivious to the enormous shadow stealthily closing in from a distance. Boom! The water suddenly turned murky as the shadow emerged behind the original Yu, revealing a fearsome maw filled with interlocking fangs that quickly pierced through its body, swallowing it whole. As the murky water began to clear, the true form of the shadow was unveiled, distinctly unlike any ordinary marine creature. It was a dinosaur from the land. Ding! You have hunted an original Yu, evolution points 30. After devouring the unfortunate original Yu, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Glancing at the evolution points on his data panel, he was pleased to see the number had reached exactly 1,000 points. At last, he had amassed the requisite 1,000 evolution points. Over the past few days, Chu Xu had been active in the western inland sea, capturing a variety of marine life and reaping substantial rewards. Thus, in a short span, he had successfully gathered a total of 1,000 evolution points. With today's task accomplished, Chu Xu did not linger, dragging his weary body toward the shore. The marine realm at night was fraught with danger, particularly beneath the surface where the moonlight could not penetrate, enveloping everything in an impenetrable darkness, akin to an abyss that could swallow all, with hidden currents swirling ominously. Suddenly, Chu Xu heard an unusual sound of water churning behind him. His instincts quickly detected a terrifying shadow rapidly approaching. As soon as it entered his sensory range, he caught sight of its true form. A massive, spindle-shaped creature with a triangular, sharp dorsal fin. Its rough, spiny shield scales bristled with menacing barbs, and its signature gaping maw was lined with smooth, elongated teeth. This was none other than the Cretaceous armored shark, a far more brutal and fearsome predator than the swordfish. The Cretaceous armored shark, also known as the golden chef shark, earned its name from its mouthful of sharp teeth resembling kitchen knives, long, sharp, and devoid of serrated edges, featuring smooth cutting edges enveloped in thick enamel, making it extraordinarily lethal. Additionally, the Cretaceous armored shark was impressive in size, reaching lengths of 7 to 9 meters and weighing over 3 tons, far surpassing the great white shark of the future. If the swordfish were likened to the Dakotaraptor, then the Cretaceous armored shark would be akin to the diminutive Tyrannosaurus rex, with only the equally colossal Cretaceous sea king Plesiosaur capable of challenging it. And only a fully grown Plesiosaur exceeding 10 meters in length would stand a chance. Otherwise, it too could fall prey to the Cretaceous armored shark. Were this battle to take place on land, Chu Xu would not fear the Cretaceous armored shark. However, he was acutely aware that he was currently in unfamiliar territory and recognized that he was not yet its match. As such, he hastened his pace toward the shore. As long as he could escape to land, no matter how formidable the opponent, he would be safe. The Cretaceous armored shark had already detected Chu Xu. Its ferocious nature made it indifferent to small fish and shrimp, preferring prey such as ancient giant turtles, horn sharks, hammerhead sharks, swordfish, and plesiosaurs, larger marine life that suited its considerable appetite. Chu Xu's size fell perfectly within its hunting criteria, and with a swift flick of its crescent-shaped tail, the massive shark shot forth like a torpedo. The dorsal fin of the Cretaceous armored shark broke the surface with tremendous force, achieving speeds exceeding 60 km/h, causing the surrounding waters to tremble violently and churn in tumultuous currents. The Cretaceous armored shark's speed far outpaced Chu Xu's swimming capabilities, rapidly closing the gap between them. "Oh, you think I'm a sick chicken just because I don't show my might," Chu Xu resolved instantly. Halting in his tracks and turning to face the Cretaceous armored shark from deep within his throat, he began to conjure a small flame. Boom! As soon as the Cretaceous armored shark approached Chu Xu, its immense body lunged out of the water, the sea churning violently as its gaping maw lunged toward him, its pearly white fangs and blood-red gums mere inches away. An intensely dramatic scene. In tandem, the flame that had been brewing in Chu Xu's mouth erupted forth, perfectly timed to enter the Cretaceous armored shark's wide-open mouth, a fiery offering to the beautiful world, with an explosion. The flames detonated within the Cretaceous armored shark's mouth, scorching its mucosal lining and shattering its upper and lower jaw, rendering it unable to close its mouth just as the swordfish had days prior. But that was not the end. The searing flames surged into the shark's esophagus, inflicting severe burns. Bang! The Cretaceous armored shark's leap was abruptly halted, crashing back into the water as torrents of seawater surged into its gaping maw, temporarily alleviating the effects of the fiery explosion. However, while this strike did not slay the Cretaceous armored shark, it condemned it to a slow, agonizing demise, rendering it unable to hunt or even consume any food that might come its way. Chapter 53. The Agumon evolves into Greymon. System update. In a state of panic, the suffering Cretaceous armored shark fled. Having never encountered flames in its oceanic life, it was utterly bewildered by the phenomenon. Overwhelmed by fear, its instinct for survival compelled it to escape from the dinosaur that hailed from the land. Splash! The Cretaceous armored shark fled in terror, and Chu Xu did not pursue. With the immediate danger averted, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief and continued swimming toward the shore. Before long, he safely reached the coastline, and the moment his 2 feet touched solid ground, he felt a great sense of reassurance. After leaving the shore, Chu Xu returned to a nearby flat area, his temporary abode for the past few days, which provided convenient access to the sea for hunting. Time to evolve. After more than half a year, Chu Xu was finally about to undergo his second evolution. Spending 1,000 evolution points, the evolution officially commences. At this moment, the melody of the digital monster evolution echoed in Chu Xu's ears, resonating within his very DNA. Before him, a dazzling light surged upward, scattering into countless twinkling digital genes amidst the dark chaos. These digital genes integrated into his being, even penetrating his soul. Chu Xu's body began to spin in place, undergoing a transformation of monumental proportions. The most immediate change was his size. Originally, Chu Xu measured 5 meters in length, stood 2.5 meters tall, and weighed 2 tons. Yet, within this brief moment of evolution, his form visibly expanded. His heart pounding vigorously as his scales, muscles, bones, and vital organs all underwent remarkable alterations. Ultimately, his length stabilized at 7 meters, his height reached 3.5 meters, and his weight doubled to a staggering 4 tons. This size was equivalent to that of a standard 16-year-old Tyrannosaurus rex. Furthermore, the most significant transformation occurred in Chu Xu's head. His already formidable skull became even more imposing, its surface covered with highly hardened skin scales, forming a layer resembling the bony plates of an Ankylosaurus, leaving only his crimson eyes exposed. This dark, lustrous armor emitted an indomitable metallic sheen. Additionally, 3 massive horns akin to those of a Triceratops sprouted above his eyes and nostrils, while the edges of his brow jutted outward like battle axes, and a sword-like horn pointed defiantly toward the heavens, gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Finally, the details of his body underwent notable changes. His formidable teeth grew even larger, his claws became razor-sharp, and muscular masses resembling solid rock bulged from his limbs, encased in a skin of iron-like scales. His entire dragon form stood as a monumental edifice of muscle, towering impressively. Roar! With the evolution complete, Chu Xu was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of overwhelming power coursing through him, prompting an uncontrollable roar that echoed for miles. Agumon evolution, Tyrannomon. Why is it always Agumon that first completes the evolution in the realm of digital monsters? It is to convey the message that courage must pave the way for any endeavor. Opening the new data panel, Chu Xu immediately began to examine the changes within himself. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 1 year and 2 months. Species: Tyrannomon, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 3200, Agility 3000, Constitution 3500, Spirit 3300. Evolution points: 5 skills: Fiery Claw, Flame Fong, Flash Charge, High Speed Movement. Ultimate skills: Mini Flame, Mini Explosion, Super Flame, Horn Impact Achievements. Tyrant's Talent, Intermediate. Spiritual Perception, Intermediate. Fluid Armament, Intermediate. Next Evolutionary Form, Mechanical Tyrannoman. What a remarkable transformation! The species has shifted from agumen to tyrannoman, and the growth stage has progressed from juvenile to young adult. The four-dimensional attribute values have more than tripled, culminating in a geometric increase in overall combat power. According to the system display, the four-dimensional attributes of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex hover around 3,000 for strength and constitution, while agility and spirit remain relatively low. This signifies that Chu Xu's current overall combat power has surpassed that of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex. Additionally, Agumen's ultimate skill, Mini Flame, has evolved into Tyrannoman's ultimate skill, Super Flame, significantly enhancing both its power and range. The intensely heated flames emitted from his mouth possess the capacity to reduce anything to nothingness. Moreover, a new skill has emerged, Horn Impact, which allows him to charge at enemies using his massive, hardened brow horns, inflicting even greater damage than a standard charge. Lastly, the three achievements, Tyrant's Talent, Spiritual Perception, and Fluid Armament, have all advanced from basic to intermediate levels. Ding! You have successfully completed your second evolution, and the system will automatically update. Please hold on. At that moment, an unexpected system notification sounded. System update? Chu Xu patiently awaited the completion of the update, which finished a minute later. System update complete, evolution point permissions are unlocked, and the subspecies panel is now accessible. Please refer to it for specific functions. Chu Xu eagerly examined the newly updated system features. The first was the evolution point permissions. Previously, evolution points were limited to transforming attribute points, healing points, and facilitating evolution. Now, evolution points can also be used to upgrade skill proficiency, with one evolution point equating to 1 point of proficiency. This means Chu Xu no longer needs to grind for skill proficiency daily. With sufficient evolution points, he can directly upgrade existing intermediate skills to advanced levels. Finally, a brand new panel has been unveiled, the Subspecies panel. Upon opening it, Chu Xu was greeted with various subspecies information for Tyrannoman. Earth Tyrannoman, one of the subspecies, features a shell on its head and a body resembling lethal weaponry, possessing a more aggressive posture. Spending 1,000 evolution points grants access to the subspecies template. Tyrannoman X, another subspecies, significantly enhances attack power after merging with the X antibody. Spending 3,000 evolution points grants access to the subspecies template. Earth Tyrannoman and Tyrannoman X. Chu Xu was astonished, quickly grasping their specific purposes. By acquiring any of these subspecies templates, he could transform into that subspecies at will, gaining even more formidable abilities. Of course, this would only be a template. Chu Xu's essence would remain Tyrannoman, and the original evolutionary path would not change. Quite intriguing. The skills and combat prowess of these Tyrannoman subspecies surpass those of a standard Tyrannoman, and in the future, once he accumulates sufficient evolution points, Chu Xu would undoubtedly seek to acquire their subspecies templates. After stowing away the data panel, Chu Xu's spirit soared. After more than a year of development and evolution, he was finally poised to stand at the pinnacle of the late Cretaceous, ready to compete with other apex predators. Let the storms rage even fiercer. Chapter 54. The withered flower lays in ruins, yet returns anew. Early the next morning, Chu Xu embarked on his journey home. It had been nearly a week since he last returned, and it was time to check on Long Ma and the others. Naturally, he felt it would be inappropriate to return empty-handed, and on his way, he encountered a group of small noble dragons. The small noble dragon, a medium-sized herbivorous dinosaur from the hadrosaur family, measured 9 meters in length and weighed 2 tons. Significantly smaller than its close relative, the Edmontosaurus. Nonetheless, it was a favored meal among the local carnivorous dinosaurs. The current Chu Xu, even an adult small noble dragon, was feeble, and he required no hunting tactics. He simply charged in. Roar. Upon his sudden appearance, the small noble dragon herd fled in panic, their speed far exceeding that of the Edmontosaurus, proving they were not as pampered as their names suggested. Although the adult Tyrannosaurus rex found it quite challenging to pursue them, Chu Xu was as swift as the wind, catching up to the small noble dragons in the blink of an eye. Even with his increased size, his speed did not diminish. Rather, his agility attributes had improved, allowing him to achieve explosive short-distance speeds of up to 300 km/h. He selected the largest small noble dragon leader, lowered his head, and used his formidable horn to charge and strike fiercely at its waist. Horn Impact. The small noble dragon leader had no time to react before Chu Xu's horn pierced through its body. The 2-ton dragon was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground lifelessly, suffering from multiple fractures. The wound that completely penetrated its waist gushed with blood, rapidly forming a river that stained its body. A single strike claimed its life. Chu Xu had not even exerted his full strength, yet this adult small noble dragon succumbed under the weight of its defeat. Ding! You have hunted a small noble dragon. Evolution points 40. Having slain the small noble dragon leader, Chu Xu remained unsatisfied and swiftly pursued the fleeing small noble dragon herd, randomly selecting another unfortunate small noble dragon. Crack! Chu Xu precisely bit down on the neck of the small noble dragon, instantly causing a fatal fracture to its cervical vertebrae, leading to its demise. Two small noble dragons would surely make for a sumptuous feast for Long Ma and the others. Chu Xu grasped one small noble dragon in his claw and headed straight toward Long Ma's territory. Meanwhile, during Chu Xu's absence, Long Ma continued her hunting training with Xian Yu and Lu Xing, now over a year old. Xian Yu and Lu Xing had grown considerably. As the elder sister, Xian Yu measured 1.5 meters in length and weighed nearly 100 kg, her insulating feathers having shed somewhat, resembling a half-grown ostrich. In contrast, her brother Lu Xing, smaller than Xian Yu, remained fluffy all over, still a true softie. Today, Long Ma had chosen a group of Hypsilophodon as their hunting target, the very dinosaurs that had served as practice prey for Chu Xu. Once the target was locked in, Xian Yu and Lu Xing took their positions in ambush, with Long Ma driving the Hypsilophodon herd toward their hiding spot. Roar! Upon Long Ma's appearance, the startled Hypsilophodon fled in terror, dashing toward the location where Xian Yu and Lu Xing lay in wait. According to the original plan, they were supposed to wait until the slender horned dragons approached before launching their attack. However, Lu Xing soon dashed out from the hidden thicket in a state of urgency. The slender horned dragon herd, caught between the two attackers, immediately fell into disarray, darting left and right in a frantic attempt to escape. Lu Xing selected a subadult slender horned dragon of similar size to himself and let out a series of shrill cries as he pursued it. Although the slender horned dragon had 2 additional legs, it could not outrun the agile Lu Xing, and the distance between them steadily diminished. Finally, after a relentless chase of several hundred meters, Lu Xing closed in on the slender horned dragon and sank his teeth into its rear. Even though Mother Dragon had not taught him such a technique, Lu Xing had self-taught himself and had a particular fondness for this area. His attacks invariably proved effective. With a sharp bite, Lu Xing inflicted pain so intense that the slender horned dragon stumbled and fell to the ground, the cause being Lu Xing's precise strike on its cloaca, its excretory organ. Special cloacal structures are present in various species, including nematodes, rotifers, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and some mammals, and dinosaurs are no exception. Located between the base of the tail and the hip bones, the cloacal opening is V-shaped, resembling a pair of parted lips, and is surrounded by a distinctive wrinkled texture marked by melanin deposits, setting it apart from the surrounding skin. For dinosaurs, the cloaca serves functions far beyond excretion, playing crucial roles in courtship, mating, and egg-laying, underscoring its importance. Consequently, it is easy to imagine the immense damage Lu Xing's bite inflicted upon the slender horned dragon. Had Chu Xu witnessed this scene, he would surely have been left wondering whether Lu Xing was a Tyrannosaurus rex or merely a hyena with a penchant for such acts. As the slender horned dragon fell, Lu Xing became even more convinced of the utility of his unique technique, vowing to further develop it in the future. With the slender horned dragon's neck shield providing protection, Lu Xing could not bite through. So he continued to tear at its rear, bloodied jaws taking bite after bite. The slender horned dragon, overwhelmed by pain, lost its will to resist, collapsing to the ground, eyes closed in resignation. Meanwhile, Xian Yu had also caught up with the slender horned dragon. Yet she adhered to the conventional methods taught by Mother Dragon, attempting to dispatch her prey with a bite to the neck, only to find her efforts largely ineffectual against the creature's neck shield. For the moment, she was at a loss. Before long, the slender horned dragon that Lu Xing had attacked lay lifeless, allowing him to gleefully indulge in his meal. Just as Lu Xing was devouring his feast, a pungent and unfamiliar odor wafted into his nostrils, prompting a sense of unease. Crackle. A subtle rustling sound emanated from a certain direction, and Lu Xing instinctively turned to investigate. Sensing danger, he felt an urge to flee but was reluctant to abandon the hard-won prize. Roar! Just as Lu Xing hesitated, a colossal Tyrannosaurus rex, immense in size, burst forth, its deep, exhilarated growl echoing in Lu Xing's ears. A dwarf Tyrannosaurus. The creature bore numerous burn marks on its scaly skin, resembling gruesome, blood-red centipedes. An alarming sight. This was the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus that had narrowly escaped from Chu Xu's grasp, presumed long gone, yet here it returned after more than 2 months. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, Lu Xing shrieked in terror, abandoning his meal and swiftly turning to flee. However, another terrifying shadow appeared in the direction he sought to escape, manifesting as an even larger female dwarf Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 55. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. The underworld has no door, yet you venture in uninvited. 2 dwarf Tyrannosaurs. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. He had no idea when he had been caught in a pincer movement by this pair of dwarf Tyrannosaurs. Just moments ago, they had employed the same strategy while hunting slenderhorn dragons. It dawned on Lu Xing that he, too, had become prey for other predators. Roar! Roar! The 2 dwarf Tyrannosaurs advanced relentlessly, leaving Lu Xing with no escape route, causing him to emit desperate cries as he stood bewildered. Lu Xing wished to call out for Mother Dragon, but having pursued his prey too deeply, he found himself too far from her to be heard. Roar! The male dwarf Tyrannosaurus recognized Lu Xing and Chu Xu as the offspring of a rival Tyrannosaurus family, its eyes ablaze with malice and hatred. While the cunning Chu Xu might not pose a threat to the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus, the diminutive and feeble Lu Xing was merely a target for revenge. With a furious roar, the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to tear into Lu Xing. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from afar, its overwhelming presence halting the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus in its tracks, rendering it motionless, muscles twitching in spasms. The female dwarf Tyrannosaurus reacted similarly. For reasons unknown, the moment the roar reached her ears, a wave of inexplicable fear and helplessness surged within her. As if an invisible hand had gripped her heart, rendering it nearly immobile, even restricting her breath. What was that? Roar! In the next moment, a roaring sound akin to a tempest erupted once more, this time alarmingly close. As the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple hesitantly turned their heads, their bodies froze in place, and in their line of sight stood a figure even more massive and formidable than themselves, a Tyrannosaurus-like form, but with a carapace resembling that of an Ankylosaurus. Sporting 3 enormous horns reminiscent of a Triceratops, the dwarf Tyrannosaurs could scarcely believe their eyes. They had never encountered such a peculiar Tyrannosaurus in their lifetimes. Yet, the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus soon recognized something. A look of shock crossing its features, it detected a familiar scent emanating from this extraordinary Tyrannosaurus, a scent that belonged to the very juvenile Tyrannosaurus that had dealt it a grievous blow 2 months prior. What perplexed the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus was how, in just 2 months, the juvenile had grown so immensely, surpassing its own size and transforming completely. Roar! Lu Xing initially believed he was doomed, yet to his astonishment, the actions of the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple inexplicably ceased. Could it be that Mother Dragon had arrived? Lu Xing recognized the familiar roar and hurriedly turned to locate its source, only to find not Mother Dragon, but a Tyrannosaurus far more terrifying and fearsome than the dwarf couple. It was his older brother? For Tyrannosaurs, scent is the primary means of identification. Although Lu Xing had never seen this Tyrannosaurus before, he unmistakably sensed his brother's familiar scent emanating from it. In just a few days apart, how had his brother transformed so entirely? Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. The underworld has no door, yet you venture in uninvited. With his intermediate Tyrannosaurus prowess firmly suppressing the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple, Chu Xu cast a cold gaze upon them. Upon upgrading to intermediate status, his ability to exert pressure and intimidation over other creatures significantly increased, enabling him to control it at will, releasing it through his body, gaze, and voice. Just moments ago, Chu Xu had harnessed the effects of his prowess and infused it into his roar, achieving a distant deterrent effect on the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple. Moreover, his heightened sensitivity following the upgrade allowed him to detect the return of the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple, expanding his perception range to 100 miles. He could now sense biological presences and geographical environments without blind spots, as well as detect malevolence, foresee danger, and anticipate an enemy's next moves. Chu Xu glanced at Lu Xing, relieved that he was unharmed. Next, it was time to settle old scores with this pair of dwarf Tyrannosaurs. Roar! Chu Xu first targeted the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus, unleashing a roar like a meteor shower, as his massive horns suddenly enveloped in layers of tangible liquid energy, doubling their size. This was the intermediate liquid armor, covering his entire body and allowing localized amplification of power, ultimately capable of penetrating surfaces and inflicting internal damage. Rumble! The ground trembled violently. Chu Xu nearly instantaneously closed in on the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus. His explosive aura fierce and fiery, obliterating all in his path. Horn impact. Faced with this strike, the familiar threat of death flooded the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus's mind once more, yet he found himself unable to evade. With a piercing sound, Chu Xu's massive horn effortlessly pierced through the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus's body, striking true to its chest. The initial penetrating damage was merely the beginning. The ensuing internal destruction from the intermediate liquid armor instantly caused catastrophic damage to the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus's internal organs and bones, resulting in a geyser of blood as it succumbed on the spot. But that was not the end. With a powerful toss of his head, Chu Xu effortlessly lifted the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus's 2-ton corpse. His horns slicing through it like a bone knife, ultimately cleaving it in two, leaving behind a dismembered carcass on the ground, utterly obliterated. In a single encounter, he had dispatched it with ease. Now, not only was Chu Xu twice the size of the dwarf Tyrannosaurus, but his attributes of strength, speed, and constitution utterly eclipsed theirs, placing his combat prowess in an entirely different league. The giant horn, stained with blood, allowed crimson streams to flow directly into Chu Xu's eyes, saturating them with a deeper shade of red that radiated a fierce, untamed ferocity. Witnessing the brutal murder of her mate, the remaining female dwarf Tyrannosaurus was left utterly paralyzed with fear, as if her very bones had turned to jelly. Never had she felt such terror, even in the presence of a full-grown Tyrannosaurus. She longed to flee, but her body betrayed her, rendering her immobile. She wished to resist, yet her efforts were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Weak and ineffective, boom. After slaying the male dwarf Tyrannosaurus, Chu Xu's gaze swiftly shifted to the female. As a raging inferno began to brew within his maw, the greedy flames eager to escape even before he opened his mouth. Super flame. As Chu Xu unleashed his massive jaws, the pent-up colossal flames erupted forth, radiating such extreme heat that the very air around them seemed to scorch, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as it surged at supersonic speed, enveloping the entirety of the female dwarf Tyrannosaurus in its vast embrace. Chapter 56. Reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. A silent farewell roar. Under the duress of life and death, the female dwarf Tyrannosaurus barely regained a modicum of control over her body, hastily turning to escape. Yet, it was far too late. The super flame rapidly engulfed her entire being, transforming the surrounding earth into a blazing inferno in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the super flame made contact with her body, it melted her scales at an observable speed, even vaporizing them, progressing from the exterior to the interior. Flesh, viscera, bones. Ultimately, only a charred carbon trace remained on the ground, a testament to her former existence. Reduced to ashes in an instant, Chu Xu, taken aback by the sheer power of his first trial with the super flame, felt invincible with such a technique at his disposal. Gods and Buddhas alike would fall before him. How could any carbon-based life form withstand such terrifyingly high temperatures? Ding. You have slain a dwarf Tyrannosaurus. Evolution points 100. This pair of haunting dwarf Tyrannosaurs had finally met their demise. Chu Xu exhaled a long, heavy breath. Rumbling at that moment, Dragon Mother, sensing that Lu Xing had been delayed for too long, rushed over with Xianyu, following the scent. Upon arriving at the scene, both Dragon Mother and Xianyu were startled. They beheld the remains of a dwarf Tyrannosaurus, now reduced to 2 segments, alongside a vast expanse of unidentifiable charred remnants, emanating a pungent odor of burnt flesh. Most crucially, a strange, uniquely shaped Tyrannosaurus stood beside Lu Xing, exuding an invisible aura of intimidation and pressure merely by its presence. Roar. Driven by a protective instinct, Dragon Mother acted without hesitation, rushing forward to shield Lu Xing from this unfamiliar Tyrannosaurus. Chu Xu, having already noticed the arrival of Dragon Mother and Xianyu, was astonished when Dragon Mother launched an unprovoked attack against him. Had he transformed so drastically that she failed to recognize him? Rumbling, Dragon Mother's full-force charge, combined with her formidable weight of over 8 tons, was immensely powerful. Yet, Chu Xu instantaneously enveloped himself in a layer of fluid energy, akin to a heavy suit of armor. With a resonant thud, Chu Xu stood his ground, unyielding as a rock battered by waves. The fluid energy absorbed the majority of the impact, even causing Dragon Mother to stumble back several steps. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xu quickly emitted a roar towards Dragon Mother, attempting to convey his identity. His roar lacked hostility. Instead, It resonated with a sense of familiarity. Aware Lu Xing also approached Dragon Mother, eagerly explaining with his own calls. In that moment, Dragon Mother was taken aback, her nostrils flaring as she detected the familiar scent of her eldest son on this strange Tyrannosaurus. Roar. Dragon Mother gazed at Chu Xu with a mixture of uncertainty and confusion. Utterly bewildered. How could her eldest son have changed so entirely in just a few days that even his own mother could not recognize him? Following closely behind, Xian Yu had also identified Chu Xu. Yet she fearfully hid behind Dragon Mother. Perhaps it was due to the frightening appearance he now possessed. Only Lu Xing circled around Chu Xu in excitement, wagging his tail. Having witnessed his elder brother's brutal defeat of the dwarf Tyrannosaur couple, Lu Xing was filled with admiration for Chu Xu. He wondered when he could become as formidable as his brother. Chu Xu, at a loss for how to explain his profound transformation, decided to shift the topic by presenting the two small noble dragons he had hunted. Upon seeing such a sumptuous feast, the attention of Dragon Mother and the others was immediately diverted, and they began to indulge in the delectable meal. After a long journey and a fierce battle, Chu Xu's stomach rumbled with hunger, and it was the perfect occasion for the family of dragons to share a reunion dinner. Each member of the family had their own preferred delicacies. For instance, Chu Xu relished the tightly woven, sinewy flesh, while Dragon Mother enjoyed steaming, fresh entrails. Xian Yu favored the tender meat along the inner side of the spinal bones, and Lu Xing had a particular fondness for the succulent rear cuts, even pulling out a piece of tender intestine as if slurping noodles. Chu Xu noticed with some revulsion that remnants of undigested waste lingered within that piece of intestine, yet Lu Xing paid it no mind, devouring it with delight, savoring every bite. This sight made Chu Xu feel a bit queasy, prompting him to turn away, unwilling to look any longer. However, amidst the joyous scene of sharing a reunion meal with Dragon Mother and the others, Chu Xu's heart brimmed with warmth and affection. In his past life, he fought tirelessly not only for himself, but to provide a better life for his family and this life as a dinosaur. His feelings remained unchanged, yet today, he had returned specifically to bid farewell to Dragon Mother and the others. Given Chu Xu's growth, he had reached the stage where he needed to live independently. Even if he were to linger, Dragon Mother would likely encourage him to leave in the near future. Chu Xu wished to avoid further conflict with her. Since departure was inevitable, it would be better to leave gracefully. Once they had eaten their fill, Dragon Mother had developed a good habit of packing the leftovers, leading Xian Yu and Lu Xing back home. Chu Xu followed behind, uncertain of how to broach the topic. As they returned home, a gentle drizzle began to fall, the raindrops like threads, whispering softly from the heavens as if sharing secrets. Dragon Mother crouched beneath a tall, canopied araucaria tree to shield herself from the rain, her exhaustion making her feel somewhat drowsy, while the energetic Xian Yu and Lu Xing frolicked in the puddles formed by the rain, leaving their feathers in a disheveled state. Chu Xu stood in the rain before Dragon Mother. Dragon Mother raised her head to glance at her eldest son, now transformed, and slowly shifted her body, allowing Chu Xu a spot to take shelter from the rain. Chu Xu approached and nestled beside her. The rivulets of rain cascading down his form, the chill gradually warming in proximity to her. The sheer size of Dragon Mother still provided a profound sense of security, yet she no longer felt as distant as before. He had grown. He believed he would soon reach her size, or perhaps even surpass it. Roar Chu Xu let out a deep roar towards Dragon Mother, conveying his intention to live independently. However, Dragon Mother turned her head, regarding him with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. Chu Xu could only smile bitterly within. In the limited vocabulary of a Tyrannosaurus, it was challenging to articulate his thoughts. Nonetheless, regardless of whether Dragon Mother understood him or not, he had resolved to set out after the rain ceased. Perhaps in the animal kingdom, there existed no spoken farewells, only silent departures, as the rain fell like a dream, shrouding the surroundings in a misty veil. Dragon Mother had drifted off to sleep, her snores booming like thunder. Exhausted from play, Xian Yu and Lu Xing returned to Dragon Mother's side, falling into a deep slumber. Chu Xu stayed by their side until the rain subsided and the clouds dispersed. Quietly rising to his feet, he cast one last glance at Dragon Mother and the others, his eyes slightly moist, before taking his leave. Behind him, as if sensing some shift, Dragon Mother slowly opened her eyes. Watching as Chu Xu walked away step by step in the direction of his departure, the blue sky gradually began to display a rainbow, the sunlight dispelling the gloom, and the distant mountains became clearer amidst the haze. A blooming white cloud drifted lazily over the mountaintop, floating towards the horizon, akin to the retreating silhouette that gradually faded from view until it vanished completely. P.S. A brief farewell paves the way for a better reunion in the future. Chapter 57. Parting for a better reunion. A testament to the qualification of a top predator, after leaving Dragon Mother's territory, Chu Xu made his way directly back to the coastal area of the Western Inland Sea route. Living independently was inevitable. Chu Xu had long prepared himself mentally, adjusting his lingering feelings of attachment, replacing them with a steadfast yearning for the future. Parting was for the sake of a better reunion. He would certainly return to find Dragon Mother and the others again. He had not forgotten the recurring nightmare he often experienced, the nightmare of the dinosaur extinction. In that nightmare, he had already adapted to independent living, while Xin Yu and Lu Xing remained with Dragon Mother. It was on what seemed like an ordinary day that the asteroid from beyond the stars arrived, obliterating everything in an instant. This nightmare still occasionally haunted Chu Xu, the sensations growing increasingly vivid and terrifying, compelling him to exert every effort to evolve and strengthen himself to avert such a fate. Upon reaching the coastal area of the Western Inland Sea route, Chu Xu claimed this as his new territory. Not only does it encompass the land, but the shallow seas, ominously dubbed the Hell Aquarium, also await his conquest. As the dry season approaches its end, the once verdant delta plains are visibly withering. Having been largely depleted of resources by the numerous migrating herbivorous dinosaurs, in a month or two, these herbivores will embark on a long journey back to the mountainous forests of the north. As the primary force among the herbivorous dinosaurs, the Triceratops herds are not only widespread and numerous, but their voracious appetites are astonishing, as they spend nearly 20 hours a day foraging for food. An adult Triceratops consumes approximately 300 to 400 kilograms of sustenance daily, comparable to that of a modern African elephant. Following the scent of food, the Triceratops herds swiftly arrive at the coastal area, where the wetland woody plant communities flourish, perfectly suiting their tastes. Upon reaching their destination, the once gathered Triceratops disperse into smaller groups to forage individually. This undoubtedly presents the optimal moment for predators to commence their hunt. At this juncture, Chu Xu conceals himself nearby, covertly observing this sizable congregation of Triceratops, which also includes various large ceratopsians such as the Styracosaurus and the Proceratops, with an estimated count exceeding 100. A formidable assembly. For the Tyrannosaurus rex, the ability to independently hunt a Triceratops determines its status as a top-tier predator. Thus, Chu Xu's first step towards independent living is fixating on this group of old adversaries. Utilizing his telepathic senses, he quickly identifies a particularly robust male Triceratops. While other predators often select the weak or infirm to enhance their chances of a successful hunt, Chu Xu deliberately chooses the young and strong prey. As their evolutionary value is significantly higher, generally, Triceratops measure around 8 to 9 meters in length and weigh between 5 to 6 tons, posing little challenge for Chu Xu. However, the male Triceratops he has selected exceeds 10 meters in length and is estimated to weigh around 8 tons. In terms of sheer mass, it is double his size. Yet Chu Xu is unfazed by this disparity. It is from this male Triceratops that he intends to proclaim the renown of the new generation of dinosaur tyrants. Awakening, the moment of the hunt has arrived. Bang! In the next instant, Chu Xu lunges forward, his massive body moving with precision, powerful legs crushing the ground as he charges towards the targeted male Triceratops. The sluggish male, oblivious to the impending threat, continues to munch on its freshly acquired food. Meanwhile, Chu Xu swiftly maneuvers through the herd, accurately pinpointing his target, and with a gaping maw, he seizes the male Triceratops by the neck frill. Moo! Only when the neck frill emits a resounding crack does the male Triceratops realize the presence of a predator. Startled by the sudden assault, the male does not flee in panic. Instead, it violently thrashes its stout neck in an attempt to break free from Chu Xu's grip. Yet, Chu Xu shows no inclination to relent, maintaining his grip until the entire neck frill is brutally shattered, releasing a mouthful of bony fragments. Moo! Infuriated, the male Triceratops understands that the neck frill serves not only to protect its neck, but is also crucial for thermoregulation and mating communication. With its frill destroyed, its normal life will be severely disrupted. On the other hand, the surrounding Triceratops herd quickly recognizes Chu Xu's presence, with adult Triceratops immediately shielding the younger ones, forming a classic circular defense formation. However, Chu Xu's target is not the diminutive young Triceratops. The irate male lets out a roar, fixing a fierce gaze on Chu Xu, brandishing its formidable brow horns as it charges forward. Any adult Tyrannosaurus would hesitate to withstand such a collision. But Chu Xu stands firm, bracing himself to confront the oncoming assault as he approaches the male Triceratops, Chu Xu's powerful forelimbs grip its two brow horns, while his hind claws dig deep into the earth like a plow. Moo! The force of the male's charge is abruptly halted. No matter how much brute strength it exerts, it cannot budge Chu Xu in the slightest. Roar! Merely halting the male's momentum, Chu Xu has not yet unleashed his full power. With a surge of energy radiating from his core, a thunderous sound erupts from his muscles, and all his might converges into his forelimbs. Suddenly, with a crack, the male's two brow horns snap, and Chu Xu effortlessly discards them. Moo! Having lost its prized brow horns, the male Triceratops emits a howl filled with despair and rage. Yet it finds itself utterly incapable of resisting Chu Xu any longer. Chu Xu decides to demonstrate to this male Triceratops what true horned combat entails. Lowering his body, he aligns himself into a taut horizontal line, his massive nasal horn akin to a spear, sharpened by the liquid armor, and with a powerful thrust, he lunges forward. The impact of the colossal horn. Poochie! The horn strikes the male Triceratops squarely between the eyes, effortlessly piercing through its flesh and burrowing deep into its formidable skull, ultimately emerging from the top of its head, splattering thick blood and cerebrospinal fluid in its wake. A fatal blow. Moo! The once mighty form of the male Triceratops, which had hoped to mount a defiant stand, abruptly stiffens and collapses to the ground, life rapidly draining away. Chapter 58. The invader has never left. Ding! You have slain a Triceratops, evolution points 120. The system's notification signifies the end of this male Triceratops's life. Indeed, compared to ordinary Triceratops, its evolutionary value is significantly higher. Moo! The remaining Triceratops, witnessing the gruesome demise of their kin, are engulfed by fear and chaos. While the male Triceratops was still alive, they might have dared to resist, but with its death, the dread of their predator resurfaces, and they hurriedly protect the young Triceratops as they retreat. Chu Xu merely glances at the direction of the fleeing herd before he begins to gut the male Triceratops, indulging in a feast. Having evolved into a Tyrannosaurus beast, his appetite has naturally surged, requiring at least 500 pounds of meat daily to satiate his hunger, rivaling that of a fully grown Tyrannosaurus. If he engages in prolonged activity and utilizes skills extensively, he might even need to consume over 1,000 pounds of meat to replenish his energy. After satisfying his hunger, rather than returning home for a nap, Chu Xu stealthily pursues the fleeing Triceratops herd. Before long, he catches up to them and repeats his hunting success by taking down another adult Triceratops, earning an additional 100 evolution points. The Triceratops flee, and Chu Xu pursues, continuing his hunt. It is not until the terrified Triceratops herd escapes his territory that he finally stops. In this endeavor, he has successfully hunted 4 adult ceratopsians, including Triceratops, Styracosaurus, and Proceratops, achieving remarkable results with over 400 evolution points accumulated in a single day. Given that these ceratopsians are abundant, being the most numerous dinosaurs in late Cretaceous North America, he need not worry about depleting their population. Once this herd of Triceratops departs from his territory, another will inevitably arrive. Chu Xu merely needs to continue reaping the rewards. However, with so many ceratopsians, he might struggle to consume them all within 10 days or even half a month. Thus, he drags a Triceratops carcass to the edge of the territory of Longma, departing before their arrival. The scent of blood wafts through the air, reaching Longma, who is out hunting with Xianyue and Liuxing. They hurriedly venture to investigate. Upon arrival, Longma discovers the Triceratops carcass, its scent attracting various other predators, but upon seeing Longma, the territory's ruler, they quickly disperse. Roar Longma is puzzled as to how a Triceratops carcass came to be here. Examining the wounds, it is evident that the creature perished from a severed vertebra, a feat possible only by a Tyrannosaurus. However, if another Tyrannosaurus killed this Triceratops, why are there no signs of it having been eaten? And why does the body remain so intact? Longma is perplexed, while Xianyue and Liuxing eagerly circle the unexpected bounty, selecting their favorite parts and devouring them hungrily. Longma shakes her head, dismissing further contemplation, and joins Xianyue and Liuxing in relishing this fortuitous meal. After satisfying their hunger, Longma drags away the remnants of the Triceratops carcass, returning home with Xianyue and Liuxing. Upon inspection, the Triceratops's abdomen is hollowed out, with the tenderloin, hindquarters, and other parts nearly consumed, leaving only the succulent meat on its thighs. Longma recalls that this is her eldest son's favorite, and both Xianyue and Liuxing remember as well. If he returns today, he will surely be delighted. Upon returning home, Longma resumes her position beneath the towering araucaria, gazing towards the direction where Chu Xu departed, as the sun slowly sinks below the horizon, casting a melancholic twilight over the world. Xianyue and Liuxin continue to frolic and chase one another, thoroughly enjoying themselves. They are not concerned about their elder brother's absence, as he often roams outside for days without returning. However, they all knew that the elder brother would inevitably return. Each time he came back, he would bring an abundance of exquisite delicacies, sufficient for the family to feast for many days. A week passed, then a month, then 3 months. When the dry season had long since ended and the resources of the Delta Plains were nearly depleted. As the dragon mother planned to follow the migration of the herbivorous dinosaurs northward, Chu Xu still had not returned. Only the inexplicable appearance of unclaimed prey at the edge of their territory from time to time gave the dragon mother a faint sense that this was no mere stroke of luck from the heavens, but rather the doing of her eldest son. It seemed as if he had never truly left them, silently accompanying them from an unseen distance. On yet another evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the dragon mother lingered beneath the now leafless Araucaria for a long while. When the last leaf fell, she set off with the crescent moon and the shimmering star in the direction from which Chu Xu had departed. Leaving this new territory behind and embarking on the long journey northward, after several days of hunting had passed, a new herd of Ankylosaurs appeared within Chu Xu's territory. Among them were old friends like the large-headed Ankylosaurus, as well as dinosaurs and other varieties of armored dinosaurs. Although the meat of the Ankylosaurs was somewhat scant, Chu Xu welcomed them with open jaws, seizing the opportunity to reap the rewards. First, he targeted the large-headed Ankylosaurus, which had once hunted alongside the dragon mother. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and weighing up to 4 tons, it was on par with Chu Xu. However, the armored tank that was the large-headed Ankylosaurus was little more than a plaything in Chu Xu's powerful grasp. With a sudden, unexpected charge, Chu Xu flipped the cumbersome body of the large-headed Ankylosaurus upside down, exposing its vulnerable belly, devoid of bony armor. Without hesitation, he eviscerated it, feasting on its internal organs. Ding! You have slain an Ankylosaurus, evolution points 80. By the time Chu Xu had satisfied his hunger, the large-headed Ankylosaurus had already succumbed, and the rest of the herd had vanished in fright. Before long, the terrified Ankylosaurs encountered the elusive Tyrannosaurus once more, and a hapless Dinosaur found itself targeted. The Dinosaur, also known as the Edmontosaurus, belonged to the Ankylosaurian family, resembling the large-headed Ankylosaurus in both shape and size, with the primary difference being the absence of a specialized tail club. Chu Xu seized the opportunity, targeting the Dinosaur's small head and biting down fiercely. With a bite force equivalent to that of a fully grown Tyrannosaurus at 90,000 newtons, almost the weight of 9 tons, the Dinosaur's sturdy bony armor shattered under the pressure, its skull ultimately exploding in Chu Xu's gaping maw. After a considerable time, the headless corpse of the Dinosaur crashed to the ground, blood staining the earth. The remaining Ankylosaurs, witnessing this scene, could only lament that their parents had not given them a few more legs. As they fled in terror, running for their lives, as the Ankylosaurs fled, Chu Xu pursued them relentlessly, and by the end of the day, several more Ankylosaurs had perished in his jaws, only ceasing his chase when the herd finally escaped his territorial bounds. With 1,000 evolution points amassed, he could now attempt to exchange for the subspecies template of the Tyrannosaurus. Eagerly anticipating the transformation, Chu Xu was keenly aware of the power he had already experienced as a Tyrannosaurus. How much more formidable could the subspecies of the Tyrannosaurus be? Just as he prepared to exchange for the subspecies template, another presence approached his territory, a male adult Tyrannosaurus with a white eye. Leaving only its right eye intact, Chapter 59. Encountering the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus again, the second phase of the Big Boss. Spend 1,000 evolution points to exchange for the Earth Tyrannosaurus subspecies template. As the system deducted 1,000 points, a card emblazoned with the image of the Earth Tyrannosaurus materialized in Chu Xu's mind. With a mere thought, he could activate this card and transform into the Earth Tyrannosaurus at any time. Chu Xu was just about to undergo this transformation to test its combat prowess when his psychic perception suddenly detected the approach of an unwelcome guest. It was a one-eyed male adult Tyrannosaurus, slightly smaller than the dragon mother, measuring 11 meters in length and weighing an estimated 7 tons. The old scars of battle etched into its scaly hide bore testament to its fierce history, and its massive form exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Was it really him? Chu Xu recognized the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus. He had witnessed its fierce battle against his father over a mate more than half a year ago, which had ultimately led to its defeat. To encounter it again, after such a long time, was unexpected. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus had followed the migrating herbivores to this place, still searching for a suitable territory. Upon reaching the coastal region of the western inland sea, it caught the scent of another Tyrannosaurus, indicating that it was encroaching on another's domain. Yet, it could also discern that the inhabitant was merely a youthful Tyrannosaurus. The mortality rate of adolescent tyrannosaurs was similarly high, as they began their independent lives without parental protection and were often targeted by stronger predatory dinosaurs. Compared to other Dakotaraptors or Dreadnoughtus, the adult Tyrannosaurus posed an even greater threat. For any Tyrannosaurus, surviving from youth to adulthood required enduring unimaginable trials and tribulations, making the adult Tyrannosaurs that one might encounter in reality the true embodiment of the title Tyrant lizard. Forged through countless battles and soaked in blood, roaring the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus dismissed the juvenile Tyrannosaurus entirely, striding boldly into this territory. Upon reaching a tree, it raised its tail and marked the area with its urine, intent on claiming it as its new domain. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent tremor that sent dust and debris flying, the pressure and intimidation causing the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus to freeze in place. What met its right eye was a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, draped in bony armor and adorned with a triangular head, with unusually long forelimbs that it had never encountered in its 20 years of life. Yet, confident in its size advantage, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus felt assured of victory, regardless of how peculiar its opponent appeared. With a disdainful roar, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus made its intentions clear, demanding the intruder to vacate the territory, which it intended to claim as its own. Eager to avoid unnecessary conflict, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus sought to intimidate through presence alone. Initially, it thought that without a practice dummy, it would be difficult to test the strength of the Earth Tyrannosaurus subspecies. However, the opportunity had presented itself. Chu Xu clearly understood the implications of the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus's roar, and he chuckled coldly, making no concessions whatsoever. Seeing that the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus remained unmoved, it unleashed a thunderous exhalation, its slitted pupils turning fierce and wrathful. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus charged forward, determined to teach the audacious juvenile Tyrannosaurus a lesson. Though its speed was not remarkable, the force it exerted upon the earth caused the ground to tremble violently. In response, Chu Xu's muscles tensed, veins bulging, as his heart raced to supply blood. With a powerful leap, his speed surged to its peak, akin to an arrow released from a bow, trampling the wild grass beneath him. With a tremendous crash, Chu Xu, whose strength already rivaled that of an adult Tyrannosaurus, doubled his power in that moment, unleashing a force akin to an avalanche. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus felt the fierce gust of wind slam into its face, causing pain and blood to erupt from its cheek. The collision sent the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus sprawling backward, its ribs cracking under the immense pressure, as if its very organs had shifted, and its formidable body was thrown to the ground with a heavy thud. In just the first clash, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus suffered significant injury. Let us do this again. Chu Xu chose not to press the advantage, but instead stood his ground, beckoning the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus to rise. In fury, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus's right eye reddened, howling in rage. It could not tolerate the humiliation of being wounded by a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. However, it now regarded Chu Xu with newfound respect, despite his smaller size. The youth's power was formidable, and a direct confrontation would only lead to its disadvantage. Knowing that the vulnerable spots of a Tyrannosaurus were its neck and back, the experienced one-eyed Tyrannosaurus began to circle, seeking a weakness to exploit. Unbeknownst to it, every intention and movement was laid bare before Chu Xu's psychic perception. Seizing the moment, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus lunged once more, jaws agape, aiming to clamp down on Chu Xu's neck. Yet, Chu Xu was faster, delivering a lightning-quick claw strike that tore through the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus's remaining eye, blood instantly staining its eye socket. Roar! The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex, having sustained an injury to its right eye, and thus rendered completely blind, emitted a frenzied wail of despair, succumbing to utter madness and this state of turmoil. It ferociously bared its fearsome fangs and lunged at the defenseless neck of Chu Xu. Crack! The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus succeeded in sinking its teeth into Chu Xu's neck, the veins on its head bulging grotesquely, as its terrifying bite force combined with its indomitable banana-shaped teeth erupted violently. Any adult Tyrannosaurus would face a fatal threat if bitten. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. It was not the sound of Chu Xu's cervical vertebrae being shattered, but rather the sound of the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus's teeth breaking. Roar! The searing pain that shot through its brain compelled the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus to instinctively release its bite. ultimately inflicting no harm upon Chu Xu, but instead shattering its own formidable fangs. Indeed, a single drop of blood fell. It was time to transition into the second phase of transformation, embracing the persona of a formidable boss. Chu Xu discarded the liquid armor that had covered his neck, and with his elongated forelimbs, he wiped away the non-existent drop of blood, subsequently activating the subspecies template card residing in his mind. Tyrannosaurus Beast Mutation, Earth Tyrannosaurus, Chapter 60. The best offering to honor the tyrant of dinosaurs, breaking the limits of the species. Tyrannosaurus Beast Mutation, Earth Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, the entire card erupted with brilliant light, transforming into countless new digital genes that fused into Chu Xu's very being. Crack, crack, crack. In a matter of moments, Chu Xu's dragon body underwent a dramatic transformation, as searing heat coursed through his muscles. Neck muscles, chest muscles, shoulder muscles, arm muscles, back muscles, abdominal muscles, leg muscles, tail muscles. The muscles throughout Chu Xu's body contracted and expanded in unison, spasming violently like springs. Soon, the muscle groups across his body became denser and more coiled, layered like boulders, each muscle seemingly sculpted from marble, with smooth and robust lines, emanating an overwhelming sense of explosive power. Additionally, sharp giant horns erupted violently from beneath the surface of his skin at various body parts such as his face, shoulders, and arms, glimmering with a chilling sharpness. Earth Tyrannosaurus. Although there was no significant change in size, Chu Xu's strength and physical attributes had been substantially enhanced, and the numerous sharp horns sprouting from his body had become formidable weapons, possessing even greater lethality. The Earth Tyrannosaurus also mastered a more powerful ultimate technique, one being an upgraded version of the small explosion, super explosion, which would accumulate super flames in its mouth and unleash a massive explosion. The other being an upgraded version of the giant horn charge, giant horn assault, which would allow sharp giant horns to grow from various parts of its body, using them as deadly weapons to launch a devastating charge against its foes. Regrettably, the blind, one-eyed Tyrannosaurus could not witness the awe-inspiring transformation of Chu Xu. However, it sensed the looming threat of death. The previously overwhelming rage that had consumed it vanished, replaced by an all-encompassing fear, and it fled in a panic. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus had never encountered a Tyrannosaurus as terrifying as Chu Xu. Though seemingly smaller in size, it possessed unimaginable strength, without any weaknesses. Even the Tyrannosaurus queen that reigned over the Missouri River basin, which had intimidated all other tyrannosaurs in the area, had never instilled such a sense of dread. Chu Xu stood his ground, yet deep within his throat, a fierce fire began to brew. The one-eyed Tyrannosaurus, blind to its surroundings but still possessing keen senses of smell and hearing, mistakenly believed it had narrowly escaped death upon realizing Chu Xu had not pursued it. Suddenly, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus felt a wave of scorching heat wash over it from behind. Merely the touch of the heat wave caused its skin to crack and fester, suffering severe burns. Boom. Following closely behind was a torrent of blazing super flames, sweeping forth with the ferocity of a wildfire, incinerating all in its path. The super flames roared as they engulfed the entire form of the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus, the accompanying inferno nearly melting its body instantaneously. Bang! In the next moment, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus, completely consumed by the super flames, erupted in a thunderous explosion, reverberating across dozens of miles, with blinding fire illuminating the sky, forming a billowing mini-mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the explosion snapped trees and vegetation in its vicinity, scattering splintered wood and debris as if the area were enduring the wrath of an earthquake, swirling with clouds of dust and smoke. Super explosion. At the center of the storm, Chu Xu remained unyielding, braving the tearing winds. The sheer power of the super explosion exceeded his expectations, rivaling that of a conventional missile. When he eventually evolved into the complete form of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, its ultimate technique would surely rival that of a nuclear missile. One could only imagine how formidable he would become upon evolving into the ultimate battle Tyrannosaurus, perhaps even capable of intercepting and destroying fragments of asteroids from outer space. Under the cataclysmic force of the super explosion, the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus perished utterly, reduced to mere dust scattered in the air, a true obliteration of existence. Ding! You have hunted a Tyrannosaurus, evolution points 200. Soon, the sound of the system notification echoed in Chu Xu's ears. 200 evolution points was quite satisfactory, well worth the time spent with the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus. After briefly tidying up the scorched remnants, Chu Xu reverted from his mutated state back to the Tyrannosaurus beast. Once considered colossal and invincible, He now had the power to defeat and hunt down such a formidable adult Tyrannosaurus on his own. This marked Chu Xu's true ascent into the ranks of the apex predators of the late Cretaceous, with the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus serving as the finest tribute to honor his fearsome reputation as the tyrant of dinosaurs. 3 months swiftly passed since Chu Xu began his independent life. The dry season was nearing its end, and the resources of the southern region of the Laramidia continent had been nearly depleted due to the voracious appetites of numerous herbivorous dinosaurs, prompting them to embark on their northern migration. Just as the saying goes, trees perish if moved, but beings thrive, this principle applies equally to animals. Migration is pursued in search of a better life. However, Chu Xu was in no hurry to depart. He remained steadfast in his principle of stable development, spending the majority of his time hunting on land. His reputation had instilled fear in countless herbivorous dinosaurs, with herds of Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and others falling victim to his lethal prowess. Carnivorous dinosaurs were no exception. Many groups of Dromaeosaurus, Trudon, and Dakotaraptor that intruded upon Chu Xu's territory met their demise without exception. Now, within the confines of Chu Xu's territory, scarcely a living creature could be found, as it seemed that all dinosaurs within a 100-mile radius had learned of his fearsome name and fled as far away as possible. Sigh, am I truly that terrifying? Indeed quite fearsome. The Cretaceous dinosaur hatchlings ceased their night cries upon hearing my name. Chu Xu mused helplessly, gazing at his reflection on the river surface. The attribute panel unfolded. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 1 year and 5 months. Species: Tyrannosaurus beast, male. Growth stage: juvenile. Attributes: Strength 6800, Agility 6500, Constitution 7000, Spirit 6800, Evolution points: 50 skills: Flame Claw, Flame Bite, Flash Flame Charge, High Speed Movement, Ultimate Techniques, Small Flame, Small Explosion, Super Flame, Giant Horn Charge. Achievements: Tyrant's Potential, Intermediate, Spiritual Perception, Intermediate, Fluid Armor, Intermediate. Exchange Subspecies Template: Earth Tyrannosaurus, Next Evolution Form: Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. In just 2 months, Chu Xu's attributes had more than doubled, and his physique surged to unprecedented heights. Upon entering the juvenile stage, the growth rate of a Tyrannosaurus's body accelerates significantly, gaining approximately 4 to 5 pounds daily, which could amount to a ton or more over the course of a year. Chu Xu's growth rate, however, was even more extraordinary. With the enhancement of numerous evolution points, he could gain 60 to 70 pounds in a single day, resulting in a monthly weight increase of a ton or more. Thus, his weight had ballooned from 4 tons to 7 tons, with a body length exceeding 10 meters and a height reaching 5 meters. In terms of size alone, he was comparable to adult tyrannosaurs aged 18 and above. Moreover, this size was far from the upper limit of the Tyrannosaurus beast. As long as evolution points were sufficient, Chu Xu's physique would continue to grow with wild abandon. According to what Chu Xu knew, paleontologists in later years discovered that the largest Tyrannosaurus individuals measured 12.8 meters in length and weighed 11.5 tons, arguably representing the species limit. Chu Xu estimated that he would soon surpass the limits of the Tyrannosaurus species. Chapter 61. Cretaceous Beast, Gucaniva Lizard. One evening, a light rain began to fall within Chu Xu's territory. The gentle patter of the rain, accompanied by a soft breeze, resonated like a delicate melody, harmoniously filling the air. On a leafless tree, stripped bare by herbivorous dinosaurs, a diminutive Cretaceous beast concealed itself at the entrance of a tree hollow, timidly peeking its small head outside, exuding an air of trepidation. The Koyasaurus, a diminutive mammal belonging to the subclass of primitive true beasts, measures a mere 20 centimeters in length and bears a striking resemblance to a tree shrew. During the late Cretaceous period, when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, the Koyasaurus was likely a trivial creature, positioned at the bottom of the food chain. However, following the cataclysmic extinction of the dinosaurs, this small mammal seized the opportunity to ascend the grand stage of biological evolution, gradually evolving into the renowned group of mammals known as the carnivora. The carnivora represent the common ancestors of modern-day carnivorous animals, diverging into 2 major subgroups: the Feliformia and Caniformia, which encompass familiar predators such as felids, canids, ursids, and mustelids. Little Koyasaurus lay at the entrance of its tree hollow, its mother having ventured out for a hunt early that morning, yet she had not yet returned. The admonitions of its mother echoed in its ears, warning it of the perils that lurked in the outside world, instructing it to never venture out alone. However, the gnawing hunger within the little creature became unbearable, compelling it to take the risk of leaving the safety of its hollow to investigate the surroundings. With a tentative squeak, the little Koyasaurus blinked its beady eyes left and right, detecting no immediate threats, only the sound of raindrops falling upon the grass. After much hesitation, it finally emerged from its tree hollow. Cautiously descending the sturdy trunk, it desired to find its mother, yet the vastness of the prairie before it left it uncertain of where to search. Suddenly, within the barren grassland, stripped bare by herbivorous dinosaurs, the little Cretaceous spotted a glossy black beetle, one of the delectable morsels its mother frequently brought home. Driven by hunger, it crept closer to the beetle, intent on capturing it for a meal. Yet, having never attempted to hunt before, the little Cretaceous lacked the skills of concealment. Its inadvertent movements startled the beetle, which promptly raised its elytra and took flight in a panic. The little Cretaceous hastened after the beetle. Yet it was no match for the insect's flight. Within moments, the beetle vanished from sight. After searching in vain, its first hunting attempt having failed, the little creature felt even hungrier from the exertion. Dejected, it resolved to return home and wait for its mother. Just then, a hissing sound echoed nearby, and a massive lizard revealed itself. This was a dinosaur, a reptile from the family of monitor lizards. Measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing up to 100 kilograms, comparable in size to the largest lizard of later eras, the Komodo dragon. Like other monitor lizards, the dinosaur possessed a broad, flattened head, with eyes positioned on either side and a mouth filled with sharp, curved teeth, serrated along the edges for slicing through skin and muscle. Its distinctive feature was the armored scales, providing formidable defense akin to an invisible chainmail. Its jaw joint allowed for a remarkable opening, facilitating the consumption of prey. The dinosaur's diet included birds, small mammals, and diminutive dinosaurs, with saliva containing dangerous bacteria and venom capable of causing the victim's blood vessels to dilate and blood to fail to clot, ultimately leading to paralysis, shock, and death. Its keen sense of smell, aided by its forked tongue, detected the scent of potential prey. The dinosaur, exhilarated by the discovery, swiftly moved its robust limbs towards the location of the little Cretaceous. Upon sensing movement, the little Cretaceous turned, initially believing its mother had returned, only to confront the fearsome visage of the monstrous dinosaur. The lizard's eyes gleamed with hunger at the sight of the little creature. An exquisite delicacy. Despite its bulk, the dinosaur was surprisingly swift, charging towards the Cretaceous at a burst of 20 kilometers per hour. Terrified, the little Cretaceous fled, shrieking in a desperate attempt to summon its mother. Yet, instead of its mother, a far more colossal and terrifying shadow emerged. An imposing dinosaur, the very epitome of terrestrial dominance. Instinctual fear surged through the little Cretaceous as it recognized the ancient predator. Fortuitously, just as it had stepped out, a small lizard was encountered. In a swift motion, Chu Xu lunged forward, accurately stepping upon the dinosaur's head, crushing it into a flat, bloody mass upon the grass. Ding! You have slain a dinosaur, evolution point 20. While 20 evolution points felt somewhat meager, the manner of the kill made it somewhat acceptable, as with venomous snakes. The dinosaur's venom glands were located in its head, making it safe to consume after decapitation. Chu Xu casually picked up the headless dinosaur and began to feast upon its flesh, which resembled chicken, neither dry nor greasy, and quite palatable. He had sampled the flesh of terrestrial monitor lizards before and was curious to someday taste the marine counterpart, the ichthyosaur. Upon finishing the dinosaur, he noticed a small, quivering mammal beside him, paralyzed with fear. It was a Cretaceous, a creature he had never seen before. Typically, he overlooked such diminutive beings, as hunting them was not worth the effort. The evolution points gained were negligible, and the meat hardly sufficient to satisfy. However, this particular Cretaceous, destined for greatness, piqued his interest as a paleontologist in his previous life. He bent down to scrutinize it closely, noting its awkward charm, yet detecting the faint outlines of future carnivorous traits. In fright, the little Cretaceous leapt in terror at the sight of the enormous head above it, promptly collapsing from fear. Chu Xu sighed, pondering that leaving the fainted creature here would likely attract other predators. Thus, he gently cradled it in his palm and departed the area. Chapter 62. The beautiful colors, dragons, and beasts. Time passed, and eventually, the little Cretaceous regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it was met once more with the formidable visage of Chu Xu. Rendering it motionless with fear, at that moment, it fully grasped its mother's warnings. The outside world was fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying monsters. Chu Xu, noticing the little Cretaceous had awoken, set it down on the ground to allow it to depart. He then resumed his meal of the recently hunted Anzu, a medium-sized omnivorous dinosaur from the Oviraptorosauria family, measuring 3 meters in length and weighing around 250 kilograms, making it the second largest of its kind. Despite its name, the oviraptor did not primarily steal eggs. The earliest paleontologists who unearthed its fossils mistakenly believed it was pilfering a nest of dinosaur eggs, hence the name. Later discoveries revealed that the eggs belonged to the oviraptor itself, which was in fact incubating rather than stealing. However, the rules of zoological nomenclature dictate that once named, a species retains its original designation, thus the oviraptor remains unjustly labeled. The name Anzu is frequently misidentified as swan, yet it does not exhale fragrant aromas. Its genus name derives from the bird deity Anzu in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, adorned with feathers and a prominent crest, resembling a large terrestrial chicken. Like the Struthiomimus, the Anzu was an omnivorous dinosaur, consuming seeds, roots, fruits, as well as insects, fish, birds, and small mammals. Chu Xu pondered the necessity of expanding his territory. It remained too small, and prey was insufficient. As he continued to eat, he contemplated the lackluster taste of the Anzu, which he had worked hard to procure. If a more delectable and meaty herbivorous dinosaur were available, he would certainly prefer it over this sparsely fleshed omnivore. After being placed on the ground, the little Koyasaurus remained momentarily stunned, clutching its frail, helpless self. It took a while for it to realize that the enormous dinosaur had no intention of devouring it. Longing to escape, the little creature soon realized it had been brought to an unfamiliar territory. Utterly clueless about how to return home in a state of panic, the little Koyasaurus paced in circles, calling out for its mother. Meanwhile, Chu Xu had already begun to tear open the abdomen of the Anzu, preparing to consume its internal organs. Upon tearing it open, he was taken aback to find the undigested remains of another Koyasaurus inside the stomach, identical to the little one he had just encountered. Albeit larger in size, Squeak, the young white Cretaceous beast, upon unexpectedly encountering its ever-familiar mother, emitted a cry of surprise and hurried to nestle beside the mature Cretaceous beast, seeking the warmth and comfort of her embrace. Yet, the adult Cretaceous beast's fur was drenched and icy to the touch, her body rigid and unresponsive, unable to offer any solace. The young one, perplexed by this turn of events and oblivious to the concept of death, called out incessantly to its mother's lifeless form, but no miracle transpired. Suddenly, several small insects tumbled from the adult's mouth, food intended for her offspring. Famished, the young Cretaceous beast eagerly consumed the insects, finally feeling a semblance of warmth in its belly. Exhausted, it forgot the unfamiliar and perilous environment, as if the mere presence of its mother shielded it from fear. Curling up in the embrace of the mature Cretaceous beast, it soon fell into a deep slumber. Observing this poignant scene, Chu Xu pondered deeply, his heart awash with myriad thoughts. This was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong, where larger fish consumed smaller ones, and where cruelty reigned. Yet, it was also a realm imbued with genuine affection and warmth. The oft-maligned oviraptor would tenderly care for the eggs it had laid, nurturing its young to maturity, and the small beasts struggling beneath the shadow of giants would venture out to seek sustenance for their offspring, risking their very lives in the process. It was this juxtaposition that ensured the world's vibrant hues would never fade. As the young Cretaceous beast slumbered, Chu Xu dug a small grave and gently laid the mother within it, covering her with soil. Once this was accomplished, night fell, draping the sky in a dark shroud, while the moonlight shone brightly, and stars twinkled above. Whenever he gazed upon the moon and stars, Chu Xu was reminded of his dragon siblings and the silent yet nurturing presence of their dragon mother. He wondered how they fared now. Staring into the night sky, he lay down, as if enveloped in the comforting embrace of family, slowly drifting into a sweet dream. At dawn, when the young Cretaceous beast awoke from its dreams, the first sight that met its eyes was still that of the large, fearsome dinosaur head. Yet, for reasons unknown, it no longer felt the same fear as the day prior. Instead, curiosity piqued, it cautiously approached to inspect the oddly shaped head. Suddenly, the great head's eyes opened, and the young beast instinctively bristled, stumbling backward, its body stiffening, nearly fainting again. Simultaneously awakening from his own dreams, Chu Xu opened his eyes to the sight of the young Cretaceous beast, which exhaled 2 powerful gusts of air through its nostrils, ruffling its fur as if caught in a tempest. Amused by the creature's disheveled state, Chu Xu leisurely rose, gazing toward the rising sun in the east. He then took his leave, ready to embark on a new day. Squeak, observing Chu Xu depart, the young Cretaceous beast gradually regained its composure, using its short limbs to follow him. Having awakened, it seemed to comprehend much. It understood that its mother was gone, yet in its vulnerability, it sought a new source of reliance. With a single stride, Chu Xu covered 3 to 4 meters, a considerable distance for the young creature, which huffed and puffed, rolling and scrambling to keep pace. As this little one becoming attached to me. Chu Xu noticed the young beast's pursuit and came to a halt as he paused. The young Cretaceous beast stopped in kind. He resumed walking, and the creature hurried to catch up. This time, however, Chu Xu slowed his pace, allowing the little one to trot along merrily behind him. Thus, the dragon and the beast ventured forth together beneath the radiant glow of the rising sun. Inseparable as shadows. P.S. The components for the battle Tyrannosaurus have arrived. The previous template for the Tyrannosaurus subspecies has been modified, removing the viral strains of the blue Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus XW, retaining only the Earth Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus X. Chapter 63. The Tyrannosaurus Queen. The Battle of Kings. In the main river basin of the Missouri River, the vast delta plain unfurled, where the Missouri River meandered like a jade-dragon, carrying snowmelt from the Rocky Mountains, the lava of Yellowstone, and the hopes of countless creatures, flowing silently across this land for millennia. Nearly all migrating dinosaurs journeyed along this mother river, much like pilgrims making their way to a sacred site. At this moment, a grand procession of herbivorous dinosaurs was advancing northward along the main channel of the Missouri River. Compared to their earlier southern migration, this return trip was far easier, as the dreadful dry season had passed, and the northern vegetation had regrown, alleviating concerns over water and food. The only remaining worry was the predation by carnivorous dinosaurs. Having lingered in this delta plain for so long, many herbivorous dinosaurs had heard whispers of the Tyrannosaurus Queen reigning over the main river basin of the Missouri. She dominated an area of over 100 square kilometers, the richest resource region of the delta plain. Prey targeted by her rarely escaped. Adult Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, and even juvenile Alamosaurus had met their demise at her jaws. The number of her own kind that she had slain was not fewer than 2 hands' worth, their corpses piled high enough to form a small hill. These Tyrannosaurus, mostly foolish intruders encroaching upon her territory, had been ruthlessly dispatched, their bodies left to rot as a warning to others. Thus, despite the multitude of herbivorous dinosaurs inhabiting the Missouri River basin, not a single Tyrannosaurus could be seen. Even the smaller Tyrannosaurus and Dakota raptors dared not show themselves. With only the likes of the River Reaper and the Scissor Tooth lurking in the shadows. Roar. At that moment, a powerful and resonant roar pierced the sky, causing the previously tranquil ground to tremble violently. The migrating herbivorous dinosaurs turned alertly, uncertainly glancing toward the source of the sound. Soon, they beheld a colossal female Tyrannosaurus, sauntering lazily into view. Measuring 13 meters in length and towering over 6 meters in height, her massive frame surpassed that of a typical Tyrannosaurus, her musculature bulging with explosive power, undoubtedly exceeding 10 tons, nearing the species' physical limits. The sheer size was one aspect, but within her yellow-brown vertical pupils burned an air of regal arrogance, as if all creatures within her gaze were but lambs awaiting slaughter. This embodied the true kingly essence of the Tyrannosaurus, unparalleled and scornful, looking down upon all life. Following this queen were 2 juvenile tyrannosaurs, aged around 4 to 5 years, nearing the threshold of independence. Today marked the final hunting test orchestrated by the Tyrannosaurus queen for her offspring. Should they succeed, she would allow them to commence their independent lives. Roar. At her command, the 2 young tyrannosaurs swiftly sprang into action, each seeking suitable prey. Given their limited size, they could only target medium to small herbivorous dinosaurs. Nevertheless, cowed by the queen's fearsome reputation, all nearby herbivores fled in a panic, not daring to linger, fearful of becoming victims of her ravenous jaws. The Tyrannosaurus queen, meanwhile, trailed her young with indifference, showing no intention to intervene, even yawning widely, seemingly finding the lowly hunt beneath her notice. It was only when a foreign scent of another Tyrannosaurus wafted through the air that her demeanor shifted, her expression contorting with rage. Another bold Tyrannosaurus dared to encroach upon her territory. Without a moment's hesitation, she strode toward the source of the scent, determined to remind the nearby tyrannosaurs of her supremacy. Meanwhile, an unexpected pair, one large and one small, intruded upon the bountiful Missouri River basin. Having already caught the scent of another Tyrannosaurus marking its territory, it was clear this was its domain. Indeed, the resources here were far richer. As an intruder, Chu Xu muttered to himself, his muscles tensed. Ready for battle. This time, he had left his territory, encroaching upon that of another Tyrannosaurus, with a singular purpose. to expand his domain. The previously resource-depleted territory could no longer satisfy his growing needs for hunting and evolution points, leaving him with only one option: expand his territory and seize more resources. Roar. Marking his claim on this territory, Chu Xu let out a resounding roar, signaling his intrusion to the territorial lord, as if issuing a challenge. With a soft chirp, the small white chalk beast trailing behind Chu Xu sensed the ominous aura permeating the air and hurriedly began to dig a hole, burying itself deep within the earth until it felt a semblance of safety. Roar. Soon, Chu Xu heard the response of the territorial lord, accompanied by the thunderous sound of the ground trembling as the creature approached. Through his telepathic perception, Chu Xu spotted the figure from a considerable distance, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. This was his first encounter with an adult Tyrannosaurus rex of such an exaggerated size. The normal range for an adult Tyrannosaurus rex is between 11 and 12 meters in length and weighs between 7 and 9 tons, with females typically larger than males. However, this female Tyrannosaurus rex far exceeded the normal parameters in both length and weight, approaching the species' maximum limits, truly a colossal behemoth among tyrants, undoubtedly the queen. Rather than feeling alarmed, Chu Xu felt a surge of excitement. Ever since he had hunted down the one-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, he had encountered several other adult Tyrannosaurus rexes, but they had all been pathetically weak, defeated before he even finished warming up. This queen seemed far more formidable than the average adult Tyrannosaurus rex. Surely, she could provide a decent challenge, couldn't she? The Tyrannosaurus rex queen soon appeared before Chu Xu, her gaze reflecting a hint of surprise. She had never before laid eyes on a Tyrannosaurus rex with such an unusual appearance. Nonetheless, regardless of her appearance, her identity was unequivocally that of an invader, and her attitude towards invaders was singular. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus rex queen opened her massive maw, revealing her lethal banana-shaped teeth, with scorching breath singeing the wild grass and shrubs beneath her. Her powerful hind legs stood like pillars of iron, and her claws unsheathed, digging into the soil as her thick tail stood erect like a spear, embodying the standard offensive stance of a Tyrannosaurus rex before battle. A deafening roar erupted, carrying an aura of awe-inspiring authority and dominance. Chapter 64. The warm-up concludes. The slaughter begins. Roar. Chu Xu, unwilling to be outdone, emitted a roar that resonated even more powerfully than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex queen. Finding a worthy adversary among his kind was indeed a rare delight. Chu Xu vowed not to resort to any unfair advantages to overpower her. He sought a fair and brutal melee. Bang. In the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus rex queen struck first, charging at him like a thunderbolt, intending to crush Chu Xu under her sheer strength and size. However, Chu Xu made no attempt to evade. Instead, he advanced head-on, accepting the challenge. Collision, boom. Without any pretense, Chu Xu and the Tyrannosaurus rex queen collided fiercely, unleashing an invisible shockwave between them. Amidst the thunderous noise, a torrent of air kicked up dust all around, causing the ground to shatter and collapse under the strain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This spectacle frightened the small white chalk beast hiding in its burrow. It was indeed a clash of titans, with mere mortals caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, the burrow was deep enough. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. Meanwhile, at the moment of impact, the Tyrannosaurus rex queen felt an unprecedented force collide with her, sending her hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Stars flashing before her eyes, her chest constricting, and several ribs fractured in stark contrast. Chu Xu remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. His sheer strength overwhelmed her entirely. His power attributes had now surpassed those of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex by more than double, effortlessly exceeding 60 tons of explosive strength, which could be further amplified by skills, pushing him into the realm of over 100 tons, an unstoppable force. Even though the queen's size and strength were superior to that of an ordinary Tyrannosaurus rex, she paled in comparison to Chu Xu. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus rex queen quickly regained her footing. Though injured from the earlier blow, she was still capable of action. Her vertically slit eyes brimmed with fury and darkness, clearly astonished that she had been bested by a Tyrannosaurus rex smaller in size and age. Once more, the queen initiated her assault, baring her countless deadly teeth, determined to prove her supremacy as the reigning monarch among Tyrannosaurus rexes. Refusing to succumb to any rival, however, Chu Xu was swifter. Before the queen could react, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared at her side, mirroring her fierce banana-shaped teeth as it lunged at her. Crunch. With a decisive bite, A significant chunk of flesh was torn from the back of the Tyrannosaurus rex queen's neck, exposing glistening white bone beneath, blood staining her body as if she were draped in a shroud of crimson. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus rex queen howled in agony, having never experienced such severe injury before. Blood and pain drove her nearly to madness, and she instinctively lunged to bite at Chu Xu. Whoosh! Yet, beyond her sharp teeth. Chu Xu was armed with lethal weapons throughout his body. As he tore into the queen's flesh, his forelimb claws shot forth, delivering a series of intersecting strikes that sliced through the air, targeting her vulnerable eyes. In an instant, the queen's eyes erupted in blood, her eyeballs obliterated, and her vision was snatched away, plunging her into a chaotic darkness. From that moment on, the rhythm of the battle was firmly in Chu Xu's control. Roar! The tide of the battle turned dramatically. The blind Tyrannosaurus rex queen had lost her earlier majesty and arrogance. Completely devoid of the will to fight, she turned to flee. However, Chu Xu had only just completed his warm-up. He would not let the queen escape so easily. Roar! Chu Xu's crimson-slit pupils locked onto the Tyrannosaurus rex queen, and twin flames ignited beneath his hind legs. In the next moment, while the flames remained stationary, his massive body flashed with astonishing speed, transforming into a terrifying shadow that pounced upon the queen, toppling her to the ground. Roar, roar, roar! The fallen Tyrannosaurus rex queen struggled desperately, but could not escape the vice-like grip of Chu Xu's immense strength. Reduced to a helpless victim on the butcher's block, without mercy, Chu Xu opened his maw to tear and shred, becoming a relentless meat grinder, harvesting the queen's blood and flesh. Roar, 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 rip, tear. The sounds of the queen's lament and the tearing of flesh echoed incessantly. In a brief span, not a single intact piece of skin or flesh remained on her, only the gruesome sight of broken bones trembling in agony. She could never have imagined that not only would she lose this battle, but she might also lose her life in the process. Time passed, and eventually, the Tyrannosaurus rex queen's cries dwindled to a final whimper, her life extinguished. The reign of this once mighty Tyrannosaurus rex queen had come to a definitive end today. Ding! You have slain a Tyrannosaurus rex, evolution points 300. When Chu Xu finally ceased his assault, the system notification chimed in 300 points of evolution, surpassing the standard adult Tyrannosaurus rex by 100 points. From this day forth, this territory would belong to him. Chu Xu paid no heed to the queen's corpse, allowing it to lie exposed as proof of his takeover, a stern warning to all creatures that had once been under her dominion. Tap tap. Just as Chu Xu intended to survey his new territory and mark his presence, he spotted two juvenile Tyrannosaurus rexes approaching, each carrying prey in their mouth. These two juvenile Tyrannosaurus rexes were the queen's offspring. They had hunted and intended to present their catch to their mother, but what met their eyes was her lifeless body alongside a blood-soaked, unfamiliar adult Tyrannosaurus rex. Chu Xu merely cast a dispassionate glance at them, causing the two juveniles to flee in terror, abandoning their catch as they hastily retreated. Chu Xu found no motivation to pursue. The two fledgling Tyrannosaurus rexes held little value in terms of evolution points, and it was time for them to fend for themselves in the wild. Nevertheless, their presence reminded Chu Xu of his own dragon siblings. They were even younger and still had several years before they could live independently. But with their mother's protection, there was little to worry about. Moreover, during this period of territorial expansion, Chu Xu had hunted numerous Tyrannosaurus rexes and other carnivorous dinosaurs, alleviating potential threats for his siblings nearby. After this brief interlude, Chu Xu resumed his patrol of the new territory, discovering that the herbivorous dinosaurs that had previously roamed this area had all fled in fear of the Tyrannosaurus rex queen, leaving behind a group of truly colossal beings, the Ankylosaurus, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if they had never regarded the queen as a threat. Indeed, size begets confidence. Having just completed his warm-up, it was finally time for a grand slaughter. In response to requests from readers, the name of the dragon sister has been amended in the preceding text. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65. Fearless of godlike opponents, yet dreading pig-like teammates. The Ankylosaurus herd lived daily in a migratory quest for food, their appetites astonishingly vast. A small family group of a dozen Ankylosauruses could strip an entire forest bare in a single day. Today's dinner would be none other than you. Gazing at the far larger Ankylosauruses, Chu Xu felt invigorated. Even hunting a Tyrannosaurus rex had lost its thrill for him. Thus, the only land-dwelling creatures that still piqued his interest were the Ankylosauruses, not the juvenile ones, but the fully grown adults, each measuring 25 meters in length and weighing over 30 tons. Roar. The thunderous roar reverberated across the tranquil grasslands, a sound so iconic that any herbivorous dinosaur hearing the mighty Tyrannosaurus rex would be reminded of the ancestral terror imposed upon them by the dinosaur tyrant. Prompting them to flee in panic, however, the leisurely strolling Alamosaurus seemed oblivious to the foreboding call, continuing to graze undisturbed, as if the DNA inherited through generations bore no trace of fear towards carnivorous dinosaurs. How delightful, thought Chu Xu, as he nodded in satisfaction. Rather than launching an immediate attack, he boldly approached the group of Alamosaurus step by step. The sudden silence in the surroundings caused a small Psittacosaurus, which had just poked its head out, to hastily retreat back into its burrow, fearing that the impending storm would be even more ferocious. As Chu Xu drew nearer, the Alamosaurus became slightly alert, with the adult members quickly forming a protective circle around their remaining young. Large sauropods like the Alamosaurus enjoyed a lifespan significantly exceeding that of the short-lived T. rex, potentially living up to 80 to 100 years. Yet, very few lived to a natural old age and even fewer reached maturity. They laid only 5 to 6 eggs at most, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 1,000. This was not solely due to predation by carnivores. Even larger herbivorous dinosaurs would intentionally bully and kill their weaker young, preventing competition for food later. Thus, the protection of their young was paramount for the Alamosaurus. Any enemy daring to threaten them would face the collective wrath of these colossal creatures. Several adult Alamosaurus, rearing on their hind legs, raised their forelimbs high and issued warning calls to Chu Xu, their massive shadows casting down a daunting presence, overshadowing even the adult T. rex. This was a typical defensive posture of large sauropods, relying on their immense and heavy physiques. Should any carnivore dare to attack, they would stomp down with their forelimbs, crushing their foe under the weight of dozens to nearly 100 tons, enough to turn any adversary into a mere pulp in response to the Alamosaurus's warnings. Chu Xu wisely turned to leave. It was only after he had distanced himself that the Alamosaurus relaxed, lowering their forelimbs to resume grazing on the tender leaves of tall trees. Unexpectedly, at the moment of their relaxation, Chu Xu swiftly pivoted, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed, covering over 100 meters in an instant, once again closing in on the Alamosaurus herd. The sluggish Alamosaurus were caught unawares, with a powerful thrust of his hind legs. Chu Xu shattered the ground beneath him, his 6-ton body leaping with unexpected agility towards the nearest adult Alamosaurus, grasping its spine with his foreclaws while his hind claws dug into its underbelly. He propelled himself forward, seamlessly riding atop the Alamosaurus's back. This signature leap of the Dromaeosauridae would have been impossible for an adult T. rex, yet for Chu Xu, it was a trivial feat. The force of such a heavyweight tackle was not something the Alamosaurus could easily withstand. Its limbs faltered, and its body tilted as though a building were collapsing, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the sky. The remaining Alamosaurus gasped in shock, rallying together to assist their fallen companion. However, Chu Xu, disregarding the bony armor that covered the downed Alamosaurus, fortified his bite with liquid weaponry, closing his jaws around its neck with ferocity. The Alamosaurus's neck, robust and larger than that of a T. rex, could not be severed in one bite. Instead, Chu Xu used his armed, banana-shaped teeth to penetrate the flesh, snapping the vertebrae with a swift twist. With that bite, the Alamosaurus's neck became immobile, collapsing like a lifeless serpent upon the ground, awaiting its grim fate. Finally, the other Alamosaurus arrived, united in their fury, raising their forelimbs to deliver a crushing blow upon Chu Xu. He deftly evaded their onslaught, springing away just in time to escape the deadly stampede. As the earth trembled under the weight of their assault, mingled with the anguished cries of the Alamosaurus, it became painfully clear. Chu Xu had made a hasty retreat, leaving behind the bodies of their fallen comrades to be trampled. Once the dust settled, the sight of the wounded Alamosaurus, bloodied and barely breathing beneath the weight of its kin, was a grim testament to the chaos. Chu Xu, observing this scene, could not help but marvel. What he had anticipated would require effort to dispatch this Alamosaurus instead turned into an unintentional assist from its own allies. This was a classic case of not fearing a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. The Alamosaurus, despite their immense size, possessed brains no larger than tennis balls. Their low intelligence likely led to such blunders before. After the tragic mishap amongst their ranks, the Alamosaurus let out a mournful wail, akin to the sorrowful cries of a cuckoo, filled with grief. They swiftly turned their ire towards Chu Xu, charging with a vengeance to avenge their fallen comrade. Chapter 66. The newly crowned king of the tyrants. How lonely is invincibility? the enraged herd of elephants was fearsome enough. Yet Chu Xu now faced Alamosaurus, which dwarfed even elephants in size. The formidable assembly of over a dozen adult Alamosaurus shook the ground with their approach, sending tremors through the earth and stirring up clouds of dust, enough to send any creature into a panic. In light of this overwhelming display, Chu Xu could no longer conceal his true power. The subspecies template card was activated once again. The second phase commenced, Tyrannosaurus Beast Mutation, Earth Tyrannosaurus. With a resounding roar, Chu Xu transformed into the Earth Tyrannosaurus, his bones crackling as his muscles expanded over a fold, veins bulging as though they might burst. His body sprouted massive horns radiating a chilling light, their sharpness threatening to pierce the very air. As the Alamosaurus charged, Chu Xu stood his ground, his throat transforming into a high-temperature cannon, flames erupting and compressing within before violently launching forth, engulfing the Alamosaurus in a colossal inferno. The first Alamosaurus in the path was engulfed by the roaring flames, letting out a terrified scream as the searing heat devoured its flesh, melting away its insides and bones. In a deafening explosion, its massive body disintegrated into scattered remnants, raining down over a vast area. Following the demise of the leading Alamosaurus, a wave of devastating heat surged outward, engulfing the remaining herd. Those closest were toppled, their bodies ignited, while those further away suffered severe burns, blackening and rotting at a visible pace, releasing plumes of smoke. In one decisive strike, the Alamosaurus herd was thrown into disarray. But Chu Xu's assault did not cease. Combining skills and finishing moves, he became a blazing fireball, each horn glowing red-hot, radiating extreme heat. With an explosive charge, he barreled towards the chaotic Alamosaurus herd, leaving a dazzling trail in his wake. The impact of his collision with a 30-ton adult Alamosaurus sent it soaring, the scorching horns tearing through flesh, leaving a gruesome scene of eviscerated organs strewn about. With 3 adult Alamosaurus now fallen, 2 from his attacks and 1 from its own kin, devastation had struck the already dwindling herd. The pain of burns and injuries left them in a state of unprecedented terror. Finally, the Alamosaurus, frightened and bearing various injuries, turned to flee. They had never encountered a predator as terrifying as Chu Xu, and it was likely that his name would be etched into their lineage forever. With a long exhale, Chu Xu refrained from pursuing further, releasing a sigh of exhaustion. In truth, he had expended a significant portion of his energy. He had first engaged in a fierce battle with the Tyrannosaurus queen, followed by a confrontation with the swarm of Alamosaurus, both experiences exhilarating and satisfying. Ding. You have hunted an Alamosaurus, evolution points 500. 2. The value of a mature Alamosaurus, amounting to 500 evolution points, filled Chu Xu with delight. He also took the opportunity to strike down an Alamosaurus severely injured by its companions, thereby amassing a total of 1,500 evolution points. With an additional 300 points from the Tyrannosaurus queen, his total haul for the day approached 2,000 points. Indeed, expanding his territory proved to be a judicious decision. Once he had completely seized the entire Delta Plain, he would become a formidable dinosaur lord, with prey arriving incessantly and uninvited. As he indulged in the surprisingly delectable meat of the Alamosaurus, he noted its firm texture and rich flavor. If time permitted, he would take some to the territory of the dragon mother for them to savor. Squeak. The small Choiceosaurus, which had been hiding in its burrow, finally dared to emerge, only to be struck by a chill at the sight of the devastation surrounding it. Had those gigantic long-necked dinosaurs truly been slain so easily? The unfilled stomach of the Choiceosaurus growled with hunger. Yet it dared not approach the corpses of the colossal long-necked dinosaurs. Even in death, they were beyond its reach. Instead, it sought out suitable insects or foliage to consume. Fortune smiled upon the Choiceosaurus this time, as it stumbled upon a slow-moving caterpillar, which it swiftly captured and devoured. Delicious. This marked the first time the Choiceosaurus had successfully hunted its own prey, and it found the taste remarkably delightful. Roar. Just then, familiar cries echoed as Chu Xu, having feasted to his heart's content, returned, dragging the corpse of the Alamosaurus. The Choiceosaurus hastily swallowed its food and hurried to keep pace with Chu Xu. In the ensuing days, news of the change in dominion over the Missouri River's main channel spread like wildfire. Across the expansive Delta Plain, nearly every dinosaur became aware that the once undefeated Tyrannosaurus queen had met her demise, replaced by a uniquely terrifying male Tyrannosaurus. His speed was astonishing, akin to lightning. Even the fastest runners among the dinosaurs, such as the ostrich dinosaur, could not escape his grasp. His strength was formidable, capable of effortlessly overpowering mature Triceratops, Edmontonosaurus, and even Alamosaurus, large herbivorous dinosaurs alike. His combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. All carnivorous dinosaurs that dared to test his strength following the Tyrannosaurus queen's death met a gruesome end. Thus, the reputation of this newly ascendant Tyrannosaurus king was indelibly etched into the minds of all dinosaurs, compelling them to submit to the fear of his dominion. Alas, how lonely is invincibility, as the focal point of attention. Chu Xu too felt a pang of solitude. It had become challenging to find an adversary worthy of a good spar. He had already hunted both the aerial sovereign, the pterosaur, and the terrestrial sovereign, the Tyrannosaurus, leaving only the oceanic sovereign, the Mosasaurus, as his remaining target. He hoped that the invincible Mosasaurus, known for devouring tyrannosaurs like mere snacks in cinematic portrayals of his past life, would not disappoint him. Chapter 67. The carp leaps over the Dragon Gate. Hoffman's Mosasaurus. In the western interior seaway, the sunset's fading glow gradually surrendered to the cool embrace of moonlight, casting a silvery sheen upon the azure shallow waters. Suddenly, this idyllic atmosphere was shattered as massive tremors emanated from the seabed, stirring up mud and debris, mingled with gory remnants and blood, a scene both shocking and awe-inspiring. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several enormous shadows engaged in a frenzied battle. Had Chu Xu been present, he would have recognized one of the combatants as the Cretaceous armored shark, with whom he had once crossed paths. Since suffering a devastating injury to its jaw and esophagus from Chu Xu's explosive attack over 3 months ago, the Cretaceous armored shark had struggled to hunt normally, reduced to feeding on small fish and shrimp, its vitality waning. Thus, two plesiosaurs, sensing its weakness, launched a surprise attack to eliminate this formidable competitor, the plesiosaur. A large predatory marine reptile from the Plesiosauridae family is characterized by its snake-like neck and streamlined body. They have thrived since the late Triassic, becoming the dominant marine predators alongside ichthyosaurs during the Jurassic period. However, with the rising sea levels of the late Cretaceous, the once mighty plesiosaurs faced dire challenges, culminating in a series of extinctions that decimated their population. Despite their past glory, the plesiosaurs remained formidable foes. The two plesiosaurs, each measuring up to 13 meters in length and weighing around 2 tons, posed a significant threat, especially in their coordinated assault against the already wounded Cretaceous armored shark. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a massive shadow, the true sovereign of the late Cretaceous seas, lurked nearby, biding its time. As the fierce battle drew to a close, the Cretaceous armored shark succumbed to its assailants, its body torn apart by the two plesiosaurs. However, in its dying moments, the Cretaceous armored shark retaliated, inflicting serious wounds on its attackers, leaving them nearly drained of strength. Just as they prepared to relish their hard-won prize, the lurking giant revealed itself. In an instant, the Hoffman's Mosasaurus, the largest and most formidable of its kind, emerged. Measuring approximately 13 meters in length and weighing between 10 to 12 tons, it was a T0 level superpredator of the late Cretaceous ocean. With a mighty swish of its broad, paddle-like tail, the Hoffman's Mosasaurus surged forth, its immense bulk slicing through the water with unstoppable force, crashing toward the terrified plesiosaurs. The very sea quaked in its wake. Swirling into lethal eddies, the two plesiosaurs, sensing imminent danger, fled in opposite directions, frantically paddling their flippers as if rowing for their lives. The Hoffman's Mosasaurus, however, swiftly adjusted its trajectory, closing in on one of the fleeing plesiosaurs. Boom! The waters roiled violently as the Mosasaurus' gaping maw opened wide, revealing nearly 100 conical, sharp teeth. With a ferocious snap, it severed one of the plesiosaur's flippers, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. Creating a haunting spectacle, continuing its assault, the Hoffman's Mosasaurus tore into the plesiosaur's flesh, ultimately severing its long neck and ending its life. Having consumed the most delectable portions, the Mosasaurus discarded the remains and turned its attention to the Cretaceous armored shark, savoring its taste like a connoisseur in the vast expanse of the western interior seaway and beyond. The adult Hoffman's Mosasaurus had no rivals, allowing it the luxury of indulgence. Yet, at times, it found itself yearning for the flavors of terrestrial dinosaurs. Reflecting on its humble beginnings millions of years ago, the Mosasaurus had once been a mere terrestrial lizard, an insignificant cliff lizard, barely a meter long, subsisting on insects in a world dominated by dinosaurs. In a bold gamble, it plunged into the ocean. Despite fierce competition, the ocean was no sanctuary either. Long before the cliff lizard took to the seas, Ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs had ruled these waters for millions of years. However, fate smiled upon the cliff lizard during the Sinonian-Turonian extinction event, allowing it to undergo a transformative evolution into the colossal Mosasaurus, emerging as the unchallenged marine monarch of the late Cretaceous, a true legend of the ages. The animosity towards terrestrial dinosaurs, ingrained in the genes passed down from their ancestors, has been deeply etched into the brains of the ichthyosaurs. Should they have the opportunity to encounter those land-dwelling creatures once more, they would certainly extend a warm welcome. Chapter 68. Greatness is strength. Robustness is beauty. Prepare to receive your king. Another 3 months have elapsed since Chu Xu began his independent life, and half a year has passed without his notice. Every morning, Chu Xu awakens in his vast territory of over 500 square kilometers. After a 5-minute stroll, he quenches his thirst with the waters of the Missouri River, which stretches 3,000 kilometers. Following another 10-minute walk, he arrives at his smokehouse, where the crackling fires continuously smoke and roast various cuts of fresh meat from different dinosaurs, filling the air with an enticing aroma that reaches 10 miles. Yet no carnivorous creatures dare to approach. The home of the small Cretaceous beast is also situated here, nestled within a hollow tree, serving as a vigilant sentinel for the smokehouse, if one is not inclined to savor the smoked delicacies. A further 15-minute trek leads to the vast hunting grounds, where one can freely hunt the herbivorous dinosaurs that come into view, ensuring a meal for the day. After a day's activities, one can simply choose a spot, using the sky as a canopy and the earth as a bed, and fall into a deep slumber. Such an invincible existence is remarkably simple yet monotonous. However, with the northward migration of the herbivorous dinosaurs, the terrestrial prey has noticeably dwindled. Well then, since the dinosaurs of the land have fled, it seems time to venture into the sea to seek out fish and marine reptiles, expanding the territory into the ocean. On this day, Chu Xu stretched his limbs, his massive body, measuring a staggering 13 meters in length, 7 meters in height, and weighing 15 tons, rose abruptly to this moment. His size surpassed even that of the Tyrannosaurus queen he had previously encountered, shattering the limits of the T-Rex species. The growth was not solely in apparent length and height. More importantly, it was in the density of his musculature. Beyond a certain size, even slight increases in visible length and height would cause his actual weight to surge exponentially, becoming more exaggerated, akin to the monstrous beings depicted in films and animations, easily reaching thousands of tons. His scales, as hard as rock, tightly covered his body, while layers of robust muscle radiated an indescribable sense of formidable power. Enormous, powerful, greatness is strength, robustness is beauty. This encapsulates the essence of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus. With that, Chu Xu set forth towards the long-anticipated western inland sea route. Little fish and shrimp, small fin dragons and lizards. Prepare to welcome your king. As twilight descended upon the western inland sea route, gentle waves lapped at the shore, and the dying rays of the sun cast a golden veil across the sea, merging the ocean with the sky and nurturing countless life forms. With a splash, Chu Xu once again plunged into the ocean, surfacing with his massive head above the water, using his powerful limbs as paddles to glide through the waves. His extensive sensory awareness, akin to an underwater sonar, automatically sought out all living beings within a 100-mile radius. In the shallows, schools of unknown small-scaled fish gathered, and whenever predators approached, they would form an astonishing storm of densely packed fish. On the seabed, a number of sawfish lay concealed beneath the sand, waiting for unsuspecting fish and shrimp to pass by, only to strike with lightning speed, swallowing them whole before resuming their disguise for the next prey. Curiously shaped ammonites and translucent jellyfish danced gracefully through the waters, while starfish, sea urchins, and crinoids added vibrant splashes of color to the already resplendent coral reefs. Chu Xu could not help but marvel at the beauty of the ocean, which surpassed that of the land, particularly due to its pristine, unpolluted nature, untouched by the activities of future humanity. As he swam deeper into the heart of the western inland sea route, Chu Xu encountered not only ordinary fish and shrimp, but also numerous marine predators. Small spear-toothed fish, medium-sized original rays, large swordfish, and a type of large filter-feeding fish, the bony fish, which primarily fed on algae and plankton through its gills, resembling the whale shark of later times. These marine predators, upon spotting Chu Xu, approached with ill intent, as if seeking to extort a toll from a passerby. With a thunderous rumble, Chu Xu's massive body trembled, and the aura of dominance he radiated rippled through the water, generating tumultuous waves. The once menacing schools of spear-toothed fish and ferocious swordfish were instantly rendered unconscious, floating belly up on the surface. Not one to refuse such an oceanic buffet, Chu Xu greedily devoured them, converting them entirely into evolution points. Suddenly, he detected unusual movements in the distant waters, prompting him to focus his sensory awareness in that direction, extending his detection range hundreds of kilometers away. Soon, he pinpointed the source of the disturbance. Approximately 400 meters beneath the surface, where two colossal marine creatures were locked in a fierce struggle, not in a romantic embrace, but in a fight to the death. One participant was a thin-shelled dragon. AT1, level marine predator comparable to the Cretaceous shark, while the other was a tostet giant squid, a massive cephalopod reaching lengths of 10 to 11 meters, with a body length exceeding 2 meters. Akin to the modern-day giant squid, the tostet giant squid bore 10 tentacles, 2 of which were particularly long and specialized for hunting, nearly half its total length. These predatory tentacles were lined with numerous suction cups and edged with sharp, serrated teeth, making escape impossible once ensnared, while the suction cups inflicted torturous wounds. At that moment, the tostet giant squid was using its tentacles to tightly bind the thin-shelled dragon, showcasing a prehistoric performance of elaborate entanglement. Particularly focusing on the dragon's slender neck, constricting its throat while the tentacles repeatedly scraped against the skin, tearing open gashes and spilling forth blood. Meanwhile, the thin-shelled dragon fought desperately against the squid's lethal grip, leveraging its size to make the squid strain, as it could break free at any moment. This was a battle of attrition. The tostet giant squid had no other effective means of attack aside from its hunting tentacles. Even if the thin-shelled dragon succumbed to despair, it would not easily be killed, as the blood flowed. The thin-shelled dragon began to show signs of exhaustion, its resistance weakening. Ultimately, it would come down to which side could endure the longest. A classic case of mutual destruction. Seeing this unfolding drama, Chu Xu felt a surge of excitement. "Thank you, Mother Ocean, for your generous gift." Without hesitation, he swiftly paddled with his hind limbs, his forelimbs arcing gracefully above the water, adopting a frog-like swimming posture as he made his way toward the entangled combatants. Arriving above the scene of the struggle, the battle was intensifying, with neither the thin-shelled dragon nor the tostet giant squid willing to relent, each exerting their utmost to bring the other to ruin. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xu plunged headfirst into the depths, quickly closing in on the two combatants. Chapter 69. Who cares about oceanic supremacy? I am here to challenge the ruler of the seas. The deeper he descended, the more Chu Xu felt the pressure of the water intensifying. Generally speaking, for every 10 meters of depth, the pressure increases by 98 kilopascals, meaning an additional 9.8 newtons of pressure on every square centimeter of surface area. The surface waters within 200 meters were manageable for Chu Xu. However, as he ventured deeper into the 200 to 700 meters middle depths, the increasing water pressure began to feel like an invisible hand squeezing his body, imparting immense pressure throughout. Below 900 meters lay the abyssal depths, realm Chu Xu dared not enter, as a reckless intrusion would crush him under the fearsome pressure. Fortunately, the western inland sea route did not possess such extreme depths. Even after significant reduction in size, its deepest point barely reached 500 meters, still within Chu Xu's tolerance. Quickly acclimating to the pressure of the middle depths, he arrived at the scene of the battle between the thin-shelled dragon and the tostet giant squid, both too engrossed in their struggle to notice the arrival of the opportunistic predator. "Halt! Cease your fighting!" Chu Xu circled around to the back of the tostet giant squid, targeting the head firmly affixed to the thin-shelled dragon's back, and with a powerful bite, he clamped down with a resounding crunch. The squid's soft head shattered like candy under the explosive force of Chu Xu's jaws and was swiftly swallowed whole. Delicious. The burst of flavor was succulent and juicy, the texture firm and elastic, the rich taste of seafood lingering on Chu Xu's palate. Ding! You have hunted a tostet giant squid. Evolution point 70. As the tostet giant squid fell lifelessly, its tentacles slackened their grip on the thin-shelled dragon, which seized the chance to escape. Just as Chu Xu was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, sensing that he was not the only opportunist drawn to the commotion. Another crunch echoed through the water. The familiar silhouette of the Hoffmannichthyes loomed before the fleeing plesiosaur, its gaping maw wide open, revealing conical teeth as sharp as blades that effortlessly tore through the latter's neck, devouring half of its body in the process. After swallowing the remains of the plesiosaur, the Hoffmannichthyes utilized echolocation to pinpoint Chu Xu's location. It turned out that the tosser giant squid, which had played the roles of both predator and prey, along with the plesiosaur, were now lifeless. Subsequently, the two fishermen, caught in a fateful encounter, locked eyes. Indeed, it seemed that fortune favored the prepared. Chu Xu had not anticipated that he would so swiftly encounter the dominator of the late Cretaceous seas. Should he deem this good fortune or ill? The Hoffmannichthyes, measuring 13 meters in length and weighing an estimated 12 tons, possessed a robust and substantial body, brimming with strength yet maintaining agility. Its highly hydrodynamic form allowed it to traverse the ocean with remarkable speed and explosive power. Though Chu Xu slightly surpassed the Hoffmannichthyes in size, he was hindered by the constraints of the seawater, battling in an unfamiliar territory, burdened by factors such as breathing and water pressure, which weighed heavily upon him. But what of it? What did it matter if it was the oceanic overlord? He was determined to confront the very essence of that supremacy. As Chu Xu scrutinized the Hoffmannichthyes, the latter, through its olfactory and auditory senses, began to gauge Chu Xu's condition. The Hoffmannichthyes suffered from poor eyesight. In the depths of the sunless ocean, it could discern little. It relied on its sense of smell and hearing, using its forked tongue, inherited from the cliff lizard, to constantly sample the scent molecules in the seawater. It could also emit ultrasonic waves like an orca, gathering information about the shape, size, and precise location of its target through echoes. However, the Hoffmannichthyes was taken aback to discover that the formidable creature before it was a dinosaur from the land. Its physical characteristics starkly contrasted with those of common marine life, allowing the Hoffmannichthyes to make this distinction. A terrestrial dinosaur appearing in such deep waters? Had it not sensed the creature's movements, the Hoffmannichthyes might have concluded it was already deceased. Yet now that it had encountered this land-bound dinosaur, it believed the creature's demise was imminent. As the sovereign of these western inland waters, the Hoffmannichthyes intended to extend its hospitality by making this distant land guest its dinner. Boom. In the next moment, the robust tail of the Hoffmannichthyes swung, creating a torrent of water. Its massive form erupted with a sudden burst of energy, charging towards Chu Xu at nearly 50 km/h. Rather than confront it head-on, Chu Xu swiftly swam towards the surface. Engaging the Hoffmannichthyes in these 400-meter deep waters was not wise, considering his limited time underwater. Thus, he immediately aimed for the upper layers of the sea. Although the Hoffmannichthyes also breathed through lungs, its anatomical structure, having evolved similarly to whales, was highly adapted to marine life, capable of holding its breath for over half an hour, and in some cases, up to 1 or 2 hours. Splash! Chu Xu's swimming speed could not match that of the Hoffmannichthyes, which rapidly closed in, creating powerful water currents that destabilized him. As the giant mouth snapped open, the Hoffmannichthyes clamped down on Chu Xu's tail. The biting force of the Hoffmannichthyes was comparable to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, capable of easily crushing the shell of an ancient giant tortoise. Crack! However, today, the Hoffmannichthyes bit into steel. Upon contact, it realized that Chu Xu's tail was infinitely harder than that of the ancient tortoise's shell, unable to penetrate, causing its teeth to shatter painfully, forcing it to release its grip. Nonetheless, the Hoffmannichthyes, undeterred, attempted again, biting down on Chu Xu's right hind leg, twisting its massive body in an effort to snap the limb in one swift motion. Bang! Yet, not only did the Hoffmannichthyes fail to break Chu Xu's leg, but Chu Xu retaliated with a powerful kick, akin to receiving a heavy blow to the head, causing its massive form to recoil and its brain to momentarily lapse into confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xu finally ascended to the surface of the water within 200 meters depth and emerged, gasping for air. Now, it was his turn to counterattack. Phase 2 commenced. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xu plunged back beneath the surface. His vertical pupils coldly fixed on the disoriented Hoffmannichthyes. Phase 2 activated. A brand new subspecies template card was unleashed. Tyrannosaurus Beast Mutation. Tyrannosaurus Beast X. The X antibody is a unique vaccine. When a Digimon receives the X antibody, its digital core undergoes transformation, significantly enhancing its overall combat capabilities, rendering it far more formidable than its non-X counterparts. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the mutation completed, Chu Xu's body began to swell, the surge of power causing the surrounding seawater to boil. Erupting columns of water that soared several meters high. Beyond the physical transformation, Chu Xu's formidable teeth, bony exoskeleton, 3 massive horns, and sharp claws underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from calcareous material to true metallic steel. Glistening with a silvery sheen, whoosh, in an instant, Chu Xu, now in the form of Tyrannosaurus Beast X, surged forth like a dragon, cleaving through the seawater and creating a distinct white wake, his explosive speed surpassing even that of the Hoffmannichthyes. After vanquishing the ichthyosaur, The narrative would transition into the concluding chapter of the Cretaceous period, gradually revealing the broader worldview of this tome. I extend my deepest gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Chapter 70. The Height of Cold. The pinnacle of biological combat power in the late Cretaceous, the Hoffmannichthyes, too, opened its gaping maw, swirling eddies of water around it, raging as it lunged toward Chu Xu. This time, it was determined to see this wretched land dinosaur meet its end in the ocean. Crack, however, as the Hoffmannichthyes locked onto its target and bit down ferociously, it found only the omnipresent seawater. Chu Xu had anticipated the Hoffmannichthyes' movements through his psychic awareness, swiftly adjusting his position to dart beneath it. With a swift motion, his iron claws sliced into the Hoffmannichthyes' pale abdomen, their sharpness comparable to cutting through iron, let alone flesh. The scales on its exterior proved utterly ineffectual. As he moved, he tore through the creature. The force akin to a gale, striking with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the lower abdomen of the Hoffmannichthyes was cleaved open, a deep, gaping wound from which torrents of blood, bodily fluids, and internal organs spilled forth, a grotesque mixture of red, white, and yellow staining the surrounding seawater. Splash! Splash! In agony, the disemboweled Hoffmannichthyes thrashed wildly, churning the ocean into a tumultuous frenzy. Yet, Chu Xu's assault did not relent. Refusing to grant the Hoffmannichthyes even a moment's respite, he turned and clamped his razor-sharp jaws onto the base of its tail fin. The sharp, steel-like teeth pierced its coarse, thick flesh, reaching deep into the bone. Splash! In the next moment, Chu Xu suddenly rotated in the water, executing the signature move of crocodiles, the death roll. Crack! With a 360-degree spin, he wrenched off the entire robust tail fin of the Hoffmannichthyes, blood gushing forth from the severed stump like a fountain. And this was merely the beginning. Unable to unleash his fire-based ultimate technique in the water, Chu Xu resorted to the most direct and brutal form of execution, methodically dismantling the Hoffmannichthyes, leading it down the path to oblivion. After the tail fin, he proceeded to sever its four fin-like appendages, employing the same deadly roll to dismantle them, reducing the creature to a mere dragon's stick. At this point, the Hoffmannichthyes had lost all capacity to resist, having bled excessively and teetering on the brink of death. Chu Xu delivered a final, brutal bite to the creature's head, shattering its once formidable skull into fragments, snuffing out the last flicker of life as effortlessly as a candle extinguished by the wind, rendering it a grotesque corpse. Ding! You have slain a Hoffmannichthyes, evolution points 400. As the system notification resonated, the once turbulent sea returned to tranquility, the blood-tainted waters gradually clearing, leaving behind only the lifeless body of the Hoffmannichthyes, as if nothing had transpired. The oceanic overlord had been subdued. Chu Xu resurfaced, reverting to his Tyrannosaurus beast form, dragging the equally surfaced corpse of the Hoffmannichthyes back to shore, triumphant. Throughout his journey, the marine creatures dared not provoke him further, scattering in fear upon catching sight of Chu Xu and the ichthyosaur's remains. It was evident that they possessed a semblance of discernment. In total, Chu Xu had amassed over 500 evolution points, a commendable haul. Most importantly, he had claimed the final oceanic overlord, the ichthyosaur. Thus, he had hunted the three great dominators of the late Cretaceous, achieving a remarkable record. Upon returning to the shore, with the refreshing sea breeze enveloping him, Chu Xu couldn't help but feel a twinge of isolation at such heights, his hands tucked into his pockets. Pondering what it truly meant to have a rival, after slaying the oceanic overlord, the Hoffmannichthyes, Chu Xu shifted his primary hunting focus to marine creatures, treating the entire western inland waterways as his domain. In a brief span of time, the marine creatures of the western inland sea have borne witness to the emergence of a new sovereign of the ocean. With thunderous ferocity, he has mercilessly slaughtered numerous apex predators of the sea, including the ichthyosaur, plesiosaur, Cretaceous sawfish, and swordfish. The vast amounts of blood spilled have stained the waters crimson, and the corpses piled high enough to form mountains, casting an inescapable shadow of terror over all marine life. After yet another day at sea, Chu Xu has captured an ancient giant tortoise, the largest sea turtle in Earth's history, measuring 4 meters in length and weighing over 2 tons. Its temperament is equally fierce, capable of preying upon medium-sized fish, crustaceans, and mollusks, with even larger marine predators wary of provoking it. Alas, today it has crossed paths with Chu Xu, and despite retreating into its shell, its fate is sealed as he crushes it in a single bite, devouring it entirely. Chu Xu now leads a routine existence, oscillating between hunting to amass evolution points and indulging in meals and rest. Although this life may seem monotonous, devoid of the electronic devices and entertainment of his former human existence, it is nevertheless fulfilling. For wild creatures, this serene and comfortable lifestyle is the epitome of existence, one that never breeds weariness. Occasionally, when a sense of solitude creeps in, he finds solace in the company of a small Cretaceous creature, which has grown accustomed to his presence, albeit still displaying some shyness and timidity. Chu Xu treats it as a pet hamster, providing companionship for himself. Time slips away silently like sand through fingers. It appears that the dragon matriarch and her kin have already migrated northward, understandably so, as other herbivorous dinosaurs have long departed. Their time to leave had come on this day, much like any other. Chu Xu intended to deliver food to the dragon matriarch, only to discover that the provisions he had previously sent remained untouched. Now rotting and attracting countless scavenging insects, he turned away, wandering alone across the desolate delta plain. He recalls when he first migrated here. The land was vibrant and lush, teeming with life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it is transformed drastically. This is, however, a natural progression. In the past 6 months, Chu Xu himself has undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a nascent ancient beast into a dominator of his domain, with a combined territory of over 1,000 square kilometers. He has reached the pinnacle of biological combat prowess during the late Cretaceous, having vanquished the rulers of land, sea, and sky, with no rivals remaining in his epoch. Now, his mindset has shifted. Once driven by the necessity of survival in a perilous world, he is now compelled to contemplate the future. Will he continue to live as a tyrannosaur, marrying and raising offspring like others of his kind? Or is there a more profound transformation awaiting him in the not-so-distant future? Chapter 71. The sovereign demands the servant's demise, and the servant must comply. As the sun and moon alternate and tides ebb and flow, another 6 months have elapsed. The rainy season has arrived as expected, yet the relentless heat persists, even intensifying. Not only the Laramidia continent, but the entirety of North America and indeed the world suffers under the oppressive temperatures. This phenomenon can be traced back to the infamous Deccantraps event. During the late Maastrichtian phase of the late Cretaceous, a series of extensive volcanic eruptions occurred in the western Satpura mountain range of the Deccan Plateau, lasting for 30,000 years and giving rise to one of the largest volcanic formations observed today, the Deccantraps. This event directly contributed to a global warming crisis, raising average temperatures by approximately 8 degrees Celsius. The prolonged volcanic activity released copious amounts of ash and sulfur dioxide, impairing sunlight and precipitating widespread acid rain, which wreaked havoc on numerous biological populations, leading many to extinction. Consequently, the Deccantraps event is regarded by paleontologists as a significant factor in the mass extinction of the dinosaurs. Shortly after this cataclysm, a fragment of an asteroid seemingly summoned from the cosmos descended upon Earth, accelerating the dinosaurs' demise. Thus, the extinction of the dinosaurs may be viewed as a carefully orchestrated dual assault by Mother Earth, first through volcanic eruptions to cleanse the land, followed by an extraterrestrial intervention to finalize the purge and usher in a new era. According to the renowned Gaia hypothesis, Earth can be perceived as a self-regulating organism, with magma as its lifeblood, rocks as its skeleton, the atmosphere as its skin, forests as its lungs, wetlands as its kidneys, and the core as its heart. Various creatures, including humans, may be likened to parasites within this organism, relying on Earth's resources for survival and development. When the presence of these parasites threatens the health of Mother Earth, her immune system activates, unleashing natural disasters to eradicate the intruders, even resorting to external agents such as asteroid impacts, supernovae, and gamma-ray bursts. Chu Xu occasionally muses, indeed, the sovereign demands the servant's demise, and the servant must comply. He opens his attribute panel. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 2 years and 2 months. Species: Tyrannosaurus, male. Growth stage: youth. Attributes: strength 32, 000, agility 30, 000, constitution 35, 000, spirit 33,000, evolution points, 1,000 skills: dragon's claw, instantaneous movement, flame bite, flash charge, ultimate skills, minor flame, minor explosion, super flame, giant horn impact. Achievements: Tyrant's potential, intermediate. Psychic perception, intermediate. Fluid armament, intermediate. Exchanged subspecies templates: Earth Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus X, next evolution form. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xu has already surpassed 2 years of age, having lived independently for a full year. Through this period of accumulation, his attributes have reached the limits of the Tyrannosaurus, nearly tenfold that of an ordinary specimen. His size has also reached new heights, stretching nearly 20 meters in length, with a height of 10 meters and an astonishing weight of 50 tons. This size, surpassing even that of the ichthyosaur, positions him to rival the titanic dragon species, the Alamosaurus. Additionally, Chu Xu has upgraded his flame claw and high-speed movement skills to advanced levels, and he has gathered all subspecies templates, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat prowess. The only drawback is the absence of worthy opponents, leaving Chu Xu uncertain of just how formidable he has become. Ding! The host's attribute values have reached the youth stage limit. Further point allocation is temporarily unavailable. Spending 10,000 evolution points and consuming sufficient metallic materials will allow evolution to the next form. Finally, he has met the evolution criteria once more. Chu Xu's face brightens with joy. Though this time the conditions for evolution have changed, not only evolution points are required, but also the consumption of a substantial amount of metallic materials. This is understandable as the next evolutionary form. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus is a cybernetic creature with over half of its body mechanized, transcending the realm of purely biological dinosaurs. However, the materials required for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus are far from ordinary. They consist of time digital alloy. Time digital alloy is a unique metal in the digital world, composed of a blend of time digital metal and biological data, possessing both the hardness of metal and the flexibility of biological matter. Variations in purity yield different colors and properties. The primary function of time digital alloy is to be utilized in components for modified and mechanical digital creatures. Naturally, such materials do not exist on Earth. But Chu Xu only needs to consume ordinary metallic substances and gather enough evolution points to achieve his third evolution. With that in mind, he resolves to head north. The Rocky Mountains, renowned for their rich metal deposits, are the destination. At this time, during the late Cretaceous Laramide orogeny, the mountain range is replete with magma intrusions, high-grade metamorphic zones, and sedimentary basins, leading to the gradual formation of abundant metallic resources. Time is of the essence. He must set forth without delay. The ominous asteroid fragment, which may appear without warning, keeps Chu Xu on high alert. Although his current strength allows him to claim the apex of late Cretaceous life, he remains but a speck in the face of nature's grandeur. Only through relentless pursuit of strength can he prepare for the unknown crises that lie ahead. Roar. Chu Xu rises slowly, his colossal form standing majestically, muscles rippling with explosive power like towering mountains. Deep within his sinews, the rumble of thunder can be felt, and with a mere movement, he emanates an aura of ferocity, valor, and dominance, sending creatures within a radius of several dozen miles into a panic. Scattering in fear, squeak upon hearing Chu Xu's roar, the small Cretaceous creature, nestled in its tree hollow, awakens, curiously poking its head out. It has grown considerably since their last encounter, nearing adulthood. Yet, even so, its size pales in comparison to Chu Xu's formidable stature. With a resounding roar, Chu Xu swiftly arrived at the tree hollow. As he reached out towards the little white beast, it agilely leaped into his palm, then darted up onto his shoulder, its mouth stuffed full with reserves. The little white beast asked no questions, and Chu Xu offered no explanations. Thus, the duo embarked on their journey northward. Chapter 72. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's super evolution into the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. After nearly a year, Chu Xu finally set forth on his northern expedition towards the land of his birth. The Dragon Mother and the Moonlit Star had long since migrated north, likely having returned to their original territory. If given the chance, Chu Xu also wished to visit them. As he journeyed north, he gradually departed from his own territory, brazenly intruding into the realms of other predators. As the ruler of this domain, a full-grown Tyrannosaurus detected the scent of an unfamiliar kin and was immediately consumed by rage, pursuing Chu Xu with fury. However, upon catching sight of Chu Xu's imposing, terrifying figure from a distance, it was struck with sheer terror and fled without a moment's hesitation. The creature was petrified. The size of the opponent dwarfed it by several times, and just a glance was enough to drain its courage, leaving only the desire to escape as far as possible. Yet, just as the adult Tyrannosaurus turned to flee, it was met with the bizarre sight of Chu Xu appearing before it in an instant. The suddenness of the encounter sent the adult Tyrannosaurus into a state of panic, as it marveled at how the adversary had closed the distance from several kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Now that it had come so close, there was no turning back. From a superior vantage point, Chu Xu gazed down upon the adult Tyrannosaurus. With a seemingly gentle sweep of his claw, the air itself was compressed and torn asunder. producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The thunderous bellow echoed, like a colossal air cannon detonating, as Chu Xu's claw descended mercilessly upon the head of the adult Tyrannosaurus. Bang! The skull of the adult Tyrannosaurus could not withstand the immense force. Shattering like a gigantic watermelon, showering the ground with crimson blood and viscous brain matter. Subsequently, its headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, as if sensing the gruesome spectacle. Notification: you have slain a Tyrannosaurus, evolution points 200. With a casual strike, 200 evolution points were secured. The little white beast perched upon Chu Xu's shoulder had grown accustomed to such scenes. Those formidable beings that once seemed beyond imagination now appeared as weak as ants in Chu Xu's grasp. Chu Xu himself remained unfazed, surveying the surroundings where nearly no creature could withstand a single blow from him. What he had just executed were two newly mastered advanced skills: instant movement, which allowed him to lock onto a specific target, whether living or inanimate, without the need for any direct path, reaching the target's precise location in an instant, with a current maximum range of 10 kilometers. Expandable with increased proficiency, and Dragon's Claw, a lethal strike combining speed and power, significantly enhancing the strength of his muscle fibers while minimizing inertia, enabling a series of rapid successive strikes. With each successive strike, the explosive force could double, allowing for a maximum of 10 consecutive attacks, resulting in a 10-fold increase in power, a force capable of obliterating anything in its path. Compared to his previous intermediate skills, the effects and power of these advanced skills were naturally far superior, yet the consumption of energy had also escalated. Otherwise, Chu Xu would have preferred to use instant movement for travel, saving time and effort. Following the demise of the adult Tyrannosaurus, Chu Xu effortlessly claimed its territory, unknowingly expanding his domain considerably. Since he was heading north, he decided to continue expanding his territory, accumulating evolution points along the way. Merely being a local dinosaur lord held little intrigue for him. He aspired to unify the continent and even the entire world as the king of dinosaurs, establishing a Cretaceous dinosaur empire. To relish in the sensation of ruling over all lands and having countless dragons pay homage. As he ventured further north, the landscape became increasingly rugged, with towering peaks and deep valleys creating a striking visual contrast. After nearly a week of travel, Chu Xu and the little white beast finally arrived at a magnificent mountain range stretching for miles, the very birthplace of Chu Xu, the Rocky Mountains. Activating his spiritual perception, covering a radius of 100 miles, Chu Xu easily located numerous metal ores buried underground or exposed on the surface, including iron, copper, silver, zinc, and even gold. Alas, even with an abundance of precious metals, they held no value in this era. Using his dragon claws, Chu Xu extracted chunks of metal ore and swallowed them whole. After evolving into a Tyrannosaurus, his stomach had transformed into a furnace, capable of digesting flesh, bones, and even metal ores with ease. So he harbored no concerns about metal poisoning. Once the metal ores were consumed, they were swiftly digested and absorbed, with the metallic elements seamlessly integrating into his body. The remaining impurities soon exited his waste. The little white beast on Chu Xu's shoulder watched in curiosity, wondering what these peculiar stones might taste like. It attempted to nibble on a piece of metal, but nearly lost its front teeth in the process. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xu found it quite amusing. After a month had passed, Chu Xu had traversed half of the Rocky Mountains, hunting prey to gather evolution points and seeking metal ores to devour. At last, he had amassed 10,000 evolution points and accumulated a sufficient amount of metallic substance within him. It was time to evolve. On this day, Chu Xu selected a prime location and eagerly commenced his third evolution. The little white beast, observing from a distance, was unaware that a scene about to unfold would profoundly alter its worldview. Spending 10,000 evolution points, evolution officially begins. The familiar melody of evolution resonated in his ears. And in an instant, the world within Chu Xu's vision froze, plunging into chaos, as if time had come to a standstill. Amidst the turmoil, a brilliant light surged skyward, casting an image of a radiant sun above Chu Xu's head. This was the emblem represented by the courage badge. Beneath the brilliance of the sun's emblem, Chu Xu's form began to swell dramatically once more, the long-accumulated metallic elements within him surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Tyrannosaurus's super-evolution into the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. First, his left arm transformed from the inside out, from bone to muscle to skin, into a highly durable, deep black digital alloy, intricately housing precision mechanical structures. It morphed into a robust and elegantly smooth alloy mechanical arm. This was the Trident arm, enhanced by the digital alloy, capable of both close combat and long-range firing. Next, his chest was fitted with an internal missile bay, equipped with devastating organic missiles known as the Ultimate Destruction Cannon, and the launch port could unleash a remarkable high-energy wave attack, the Gigabit Storm. Following that, the armor of his head and 3 colossal horns transformed into metallic material, with a miniature sun emblem engraved on his crown, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Finally, from the sides of his back, 3 pairs of magnificent wings unfurled, transitioning from a bright blue at the base to a deep purple at the tips, their surfaces shimmering with a metallic luster. Exuding an air of noble mystery and magic. Chapter 73. Wings unfolding, the world tree beneath the pit. Roaring with exhilaration as the evolution neared its conclusion, Chu Xu could not contain his overwhelming emotions, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. When the evolution culminated, his ever-expanding form finally stabilized. Measuring over 50 meters in length and surpassing 30 meters in height, his weight surged exponentially to 3,000 tons. With the addition of the mechanical enhancements, his total mass reached an astounding 5,000 tons. His robust limbs resembled towering pillars, while the fiery red hair sprouting from his neck blazed like flames. The 3 pairs of blue-purple wings spread majestically, and his dragon form exuded an aura that suggested he could leap skyward at any moment. The mechanically enhanced mechanical Tyrannosaurus boasted not only extraordinary combat prowess, but also the ability to fly. Nearby, the little white beast, having witnessed the entire evolution process, nearly tumbled from its perch in shock. It struggled to comprehend how Chu Xu had suddenly grown so much larger, his appearance becoming ever more peculiar. Opening my attribute panel, Chu Xu momentarily tempered his tumultuous emotions and summoned his attributes. Name: Chu Xu. Age: 2 years and 3 months. Species: Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Male. Growth stage: Adult. Attributes: Strength 95, 000, Agility 90, 000, Constitution 100, 000, Spirit 98,000, Evolution points, 100. Skills: Dragon's Claw, Instant Movement, Flame Bite, Flash Charge. Ultimate skills: Small Flame, Small Explosion, Super Flame, Giant Horn Impact, Trident Arm, Ultimate Destruction Cannon, Gigabit Storm. Achievements: Tyrant Potential, Intermediate. Spiritual Perception, Intermediate. Fluid Armor, Intermediate. Exchange Subspecies Templates: Earth Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus X, Next Evolution Form, Combat Tyrannosaurus. With each evolution, Chu Xu felt as though he experienced a profound leap in the hierarchy of life. If one were to say that the evolution from Agumen to Tyrannoman enhances combat power tenfold, then the transformation from Tyrannoman to Mech Tyrannoman undoubtedly amplifies it by a staggering 100-fold or more. Following the evolution to Mech Tyrannoman, the subspecies panel also undergoes an update: Evolved Tyrannoman and Earth Tyrannoman, both evolutionary forms that can be achieved at the cost of 5,000 evolution points. Mech Tyrannoman X, an evolutionary form of Tyrannoman X, also attainable for 5,000 evolution points. Ding. You have successfully completed 3 evolutions, and the system will automatically proceed with the update. Please wait. At that moment, another prompt echoed from the system. Chu Xu was quite astonished. He had not anticipated another system update and wondered what new features might emerge this time. A minute later, the system completed its update. System update complete. Administrator privileges unlocked. Administrator privileges. Chu Xu was momentarily taken aback. What was this sudden development? What did administrator privileges entail? As he pondered this perplexity, he felt an instinctive awareness, as if a guiding force was directing his perception towards a particular direction, almost as if it were leading him to something significant. A sense of trepidation began to stir within him, and the unknown mists gradually enveloped his vision. He feared that the late Cretaceous world he inhabited was far more complex than he had previously understood. Nevertheless, he resolved to personally uncover the truths hidden within the fog. Chu Xu called out to the small white Cretaceous beast, which promptly scurried up onto his shoulder. However, the journey to his shoulder was no small feat for the small creature. Akin to a monumental trek, after a strenuous climb, it finally reached the top, panting heavily as it stood on Chu Xu's broad mechanical left shoulder, feeling the weighty presence pressing upon it, causing it to tremble as if walking on thin ice. Secure yourself, prepare for takeoff. Whoosh! Chu Xu gazed up at the vast expanse of sky, and with great strides, he began to reunite in the next moment, his luminous wings unfurled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ability to fly was deeply etched into Chu Xu's instincts like a genetic imprint. As 3 pairs of massive wings flapped, the large thrusters attached to his shoulders and tail ignited, expelling torrents of flame that produced a deafening roar, lifting his colossal, weighty dragon form higher and higher. Soaring towards the clouds, squeak, squeak. This sudden sensation of ascending through the clouds elicited a shriek from the timid small white Cretaceous beast, which curled into a ball, gripping Chu Xu's mechanical left shoulder with all its might. Yet, for Chu Xu, embarking on his inaugural flight felt exhilarating. As his feet lifted off the ground, the panorama before him expanded infinitely, and the wind whistled fervently in his ears, filling him with a sense of boundless freedom. Whoosh! Upon reaching a certain altitude, Chu Xu gave a vigorous flap of his wings, launching into flight, skimming over the undulating mountains and forests, racing towards the guided direction. Initially, Chu Xu's speed was modest, but as he adapted to the flight, the thrusters roared to life, propelling him faster and faster, his immense dragon form forcing aside the air ahead, creating shockwaves that erupted in piercing sonic booms, boom, boom, boom. This signified that his current flight speed had shattered the sound barrier. Now endowed with heightened agility, Chu Xu could reach supersonic speeds, and with the enhancement of his skills, he could achieve brief bursts of supersonic flight. Thankfully, the small white Cretaceous beast had found refuge within the internal components of Chu Xu's mechanical shoulder. Otherwise, it would have been lost in the skies. In just 2 short hours, Chu Xu had traversed over 2,000 kilometers, nearly crossing half of the Rocky Mountains, arriving at his most familiar birthplace, the Hell Creek Formation. He was close. Chu Xu sensed that he was nearing his ultimate destination. Last, a vast, profound collapse-type sinkhole appeared before him. From his lofty vantage point, he beheld the sinkhole surrounded by lush, primitive forests. Ancient trees soaring high, a green sea in tumult. This abrupt sinkhole seemed to be an eye suddenly opened to the heavens, gazing intently into the sky. In geological terms, this sinkhole is known as a karst funnel. Formed by the long-term erosion of carbonate rock layers by subterranean rivers, resulting in this geological marvel often referred to as the Eye of the Earth, if guiding Chu Xu towards answers. His instinctive awareness continued to lead him deeper into the sinkhole. Consequently, Chu Xu slowed his speed, gently descending into the seemingly bottomless abyss, where massive rock layers lay like coagulated blood streaming from the eye. It was deep. Chu Xu descended nearly 500 meters before finally reaching the bottom of the sinkhole, a depth that could be deemed superlative. The base flowed an underground river, alongside numerous interconnected caverns, and amidst it all stood a peculiar sapling. This sapling appeared to have only recently broken through the Earth's surface, still young, its roots and stems adorned with unique electronic patterns, resembling intricately etched circuit boards. Shimmering with fleeting pale blue arcs of light, its slender branches extending skyward like fiber optic cables, each unfurling delicate leaves speckled with luminous particles. From this strange sapling, Chu Xu sensed no semblance of the life force typical of normal plants. Rather than a tree, it seemed more akin to a machine. Ding! World subtree detected, administrator privileges activated, establishing remote connection to its terminal. Simultaneously, a system prompt resonated in Chu Xu's ear, reverberating with intensity. P.S. The tone of the early to mid-sections of this book remains centered around paleontology, primarily encompassing elements of exotic beasts, creation, and interstellar themes, utilizing the digital world of secondary creation as its backdrop. Thus, even readers unfamiliar with Digimon will not encounter any reading obstacles, as related content is minimal. Chapter 74 Countdown to an Asteroid Colliding with Earth, Survival or Destruction. This is a thought-provoking question. World subtree. Could it be that the so-called world tree is the main computer of the digital world? That tree revered as a deity, and this sapling is a subtree of the world tree. Is it that which has guided him along his journey? Does this fictional digital world truly exist? At this moment, an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within Chu Xu. Buzz. Suddenly, the air trembled, and the scene before him flickered. Space warped, and light scattered. Like a drop of ink falling into water, it spread slowly, sketching out a world brimming with vast amounts of data. Where is this? Just as Chu Xu's mind posed the question, a familiar synthesized electronic voice resounded. This is the internal program of the world subtree, and you are accessing it with administrator privileges. Any information you wish to know can be searched for here. Chu Xu understood at once that the newly acquired administrator privileges following the system update referred to the administrator of the world tree system. The existence of an administrator is superior to that of the world tree, which is revered as a deity, possessing absolute control over it. Does the digital world truly exist? Chu Xu quickly gathered his thoughts and posed the most urgent question he sought to answer. The digital world exists in reality, but it is not the same as the one you previously understood. The so-called digital world is a virtual realm composed of various data, a subordinate world to the real world. The digital world functions like a recycling bin for the real world. When a mass extinction event occurs among biological populations on Earth, they are transformed into data and reclaimed by the digital world, continuing to exist and reproduce in the form of digital life forms. Their bodies are composed of digital nuclei akin to cellular elements, forming a skeletal model based on information and covered in electronic textures. Hence, they are referred to as digital organisms. The extinct biological populations on Earth have all been reclaimed into the digital world. Chu Xu's expression was one of shock. This meant that within the digital world existed a myriad of ancient biological populations that had perished long before the Cretaceous period. Dating back to the dawn of life on Earth, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, they had been extinguished in the real world, yet continued to exist in the digital world as digital life forms. Chu Xu lingered in astonishment. Such a sudden upheaval of worldview was immensely impactful for him, a former paleontologist. This digital world is not the same as that digital world. It exists in a parallel realm, sharing the same temporal space as Earth but differing in dimensionality, with a master-subordinate relationship between the two, wherein the digital organisms residing within are all ancient biological populations that have gone extinct on Earth. If Earth were likened to a computer, then each biological population would be akin to electronic files. The extinction of life on Earth mirrors the formatting of a computer, erasing all stored electronic files and discarding them as useless data into the digital world, serving as a recycling bin. It may seem that they have perished on Earth, yet they continue to exist in another form of life within the digital realm. Now, at the late Cretaceous period, they have endured tens of millions to hundreds of millions of years of evolution. One can only wonder how they have transformed. Arthropods from the Cambrian, mollusks from the Ordovician, brachiopods from the Silurian, even the fish of the Devonian, the era of giant insects in the Carboniferous, the dominion of colossal beasts in the Permian, and the empires of dinosaurs from the Triassic and Jurassic. Do those ancient beings, which exist solely in the imaginations of future humanity, such as Godzilla, titanic beasts, and dinosaur men, truly exist? Furthermore, will the digital world connect with the real world? Might those digital beings still manifest upon the Earth? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chu Xu finally regained his composure and continued to inquire. Given the inseparable connection between the two worlds, it is highly plausible that there exist pathways linking them. Otherwise, this sapling of the world tree, hailing from the digital world, would not have appeared here inexplicably. The orbital period of the solar system is approximately 250 million years. With each revolution around the center of the Milky Way, it oscillates 4 times between the polar extremes of the galaxy's plane, with this oscillation period being precisely 63 million years. During every 63 million year oscillation period, Earth inevitably faces a biological extinction cycle, the specific causes of which remain unknown. Simultaneously, the affiliated digital world will also be affected, and the connecting pathways between the two realms will gradually open, allowing the world tree to scatter a batch of seeds upon the Earth, reclaiming the extinct biological populations. The seeds of the world tree, in turn, absorb natural energy to foster their growth. Under normal circumstances, the digital beings that have been reclaimed cannot reappear in the realm of reality. However, should the biological extinction cycle of the Earth be interrupted and the established order be broken, it is conceivable that a violent upheaval may ensue between the two worlds, leading to a complete opening of the connecting pathways. Upon receiving this revelation, Chu Xu trembled violently, his astonishment beyond articulation, immediately associating it with the current temporal phase, the 63 million year biological extinction cycle. The late Cretaceous period in which he resided coincided precisely with this cycle. Given that this world tree sapling has descended upon Earth, it signifies that the fateful day is drawing near. How much time remains until this impending biological extinction event? Chu Xu inquired once more. Calculations indicate that a fragment of an asteroid, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, is hurtling towards Earth at a velocity of around 65,000 km/h and will penetrate the Earth's atmosphere in approximately 360 days, striking the northwestern corner of the Yucatan Peninsula in the southern region of the Laramedian subcontinent at a horizontal angle of 60 degrees from the northeast. 360 days. Upon hearing this figure, Chu Xu could not help but feel a surge of terror. Less than a year remained. Though it seemed ample, in comparison to the tens of millions of years of the entire Cretaceous period, it was a mere blink of an eye. That nightmare, which he had envisioned countless times, was indeed on the verge of becoming reality. despite having mentally prepared himself long ago, he could not shake off the feeling of being caught off guard. What should he do next? Before Chu Xu lay seemingly only two choices. Point one was to allow events to unfold naturally, and not long thereafter, the destined cataclysm of the dinosaur extinction would arrive. Whereupon all would return to dust. It was likely even he would struggle to survive. Even if he could evade the impact of the asteroid fragment, he would not escape the ensuing series of secondary disasters and the collapse of the food chain. The likes of Dragon Mother would face the same ultimate fate, and thereafter, the Cretaceous period would conclude, ushering in a new era. The other option was to spare no effort in preventing this unavoidable dinosaur extinction. Not solely for himself but also for his family, striving to save the crumbling last bastion of the dinosaur dynasty, to avert disaster from consuming it, and to prop up the collapsing edifice. However, this could potentially incite turmoil between the realms of reality and the digital world, allowing the long-extinct ancient beings to resurface, thus engendering an even greater crisis. To live or to perish, this was a question worthy of contemplation. Chapter 75. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If heaven wishes to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven. Yet, a choice had already taken root in Chu Xu's heart, and my fate is mine to command. Not dictated by heaven. If heaven wishes to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven. He would not relinquish his life, or that of his family so easily. From the moment of his birth, he had fought for survival. How could he possibly forsake his own life? Even if it meant opening the Pandora's box of the digital world, Chu Xu was willing to take that risk, for he cared not if these long-extinct ancient beings were to meet extinction once more. This fearless courage was, indeed, the wellspring of power for Chu Xu, a descendant of the Tyrannosaurus. To thwart the impending collision of the asteroid fragment with Earth, there were numerous methods available. The most straightforward and brutal approach would be to obliterate it with force, such as employing a nuclear weapon. The mechanical Tyrannoman's ultimate technique could rival the explosive power of tactical nuclear weapons exceeding tens of thousands of tons of TNT, with formidable might. Yet, this asteroid fragment, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter, was even larger than the later Mount Everest, with a mass of approximately 2 trillion tons. Once it entered Earth's orbit, its velocity would increase further due to gravitational influence, surpassing 70,000 kilometers h, equivalent to 57 times the speed of sound. The energy released upon impact would be akin to the explosive yield of 100 trillion tons of TNT, comparable to the simultaneous detonation of 200 million big Ivan bombs or 7 billion little boy bombs. Considering the global population in the 21st century, it would be as if each individual were to bear a little boy bomb. The shockwave from the explosion would reverberate throughout North America, instigating a cascade of large-scale secondary disasters, including tsunamis, earthquakes, hurricanes, wildfires, acid rain, and more, with ramifications felt worldwide, epitomizing the very essence of apocalyptic destruction. To obliterate it by force was beyond even the mechanical Tyrannoman's capabilities. Alternative methods to avert the disaster included deflecting the asteroid fragment from its original trajectory prior to its approach to Earth, such as utilizing kinetic impact to alter its course. The saying goes, a slight deviation at the start can lead to a 1,000-mile error. If the asteroid fragment could be slightly deflected from a sufficiently great distance, it might just skim past Earth. However, the practical execution of this method proved exceedingly arduous. Firstly, it required operation under the harsh conditions of outer space, a high vacuum, microgravity environment, with temperatures plummeting below -200 degrees Celsius and intense radiation from high-energy particles. Secondly, actions would need to commence at least a year and a half in advance, or even earlier. Otherwise, a slight deviation would not guarantee that the asteroid fragment would entirely miss Earth. Thirdly, sufficient force would be necessary to propel the rapidly moving asteroid fragment to effectuate an orbital deviation. Considering these three conditions, the uncertainties surrounding the deflection method were overwhelming, and the challenges insurmountable. Based on the mechanical Tyrannoman's attributes, it was evident that achieving this was beyond reach, and most critically, time was of the essence. Did this mean that all hope was lost? Chu Xu took a deep breath. In the realm of Digimon, Agumon always evolves first, while Batamon is invariably the last to evolve. This is because, in the face of an unrelenting reality, notions of courage, friendship, honesty, love, knowledge, innocence, and even light can be cruelly shattered. Yet even so, one must not forget to hold on to hope, evolution. Only through further evolution could a sliver of survival be grasped. Thus, Chu Xu must seize the moment. In this less than a year's time, he could not afford to remain stagnant at the complete form of the mechanical Tyrannomon. but rather strive to evolve into an even more powerful ultimate form. After exiting the internal program of the World Tree, Chu Xu came to his senses, realizing that only a few minutes had elapsed in the real world. Creek, the little white Digimon perched upon Chu Xu's shoulder, remained oblivious to the monumental turmoil that had transpired within him during this brief span. Nor did it comprehend the impending cataclysm that loomed ominously in the near future. Chu Xu exhaled a long, drawn-out breath, his gaze once again fixating on the World Tree before him, feeling as though an intricate web of connection had been established between them. Now, his role was that of the administrator of the World Tree system, endowed with absolute authority to control it. With but a thought, Chu Xu could connect remotely at any moment, accessing its inner workings. The capabilities of this single World Tree sapling far exceeded his expectations. Unlike ordinary plants that require sunlight, warmth, moisture, air, and nutrients, its material composition was of an ultra-high hardness digital alloy. Chu Xu surmised that he could not inflict even the slightest damage upon it. No matter his efforts, in essence, it was a supercomputer, possessing immense data storage capacity, along with rapid data analysis, processing speed, and computational power. Moreover, the World Tree was capable of absorbing natural energy from the real world. This energy stemmed not only from solar energy, wind energy, hydropower, tidal energy, and geothermal energy, but also from biological energy, continuously growing and evolving from a mere sapling into a towering divine tree, each time the 63-million-year extinction cycle approached. The seeds of the World Tree would descend upon various corners of Earth, absorbing natural energy, taking root, sprouting, blossoming, and bearing fruit, ultimately maturing into the World Tree. Once the extinction cycle concluded, the robust World Tree would mobilize its energy reserves to generate a specific energy field, distorting the three-dimensional space within a certain range, thus returning to the digital world and converting this natural energy into digital energy essential for the survival of digital beings. It is precisely for this reason that the digital beings within the digital world can thrive and multiply, allowing the divine World Tree to continue its dominion over the digital world. Digital energy, in essence, is the very embodiment of evolutionary points. From the World Tree system, Chu Xu also gleaned an enlightening piece of information. The evolutionary points he had consistently acquired through hunting or consuming flesh were, in fact, the so-called digital energy, transformed from biological energy. The avenues through which the World Tree amassed digital energy far surpassed his own. With significantly greater efficiency, the various energy sources on Earth served as its wellspring, as the sapling continuously absorbed energy to grow stronger. Regrettably, Chu Xu could not directly seize the digital energy from the World Tree for his own use. He could only allow it to release its energy autonomously. If the digital energy transformed by the World Tree were to be unleashed into the real world, would the organisms here begin to evolve? Chu Xu gazed at the seemingly innocuous World Tree before him. Yet, in truth, the World Tree has always played a dual role, as the creator of the digital realm and as a vampire of the real world. Seizing the natural energy of the Earth during periods of biological extinction, greedily siphoning it away. What Chu Xu desires most now is to compel it to regurgitate all the natural energy it has appropriated. Whatever it took, he intends to return it to its source. Upon learning of the potential crisis that looms in the future, Chu Xu realizes he must consider not only his own survival but also that of his family. To ensure they endure the impending calamity, they must possess sufficient self-preservation capabilities and embark on the path of evolution. It is high time for this nearly extinct dynasty of dinosaurs to undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 76, Spreading Energy, a long-awaited family reunion. Upon re-entering the inner sanctum of the World Tree as its administrator, Chu Xu immediately modified its programming. Buzz. In an instant, the electronic patterns that enveloped the World Tree emitted a dazzling radiance, manifesting special energy into visible particles of light that diffused into the air. Immersed in this spectacle, Chu Xu felt an invigorating rush as the particles seamlessly integrated into his being, their warmth coursing through him, subtly nourishing him. While this nourishment was trivial for him at present, it held significant benefits for other organisms. Squeak, bathed in the digital energy disseminated by the World Tree, the little white creature also sensed a change within its body. Feeling warm and inexplicably vibrant, experiencing a profound sense of comfort. The only drawback was that the World Tree was still young, its capacity to absorb natural energy limited, and thus the spread of digital energy was also restricted. It would need to grow further to exert a broader and more potent influence. After completing these modifications, Chu Xu unfurled his wings and soared out of the sinkhole, arriving at the nearby forest. He set the little white creature down, instructing it to wait for his return. Next, Chu Xu needed to prepare adequately for the decisive battle that would determine the fate of this dinosaur dynasty a year hence. His first step was to seek out the long-missed dragon mother and her family. In the northern Rocky Mountains, within the Hell Creek Basin, the desolate scene of the dry season had vanished, replaced by the vibrant life of the rainy season. Amidst the shaded forests, a group of peculiar dinosaurs foraged. Not far off, a mature female Tyrannosaurus rex lay in ambush with her two-year-old offspring, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. These three tyrannosaurs were none other than the dragon mother and her young, Xian Yu and Lu Xing, now 2.5 years old. Xian Yu and Lu Xing had grown considerably, each measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing around 400 to 500 pounds. While hunting medium-sized herbivorous dinosaurs like Ankylosaurs and Pachycephalosaurs might be beyond their capability, they could certainly tackle smaller herbivorous dinosaurs such as the Lambeosaurus and the peculiar dinosaurs. Soon, the herd of peculiar dinosaurs wandered into the hunting range of the dragon mother and her brood. Roar. Lu Xing, as was his wont, grew impatient. Upon seeing the herd approach, he dashed forward eagerly. Startled, the peculiar dinosaurs fled in a panic. With Lu Xing hot on their heels, boom! Just as he was about to catch a straggler from the herd, preparing to unleash his signature move, a colossal figure akin to a mountain suddenly descended from above, stirring a tempest that threatened to uproot the surrounding trees. The unfortunate peculiar dinosaur was crushed on the spot, its demise absolute. Roar. Lu Xing, taken aback by the sudden appearance, stumbled and fell, compelled to gaze up at the immense figure before him. Even Dragon Mother and the Ankylosaurus he had seen were dwarfed by this imposing presence. Overwhelmed by fear of the unknown, Lu Xing's instinct was to flee. Roar. Just then, the figure emitted a roar that conveyed warmth and familiarity. This momentarily stunned Lu Xing, who soon caught a whiff of a familiar scent emanating from the giant. Could it be the scent of his elder brother? Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous being before him, wondering if this could indeed be his brother. The towering figure was none other than Chu Xu, who had come seeking his kin. Although his appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, his voice and scent remained unchanged, allowing Lu Xing to recognize him. Following closely behind Lu Xing, Dragon Mother and Xian Yu arrived on the scene, their first reaction mirroring Lu Xing's. Fear. The gigantic figure, so unlike any earthly creature, would terrify any animal that laid eyes upon it. Fortunately, Chu Xu spoke up and emitted his familiar scent, enabling Dragon Mother and Xian Yu to recognize him as well. Yet the stark contrast in his appearance and size left them feeling somewhat estranged. Sometimes, being excessively large can be a dilemma. Chu Xu had to confront the reality of his new size. While it instilled a sense of intimidation in adversaries, it occasionally presented inconveniences in daily life. However, he found himself powerless to change it, as he was not a digital entity composed of data but a living creature, unable to adjust his size through mere data manipulation. Perhaps only through evolution into an ultimate form could he achieve that. At this moment, Chu Xu presented the adult Ankylosaurus he had hunted to Dragon Mother and her family. He'll foster a bond with animals. One can never go wrong with a sumptuous feast. Upon witnessing such a lavish offering, Dragon Mother and her kin eagerly approached. Their tastes remained unchanged. Dragon Mother delighted in fresh organs, Xian Yu favored tenderloin, and Lu Xing relished gnawing on the dragoness rear, having grown accustomed to leaving the choice cuts for Chu Xu. Seeing this scene, Chu Xu felt a warmth in his eyes, joining Dragon Mother and her family in their meal. After a year apart, the dragon family finally gathered for a reunion feast. After satisfying their hunger, Chu Xu suggested to Dragon Mother and her family that they relocate. His purpose in seeking them was not solely for reunion, but to guide them to the World Tree's location. The closer they were to the World Tree, the denser the digital energy would be, which would greatly benefit their evolution. Graciously, Dragon Mother agreed, and that very day, accompanied by Xian Yu and Lu Xing, they followed Chu Xu into the primeval forest surrounding the sinkhole. The prior inhabitants of this territory, a pack of tyrannosaurs, were swiftly dealt with by Chu Xu, seamlessly integrating the land into his domain. Roar. Upon arriving, Dragon Mother and her family immediately sensed the unique energy present in the air. It felt as though every pore in their bodies opened to greedily absorb it, bringing them immense comfort. Enchanted by this special energy, they lost themselves in its allure. Chu Xu understood that as the digital energy in this area continued to increase, more and more dinosaurs and other creatures would be drawn here, driven by their instinctual tendencies. Once they had settled in, Chu Xu's singular mission became clear: to gather evolution points at any cost, striving to grow stronger before the impending cataclysm. and to complete the next stage of evolution into an ultimate form. Chapter 77. Master, times have changed. A month later, with only 330 days remaining until the asteroid collides with Earth. In North America, the Laramidia subcontinent. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by ear-splitting roars, missile after missile traced brilliant arcs through the sky, raining down upon the Earth in a carpet-bombing assault. Instantly, blinding fireballs erupted across the ground, followed by magnificent mushroom clouds that billowed into the sky, thick black smoke enveloping the area. Waves of searing shockwaves and air blasts radiated from the epicenter, surpassing the speed of sound and affecting a radius of over 1 kilometer. Within the explosion zone, countless creatures were either obliterated into nothingness or incinerated in the searing inferno, leaving behind charred remains that were a gruesome sight to behold. Ding! You have hunted a Tyrannosaurus Rex, evolution points 200. Ding! You have hunted a Dreadnoughtus, evolution points 100. Ding! You have hunted a Triceratops, evolution points 100. Meanwhile, a cacophony of system notifications echoed in Chu Xu's ears. Though he was grateful to have activated the mute function, he soared high above, resembling a bomber, using the intimidation factor of his Tyrannosaurus heritage to gather a multitude of prey together. Locking onto his targets, he unleashed missile after missile of ultimate destruction. Each shot of the ultimate destruction cannon bore the power equivalent to a tactical nuclear missile, with a range exceeding 100 kilometers and a force akin to thousands of tons of TNT. For the creatures of this era, it was akin to a dimensional strike. Whether they were small herbivores like the Lambeosaurus or colossal creatures like the Ankylosaurus, none could escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Under the nuclear bombardment, all life was rendered equal. In the span of 2 months, Chu Xu was uncertain of the exact number of dinosaurs he had slain. He merely knew that he had traversed the entirety of the Laramidia subcontinent, where countless dinosaurs had met their demise beneath his relentless bombardment. However, he did not annihilate every dinosaur population, deliberately preserving some remnants, primarily juvenile dinosaurs. These young creatures bore the hope of the last dinosaur dynasty, destined to become members of the new Cretaceous dinosaur empire that Chu Xu envisioned. It was soon time to venture to other continents. The vast expanse of the Laramidia subcontinent had already been absorbed into the dominion of the Cretaceous dinosaur empire, and the remaining animal resources were dwindling. Thus, Chu Xu's gaze turned towards other continents, including the Appalachian subcontinent to the west, the Eurasian continent connected by the Bering Land Bridge, as well as South America, Africa, Australia, the polar regions, and the even more expansive Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans. With over 300 days remaining, Chu Xu's ambitions extended far beyond the Laramidia subcontinent. He aspired to encompass the entire world within his Cretaceous dinosaur empire, utilizing the global animal resources to facilitate his continuous evolution and empowerment. Moreover, there was more than one world tree gracing the realm. Other offspring scattered across the earth awaited discovery, and Chu Xu needed to locate them swiftly to maximize their potential. And so, time being of the essence, Chu Xu set forth. 3 pairs of colossal wings unfurled, and the massive mechanical dragon surged skyward, breaking through the sound barrier like a soaring dragon, its momentum akin to a flash of lightning. As it headed towards the nearest Appalachian subcontinent, with only 300 days remaining until the asteroid's impact, and after incorporating all of North America into his domain, Chu Xu pressed on towards the more expansive Eurasian continent. This region, located in East Asia, was precisely where the future Dragon Kingdom would flourish. During the late Cretaceous Maastrichtian stage, it hosted a dinosaur dynasty that rivaled North America in prosperity. The most renowned among them was the Luanchuan dinosaur group in the western Hunan region, home to the avian-like Xiaobalong, the theropod Xiaobaclaw dragon, the formidable Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus, the swift Luanchuan thief dragon, and the miniature Yulong of the Oviraptoridae. Additionally, the Nansiyang dinosaur group in the northern Guangdong and southern Jiangxi regions featured the massive sauropod Jiananlong. The Oviraptorids such as mud pit dragon, spiny ridge dragon, Nankong dragon, Ganzhou dragon, and South China dragon, along with the duck-billed Shao duck-billed dragon and the sickle-clawed Nansiyang dragon, roar. In the Qinling Mountains, a Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus was feasting, having brought down a Xiaobalong beneath its gaping jaws. This Tyrannosaurus, a large member of the Asian theropods, bore a striking resemblance to its North American counterpart, the Tyrannosaurus rex, albeit slightly smaller, firmly establishing its place as a top-tier predator within the local food chain. Suddenly, the Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus sensed an anomaly from above, and as it lifted its head, it was nearly paralyzed with terror. A terrifying shadow, vast enough to eclipse the sun, streaked past with astonishing speed. In that moment, engulfed in its shadow, The Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus's legs buckled, and it could do nothing but prostrate itself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was dreadful, truly horrifying. What manner of creature could inspire such fear? Booming thunder. Before the Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus could regain its composure, it was startled by a sound akin to the shattering of the heavens. Two colossal beams of energy descended from the sky, like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. Striking a distant mountaintop with tremendous force, a cataclysmic storm erupted. The mountaintop was violently obliterated, reduced to rubble, as flames leapt skyward, transforming the massive mountain into a raging inferno, claiming the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of dinosaurs in an awe-inspiring spectacle. The Luanchuan Tyrannosaurus gazed in disbelief, unsure of what had transpired, yet instinctively sensing the encroaching dread. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from the horizon, swiftly engulfing the sky. As if heralding a new era for the region, Master, the times have changed. Just as Chu Xu arrived in Asia to commence a new phase of conquest, the Hell Creek forest in North America had expanded to more than double its size compared to 2 months prior. With its flora rapidly spreading towards the Rocky Mountains, the fauna within the forest had proliferated as well, with survivors from the Lalamidia subcontinent and the eastern Appalachian subcontinent migrating vast distances to this new haven. It was as if a mysterious force guided them on a pilgrimage. Chapter 78. From quantitative change to qualitative change, the prelude to universal evolution. Squeak, the little Cretaceous beast emerged from its new abode, a tree hollow significantly larger than the one it had previously inhabited, having nearly bored through the trunk of the broad sycamore. The reason for this was its remarkable growth. Once measuring only 20 centimeters, it now reached a length of 1 meter, its formerly slender form now robust and sturdy, increasingly resembling the carnivorous mammals of the future. Most intriguingly, a golden horn had begun to sprout from its forehead, still tender and short, but growing daily. Roar. Shortly after venturing out to forage, the little Cretaceous beast spotted a trio of tyrannosaurs, one large and 2 small, resting nearby. It recognized them as Chu Xu's family, who had temporarily taken over the territory after his departure. Yet, being naturally shy and timid, it dared not approach them. The dragon mother and the others no longer needed to hunt, for the bountiful prey that Chu Xu had occasionally brought back was sufficient to sustain them for a considerable time. Snore. The dragon mother slept soundly, and compared to before, she had undergone significant changes. Now measuring 15 meters in length, with a height surpassing 7 meters and a weight skyrocketing to over 20 tons. Both Xianyue and Liuxing had similarly grown, now reaching 4 meters in length, with a height of 2 meters and a weight of 1.5 tons. The peculiar transformations that had befallen the little Cretaceous beast were mirrored in the dragon mother and her kin. For instance, as the dragon mother expanded in size, her short forelimbs unexpectedly lengthened, her claws grew sharper, and her scales began to transition towards a deep crimson hue. Xianyue and Liuxing experienced the same. The Tyrannosaurus's characteristic short arms lengthened, while their scales morphed into pure white and deep blue-black, respectively. Beyond them, the myriad creatures inhabiting the world tree forest were unknowingly undergoing significant changes, particularly the thriving dinosaur populations, which exhibited the most rapid advancements. Among the Triceratops herds, due to the numerous adult Triceratops that had perished at Chu Xu's hands, only a few adults and a majority of juvenile Triceratops remained. However, with other carnivorous dinosaurs also suffering heavy losses, the Triceratops herds faced no natural enemies, allowing them to continue thriving peacefully within the world tree forest. The juvenile Triceratops grew steadily, with their iconic horns elongating and sharpening, while the neck frills and body scales thickened and hardened. Similarly, the Ankylosaur herds experienced comparable growth, with juvenile Ankylosaurs expanding in size, their armored plates and spiky protrusions becoming increasingly formidable. Furthermore, the young herbivorous dinosaurs, such as the Alamosaurus, Edmontonosaurus, and Pachycephalosaurus, as well as the carnivorous juveniles, including Tyrannosaurs, Dakotaraptor, Thanatotheris, and pterosaurs, exhibited astonishing transformations over time. The source of all these remarkable changes lay within the depths of the world tree sinkhole. After nearly 2 months of growth, its stature had surged from a mere 10 centimeters to an impressive 50 meters, with a trunk thick enough for several people to embrace, its surface adorned with pulsating electronic patterns. Countless branches formed a dense web of luminous cables, sprouting leaves that shimmered with a futuristic radiance. As the world tree flourished, it absorbed abundant natural energy, transforming and disseminating digital energy that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Benefiting both fauna and flora, leading them from a state of quantitative change to the qualitative evolution of life itself. With only 250 days remaining until the asteroid's collision with Earth, Chu Xu soared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Surveying the ravaged Asian continent below, where the aftermath of bombardments lay in fiery ruins and deep craters, with heaps of carcasses accumulating in rivers of blood. Perhaps for the creatures here, the impending asteroid represented a mere shadow of doom compared to their current reality. Since his transformation into the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, nearly 4 months had passed. Compared to before, Chu Xu's attributes had undergone a remarkable enhancement, surpassing 1 million. His unleashed power could reach an astounding 100,000 tons, and his maximum flight speed had reached 10 times the speed of sound, covering a distance of 3,400 meters in a single second. His physical form had also undergone a true metamorphosis. Standing at a height of 40 meters and weighing an impressive 10,000 tons, the mechanical apparatus of the half-body prosthesis will proportionately adapt as Chu Xu's physique expands, resulting in an overall tonnage exceeding 15,000 tons. The second and third world saplings have already been located. The next destination is Europe, Chu Xu murmured to himself. The second world sapling lies within the Autumpa group of East Asia. In a certain area of the Qinling Mountains, a vast, profound collapse-type sinkhole has formed, concealing the second world sapling within its depths. The third world sapling is situated in the Lamida group of South Asia, amidst the Deccan Plateau, where extensive lava terrain was created by the eruptions of dark basaltic volcanoes. This region is home to numerous dinosaur species, including the carnivorous Mosasaurus, the Indian dinosaur, and the Tyrannosaur. All thriving in an area rich in diverse animal life. It is evident that world saplings prefer to flourish in regions abundant with fauna. After locating these two world saplings, Chu Xu established a connection with them using his administrator privileges and modified their programs. Consequently, these two world saplings will herald the dawn of evolution throughout Asia. Chapter 79. The second phase, the awakening of all things. The 7 world saplings have assembled. Time slipped away quietly amidst Chu Xu's frantic endeavors in the ever-evolving world. Soon, only 100 days remained until the asteroid's impact with Earth. Chu Xu continued his relentless journey across the globe. Meanwhile, in the Hell Creek Forest of North America, the first world sapling, as a pioneer, had grown to a towering height of 200 meters, its coverage expanding nearly 100-fold, with a radiation diameter reaching 1,000 miles. Thus, the evolution of all things entered its second phase, in the preceding first phase. Beings experienced physical enhancements, strength, agility, and vitality attributes continuously increased, breaking their own racial limits, manifesting as an expansion in size. Upon entering the second phase, however, the awakening of intelligence commenced. Mental attributes began to flourish and brains rapidly developed, enabling beings to gradually attain wisdom. For instance, they gained self-awareness, learned to utilize and create tools, developed language comprehension and communication abilities, ultimately forming an independent linguistic system, thus becoming true sentient beings. Following this, the final third phase awaits, the evolution of life levels. When beings will truly acquire extraordinary special abilities, as the morning light bathed the land, it cloaked the entire world tree forest in a golden veil. The small chalk beast, having relocated from its tree hollow to a cave, began its daily foraging routine. Now measuring 2 meters in length, it had grown tenfold since Chu Xu first encountered it. It was no wonder that the once narrow tree hollow could no longer serve as a refuge. Unlike its previous quadrupedal locomotion, the small chalk beast could now stand upright on its powerful hind limbs. Its dense fur shimmered in shades of blue and white, while a golden horn atop its head grew larger, etched with intricate electronic patterns that exuded a metallic allure. Just a short distance from the cave, the small chalk beast spotted the familiar dragon mother and her family. They had yet to awaken, and their increasingly massive forms loomed over the small creature like formidable mountains, especially Dragon Mother, whose size had far surpassed the racial limits of Tyrannosaurus, measuring 20 meters in length, standing 10 meters tall, and weighing over 50 tons. Her scales had transformed entirely to a vivid crimson, with a pair of remarkably robust forelimbs, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth and claws that gleamed menacingly. On the other side, the siblings Xianyue and Liuxing had also grown to 8 meters in length, standing 4 meters tall, and weighing 5 tons. Their contrasting colors, one white and one black, created a striking visual harmony. Though they had encountered Dragon Mother, Xianyue, and Liuxing numerous times, the timid and bashful small chalk beast had never engaged with them, instinctively wanting to take a detour to avoid them. Suddenly, the snow-white Xianyue awoke, and upon spotting the small chalk beast, She dashed over and let out a roar. The small chalk beast initially feared that Xianyue intended to devour it, but soon discerned the friendliness conveyed in her call. Uncertain of how it understood her, the small chalk beast nevertheless felt reassured. Xianyue lowered her body, gradually approaching, sniffing the small chalk beast to memorize its scent. Having spent considerable time with Chu Xu, the keen-nosed Xianyue detected traces of her brother's lingering scent on the small creature. Realizing Xianyue's friendly intentions, the small chalk beast lost its fear and raised its head, reciprocating by sniffing her in return. As they exchanged scents, Xianyue extended her slender forelimb, gently stroking the soft, fluffy fur of the small chalk beast, instantly enamored by the tactile sensation. Feeling the comforting caress, the small chalk beast closed its eyes, exposing its white, fluffy belly. This scene radiated tranquility and beauty, only to be abruptly shattered the next moment. With a roar, the blue-black Liuxing awoke and, upon seeing the small chalk beast, charged at it as if it were a delectable meal. Howling excitedly, startled, the small chalk beast attempted to flee, fully understanding the implication of Liuxing's cries. He intended to eat it. Just as Liuxing prepared to pounce, Xianyue intervened, delivering a well-timed headbutt that sent Liuxing crashing to the ground, deftly administering a series of blows until Liuxing wailed and retreated. After firmly reprimanding Liuxing, Xianyue turned back to the small chalk beast and emitted a soft roar. The small chalk beast understood it was her way of apologizing and assuring that she would protect it. In response, the small chalk beast happily acknowledged her, expressing gratitude. Thus, a remarkable interspecies exchange unfolded between the dragon and the beast, marking the commencement of the second phase of awakening for all things. Dark, cold gray clouds cloaked the night sky, heralding an impending torrential downpour. The fierce winds howled, stirring up sand and stones. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, seemingly tearing the heavens apart. This was Antarctica. During the late Cretaceous period in Antarctica, there were no ice caps several thousand meters thick as seen in later eras. Although the region still experienced 4 months of polar night, the climate remained warm and humid, predominantly featuring vast coniferous forests, ginkgos and cycads, teeming with diverse biological communities. Fewer than 30 days remained. Beneath the polar night, Chu Xu stood resolutely like a towering mountain amidst the pouring rain, allowing the icy deluge to cascade over his draconic form, cleansing him of the dust of travel. With less than a month until the asteroid's collision with Earth, each time Chu Xu mentally counted down to the cataclysm, a shiver of dread coursed through him. Yet, he had exerted every effort in preparation. His attribute panel now boasted a quadrilateral attribute value surpassing 10 million, with a height of 50 meters and an overall tonnage exceeding 30,000 tons. After nearly a year of tireless journeys, he had located the 4th world sapling in the Saint Hilaire group of Europe, the 5th in the Mahafali group of Madagascar, Africa, the 6th in the Morelia group of South America, and finally, the 7th in the Snow Mountain Island group of Antarctica. At last, all 7 world saplings had been gathered. With the exception of Australia, where few dinosaurs survived, Chu Xu had unified all 7 continents. However, the assembly of the 7 world saplings did not summon a divine dragon. Instead, it called forth a fragment of an apocalyptic asteroid, Chapter 80, the limit of adulthood, evolution of life levels. During this time, every night as Chu Xu closed his eyes to enter the realm of dreams, he envisioned a colossal asteroid fragment descending from the heavens, crashing onto the coastline of the Yucatan Peninsula, the deafening impact echoing like the Earth's lament. Its power was unfathomable, akin to a legendary divine punishment, eradicating all life within a 3,000-kilometer radius in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The fallen asteroid fragment pierced through the Earth's crust, tearing through the upper mantle, reaching depths of 10,000 meters. Countless rocks and unsolidified magma were hurled into the air by the violent cyclones, ultimately transforming into a torrential rain of molten lava that burned brighter than the surface of the sun, resembling a death dance signifying the end. Following this cataclysm, a monstrous tsunami towering 300 meters high, super earthquakes reaching magnitude 12, and hurricanes exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour would ensue, igniting global wildfires and unleashing decades of acid rain. After these terrifying secondary disasters swept through, the Earth would enter a prolonged nuclear winter, as vast quantities of smoke and particulate matter filled the atmosphere, blocking sunlight from reaching the surface and causing temperatures to plummet by several degrees. As the most crucial producers in the food chain, plants, rapidly perished, a global food chain collapse would occur, leading to the obliteration of the late Cretaceous dinosaur dynasty in a mere few 100,000 years. Even hellish scenarios could not compare, however, From the initial feelings of alarm and unpreparedness, Chu Xu had now become fearless, confronting the impending doom with tranquility. Ding! The host's current quadrilateral attribute value has reached the limit of adulthood and cannot be further augmented at this time. By expending 100 million evolution points and consuming sufficient metallic substances, the next form of evolution can be initiated. For no other reason, he had finally reached the threshold of adulthood, on the verge of ultimate evolution. On that fateful day, Chu Xu and his companions found themselves in a seemingly endless wait. From the initial frailty of the defenseless Tyrannosaurus rex hatchling, they witnessed its transformation into the budding adolescent agumen. Endowed with a modicum of self-preservation skills, this evolution progressed further, as it evolved into the formidable young Tyrannoman, dominating the skies by vanquishing the fearsome Pteranodon and conquering the depths of the oceans by defeating the formidable Hesperornis. Finally, they would embrace the ultimate form of the Tyrannoman species, the Battle Tyrannoman. Upon evolving into the Battle Tyrannoman, Chu Xu's foremost task would be to avert the impending collision of a fragment of an asteroid with Earth, thereby safeguarding himself, his family, and the entire last remnants of the late Cretaceous dinosaur dynasty. In this vast, shrouded darkness of perpetual night, where the sun seemed absent, I would become the solitary beacon of light. In the Hell Creek forest of North America, after nearly a year of vigorous growth, the world tree number 1 had reached an astonishing height of 500 meters, finally emerging from the depths of the abyss to unveil its miracle of nurturing all life to the world. The range of digital energy it emitted had increased 100-fold, radiating across nearly the entire Laramedian subcontinent, equating to half of North America. Even the marine creatures of the western inland seas were encompassed within this expansion, gradually embarking upon their evolutionary journey. Not only had the range of radiation expanded, but as time progressed, the creatures within this realm had finally arrived at the final stage of evolutionary advancement. Within the expansive forest, trees soared skyward as if under the influence of growth-enhancing substances, their average height nearing 100 meters, with their range encompassing the entirety of the northern Rocky Mountains. Dinosaurs from various regions of North America congregated here, akin to devout worshippers kneeling before the world tree, emitting deep, resonant howls. Suddenly, amidst the towering ancient trees, a thunderous roar echoed, signaling the presence of 3 Tyrannosaurus rex, 1 large and 2 small, patrolling their territory. The adult Tyrannosaurus, measuring an impressive 30 meters in length, towering over 15 meters in height, and weighing a staggering 300 tons, boasted rugged, crimson scales reminiscent of volcanic lava, perpetually exuding wisps of scalding steam. Its prominent, diamond-shaped bony plates extended along its spine, culminating in a robust tail. With massive, banana-shaped teeth revealed behind thick lips and elongated forelimbs ending in razor-sharp claws, the embodiment of a dinosauric tyrant was vividly portrayed. This adult Tyrannosaurus was none other than the Dragon Mother. However, she could no longer be simply referred to as a Tyrannosaurus. She had evolved into a mature dragon beast. The dragon beast, also known as the Tyrannosaurus beast, represented an alternate evolutionary form of the agumen, wielding the power of flames, with its signature move being the flame breath, unleashing scalding red flames. Following closely behind the Dragon Mother were the crescent moon and the starry sky. 1 white and 1 black, each measuring 13 meters in length, standing 7 meters tall, and weighing around 15 tons, both having reached the final stage of evolutionary development. The pristine white crescent moon had evolved into the mature snowstorm dragon beast, a subspecies of the Tyrannosaurus inhabiting snowy terrains, wielding the opposing force of ice and snow, with its signature move being the super blizzard, unleashing frigid blizzards from its maw. Meanwhile, the blue-black starry sky had transformed into the mature blue storm dragon beast, another subspecies of the Tyrannosaurus, characterized by its ferocity, its signature move being the super flame, spewing forth intense flames. The transformation did not stop with them, as the Dragon Mother, Crescent Moon, and Starry Sky patrolled their territory. It was evident that numerous dinosaurs residing in this area had undergone profound changes. Among the ceratopsians, a colossal Triceratops exceeding 20 meters in length led its herd in search of sustenance. This giant Triceratops had developed an exceptionally hardened skin comparable to diamonds, resembling a robust suit of armor, with its 3 horns, particularly the prominent nasal horn, extending nearly half its body length, sharp and sturdy like a spear, gleaming with a unique metallic sheen. This giant Triceratops had also evolved into a mature Ceratops beast, with its signature move being the unicorn charge, utilizing its prominent nasal horn to launch devastating charges. Following closely behind were other Ceratops beasts, each exceeding 10 meters in length, far surpassing the ordinary adult Triceratops of yore. Beyond these ceratopsians, the landscape was dotted with other colossal creatures, including the fully metallic-skinned Ankylosaurus, mature Ankylosaurus beasts. These Ankylosaurus beasts not only consumed vegetation but also began excavating various metal ores to ingest, continuously reinforcing their bony plates into impenetrable armor, particularly the massive tail club, which had transformed into a steel hammer capable of executing the giant tail hammer. With a destructive power vastly exceeding that of their ordinary predecessors. Currently, the evolutionary stages were categorized as juvenile, adolescent, mature, complete, and ultimate. All creatures encountered thus far were in the mature stage. Chapter 81. Extraordinary Beings. The new generation of Tyrannosaurus queens. A procession of colossal Edmontosaurus, each measuring 30 meters in length and sporting elongated crests atop their heads, emerged, their forms remarkably impressive. They had evolved into mature duckbill beasts, capable of producing resonant sounds akin to sonic weapons with their vocal sacs, capable of effortlessly shattering rocks. Additionally, a group of gigantic Pachycephalosaurus, each approximately 15 meters long and weighing around 100 tons, had evolved into mature Pachycephalosaurus beasts, their characteristic thick skulls transformed into genuine iron heads through the consumption of metal ores, executing high-speed charges with their iron heads in a move known as the rocket headbutt. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, sending countless ancient trees swaying. A massive Alamosaurus, far larger than these herbivorous dinosaurs, made its entrance. Already a behemoth, it had evolved into the mature Titan dragon beast, reaching an impressive length of 50 meters and weighing over 1,000 tons. Its signature move, the mountain topple, promised catastrophic consequences for anything in its path. Ceratops beasts, Ankylosaurus beasts, duckbill beasts, Pachycephalosaurus beasts, Titan dragon beasts. Alongside these herbivorous dinosaurs, carnivorous dinosaurs lurking in the shadows of the forest were not to be overlooked. Tyrannosaurus rex had also evolved into Tyrannosaurus beasts, though it remained a mystery why only Crescent Moon and Starry Sky had evolved into the Tyrannosaurus subspecies, while purebred Tyrannosaurus beasts were non-existent. The Dreadnoughtus and Dakota raptors had evolved into mature Velociraptor beasts, standing 7 to 10 meters tall, renowned for their agility and speed, capable of unleashing superheated gusts of wind, supergale. The Lithranax had evolved into mature Lithranax beasts. Standing 7 meters tall, their lethal claws nearly half their body length, curved like sickles, capable of slicing through iron with ease, executing the Thunderclaw, infused with electrical currents. High above, the Pteranodon had transformed into the mature Pteranodon beast, boasting a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, comparable to a small aircraft, executing aerial assaults with its beak in a move known as the pterosaur peck. In the western inland seas, the Plesiosaurus and Mosasaurus had evolved into mature sea dragon beasts and Mosasaurus beasts, each reaching 30 meters in length, creating towering waves as they swam, their signature moves being the sea dragon ice arrow, capable of freezing seawater, and the torpedo attack, launching homing torpedoes from their mouths. In less than a year, the creatures of this land had undergone a metamorphosis of astounding proportions. The first stage of attribute enhancement granted them immense size. The second stage of intelligence awakening allowed them to develop self-awareness, enabling them to learn, think, and utilize tools, conveying thoughts and emotions through vocalizations and gestures, their intellect rivaling that of later mammals, equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. The third stage of life-level evolution endowed them with a plethora of extraordinary abilities, transcending the realm of ordinary beings to become truly extraordinary creatures. As the dragon mother and her kin patrolled their territory, a wolf-like creature, approximately 10 meters in length, emerged from the forest, companionably trotting alongside Crescent Moon. This was none other than the once diminutive Cretaceous beast, now evolved into a Garurumon, adorned with blue and white metallic fur, with razor-sharp blades extending from its shoulders, its well-defined muscles and balanced physique bestowing it with remarkable combat prowess and explosive power. Its signature move was the high-temperature blue flame it exhaled, known as Yuko Fire. Roar. Upon seeing the Garurumon, Starry Sky bared its teeth menacingly, but upon receiving a disapproving glare from Crescent Moon, it subdued its aggression. Casting a resentful gaze at the Garurumon, tears escaping from the corners of its mouth, it could not fathom why Crescent Moon chose to associate with such a creature, which was clearly a delectable morsel. Moreover, that creature always carried the scent of its elder brother. What was their connection? With this thought, Starry Sky's frustration grew, feeling indignant that its elder brother, who belonged solely to it, would not be shared with outsiders. Just then, a band of unexpected intruders invaded the Dragon Mother's territory, their provocative calls echoing from afar. They were a group of Tyrannosaurus beasts, bearing a striking resemblance to the Dragon Mother. Formerly, Tyrannosauruses had no inclination to congregate, but after evolving into Tyrannosaurus beasts, they began to gather in numbers, vying for dominance to establish a leader to guide their newfound clan. Among this group of Tyrannosaurus beasts, the one at the forefront is their newly appointed leader. Following the birth of this new leader, it has grown dissatisfied with its limited territory and yearns to seize a larger, more expansive domain. Particularly, it has set its sights on the core area of the Hell Creek Forest, where the Dragon Mother has long held dominion. Other carnivorous dinosaurs dare not encroach upon it, typically residing only in the forest's outskirts. The Tyrannosaurus leader's ambition is clearly aimed at the territory of the Dragon Mother. Roar! Enraged, the Dragon Mother swiftly arrived at the scene, and upon her arrival, the once arrogant Tyrannosaurus beasts were left dumbfounded. Good heavens, how could her size be so colossal? The Tyrannosaurus leader measures merely 15 meters in length and stands under 8 meters tall. Yet the Dragon Mother is nearly twice that size. Having lived in the heart of the Hell Creek Forest, her family has received the richest supply of digital energy, resulting in profound evolutionary advancement. Furthermore, due to Chu Xu's previous cleansing actions, the Dragon Mother is virtually the last surviving adult Tyrannosaurus in the Hell Creek Forest, while these Tyrannosaurus beasts are merely evolved from juvenile specimens, creating a stark disparity in size akin to a chasm. Roar! The Dragon Mother pays no heed to notions of might over weakness. Confronting those who dare to intrude upon her territory, she lunges forward in a swift motion. Her robust tail, akin to a steel whip, sweeps violently, sending the leading Tyrannosaurus beast flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless, clearly suffering a fatal blow. Hoo! The remaining Tyrannosaurus beasts were not spared either. As the Dragon Mother suddenly opened her cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing crimson flames, the breadth of her fiery breath prevented any of the Tyrannosaurus beasts from escaping. The intensity of the heat caused even their own kin to suffer grievous burns. Writhing in agony. Were this any ordinary Tyrannosaurus, it would surely be reduced to ashes in the face of such an onslaught. Roar! Roar! Xianyue and Liuxing, of course, did not remain idle. The former exhaled frigid ice, while the latter belched forth black flames, creating a devastating dichotomy of ice and fire that left the Tyrannosaurus herd wailing in despair, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Upon hearing their pleas for mercy, the Dragon Mother retracted her flames and signaled to Xianyue and Liuxing to cease their assault, then opened her mouth to communicate with the Tyrannosaurus beasts. Her message was simple. Henceforth, I shall be your leader. This territory is mine, and you are forbidden to step foot upon it. Thoroughly defeated, the Tyrannosaurus beasts had no choice but to bow their proud heads, acknowledging their submission to the Dragon Mother. Thus, a new generation of Tyrannosaurus Queen was born. Booming thunder. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom resonated from above, causing the entire Hell Creek Forest to tremble. All the animals instinctively looked up, and the Dragon Mother's family gazed in astonishment towards the source of the sound. They beheld a familiar silhouette emerging, a towering dragon form, reminiscent of a mountain suspended in the sky, its half-mechanized armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and formidable power. Chapter 82. Acknowledgement of publication. This book has been in circulation since May 6, 2024, and after a month of writing 170,000 words, we finally reached the stage of publication. Tomorrow, Saturday the 15th, at noon, it will be officially launched. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have followed and voted during the free period. Without your support, this book would not have reached this point. Although it fell short in the PK competition by just 50 reads, its current performance is commendable. The editor even asked if I wished to wait another week. However, considering that we are at a climactic juncture, I chose to forego another attempt at the competition and instead proceed with the publication to unleash a wave of updates without further delay. Now, let me briefly discuss the book. The first volume, set in the Cretaceous period, is nearing its conclusion, with the protagonist poised to evolve into the battle Tyrannosaurus, culminating in the impending cataclysm of an asteroid colliding with Earth. The subsequent content will not only continue the theme of extraordinary beasts, but will also introduce elements of creation and interstellar themes. As the protagonist embarks on the journey of establishing a dinosaur civilization, building a true Cretaceous dinosaur empire, with future developments extending beyond Earth into the cosmos. Initially, the author intended to portray the protagonist's evolution purely as a Tyrannosaurus. Akin to the well-known Godzilla, however, given the plethora of similar works and the complexity of future interactions with humans, the author later conceived the idea of merging the digital world with Tyrannosaurus. Some readers may argue that the styles do not align. But the digital monsters, known as digital dragons, are indeed inspired by dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures, and the world building is robust, of course. Readers unfamiliar with the digital monsters need not worry, as this book is a reinterpretation of the digital world, with ample explanations for any related concepts. Finally, the author has put considerable effort into the world building and conceptual framework of this book, though there may still be numerous inconsistencies, particularly concerning data, which is not the author's strong suit. Any feedback is welcome, and the author will make revisions as deemed appropriate. In summary, I emphasize one crucial request. Please support the initial subscription. Please support the initial subscription. Please support the initial subscription. This matter is of utmost importance. Stated thrice for emphasis. Upon its release on Saturday at noon, 4 chapters will be updated, totaling 16,000 words. Thank you for your support. Chapter 83. The ultimate evolution of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus into the battle Tyrannosaurus. Except for the dragon mother and her family, nearly all animals have witnessed the terror of that silhouette, as the previous cleansing action left the entirety of North America trembling under the roar of artillery. With countless creatures perishing at its hands, now, they felt the immense power of their adversary more acutely, sensing a newfound dread. Compared to this formidable presence, they felt like mere ants, trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, the dragon mother, Xianyue, Liuxing, and Garurumon all called out joyfully towards the long-absent figure high above, especially Liuxing, who was so elated he leaped 3 feet off the ground. Brother! It's brother returning. It has been so long. Truly, much has changed in the sky. Upon Chu Xu's return to the familiar Hell Creek forest, he gazed down at the multitude of creatures that had undergone astonishing transformations and could not help but feel a sense of wonder. This was the very evolution he had orchestrated, a grand tide of transformation sweeping in a positive direction. However, they remained unaware that an apocalyptic calamity loomed on the horizon. Should Chu Xu fail to avert the impending asteroid fragment, all their newfound beauty would come to a sudden end, leading to their demise. Soon, Chu Xu descended to the ground, reuniting with the dragon mother and her kin after a long separation, bringing with him fresh prey hunted from other continents. Roar Liuxing was the first to rush forward, but instead of indulging in the meat, he showcased his newfound abilities, exhaling a torrent of flames. Brother, look how impressive I am. I can breathe fire just like you used to. Chu Xu clearly understood the meaning behind Liuxing's cries, breaking into a rare smile as he extended his right hand to affectionately pat Liuxing's head in encouragement. Ecstatic at receiving his brother's approval, Liuxing was overjoyed. To him, his brother was a unique and unparalleled existence, the very target he aspired to emulate, dreaming of becoming as formidable as his brother. In pursuit of his brother's recognition, Liuxing's flames blazed even more fiercely, determined to earn his brother's admiration. Hoo. However, in an unfortunate accident, the raging flames engulfed the food before him, instantly charring it to a crisp. Chu Xu. Smack! Without hesitation, the second sister, Xianyue, delivered a sharp slap to Liuxing's head. This fool had truly messed things up. The food that brother had painstakingly brought back was now ruined, and she was infuriated. After receiving a deserved reprimand, Liuxing felt utterly aggrieved. He had not intended to waste the food. He cautiously lifted his head to glance at his brother, relieved to find that he was not angry, allowing him to exhale in relief. Roar the dragon mother, however, showed no disdain for the charred meal. Diving in to enjoy it, her vocalizations indicating her approval of the taste. Awu Garurumon joined in the feast as well, having grown quite familiar with the dragon mother and her family. Apart from Liuxing, who often regarded him with disdain, he had developed a good rapport with the dragon mother and Xianyue, feeling akin to family. Who would have thought that the little Cretaceous beast would evolve into Garurumon? Chu Xu was equally astonished upon encountering Garurumon. This was indeed a delightful surprise. After all, once Garurumon evolved into Steel Garurumon, it could merge with the battle Tyrannosaurus to evolve into Omnimon. Observing the remarkable transformations that had occurred in the dragon mother, Xianyue, Liuxing, and the former Cretaceous beast, now imbued with increasingly human-like thoughts and emotions, Chu Xu felt a profound sense of connection. He had developed deep affection for the land beneath his feet and the family before him. There is a saying he has always remembered. In this lifetime, there are indeed certain things worth defending with one's life. If facing a single enemy requires unwavering courage, then confronting the enemies of the entire world demands far more than just courage. Only responsibility can empower one to stand fearlessly before an insurmountable foe, resolute and unyielding. As night fell, the moon hung hazy in the sky, and the stars twinkled sparsely, casting the entire earth into a state of slumber. Daenerys and her companions had succumbed to deep sleep, while Garurumon retreated to its cavern. Chu Xu quietly departed, his enormous wings, each spanning over 100 meters, unfurling majestically as his colossal dragon form soared upward. Reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, it was time to commence the ultimate evolution. During his return journey, Chu Xu traversed the ocean, rich in bombarding animal resources, and amassed the requisite 100 million evolution points for his ultimate transformation. Having devoured ample metallic materials, thereby fulfilling the conditions for evolution. With less than 5 days remaining until the asteroid's impact on Earth, time was of the essence. Spending 100 million evolution points, evolution officially begins. As the system prompt echoed in his ears, the stirring melody of evolution resonated once more. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus underwent ultimate evolution, Battle Tyrannosaurus. In the high altitudes, a colossal sun emblem gradually materialized, harmonizing beautifully with the small sun insignia engraved upon Chu Xu's metallic faceplate. In the next moment, the mechanical armor encasing his form swiftly disassembled and reconfigured, as the metallic substances within him surged forth, transforming into a brand new digital alloy of resplendent gold and silver. Simultaneously, Chu Xu's entire physique underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, shifting from a dinosaur form to that of a dragon man, his size expanding continuously, a force of nature that stirred the winds and clouds. Boom. All the dinosaurs residing in Hell Creek Forest felt a terrifying power concurrently, lifting their heads to gaze skyward, where it appeared as though a sun was rising in the night sky, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the darkness as if it were day. What was that? What was happening? Within the blinding radiance, as Chu Xu's form and size stabilized, a fully armed suit of armor coalesced around him. The faceplate, shoulder guards, chest plate, gauntlets, skirt armor, and greaves. Each piece of armor was sharply defined. With smooth curves intricately woven together by fine chains, their surfaces gleaming like the dawn's first light, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity. The fierce winds howled past, and in the swirling gales, Chu Xu's fiery red hair billowed. His face hidden beneath the silver faceplate, betraying no emotion, save for his eyes, deep and obsidian, burning like beacons of light. Battle Tyrannosaurus, ultimate evolution complete. Equipped upon his hands were a pair of digital alloy claws. A terror to all dragon-type digital beasts, known as the Dragon Beast Slayer. On his back were 2 shields adorned with sun motifs, which could separate to function as high-speed flight thrusters. And when united, formed the indestructible Shield of Courage, unbreakable as long as courage resided in his heart. In addition to these 2 magnificent pieces of equipment, Chu Xu, now transformed into Battle Tyrannosaurus, had also acquired 2 devastating techniques. The first was the Battle Tornado, where he would clasp the Dragon Beast Slayers above his head and spin at high speed to pierce through enemies. The second was the Gaia Energy Cannon, unleashing a super high-density thermal energy projectile by concentrating all existing energy in the atmosphere into a single point. Furthermore, Chu Xu's physique underwent a qualitative change, his height skyrocketing from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus limit of 50 meters and 30,000 tons to an astounding 100 meters and a weight of 100,000 tons. For Chu Xu, this marked yet another leap in the hierarchy of life, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Exhilarating, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 3 years and 3 months. Race, Battle Tyrannosaurus, male. Growth stage, ultimate level, planetary level 1, 110,000. Source energy points, 10, can be converted from evolution points. Skills, Dragon Claw, instant movement, ultimate Dragon Tooth, final impact, ultimate techniques, Battle Tornado, Gaia Energy Cannon. Achievements, Tyrant's Endowment, advanced. Spiritual Perception, advanced. Fluid Armor, advanced. Next evolution form, Omega Beast. To Chu Xu's surprise, there had been considerable changes in his attribute panel. The 4-dimensional attributes section was replaced by the level section, and the evolution points were transformed into source energy points. Planetary level, in the digital world, referred to as ultimate, divided into 9 sublevels. The 4-dimensional attributes surpass 100 million, with physical strength exceeding 100,000 tons and flight speed exceeding 100 Mach. Life tier elevated, housing a miniature planet that continuously rotates within. The miniature planet can independently generate natural energy, replenishing Chu Xu's energy consumption without the need for sustenance. Soon, The system elucidated the situation to Chu Xu. It turned out that surpassing 100 million in four-dimensional attributes met the planetary level standard. Indeed, as he focused inward, attempting to introspect his body, he discovered a miniature planet, the size of a fist, gradually materializing in his lower abdomen, spinning ceaselessly. Though small, it contained all essential elements: blue skies, white clouds, forest vegetation, and volcanic oceans capable of generating natural energy, providing Chu Xu with a constant energy supply, rendering sustenance unnecessary. Truly miraculous. Chu Xu couldn't help but marvel at the boundless mysteries of this world, many of which he had previously been unaware. Beyond the planetary level, there evidently existed even higher tiers, but they were beyond his current reach. Furthermore, source energy points represented a more advanced form of energy than evolution points, embodying the essence of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, with a conversion ratio of 1:10,000, allowing direct elevation of levels using source energy points. Lastly, he had 4 advanced skills and 3 advanced achievements. The advanced skill Dragon Claw had reached a proficiency of 5 consecutive strikes. The advanced skill Instant Movement now covered a range of 100 kilometers. The advanced skill Ultimate Dragon Tooth combined biting force with flame, unleashing superheated flames enhanced by a 10-fold increase in biting power. The advanced skill Final Impact merged impact force with flame, enveloping him in superheated flames, also boosted by 10-fold strength. The advanced achievement Tyrant's Endowment manifested as a palpable aura of intimidation and pressure, capable of crushing lower beings under its weight, both mentally and physically. The advanced achievement Spiritual Perception expanded his sensing radius to 1,000 miles, with enhanced capabilities that allowed him to perceive not only the macro but also delve into the micro and even glimpse fleeting glimpses of the future. Even if the foresight was brief, lasting less than a minute, it was still astonishing. The advanced achievement Fluid Armor had further enhanced its strength, comparable to the hardness of the foundational digital alloy, allowing it to be released freely and applied to his own weapons, armor, or other beings' objects. In his current state, Chu Xu had reached the pinnacle of his potential within this short year. Additionally, he had gathered 7 world seed trees, his ultimate trump card. With everything in place, he awaited the arrival of the asteroid fragment. The radiance that illuminated the entire night as if it were day gradually dimmed, and tranquility returned. Beneath the reverent gazes of countless dinosaurs, Chu Xu descended gently to the ground. Now, he could effortlessly manipulate his size and no longer required sustenance, akin to the legendary practice of fasting. With such abilities, even if the asteroid fragment were to collide with Earth, leading to widespread devastation, he could still survive. However, Daenerys and the others could not claim the same. It was time to set forth. Chu Xu murmured to himself, knowing that delay was not an option. That very night, he intended to embark toward the site of the asteroid fragment's impending descent, located at the southern coastal tip of the Yucatan Peninsula on the continent of Laramidia. To thwart the asteroid fragment from colliding with the Earth, that was undoubtedly the optimal location. Venturing into outer space was also an option, but Chu Xu was hesitant. The uncertainties were too numerous, and the opportunity was singular. He had to ensure absolute success. Temporarily reducing his size, Chu Xu returned to Daenerys and the others, who had awakened from the commotion caused by his ultimate evolution. Upon seeing Chu Xu in his transformed state, they were filled with astonishment. Roar! Liuxing was ecstatic, sensing his brother's power had surged immensely, and he now looked incredibly handsome, shimmering with golden light. He wondered when he could become as formidable and striking as his brother. Roar! Xianyue's eyes sparkled as she circled around Chu Xu, particularly enamored with the armor he donned. Compared to before, their acceptance of Chu Xu's dramatic transformation was evidently much higher. They no longer felt fear or strangeness. Roar! Chu Xu smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the heads of Liuxing and Xianyue before turning to bid farewell to the composed Daenerys. Both Xianyue and Liuxing were taken aback, questioning why their brother, having just returned, was already preparing to leave again. Roar! Liuxing bounded excitedly before Chu Xu, hoping to accompany him on this journey. However, Chu Xu shook his head. Taking Liuxing to the Yucatan Peninsula was simply out of the question. If he failed to prevent the asteroid fragment's descent, that place would become a true hell on Earth. Aside from Chu Xu himself, scarcely any living being could survive in close proximity to the impact site. In fact, to err on the side of caution, Chu Xu had contemplated relocating Daenerys and the others away from North America, traversing the Bering Land Bridge to reach Asia. Yet, regardless of where they fled, if he failed to avert the impending asteroid fragment, the outcome would remain unchanged. Roar! Daenerys, who had remained silent until now, let out a soft growl at Chu Xu, inquiring about his next course of action. A bittersweet smile graced Chu Xu's lips, and he found himself at a loss for words, reminiscent of the moment he bid farewell to his independent life. Should he inform Daenerys that a fragment of an asteroid would plummet to Earth in a few days? That the dinosaurs would face a cataclysmic extinction? Even though they had achieved a certain level of sentience, comprehending concepts such as asteroid impacts and mass extinctions was still far beyond their grasp. It seemed that he alone would bear the weight of this knowledge. Observing Chu Xu's silence, Daenerys appeared to understand, refraining from further inquiries and simply stepping closer. Her towering form, now diminished, reached roughly to Chu Xu's chest. She lowered her massive head, pressing her cold forehead against his heated chest. This was a gesture Daenerys often displayed to Chu Xu and the others, where she would bend down to connect with the small children. Such a simple act conveyed the most genuine and profound emotions. Daenerys needed no words for Chu Xu to grasp her unwavering concern and care for him. Although Daenerys was oblivious to the concepts of asteroid impacts and mass extinctions, she had observed Chu Xu's relentless endeavors over the past year, understanding that he was engaged in something of great significance. Daenerys was unsure how she could assist him but could only offer her support in this manner. Chu Xu's deep black eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he slowly lowered his head, avoiding the sharp angle of his nose, and pressed his broad forehead against Daenerys's. Previously, it was Daenerys who bowed her head while he lifted his. Now, he was the one to lower his head as she raised hers. This signified the transfer of responsibility between them. The duty of Daenerys to protect her family had now been entrusted to Chu Xu. Swish! Once their foreheads parted, Chu Xu uttered no further words. His dark gaze regained its sharpness and resolve as his immense form soared into the sky, bursting forth with astonishing speed, akin to a comet flashing past, vanishing from Daenerys's and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. Together, they gazed in the direction he had departed, where the night air was cool and the moon shone brightly. Yet, on the unseen side of the world, the sun was rising, bathing everything in its warmth. Chapter 84. Asteroid Impact on Earth, Gaia Energy Cannon, Yucatan Peninsula. A gentle morning mist silently dissipated in the warm, soft sunlight, while the fine sand of the sea sparkled white as snow under the sun's rays. Chu Xu made his way directly to the northwestern corner of the Yucatan Peninsula, where the world-renowned Chicxulub crater lay, once a shallow sea during the late Cretaceous period. The surface of the ocean glimmered with dazzling waves, and the crashing surf against the rocks transformed into a flurry of white foam, while a refreshing sea breeze swept across, bringing a delightful coolness to this legendary peninsula. Buzz! Chu Xu's advanced telepathic perception effortlessly enveloped the entire peninsula. While the scenery remained unchanged, there were hardly any dinosaurs left. Most had been lured by the northern world tree number 1, heading toward the Hell Creek forest area. Thus began the simulation of the asteroid impact test. The reason for his early arrival was not to wait idly, but to utilize the World Tree, a supercomputer, for simulating the asteroid impact point. One must not engage in battle unprepared to stand firm against defeat. Soon, Chu Xu re-entered the internal program of the World Tree. This virtual space could extend infinitely, simulating various scenarios through data. The first simulation test begins. A fragment of an asteroid, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter and weighing around 2 trillion tons, breaches Earth's atmosphere. Composed of carbonates and evaporites, this non-metallic asteroid fragment is captured by Earth's gravity, reaching speeds exceeding 70,000 kilometers h, striking the surface at a 60-degree angle from the northeast, set to fall in approximately 50 seconds. You utilized a Gaia energy cannon, calculated to exceed a diameter of 1,000 meters, with an explosive energy over 10,000 times that of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's ultimate move, comparable to a supernuclear bomb with a yield of over 100 million tons of TNT. Upon collision, a violent explosion ensues. Your Gaia energy cannon fails to prevent the asteroid fragment's descent, resulting in a failed test. The simulation test results indicate that to destroy a non-metallic asteroid of 100 meters in diameter, at least 1 million tons of TNT equivalent energy is required. To obliterate a non-metallic asteroid of 10 kilometers in diameter, at least 10 billion tons of TNT equivalent energy is necessary. 10 billion tons of TNT equivalent energy. This amounted to a staggering 100 shots of the Gaia energy cannon. The issue was that the energy within Chu Xu was insufficient to sustain the continuous release of 100 shots in a short span. Furthermore, this merely represented destruction, transforming large fragments into numerous smaller ones, which would continue to fall to the surface, causing severe impacts. Once more, proceed with the second simulation test. Chu Xu did not relent. If one attempt failed, then 2 would follow. If 2 failed, then 10, 100, 1,000 days passed as he tirelessly conducted asteroid impact simulation tests without rest. Not only the Gaia energy cannon, but he also employed all his various skills and techniques in each simulation, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, without exception, all ended in failure. It became evident that with the current strength of the battle Tyrannosaurus, destroying this asteroid fragment was still beyond reach. Even confronted with a series of cold data, Chu Xu could sense the terror brought by the asteroid fragment. It was beyond human capability to contend with. If humanity in the 21st century faced this asteroid fragment, unless all nuclear weapons from around the world were launched in unison, there would be no means to halt its apocalyptic might. The prerequisite would be for humanity to have observed the existence of this asteroid fragment in outer space early on and calculated its trajectory and impact point. If they only realized it upon its entry into the atmosphere, it would be too late. Given this predicament, he had no choice but to employ his final trump card. Chu Xu slowly exhaled a sigh of resignation. His last resort was the 7 world trees planted across the globe. Let us not forget that these world trees continuously absorb the natural energy from Earth. With the digital energy they transform, perhaps constituting only 50 of their output. The remaining 50 serves as nourishment for their own growth. The Gaia energy cannon of the battle Tyrannosaurus operates by concentrating all atmospheric energy into a single point, akin to absorbing Earth's natural energy. The more natural energy absorbed, the greater the power. However, Chu Xu currently faced a limit on the amount of natural energy he could absorb at once. Yet, should he extract the accumulated natural energy within the 7 world trees as the energy source for the Gaia energy cannon, its potency would undoubtedly reach new heights. This was Chu Xu's ultimate gambit. With determination and resolve, he would stake everything on this single endeavor. The 108th simulation test begins. In the vast expanse of space, here, darkness and cold prevail, yet stars twinkle, becoming brilliant diamonds upon the boundless black canvas. A blue planet, birthed 4.6 billion years ago, harbors countless forms of life, still following its ancient, unchanging orbit through the cosmos. A mere blink of an eye, thousands, millions, even billions of years, seems but an instant to Earth, yet the myriad lives it nurtures have traversed through one era after another. From emergence to flourishing, then extinction, completing cycle after cycle, life is the greatest existence in the world, brimming with endless potential and possibilities. Simultaneously, it is the most fragile existence, susceptible to obliteration by even the slightest external perturbation. Now, for Earth, an old epoch is drawing to a close, while a new one is about to commence. On this day, a fragment of an asteroid, having traversed a long journey through space, nears Earth's orbit. Captured by its gravity, compared to the vastness of space, this asteroid fragment is insignificant. In relation to Earth, it is merely a slightly larger meteorite, at worst, scraping its surface and perhaps catching a minor cold. However, for the myriad life forms inhabiting Earth, this heralds the true onset of apocalyptic calamity. Yucatan Peninsula. Chu Xu hovered high above the yet-to-form Chicxulub crater, employing his telepathic perception that extended across thousands of miles. Even from the southernmost tip of the Laramiadia subcontinent, he could distinctly visualize the Hell Creek forest located at the northern end. As his telepathic perception narrowed, he concentrated it entirely above, encompassing the entire peninsula from the surface to the outer atmosphere. The moment that celestial visitor breached Earth's atmosphere, he would be the first to detect it. That day had finally arrived. Regardless of how many simulated tests Chu Xu had conducted prior to this moment, they remained mere cold data. The reality could at any moment present unforeseen complications, rendering the situation infinitely more complex and brutal. Yet, today, as he stood here, he would not allow even a fragment of that asteroid to harm a single grain of his homeland. On this day, all creatures on Earth continued their lives as usual. Within the Hell Creek forest, Daenerys, accompanied by Xianyue and Liuxing, was hunting a group of duck-billed dinosaurs. Garurumon had also awakened from its cave, scouring the surroundings for food. On land roamed herds of Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, and Titanoboa. In the skies soared the pterosaur flock. Beneath the ocean thrived the sea dragon and Tsanglong species. Countless dinosaurs went about their routines of resting, foraging, hunting, and battling, all believing today was yet another ordinary day. Suddenly, a deafening shriek, akin to thunder, reverberated through the earth and sky, echoing in the ears of every dinosaur across vast North America. They all instinctively raised their heads to witness the once blue sky now shrouded in an impenetrable, heavy gray. Just a moment ago, the heavens were clear and bright, yet now, darkness engulfed the land, rendering visibility to naught. Soon, amidst the eerie silence of gray, a colossal fireball, ablaze with fierce flames, emerged, transforming the sky into a sunset's glow. What a gargantuan fireball it was! It resembled the sun plummeting from the heavens, its vastness overwhelming, leaving a magnificent tail of flames in its wake, accompanied by the sharp, thunderous roar of air being torn asunder. Shaking the very earth, roar. Moo. Ong. Witnessing this spectacle, countless dinosaurs instinctively fell into a state of panic, scattering in a frenzied flight. Although they could not comprehend the nature of this immense fireball, their survival instincts screamed of imminent peril. Before the formidable forces of nature, no matter how evolved they had become, they remained insignificant and feeble. Yet, no matter where they fled, that enormous fireball loomed overhead, casting a monstrous shadow. Its seething, scorching energy seemed intent on devouring everything. Bearing the mantle of destruction as it spread death and despair across this vibrant world, roar. Just moments ago, Daenerys and her kin had exerted considerable effort to hunt a duck-billed dinosaur, yet before they could savor their meal, they were confronted with this apocalyptic scene unlike any they had ever witnessed. Forgetting their food, Daenerys instinctively led Sienue and Liushing in flight, yearning to escape further and further away. However, they felt like insignificant ants upon a grinding stone. With nowhere to hide, roar suddenly with keen eyes, Liushing spotted something and shouted to the panicked Daenerys and her sister. Daenerys and Sienue looked up to behold a golden streak of light ascending from the ground. Strikingly vivid against the endless darkness, soaring directly towards the massive fireball. The distance was too great for them to discern what this golden glow truly was, yet they simultaneously thought of Chu Xu, who had departed merely days ago. Could it be him? Not just Daenerys and her family, but all dinosaurs ceased their frantic flight, raising their heads once more, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed upon the suddenly appearing golden light. What could it be? In comparison to the colossal fireball that blotted out the sun, this golden streak appeared minuscule, yet its radiance soared skyward, resplendent and brilliant, akin to the dawn's first light piercing through the darkness. Illuminating the vast earth and the faces of all dinosaurs, it has come. The moment the asteroid fragment breached the Earth's atmosphere, igniting into a massive fireball, Chu Xu's psychic senses had already detected its emergence. In fact, within his mind, he foresaw the future just 50 seconds ahead, when the enormous fireball would plummet to the ground, rendering all efforts futile. Chu Xu had less than a minute to act. Boom! In the next instant, Chu Xu's figure shimmered slightly, transforming into a golden streak of light that surged towards the descending asteroid fragment. Gaia energy cannon, between the palms of Chu Xu's raised hands. Energy from the atmosphere surged wildly, swiftly coalescing into a high-density, high-temperature energy sphere that expanded rapidly in the blink of an eye. The energy sphere had grown to a diameter of a kilometer. Yet it still paled in comparison to the 10-kilometer-wide asteroid fragment. Boom! At that moment, in the Hell Creek forest of North America, the World Tree Number 1 radiated a dazzling light, all the natural energy it had amassed morphing into a beam that shot skyward. Dispelling the darkness enveloping the forest, racing towards the southern Yucatan Peninsula at the speed of light. Boom! 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 Similar scenes unfolded across Asia, Europe, Africa, South America, Antarctica, and other regions where world trees were planted, each beam of light surging forth. Converging upon that small Yucatan Peninsula, this moment, not only the dinosaurs of North America but also those from other continents, through the beams of light, caught a glimpse of the asteroid fragment falling from the heavens. Sensing the aura of death akin to an apocalypse, however, they saw more. The golden streak of light that dared to confront the end of days. This scene etched itself deeply into their wide-open eyes, delivering an overwhelming visual and spiritual shock, rumbling. The beams of light from the 7 world trees converged in Chu Xu's hands, continuously infusing energy into the Gaia energy cannon he wielded. The once kilometer-wide Gaia energy cannon began to swell dramatically. 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Even though the size of this Gaia energy cannon was already formidable enough to rival the asteroid fragment, its expansion showed no signs of ceasing. Fiery crimson flames and golden radiance intertwined, illuminating the entire sky, as if a fallen sunset collided with a rising dawn, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The winds ceased howling, the waters stopped flowing, and time and space seemed to freeze. Finally, the energy transmitted from the 7 world trees reached its limit, and the Gaia energy cannon in Chu Xu's hands expanded to an unprecedented scale. 100,000 meters. The brilliant, resplendent energy sphere completely dominated half the sky, eclipsing the asteroid fragment above by more than tenfold. This was no mere energy sphere. It should be termed the vitality sphere. Destroy it. The fallen asteroid fragment was drawing near. Chu Xu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the Gaia vitality sphere with an explosive force that shook the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the dawn-like radiance represented by the Gaia vitality sphere illuminated the opposite half of the sky, utterly drowning out the feeble sunset glow of the asteroid fragment. The entire asteroid fragment was not merely obliterated. It was sublimated and vaporized, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, the Gaia vitality sphere burst forth from the Earth's atmosphere, detonating in the vastness of outer space. Roar! Moo! Ong! On the surfaces of continents across the globe, all dinosaurs at that moment prostrated themselves, facing the direction of the beams of light emanating from the world trees, gazing upon the golden streak of light that had averted this cataclysmic disaster. What that golden streak truly was no longer mattered. For in the eyes of all dinosaurs on this land, it represented a new dawn. It was the new sun. These dinosaurs, having awakened their spirits for quite some time, gazed at the golden streak of light, and in unison, they uttered the first syllable, the first phrase of language since the dawn of life on Earth: God. The so-called intelligent life forms are characterized by their ability to define. Definition refers to the capacity for abstract cognition, which is essential for the creation of true civilization. Prior to this moment, the ordinary dinosaurs could only define their existence in terms of food, territory, kin, gender, offspring, and enemies, mundane classifications. Yet at this moment, they acquired a new definition, their first metaphysical one: divinity. This marked their true first step towards becoming intelligent life forms. Chapter 85. The enemies of the entire Earth era. The arrival of the digital world, Yucatan Peninsula. What is that? Meanwhile, Chu Xu felt no joy in surviving the calamity. The Gaia vitality sphere caused the asteroid fragment to gradually sublimate and evaporate. Chu Xu's psychic senses captured the vision of its surface shell vanishing to reveal the internal scene. Chu Xu could hardly believe his eyes. He saw a head. On this head were eyes and a nose, adorned with spiraled, pointed horns, its entire being a brilliant gold, with scales shimmering with mysterious brilliance, as if forged from gold, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. This was a dragon's head? Although this dragon's head had entirely lost its signs of life, merely gazing upon it filled Chu Xu with an immense sense of oppression. However, before he could scrutinize further, the entirety of the dragon's head was obliterated alongside the energy of the Gaia vitality sphere. Reduced to particles so minuscule they could not be perceived by the naked eye, scattering into the air, lost to the wind. Chu Xu remained in a daze for an extended period, replaying that visually stunning moment in his mind. His heart racing. It turned out that the asteroid fragment was, in fact, the manifestation of a dragon's head. Upon deeper contemplation, a chilling realization arises. Merely the dragon's head alone extends to an astonishing length of 10,000 meters. What then can be said of the entirety of its colossal body and life? From whence does this dragon's head originate? From the vastness beyond Earth. This world is not solely inhabited by digital beings of a virtual realm. Could there exist life forms beyond the confines of our planet? Chu Xu remains perplexed. Even if he wished to connect with the world tree for answers, it lies dormant, its natural energy depleted, requiring time to absorb the Earth's essence anew. Only then can the 7 world trees awaken once more. Left with no choice, Chu Xu temporarily relinquishes his inquiry. This world harbors mysteries yet unknown to him, perhaps beyond his current capabilities, but such a day will inevitably come. After all, he once doubted his ability to prevent the asteroid fragment from colliding with Earth, thus averting the cataclysm of the dinosaurs. Yet he has achieved it. The skies have returned to tranquility, the Earth is at peace, the clouds dissipate, and sunlight bathes the land anew. Countless dinosaurs, unscathed, continue to prostrate before him, lingering in reverence, God in their mouths. They utter a simple yet profoundly meaningful sound, resonating with clarity. If the world tree is the deity granting them the opportunity for evolution, then Chu Xu is the divine being bestowing upon them the miracle of life. Even from thousands of miles away, Chu Xu perceives the movements of dinosaurs in the Hell Creek forest and beyond. They bow before him, emitting a unique call, which he comprehends effortlessly. Language in this moment. These dinosaurs from the late Cretaceous have spontaneously devised a new language, entirely distinct from that of humanity, a language belonging solely to them. Language is the wellspring of civilization. In Chu Xu's eyes, as these dinosaurs begin to speak, a seed of their own civilization is sown into this newly birthed land. Slowly, he descends to the ground, weariness evident in his gaze. The energy within him has been utterly exhausted following the release of the Gaia energy blast, which exceeded his limits. Fortunately, the body of the battle Tyrannosaurus can absorb natural energy continuously, replenishing his strength and preventing him from succumbing to weakness. Has it ended? Chu Xu raises his head to gaze at the now clear blue sky. Still feeling a sense of unreality, he has altered history. Not merely the history of a single era, but the entirety of human history. The history of biological evolution. This mass extinction event from the Cretaceous to the Paleogene has been halted. The dinosaur lineage endures, evolving towards higher forms of intelligent life. In the future, they will not only create language but also written forms, tools, cities, nations, and civilizations. Having chosen this path, Chu Xu harbors no further doubts or hesitations. If he is to be called a god, let him lead the dinosaurs in establishing a civilization truly belonging to them. Humanity has long believed that Earth lacks any semblance of prehistoric civilization. Let them behold the truth. Prehistoric dinosaur civilization may indeed surpass human civilization. Yet, Chu Xu does not forget the existence of the digital world. Having disrupted this cycle of biological extinction and shattered the established rules between reality and the digital realm, the corrective forces of the rules will soon manifest. Pandora's box has been opened, and within the digital world, ancient biological groups long extinct on Earth shall re-emerge, perhaps presenting a crisis even greater than that of an asteroid impact. Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic. This time, they shall face not merely the foes of the Cretaceous, but the enemies of the entire geological epochs of Earth. The digital world.it exists as a parallel to Earth, shadowing its existence. Here, one finds land, oceans, forests, mountains, and ice fields, teeming with countless digital beings that flourish, all derived from the ancient biological groups that once thrived on Earth. In the boundless oceans, marine creatures from various geological periods dwell, all having evolved into aquatic digital beings. From the Cambrian era, the trilobite beasts wriggle slowly through the shallow sea mud. They represent the most prosperous shelled, skeletal marine invertebrates of the Cambrian, their numbers so vast that they defy quantification. However, they are aptly described as the epitome of weakness, relying on their ability to expel soap bubble-like orbs to obscure the vision of their foes before escaping. Similarly, the dominant marine predator from the Cambrian, the mature Anomalocaris, with its large stalked eyes, prowls with its massive claws to hunt. Its limbs evolved into metallic blades, akin to a meat grinder. Its signature move is the astounding sting, unleashing a wave of sharp, slicing strikes. The Ordovician's marine dominator, the mature cephalopod, resembles an octopus encased in a gigantic crispy cone. It propels itself through the water with its long tentacles, employing the high-pressure water cannon, forcefully expelling jets of water. The Silurian's marine predator, the mature Eurypterid, known as the sea scorpion, is equipped for combat with its pincers, hard shell, and tail, utilizing the high-pressure water blade to attack foes. Yet, in this tumultuous ocean, the true sovereign of the seas is not among them. The entirety of the ocean belongs to the kingdom of Devonian fish. With the tumultuous roar of the waves, a fully grown Dunkleistos emerges. Measuring nearly 50 meters in length, its armored exoskeleton significantly enhances its biting force and defense. Though it lacks teeth, the bony plates of its jaw resemble interlocking blades. If struck by its move, the death guillotine, its gaping maw can rend any digital being asunder. Following the Dunkleistos, a multitude of mature coelacanth and megalodons from the Devonian kingdom swarm. Just as the Dunkleistos prepares to indulge in a marine feast, the surrounding waters inexplicably churn and spiral, forming a vortex spanning hundreds of miles. Even the massive Dunkleistos cannot withstand the terrifying pull of the oceanic whirlpool, soon succumbing to its grasp and vanishing as if devoured by an unfathomable abyss. Not only the Dunkleistos, but also countless coelacanth, megalodons, and other aquatic digital beings are swept into the whirlpool, disappearing in an instant. Similar scenes unfold across the ocean, where innumerable aquatic digital beings are engulfed, lost to sight. When they regain consciousness, they discover they have arrived in a world both foreign and oddly familiar. Earth, in the digital world, lies the giant insect island in the southwest. This island is adorned with abundant tropical forest vegetation, featuring towering trees and dense shrubs, averaging over 100 meters in height. The landscape is a verdant expanse of lush mountains and shade-giving trees. resulting in an unprecedented concentration of oxygen in the atmosphere. Here, the domain of the Carboniferous giant insects thrives, hosting the most diverse population of insect-like digital beings during the era of Carboniferous giant insects. Their nimble bodies, unique flight capabilities, rapid growth, and formidable reproductive power permeated every corner of the world. The climate and environment fostered new plant life, yielding an array of leaves, shoots, roots, sap, spores, pollen, seeds, fungi, and humus. The animals traversing the land provided an endless supply of flesh, carcasses, and dung. This rich array of resources spurred the continuous evolution of new wings, legs, antennae, compound eyes, mouthparts, and exoskeletons among insects, leading to an ever-expanding diversity. Today is no exception. The skies are filled with swarms of mature giant dragonfly beasts. Their size is comparable to small helicopters. Their bodies are encased in hard shells, boasting 2 pairs of net-veined wings and a pair of laser compound eyes, capable of unleashing the MOVE laser beam. On land, large groups of mature giant millipede beasts crawl, measuring nearly 10 meters in length. Their bodies composed of numerous segments adorned with thousands of legs, their size akin to buses. Although the giant millipede's movement is as slow as a snail's pace, its exoskeleton is impervious to blades and fire, allowing it to unleash the venomous impact. Additionally, there are giant beetle beasts, giant spider beasts, giant scorpion beasts, giant butterfly beasts, giant moth beasts, giant mantis beasts, and giant cockroach beasts among the insect-like digital beings. All the giant insects collectively guard the enormous nest at the center of Giant Insect Island, a hive constructed entirely from writhing flesh, towering over 100 meters and occupying an extensive area. The surface of the insect nest is riddled with vascular-like apertures, pulsating rhythmically as if echoing a heartbeat. Countless massive insect eggs are birthed here, serving as the abode of the supreme queen of all giant insects, Mothra. She stands as the sole ultimate insectoid digital entity on Giant Insect Island, her most formidable power being her reproductive capabilities, with all laid eggs hatching into larval beasts in their juvenile phase. These larval beasts can embark on a web-like evolutionary trajectory, boasting a plethora of different evolutionary forms, thus giving rise to an incredibly complex population of insectoid digital creatures. Any other digital beings that dare approach the nest shall inevitably face the wrath of the entire swarm of giant insects. However, on this fateful day, tranquility was shattered as the ground beneath the colossal nest suddenly collapsed, revealing a gaping chasm. The entire nest, along with the eggs and the giant queen, plummeted into the unfathomable abyss, vanishing from sight. All the giant insects witnessing this spectacle erupted into chaos, surging into the chasm with fervor, determined to rescue their queen. Chapter 86. Titan Beasts and the Dinosaur Empire. The Forest of Gods. The mother tree of the world. In the digital realm lies the continent of giant beasts in the northwest. This is the domain of the Permian Titans, yet as far as the eye can see, stretching to the horizon, it is a barren wasteland of desolation, where black gravel and yellow sand spread across distant mountains, suffused with decay and desolation, relentlessly scorched by the merciless sun, in addition to the prevalent mature forms such as the shield dragon beasts, wolf lizard beasts, water dragon beasts, and serrated newt beasts. There exists a rare breed of beings known as Titan beasts in their former lives. These Titan beasts were mutated biological entities, standing at the pinnacle of all species, wielding catastrophic powers akin to biological disasters. Nonetheless, even they could not escape the cyclical nature of Earth's epochs, becoming lost amidst the dust of various mass extinctions. Upon arriving in the digital world, they underwent further evolution, acquiring formidable powers, even exceeding their original forms, dominating their territories. Although their numbers have dwindled, leaving them nearly solitary, their overwhelming strength has rendered the entire continent of giant beasts fragmented amidst their fierce rivalries. These Titan beasts each claim significant territories across the continent, and whenever food grows scarce, titanic battles erupt, causing countless digital beings to tremble in their terrifying shadows. Yet today, whether ordinary giant beasts or Titan beasts, they all noticed a colossal luminescent curtain appearing at the very center of the continent, connecting heaven and earth, resembling a mirage. The surface of the curtain flickered with diverse landscapes, mountains, rivers, forests, and plains, teeming with life far more bountiful than their own barren land. The aura emanating from it strikingly familiar and alluring. Famished giant beasts stirred with anticipation, yet hesitated, uncertain of the dangers that this imposing curtain might harbor. Suddenly, the entire continent quaked violently, and one titan beast after another could no longer contain themselves, revealing their forms. First, a gigantic bird engulfed in flames, its wings blotting out the sun, swept through, stirring a volcanic storm, igniting the ground into a blazing carpet. Next, a towering beast exceeding 100 meters in height. Its body cloaked in thick fur, limbs robust like pillars, muscles as hard as rock, notably adorned with a pair of enormous, curved tusks that, upon a mere glance, felt like piercing one's eyes with their sharpness. Then came a male and female pair, each boasting triangular jaws and eyes blazing with crimson light, striding side by side. Their bodies were enveloped in an ebony exoskeleton, possessing elongated forelimbs akin to spears, complemented by relatively short secondary arms on their chests, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of various insects and strange beasts, exuding an indescribable horror. Finally, a colossal shadow erupted from the ocean's surface, first revealing its jagged, mountain-like spines, followed by its enormous form, towering over 100 meters, with a rough and thick, dark skin seemingly coursing with crimson magma, radiating a striking red glow, as its immensely powerful hind limbs struck the shore. The earth trembled violently, and with a mere flick of its gigantic tail, it conjured towering waves, each seemingly mundane action carrying an air of devastation. Roar. In the next moment, a tremendous roar transformed into a tangible shock wave. Sweeping in all directions, the waves surged ferociously, and the myriad beasts fled in panic. Even the other titan beasts could not help but feel terror and trepidation. The cause was none other than the resplendent king of all titan beasts on this continent, Godzilla. Whenever he emerges from the unfathomable depths of the ocean, a bloody tempest invariably follows. However, today, Godzilla's appearance was not for battle. His gaze was fixated upon the radiant curtain linking to another world. He recognized it as his former homeland, the essence of which roused him from his slumber, as if beckoning him home. Rumbling soon, under the watchful eyes of all giant and titan beasts, Godzilla strode forward, each step shaking the earth as he approached the luminous curtain, until his massive form entirely entered within, disappearing from view. Once Godzilla vanished, the other beasts and titan beasts could no longer restrain themselves, eagerly surging forth to follow suit. In the digital realm lies the dinosaur continent, situated in the east. This vast land is the domain of the Triassic and Jurassic dinosaur empire. Although these dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era arrived in the digital world last, their burgeoning power developed with remarkable speed, establishing a Jurassic dinosaur empire primarily composed of dragonman and dinosaur-type digital entities within mere tens of millions of years, sweeping across the digital realm with an unstoppable force, instilling fear in the hearts of other diverse digital species. Among them, the dragonman digital entities hold absolute leadership, having evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. While their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, their superior intelligence allows them to firmly grasp the lifeblood of the entire Jurassic dinosaur empire. The robust, simple-minded giant sauropods, theropods, and ornithopods retain their original dinosaur forms, existing in a subservient position, trained as mounts or tools of war for the dragonman digital entities to command at will in the northern region of the dinosaur continent. Nestled within a deep valley surrounded by mountains, lies a magnificent city constructed from colossal stones. Three sides are bordered by soaring mountain ranges, impenetrable to even the swiftest of birds, making it a strategically vital fortress. The thick, towering rock walls, akin to cliffs, rise to a height of 50 meters, enveloping the entire city in an impregnable embrace. Herein lies the capital of the Jurassic dinosaur empire, presided over by the Dragon King, Ghidorah. Revered as a deity by all dragonmen and dinosaurs alike, Dragon King Ghidorah does not hail from Earth, but from a higher civilization beyond, possessing powers and wisdom unimaginable to the dragonmen and dinosaurs. Ghidorah descended upon Earth during the late Jurassic period, unleashing a catastrophic slaughter upon the terrestrial creatures of that era, only to be slain in turn by the giant insect Queen Mothra and the titan beast King Godzilla, though the latter suffered grievous injuries, failing to evade the ensuing cycle of biological extinction. Thus, Dragon King Ghidorah, Insect King Mothra, and Beast King Godzilla were all recorded and reclaimed by the World Tree, manifesting as virtual life forms within the digital realm. Their conflicts have never ceased, often causing a ripple that stirs the entire ecosystem, leading to wars among the three dominant digital species, dinosaurs, giant insects, and titans. Rumbling on this day, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of Dragon King City. A dragon man, riding a mature, rushed into the heart of the Golden Palace at breakneck speed. "Report! Your Majesty, we have just discovered a special spatial entrance outside Dragon King City, potentially linking to the real world, Earth. Upon entering the Golden Palace, the Dragon Man swiftly dismounted from turning to face the throne adorned with exquisite golden decorations. Bowing deeply in reverence, it is the great Dragon King who led them to establish the vast Jurassic dinosaur empire and taught them the mastery of language, writing, tools, mounts, and weaponry. To every Dragon Man citizen of the empire, the Dragon King is the supreme being, the real world. Upon the luxurious gilded throne, a Dragon Man with 3 golden dragon heads suddenly opened all 6 of his crimson eyes, his fearsome visage betraying a mix of shock and exhilaration. How many years have passed? Ghidorah had long been imprisoned in this illusory world, existing as this virtual life form for countless years. No matter how prosperous this digital realm may appear, it is merely a construct of cold data. No one knows when it might face another formatting purge, at which point everything will revert to zero, including the end of his very existence. For countless millennia, Ghidorah's greatest desire has been to escape this illusory realm and return to the world of reality. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us return to Earth at once. Only by exterminating all life on that planet can we fulfill our mission and find our way home. The voice that spoke was that of Ghidorah's left head, which, despite its similarly fierce visage, bore a glimmer of clarity and folly within its gaze. Fool! How can you be certain this is not a trap set by that tree? Moreover, an entire epoch has passed, and a new generation of Earth's willkeepers has undoubtedly emerged. The central head of Ghidorah retorted with a snarl, immediately turning its gaze westward, as though piercing through the palace and city walls to behold the towering divine forest on the solitary island. There resided the true deity of the digital realm, appearing merely as a static, harmless tree, yet Ghidorah instinctively felt trepidation and dread towards it. That tree was the original guardian representing the will of Earth. After its demise, it conjured this fantastical digital world with astonishing power, housing countless extinct beings from Earth, bestowing upon them renewed life, allowing them to continue their existence, Ghidorah included. Although the tree had never demanded anything in return from the digital beings, silently dedicating itself to the welfare of all living things, Ghidorah did not perceive it as genuinely selfless like a deity. Rather, it sensed an overwhelming danger. Just as any tree, the more it basked in the sunlight above, the deeper its roots delved into the unfathomable darkness of the abyss below. What shall we do? If we miss this opportunity to connect with Earth's dimension, who knows how long we must wait for the next? Ghidorah's right head inquired. For now, let us dispatch the Imperial Dragon Riders to Earth for reconnaissance, ensuring we ascertain the status of the new guardians of Earth's will. We have suffered greatly from this oversight before. Once the time is ripe, we shall enter Earth without delay. Furthermore, we must locate the most suitable new vessel to inhabit. Ultimately, Ghidorah's central head issued the command, and the other 2 heads nodded in agreement. Yes! The dragonmen receiving the order promptly took their leave, mounting their extraordinary dragon beasts and swiftly departing. As members of the Imperial Dragon Riders, they felt an immense sense of honor. To fight for the Dragon King to the death was the unwavering mission of these dragon riders. In the digital world, the divine forest lay in the northern expanse. This forest rested upon a solitary island, often shrouded in a haze of mist. Its verdant peaks rising like emerald mountains, while the lake's surface mirrored the tranquil depths of the forest, resembling a breathtaking landscape painting, akin to a realm of immortals. Within the divine forest, numerous digital beings resided. Yet they belonged to no faction. Instead, they voluntarily safeguarded this place to protect their true deity. The heart of the divine forest stood a colossal tree, a singular force sustaining the entirety of the digital realm. Like a pillar reaching for the heavens, the tree's trunk shimmered like translucent silver crystal, radiating a luminous brilliance, its branches extending towards the sky, seemingly touching distant horizons. It was the central computer governing the entire digital world. The creator of all digital beings, the World Mother Tree. Countless digital beings knelt in reverent worship before the World Mother Tree, expressing gratitude for the energy and life it bestowed. Without its existence, the digital realm would not be. Despite remaining motionless throughout, the World Mother Tree seemed oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, in the western sky, the mists cloaking the island gradually dissolved in the setting sun, resembling a splash of blood diffusing in the twilight, casting vast, splendid hues of crimson. Suddenly, beneath this blood-red sunset, the devout digital beings witnessed their deity inexplicably swaying without wind, the myriad shimmering branches and luminous leaves reflecting the scarlet, conjuring a terrifying shadow of chaos, as if rivers of blood flowed in a frenzied dance. Consequently, a profound transformation quietly unfolded throughout every corner of the digital realm.